The sun sets, and with the last ray of sunlight disappearing on the horizon, dusk slowly descends. And soon, the sky darkens. There is no satellite on the planet Su Shinrong. The night sky is full of stars, like shining diamonds, embellishing the sky. The starlight is reflected in the lakes of all sizes, forming a beautiful picture. Seeing it with her own eyes, Tang Ranran can only say that the scenery here is really good. It's just that the spiritual energy is a little weak. The three of them remain quiet, waiting for the silver lotus to emerge. And before the black lake closest to them made any movement, Tang Ranran saw it with his sharp eyes. Over there, in the black lake in the distance, branches of flowers emerged. And there were more than one branch. The location of the three people is in the central area of Tianjing Star Lake area. And the entire Tianjing Star Lake area is located in a lush forest. The jungle, similar to the tropical rainforest, is full of tall and thick giant trees. And lush forests surround the entire lake area. Following the direction pointed by Tang Ranran, the three of them flew in the air with their spiritual power. That was the direction of the edge of Tianjing Star Lake. The closer to the edge, the more branches emerged from the black lake. Some black lakes were only tens of meters in diameter. Although small in area, they also had 7 or 8 branches, suspended in the air more than 2 meters above the lake. Looking at the branches, Fu Jingyuan's eyes were hot, and he asked Tang Ranran anxiously, "Do you want to do it?" Wait for it to bloom." Tang Ranran looked down at the branches, and the intuition of a cultivator, it's a bit weird. Near the edge of the forest, in the black lake, branches with buds kept stretching out of the water. Soon, the first silver lotus slowly bloomed in the night, followed by the second, the third. The huge flowers were all the size of a wash basin, and some even had a diameter of more than half a meter. The silver petals reflected the starlight and the lake light, presenting an incomparable and enchanting beauty. What's more tempting is that as the flowers bloomed, the rich purification value aura escaped and filled the entire space under the blowing of the night wind. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan's eyes lit up, and they took a deep breath in unison. This aura, this refreshing and fascinating aura, is a high purification value aura, and it is so rich that it is very likely to be a rare gas-soluble purification value. The three of them took out the appraisal book in unison and scanned it, and the result was that there was no query. It's not in the data record. I pick one first, and we study it, after taking a photo and leaving the data, Yin Qian said, and immediately took action. With a quick sweep, he stepped on the lake, and there was a flower branch in front of him. Yin Qian stretched out his hand and destroyed the flower. Just as Yin Qian grabbed the flower branch and picked it with a fold, the silver lotus performed a die for you to see on the spot. The originally upright flower stem suddenly drooped down, and the big lotus flower that was originally in full bloom at the top of the branch withered in an instant. The small gem-like fruit at the top also lost its color and became dull and lusterless. In the blink of an eye, the originally extremely gorgeous silver lotus flower was left with only a bare stem. Yin Qian, isn't this death too fast? Tang Ranran, who also saw this scene, couldn't help but complain in his heart, "Good guy. It's a lightning-fast death for you to see. This spirit of dying rather than surrendering is very unique. Yin Qian, why don't you go into the water and try to pull it up by the roots?" Fu Jingyuan shouted and gave an idea. "Okay," Tang Ranran hurriedly warned. "Be careful underwater. There might be strange animals." Just now when Yin Qian was picking flowers, Tang Ranran noticed that the calm lake surface was rippled, as if something was churning under the water for a few times. But it was very light, and there was no movement after a few ripples. Of course, it could also be purely the night wind. Although he was confident that he was strong enough and didn't take the situation under the water seriously, Yin Qian was very happy with Tang Ranran's concern. "Well, I be careful. A mental power protection barrier." Yin Qian entered the water. They chose a relatively spacious lakeshore to land, and the two waited for a while, which was almost less than 2 minutes. Yin Qian broke out of the water. His face was not so good, using the space constraint as a net. After Yin Qian left the lake, a large piece of things was dragged out of the lake by him and thrown on the ground by the lake. Tang Ranran looked closely and saw a bunch of white bugs. It could be considered a bug, like a giant maggot magnified countless times. The size of an elephant. Only the head, the mouth that was wide open, was full of fangs, like a meat grinder. and the tail was like a scorpion's tail, and the branches of the plant, with the silver lotus at the top. Is this an animal? Fu Jingyuan was surprised and tried to search in his mind. But unfortunately, he did not find any relevant information. He scanned the identification book, but also found nothing. Tang Ranran held his chin and thought, this thing is a bit like Cordyceps sinensis. It's just that the Cordyceps sinensis worm is dead. But this one is obviously still alive. Look! It's jumping around like a fish that has left the water. I don't know either. There should be no record of it in the existing information. Yin Qian also didn't recognize it. With a move of his hand, Yin Qian grabbed the tail of the worm through the air with the power of space. After feeling it at close range, Yin Qian frowned and looked puzzled. It is indeed a breath with a high purification value. Tang Ranran and Fu Jingyuan walked over together, less than half a meter away from the garden. Tang Ranran carefully felt it. The very rich spiritual energy was emitted from the silver lotus. So, in theory, this should be pure fruit and vegetable. I don't think this is edible. Gas-soluble? Fu Jingyuan looked at the big white bug and was a little confused. How to grow it? Oh, wrong. How to feed it? Gas-soluble is usually collected in a special container. Right. I don't have it. Do you have it? Tang Ranran asked. I have it. As he said that, Fu Jingyuan took out something from the space buckle. A gas-soluble collector. Like an umbrella handle. Similar to a personal mobile protective shield. Without waiting for Fu Jingyuan to start collecting the lotus at the tail of the bug, the big white bug that was struggling fiercely suddenly stopped moving. As if it was dead. The originally straight tail branch also drooped at this moment. The petals withered. And another one died. 3 people, Is it so fragile? 2 died. But it's not a big problem. Looking around, there are at least 3 digits of this kind of Cordyceps sinensis in this area. And the entire Tianjing Star Lake is probably 5 digits. Floating on the lake, Fu Jingyuan selected a silver lotus, opened the collector, and covered the lotus. The pale white barrier was like a plastic cover, covering the lotus. As soon as the collector was installed, the flower branch immediately swayed left and right, as if it wanted to get rid of the collector. Fu Jingyuan took decisive action, grabbed the flower branch, and then he was dragged into the lake. Ah! Tang Ranran was shocked. Is there no danger? Yin Qian was not worried at all. It's okay. If he can't handle this little situation, he won't die unjustly. Tang Ranran, She felt that Yin Qian was a little hostile to Fu Jingyuan, but she had no evidence. The standard fish dragged Fu Jingyuan into the water, and huge ripples appeared on the lake. There was probably a fierce fight. The water surface was churning, and the lotus branches in the lake sank into the water. 2 minutes later, Fu Jingyuan broke out of the water, still holding the collector in his hand. Inside the barrier of the collector was a ball pole and scattered petals that had lost their luster. The determination of the gas-soluble purification value is more complicated and takes a certain amount of time. While waiting for the test results, the 3 of them were curious to detect the Black Lake. I go down and take a look. Because Tang Ranran was there. There was no need to consider the mental disorder at all. Yin Qian made it casually, directly supported the space, and went into the water. Fu Jingyuan was responsible for the detection work and also acted as a bodyguard. Tang Ranran secretly glanced at Fu Jingyuan, thought about it for a while, and released his mental power, pretending to use mental power to detect the bottom of the lake, but actually using his spiritual consciousness. Mental power detection can only sense mental power fluctuations. But the detection of spiritual consciousness is different. Wherever the spiritual consciousness goes, it is like lighting up the map. You can see whatever you want. You can see everything wherever you go. It has a 360-degree surround view. As soon as the spiritual consciousness probed under the lake surface, it searched along a pole of lotus. After about 4 or 5 meters, Tang Ranran saw the big white bugs. Continued to explore. Suddenly there was a rustling sound. Hearing the movement, the 2 looked over in unison. The sound came from the forest at the edge of the lake area. Half a minute later, a black animal jumped out of the bushes at the edge of the forest. Its 4 hooves ran fast and ran towards the lake. Finally, it fell into the lake without breaking. Black Lake. Tang Ranran looked over immediately. In the replay of the daytime scene, she thought it was a stupid rabbit. But now it was an animal jumping into the lake. It was definitely not a coincidence. Under the divine sense, Tang Ranran saw it. When the black animal entered the water, the big bugs in the lake began to boil, like crocodiles, rushing towards the prey, spinning, tumbling, biting. In less than half a minute, this poor guy was eaten. Tang Ranran suddenly had a guess. The silver lotus is like the juice of the insectivorous titan, which is used to lure prey. Right? Well, this is not the point. The point is whether the silver lotus is a pure plant. Tang Ranran continued to explore this black lake. Like a well, the horizontal area of the black lake is almost fixed, and the depth downward is definitely an abyss. Bottomless. There are fish under the lake, but there are not many, and they are small in size, which may not be enough to fill the gaps between teeth. These fish are not the prey targets of the big meat worms. In addition to the pseudoplant lotus, there are many water plants growing on the surrounding lake walls, and small fish and shrimp shuttle among them. A few meters near the lake surface, the scene is beautiful and peaceful, and from 4 or 5 meters below the lake surface, there are big white worms. There are about 7 in this lake. Not all big white worms have lotus flowers. Some small ones have tails that are just bare branches. The big white worms are almost concentrated in the area of 5 to 10 meters underwater. The area below where there are no big white worms is full of water plants on the lake wall. And there are also a lot of floating water plants in the water. The big white worms obviously came from the depths of the lake. Tang Ranran saw a big white worm passing through the water plant area and joining the hunting camp above. Continuing down, Tang Ranran was in an area with a depth of 20 meters. The number of water plants became scarce, and was replaced by a group of snipers. There were small holes on the lake wall, and snake-like creatures lived in the caves, but they were longer than snakes and more like a rope. Tang Ranran happened to see such a scene. A big white worm was swimming upstream, but accidentally, it was hooked by 2 ropes shot from the wall. Because of the size difference, the big white worm twisted and broke free from the 2 ropes. But during this pause, countless ropes shot out from the holes on the wall, and all sank into the body of the big white worm. There were many ropes, and it was entangled with several ropes after breaking free from one. In the end, the big white worm, submerged by countless ropes, was silent and became food for the ropes. Tang Ranran observed the lake wall. According to the small holes, it can be determined that the living range of these rope snakes is 20 to 30 meters below the lake surface. Continue to go down. Without the rope snakes, creatures that dig holes on the lake wall, the water plants on the lake wall gradually became lush, and small shrimps, fish, shells, and other creatures either shuttled among the water plants or attached to the lake wall. 30 to 50 meters. Almost all of them are water plants and small creatures. The sun may still shine down during the day, but now in the middle of the night, there is almost no light, and it is pitch black. As we continue to go down, dots began to appear in the water, like fireflies, and scattered fluorescent creatures began to appear in the water. The further down we went, the more fluorescent creatures there were. Of course, this was relative. Not so many that they illuminated the water. 100 meters underwater, the original tic-tac-toe structure suddenly became clear, and a huge underground lake area appeared within the range of the divine sense. It was very large, like the vast seabed, deep and low, and the breadth was completely beyond the range of Tang Ranran divine sense. There were many fluorescent creatures living in the water, and there were also black and strange-looking creatures, but there were not many of them. The largest number was the big white worms. Obviously, all the big white worms above came from here. After a careful look, Tang Ranran found that most of the big white worms in the deep water did not have tails. Yes, they did not have the tails of branches and lotus flowers. Not parasitized? If they are not born together, then the silver lotus is more likely to be a parasitic plant. As long as it is a plant, it is possible to plant it. After coming to a conclusion, Tang Ranran continued to observe, as her spiritual sense searched inch by inch. Suddenly, spiritual stone. Under the exploration of spiritual sense, spiritual stone is definitely a special thing. Just like a night-shining pearl that glows in the dark, which is particularly conspicuous. There are spiritual stones under the water. Although only one was found, Tang Ranran became excited. If there is one, there will be a second one, then countless pieces, and finally, spiritual veins. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Tang Ranran searched hard. This deep water area is bumpy and uneven. Most of the area is too deep to be detected by her spiritual sense. But there are also some shallow water areas. Within the range of her spiritual sense, Tang Ranran found a lot of spiritual stones in the shallow water area. In addition, she also found a strange sign that there were lotus branches growing on a few spiritual stones on the land above the lake. As time went by, the breath of spiritual energy in the air became more and more dense. And with the night wind, it spread far away. Animals were attracted by the spiritual energy, chasing this breath, rushing out of the forest, coming to the lakeside, and jumping into the black lake like dumplings, becoming food for the big white worms. After exploring with his spiritual sense, Tang Ranran has figured out that there is an endless underground water area under this area of Tianjingsing Lake. Maybe the whole forest grows on this water area. Other lakes on the ground are relatively shallow, and the black lake is like a pipe connecting the ground, and finally converges to the underground water area below. There are spiritual stones at the bottom of the water area, but Tang Ranran found a small number, only a few hundred. As for the spiritual vein ore, there is no trace of it. Tang Ranran roughly explored with his spiritual sense, and the test data of Fu Jingyuan next to him came out. He didn't know whether it was collected incorrectly or leaked. The test result, the gas-soluble purification value is only 15. Obviously not believing this data, Fu Jingyuan conducted a live test, using his supernatural power to freeze a large white worm to keep the silver lotus alive. Fu Jingyuan tested various purification values, and then got a result that shocked him, whether it was the petals or branches of the lotus. The purification value was 0. Yes, it was 0. Such a strong high purification value smell. But the test result was 0. The detection equipment was changed 3 or 4 times, and it was still 0. In this regard, Fu Jingyuan was very disappointed, and the whole person was depressed. And there was a little resentment. It's fine if he can't find a high purification value, but he made a fake and shoddy product for him. From great joy to great disappointment, this roller coaster ride, confirming that the lotus was a fake with a false appearance. Tang Ranran's eyes couldn't help but fall on the dead large white worm. It looks like it's all protein. Could it be that this thing is the essence? Using her simple purification value detector, Tang Ranran poked the big white worm. After waiting for less than 3 seconds, the indicator light on the top of the detector lit up. Ah, it really is. Fu Jingyuan, come and take a look. This big white worm is really a pure beast. Tang Ranran quickly called Fu Jingyuan to come and take a look. Fu Jingyuan, who was still sighing at the lotus, came back. He looked at the indicator light of the detector and the big white worm. Fu Jingyuan's expression was a bit hard to describe. Can you measure the specific value? Okay. According to the color of the indicator light of the detector, it seems that the purification value is not high. It is estimated to be around 10 or 20. After Fu Jingyuan made an accurate measurement, as expected, the purification values of the 3 samples from different parts were 12.7, 15.6 and 13.9 respectively. In other words, about 14. Tang Ranran, can it be eaten? Those that can measure the purification value are basically edible, but not necessarily. After all, there are exceptions to everything. Although it doesn't look good and the purification value is not high, it is large in size. Fu Jingyuan is energetic again and said actively, I do a simple test. A few more toxicity tests were done, and the preliminary test results are edible. Tang Ranran was a little eager to try. Do you want to try it? After hesitating for a few seconds, Fu Jingyuan finally shook his head and persuaded with reason. For unknown species, we should be cautious. I think we should send it back to the space station first, and the laboratory there will do a more detailed full set of tests. Well, you are right. Tang Ranran did not insist. It was right to be cautious. This size. Tang Ranran sighed and walked around the big white worm. This big piece of meat is estimated to be at least 3 tons. That is 30,000 units. Calculated at a purification value of 10. Each unit is 100,000. This piece of meat is worth 3 billion. However, this thing is quite watery. It just died and turned into water all over the ground. It is conservatively estimated that the water content in the body accounts for more than 70%. The quality will be greatly reduced after dehydration. When pricing pure meat products, it seems that the water content ratio must be assessed. It should be 1 billion. As he said, Fu Jingyuan looked at the lake area, and the silver lotus flowers showed the large number of giant white worms. 1 billion. There are tens of thousands here. It's simply a gold mountain. Of course, it can't be caught in excess, which will affect the population. And too many will be inconvenient to transport. Big white worms are treasures. But compared to money, Fu Jingyuan is more concerned about the purification value. So after a little excitement, his mind returned to the lotus again. It's still quite strange. How can this high purification value smell not be a pure plant? Is it because it hasn't reached the fruiting period yet? Fu Jingyuan wondered and put forward a reasonable hypothesis. For pure crops, most of them can only measure the purification value of the fruit part. Let me try. Tang Ranran first tried the withered bare pole. There was no reaction. Probably because it was completely dead. Giving up the bare pole, Tang Ranran floated to the lake's surface. And after a comparison, she chose the largest lotus in the lake and landed beside it. Fu Jingyuan followed closely. And after Tang Ranran made her choice, he immediately said, I freeze it first. Yes. If I use time pause, will it affect your seeding? Fu Jingyuan was a little worried. I don't know about this. Tang Ranran always felt that time was very magical. She was not familiar with it, so she didn't know. Then I used my mental power. The mental power enveloped the big white worm under the water. And Fu Jingyuan mental power turned into an invisible rope and started to bind it. As if caught in a fishing net, the big white worm struggled underwater. He was dragged into the water because he was not careful before. Now that he is fully prepared, Fu Jingyuan naturally has the upper hand. No matter how the big white worm struggles, he still stands firmly on the lake. Tang Ranran used the wood type ability and the immortal cultivation life-breathing technique on the lotus at the same time. Unfortunately, even with both methods, the big lotus still did not change. After trying for 5 minutes, Tang Ranran shook his head helplessly at Fu Jingyuan and declared failure. No! Well, how should I put it? It's probably not a plant. It can't be infused with power. If I raise them all and feed them, will they ripen? Fu Jingyuan guessed. It's possible. But I think this big worm may not be able to survive in other places. Tang Ranran said his speculation. And then said, Go and dissect the branch on the tail by the lake. And I take a look at the internal structure. Seeing a lotus branch that looked similar in the underground waters, Tang Ranran suspected that it was the same species. So he dissected it to take a look. Fu Jingyuan, okay. Back to the lake. Fu Jingyuan began to dissect the exposed branches. After peeling off the skin and flesh, he could see that the branches buried in the body of the white worm had many roots extending out, densely embedded in the body of the white worm, like veins, covering the back half of the body of the white worm. At the end of the branches, there were layers of entangled roots, wrapped like a ball of wool. After digging it out and splitting it open, Tang Ranran was surprised to find that there was actually a spiritual stone inside the roots. The lotus branches are rooted in the spirit stone. With this conclusion, Tang Ranran was completely sure that the lotus branches in the body of the big white worm were the branches she saw in the underground waters. It can be basically confirmed that it is a parasitic coexistence relationship. So, those lotus branches that have not yet been parasitized can be catalytic. Right? Not sure. You have to fish one up to know. Just when Tang Ranran was about to take action, Yan Xian came back. After the mental detection, no danger was found. So Yan Xian simply dived down. With such a deep dive, he discovered the vast underground waters like Tang Ranran. Because he went there in person, Yan Xian was underwater, and he measured whatever he saw. So he got a more accurate conclusion. The big white worm cannot be determined to be a pure beast, but it can only be said to be very special. The big white worms in the upstream area with lotus branches dragged by their tails are almost all pure beasts. But their purification values are erratic. Not only are the purification values of different parts different, but the purification values of different white worms are also different. The highest is almost 20. The lowest is in the single digits. And there is even 0. Yes, 0. The white worms in the underground waters. Those white worms that have not grown lotus branches and tails have a purification value of 0. Yan Xian used the detector to prick dozens of them, without exception. In other words, the purification value of the white worm is affected by the lotus branches. The more the lotus grows, the higher the purification value. In addition to the white worms, Yan Xian also measured a lot of other organisms, as well as a lot of aquatic plants. But no other discoveries were made. After a simple exchange, Yin Qian acted as a delivery man and took the half-dissected white worm back to the space station. Yin Qian went to deliver the goods. Tang Ranran was eager to try with a curious look, and said, "Since there is such a large area of water below, I go down and take a look. Maybe I can find pure plants. I go with you." Fu Jingyuan said on the spot that he would go together. No. I use the puppet Tang Shi to go down. You have to stay here and protect my real body. Tang Ranran hurriedly refused. She still had to go down to pick up spiritual stones. It would be so inconvenient if Fu Jingyuan went. What if the puppet is attacked? Or wait for Yin Qian to come back? Fu Jingyuan was a little worried. It's okay. Even if there is an emergency and the puppet is destroyed, it won't affect me. Without giving him a chance to speak, Tang Ranran directly released the puppet. And with a direct connection, the trumpet Tang Shi jumped into the lake. Then, be careful. Not knowing much about the operation of opening a small account, Fu Jingyuan could only remind him. Be careful. Yes, it's very safe. I may not be able to take care of this side when I control the puppet. Please pay attention to the surroundings. Don't worry. Leave this to me. Just pay attention to the underwater. Yes. After that, Tang Ranran focused all his attention on the small account Tang Shi. Probably because it was a puppet body. It was not attracted to the big white worm. So the small account Tang Shi was not attacked. Tang Ranran dived quickly. And when passing through the rope snake area, it was also unobstructed. And he went all the way to the underground waters. Released the spiritual consciousness. Tang Ranran began to pick up along the way. In addition to picking up spirit stones, Tang Ranran also tried to use mental power to urge the special aquatic plants. If it is very difficult to catalyze the wood type ability, it is definitely a high purification value. With Tang Ranran current SS strength, she can catalyze plants with supernatural powers to a maximum purification value of 50. But the effect is very poor. Before she grows much, her mental power will fall into a disordered state. Based on the difficulty of catalysis, Tang Ranran can roughly judge the purification value of the plant. On the land above the lake, Yin Qian came back soon. As soon as he came back, he found that something was wrong with Tang Ranran. It seemed that there was something. How to say it? That the person who used to live a lively life became a little stupid and dull. Fu Jingyuan explained a few words. And after understanding the situation, he hesitated for a few seconds. And Yin Qian finally chose to stay on the shore. Since she said it was okay, he should believe her. Although Tang Ranran looked weak and harmless, she had been attacked by Tang Xian. And Yin Qian knew that this weakness and harmlessness was just an appearance. And her combat power was high. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan chatted about the situation in the lake area. Because of their relationship as rivals, the two soon entered a state of mutual disgust. Finally, out of curiosity, Fu Jingyuan decided to go into the water to take a look. And by the way, look for the 80+ mentioned in the gossip. Maybe Yin Qian was just unlucky. And he found it as soon as he went down. I go down and take a look. After saying that, Fu Jingyuan left Yin Qian to continue to be a bodyguard and went into the water. After picking up dozens of spirit stones, Tang Ranran finally found a lotus branch that survived alone. Pulling out the spiritual stone entangled by the roots, Tang Ranran's supernatural power catalyzed. Blooming, fruiting, ga fast. Tang Ranran was dumbfounded. No, this is too smooth. Right? It feels like a weed. The identical silver lotus. Under her supernatural power, as the petals withered, the gem-like small fruit in the flower core gradually grew. And finally, exploded. One by one, the round green small seeds like pearls. There were many. Hundreds of them. Tang Ranran caught a small half. And the rest all drifted to the unknown distance with the water flow. Tang Ranran felt a little dreamy. Could this just look alike? But how could these identical silver lotuses be two species? Is it because there is no parasitism? Tang Ranran was a little annoyed. This plant is so damn complicated. The seeds were stored with water and stored in a special seed storage container. After storing them in the space buckle, Tang Ranran continued to pick up spiritual stones. After a while, Tang Ranran found the second lotus branch. This time, Tang Ranran thought of something and did not pull out the spiritual stone. Instead, she went to the farm and threw the spiritual stone and the branch into the artificial lake in her big garden. Go out of the farm and continue. Pick up again and find another lotus root. As soon as she picked it up, she felt a sense of spying. The intuition of a cultivator, someone. But the mental power can't sense it. So it's higher than her level. Either Yin Qian or Fu Jingyuan. Pretending to find nothing, Tang Ranran pretended to find water plants, but actually picked up spiritual stones. After dozens of minutes, Fu Jingyuan used his mental power to support a bubble and floated around Tang Ranran. After a simple exchange of 2 sentences with mental power, Tang Ranran one-person trip became a 2-person trip. Under Fu Jingyuan nose, she could only restrain herself. Although Fu Jingyuan has a high level of spiritual power, he is still a flesh and blood body after all. In deep water, pressure, oxygen, mobility, etc. all require spiritual power to maintain, and its consumption is very fast. After wandering around under the water, his curiosity was satisfied. Seeing that Tang Ranran was in excellent condition, Fu Jingyuan replenished the blue bottle and went up. He was left alone again. Tang Ranran happily played around and continued to pick up spirit stones. After Fu Jingyuan left, Tang Ranran continued to pick up lotus branches. Not long after, she picked up another lotus branch. The roots under the lotus branch were coiled into a ball again. As expected, there was a spiritual stone inside. With some guesses, Tang Ranran used her supernatural power to catalyze. And then she was surprised to find that it was really different. It took a lot of effort. It was completely different from the lotus branch that she had picked up the spiritual stone before. This lotus with a spiritual stone on it was almost unattractive to her supernatural power. Because the spiritual stone had mutated, Tang Ranran used the Xingqiju instead. Under the catalysis of the spiritual power technique, the lotus branch began to grow. Catalyze, catalyze, catalyze. A bud grew on the top of the branch, and the bud began to grow gradually. The silver-white lotus began to bloom. As the lotus bloomed, even in the water, Tang Ranran still felt that the rich spiritual energy was dissipating in the water, with the lotus as the center. Tang Ranran also felt that there were signs of spiritual power flowing at the roots. In the knowledge of cultivating immortals that Tang Ranran knew, spirit stones are a very stable substance. Under normal circumstances, spirit stones will not leak spiritual energy. Only immortal cultivators and special spirit beasts can absorb the spiritual power in spirit stones, or the spiritual power release array created by array masters. That is, the battery box can release the spiritual power in spirit stones. And now the situation is very clear. This lotus can absorb the spiritual power in the spirit stone. And after blooming, it releases the excess spiritual power in its body in the form of spiritual energy. Supporting a spiritual power barrier is to support a water bubble for yourself. Tang Ranran carefully studied this lotus. It has no leaves, which is a very special plant. And it is obviously an aquatic plant. The flower can leave the water, but the root part at the bottom immediately droops after leaving the water. That is, the roots must be immersed in water. Under Tang Ranran cultivation method, the luster of the spirit stone in the tightly entangled roots became weaker and weaker. The silver petals began to wither, and the gem-like fruit in the center of the flower core became more and more gorgeous, like the most gorgeous jewel under the spotlight. Finally, when the spiritual consciousness explored, the spirit stone at the root completely lost its luster. That is, when the spiritual power was exhausted, the fruit matured and exploded with a snap. One by one, the water green, crystal clear small fruits, each about the size of a blueberry, were about 50 in number. Tang Ranran pinched it, and it was soft, a bit like jelly. He took out a simple detector and tested it. The indicator light on the top was bright, and the brightness was off the charts. It was confirmed that it was a high purification value. In the spirit of pragmatism and truth-seeking, Tang Ranran opened the entangled roots. Among the layers of roots, there was no trace of spirit stones, only a pile of stone powder. Preliminary conclusion: special plants can absorb the spiritual power in the spirit stone and release spiritual energy. They can also absorb the power in the flesh and blood. At the same time, in the parasitic state, they can feed back the spiritual power to the host. Tang Ranran thought that the lotus branch was good. If you want to grow plants with high purification value, you must have a spiritual environment. But her way of using spiritual plants to make fertilizer is too shocking. Now with this lotus branch, they can use it as a cover to create a high purification value planting area on their planet. After studying the lotus branch, Tang Ranran continued to pick up spiritual stones. The little girl who picked up spiritual stones picked up a basket of spiritual stones. Tang Ranran happily picked up spiritual stones in the underground waters. Knowing that the project of picking up spiritual stones is a long-term project, she did not forget to let her original body go to sleep. After returning her attention, she said a few words to the two people on the shore, and explained that she would explore underwater all night. Tang Ranran returned to her small tent and went to sleep. Watching the night is of course a man's job. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan took turns walking around the entire lake area, looking for plants that would emerge at night. Unfortunately, neither of them found any nocturnal plants. In the second half of the night, one of them was on guard, and the other was on duty, and they began to take turns to rest. Tang Ranran kept picking up spiritual stones all night. In addition to the special lotus branches, she also found dozens of pure aquatic plants. But the purification value was not high, all below 10. At this moment almost at dawn, the trumpet Tang she issued a low battery warning. Spiritual power is about to run out. Although the puppet body does not need to maintain oxygen, pressure, etc., spiritual consciousness exploration consumes spiritual power. And underwater action also consumes spiritual power. The water area below is really too large, and the spiritual stones are scattered and scattered. Picking up spiritual stones always consumes spiritual power. Yin Qian was outside the tent, and Tang Ranran didn't dare to go into the farm to charge the small Tangshi. Although she had spirit stones, she didn't know if it was suitable. After all, spirit stones also come in different types, just like lithium batteries and hydrogen batteries, and they are also distinguished by model. The most important thing is that she has to do the operation of changing spirit stones, and the small Tang, she can't do it by herself. Alas, standard puppets are just backward in technology. She remembered that there seemed to be high-grade advanced puppets in her farm. Right? Well, I hope I can draw one as soon as possible. Although I can enter the farm directly, I still have to do some superficial work, and the lotus branches have to be taken out. After finding a black lake passage, Tang Ranran began to dive up. After diving up for a while, Tang Ranran met a group of big white worms. Perhaps they are not used to the sunlight, or they may be repelling darkness. The big white worms have obviously begun to return to the underground waters, because they were not attacked. Tang Ranran ignored them and continued to go up. When passing by the rope snake area, several unlucky big white worms were entangled, and the rope snakes enjoyed a feast. Tang Ranran continued to float up and soon broke through the water surface. Outside, the sun has not risen yet, but the sky has been shining, just like early morning. On the shore, Tang Ranran was still in the tent. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were surrounding a big white worm, creating a world with space. Yin Qian locked the big white worm in it with flowers and water. Hearing the noise, both looked over. Fu Jingyuan, are you okay? Yin Qian, I'm back. Well, I didn't encounter any danger. I found something underwater and sorted it out first. Tang Ranran went back to the tent. Entering the tent, with the line of sight blocked, Tang Ranran first took out a large pile of spirit stones and observed them carefully. Most of them were ordinary low-grade spirit stones. A small half were medium-grade spirit stones, and there were no high-grade ones, because he picked up thousands of them. It was considered a good harvest. After confirming that there was no doubt about the spirit stones, Tang Ranran opened the batteried box of the small Tangshi and compared the model. It was very good and could be used. However, the original goods were rechargeable and recyclable, and these wild spirit stones were disposable. Too lazy to charge, Tang Ranran took the original product off, stored it properly, and then installed a disposable spirit stone battery for the small Tangshi. The battery was charged. Tang Ranran picked up the space buckle of the small Tangshi again, and then put the puppet into the space buckle. After putting away the trumpet, Tangshi and Tang Ranran left the tent. Outside, the captured white worm was gone, and Yin Qian was also gone. Obviously he was delivering goods again. Yin Qian went to the space station. He just tested it. The white meat beast will die if it leaves the water. It will also die after 3 or 4 minutes of exposure to the sun, Fu Jingyuan explained, and then asked, "Did you find anything special underwater?" "Yes, there are some." After a simple reply, Tang Ranran took out a nutrient solution and drank it in small sips. The two chatted casually for a few minutes, and Yin Qian came back about 10 minutes later, with a hint of joy on his face. Yin Qian announced the good news. The laboratory at the space station has determined that the meat of the white meat beast can be eaten after overnight research. I want to discuss with you whether the information of this white meat beast can be handed over. That's good. Anyway, there are so many meat beasts that the space buckle can't hold them all. So just hand it over. Tang Ranran nodded in agreement. Submitting means reporting relevant information to the person in charge of Su Xinrong, who will organize a large-scale hunt. And the discoverers will get a medal or a bonus. A free planet like Su Xinrong is definitely a large base of pure food. Providing information is just a matter of convenience. And Tang Ranran is happy to see it happen. I have no objection. As a member of the military system, Fu Jingyuan knows that Su Xinrong products are all affiliated with the military and will enter the military material warehouse. And he also has no objection to this. Tang Ranran is a little worried. However, I still want to explore underwater for a few days. If the military collection team comes, can we continue to stay here? Fu Jingyuan. Of course. Oh, that's fine. By the way, I found something. Tang Ranran began to share information. But before that, who of you two? Get a cover to block the light? The plants under the water are likely to be unable to see the light. Let me do it. Yin Qian took the lead. And a mental barrier covered the temporary camp where the three people were. Then a spiritual force materialized. And it was dark. After a few seconds of slowing down and adapting to the darkness, Tang Ranran had no problem at all and could see clearly. Although Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were affected to a certain extent, they still had high visibility. I found some pure plants in the water. Tang Ranran took out her extra-large water tank, which was a large fresh-keeping food box of about 1 cubic meter, which was used as a fish tank by Tang Ranran. Opening the lid, there were dozens of aquatic plants including lotus branches inside. And there were 2 of them, which were slightly fluorescent, adding a touch of dark luster to the darkness. These are all pure plants. Some can be eaten directly, and some bear fruit, but the purification value is not high. Below 10. All are aquatic species. Should be afraid of light. And the possibility of artificial cultivation is not high. There is nothing much to say about ordinary pure plants below 10. Tang Ranran simply skipped them in 2 sentences. And the focus was on the lotus branches. This is quite special. Tang Ranran reached into the water, grasped a lotus branch, took out half of it, and the root of the lower half was still immersed in the water. Look! What did you find? At just one glance, Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian recognized it. Fu Jingyuan was slightly surprised. The tail of a meat beast? Parasitic type? With this guess, Yin Qian immediately reminded Tang Ranran. Be careful. At the same time, he reached out and reached into the water to grasp the lotus branch. I hold it. It should be fine. If it is parasitic, there are probably prerequisites. Having said this, Tang Ranran did not insist, and let go of his hand and let Yin Qian hold it instead. The lower half of the root must be immersed in water. The root cannot survive without water. After explaining it, Tang Ranran said again, Look at its root. Yin Qian, you break it open. Yin Qian did as he was told and broke the root wrapped like a ball a few times. After breaking it open, the spiritual stone inside was exposed. Is it a stone? Fu Jingyuan leaned forward to take a look, then reached out and took another branch of Ahua. His eyes fell on the same round root. Does this branch have one too? Yes. After a reply, Tang Ranran said, I show you how to do it. Yin Qian, break off the stone on your side. And Fu Jingyuan, don't move the one in your hand. Okay. Okay. Yin Qian dug out the stone, held it in his hand and looked at it. He could only say that it was ordinary. And he didn't feel anything special. Look carefully. Facing the branch without the spirit stone in Yin Qian's hand, Tang Ranran directly used his mental power. Growth, flowering, and fruiting. Very fast. With a snap, the fruit exploded. Yin Qian was quick and collected all the small fruits with a space confinement. Ordinary plant? Without the high purification value aura and growing too fast. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were a little disappointed. Yes. Then look at this. Tang Ranran used her mental power as a cover. Secretly used the Xingxi Ju. And planted vegetables on the lotus pole held by Fu Jingyuan. Comparing the two, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan looked at each other with surprise at the slow growth rate. It is obviously the same plant. Why is it different? Quietly watching with curiosity, As the lotus bloomed, the high purification value aura shocked the two. The high purification value aura. Do you feel it? Fu Jingyuan asked, fearing that it was his own illusion. Yanqian. I feel it too. I am confused whether this plant is a pure plant. Tang Ranran. There are all kinds of things in the world. Continue to plant vegetables. Tang Ranran deliberately slowed down a bit, so the timeline was stretched a little longer. Growing vegetables is quite boring. Suddenly, I thought of time acceleration. Tang Ranran asked Fu Jingyuan. Fu Jingyuan. Don't you have the ability of time? You can also grow vegetables by accelerating time on fruits? Fu Jingyuan pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. I want to, but I can't. He was also desperate because he only had the desire to grow vegetables, but didn't have the ability to do so. Is it impossible? Fu Jingyuan simply explained. Time is very profound. I just touched the surface. I can't implement the accelerated growth of fruits as you said. It was just a simple sentence. Fu Jingyuan didn't continue. The skills related to supernatural powers were naturally kept secret as a trump card. For example, the strongest ultimate move of his supernatural power, corruption, allows objects or creatures to quickly pass through time and die. Death is not the end, and they will eventually disappear completely in the long river of time. Those who knew his ultimate move were all gone. Fu Jingyuan also tried hard to speed up time to grow vegetables. But unfortunately, when the seeds were in his hands, he used his supernatural power, and they were directly corrupted into dregs. When the wind blew, everything was gone. Is that so? Tang Ranran sympathized, and then asked, then if there is a seed, such as this big flower, can you see its growth environment through scene reconstruction? I can only see the growth and formation process of the seed itself. Oh. Tang Ranran was slightly relieved. So even if it was produced on the farm, he couldn't see the farm environment. Immersed in the high purification value aura, they chatted for half an hour. And when the petals of the lotus flower all withered, the big gem-like fruit was full and about to burst. Yanqian took action in advance, and a space cover covered the fruit. So when the fruit burst, the exploded green small cube fruit was collected without missing a single one. 2 small fresh-keeping food boxes were placed with green small cube fruits that looked similar. The first box was ordinary and small in size, while the second box had a high purification value aura that was relatively larger, although it was not as strong as when the lotus flower was. Fu Jingyuan and Yanqian gave a preliminary conclusion of 80+ based on this aura alone. While waiting for the measurement results, the three of them discussed. Fu Jingyuan couldn't hide his joy in his eyes. It seems that the news is accurate. It's probably this fruit. Yanqian also raised the corner of his mouth, looking secretly happy. Indeed, it is very likely to be 80. The mood of the two was absolutely jubilant. Tang Ranran, who was not very interested in 80, was very calm and poured cold water on the two people. This plant is parasitic. Maybe there is a problem. Whether it can be eaten or not needs to be studied carefully. The originally happy atmosphere was gone by half at once. The joy in Fu Jingyuan eyes faded. That's true. Yanqian mouth corners also flattened, and his expression turned deep. Indeed, if it is a parasitic plant, we have to be on guard. I will send some to the space station later, and let the laboratory there conduct a thorough and in-depth study. Whether it can be eaten, and whether there are any side effects will be put aside for the time being. The three people discussed the 2 small green fruits that looked similar in appearance. They were not stupid. So Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan immediately determined the key factors. The lotus branches with fruits had fallen into a withered state. Fu Jingyuan disassembled the dead root ball, and only a pile of gravel was left inside the root. The difference lies in this stone. What's so special about this stone? Tang Ranran, yes. This stone is very special. This stone. Yanqian looked at it carefully again. It looked like a stone at first glance, and it was still a stone at second glance. Let me see it. Throwing away the dry pole, Fu Jingyuan stretched out his hand. Yanqian, who didn't see anything, handed the spirit stone to him. After getting the spirit stone, Fu Jingyuan looked at it from left to right. It was just an ordinary stone. Look at this again. Tang Ranran took out 2 stones. The spirit stone in his left hand, and the ordinary stone in his right hand, which was a pebble picked up from the ground. Look at these 2 stones. Is there any difference? Look. Which one is the same as the other? Looking at the stone in Tang Ranran's hand, and then at the stone in his own hand, Fu Jingyuan couldn't tell at all. Yin Qian was the same. He thought the 3 stones were the same. For this multiple-choice question, the 2 grown men were in a dilemma. Seeing their indecisive expressions, Tang Ranran was sure that the 2 of them couldn't tell the difference between ordinary stones and spirit stones. Fu Jingyuan couldn't help asking, "Is there a difference?" Yin Qian shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. "It's this one." Tang Ranran shook her left hand, reached out, put the spirit stone into Fu Jingyuan's hand holding the spirit stone, and then pointed at the 2 stones and said, "These 2 are the same. They have energy." Tang Ranran wanted to pick up spirit stones, which was okay for a day or 2, but after a long time, it would always arouse suspicion. So she thought of a reasonable explanation. "Energy?" Fu Jingyuan was surprised, staring at the 2 spirit stones in his palm. His sharp eyes seemed to want to poke a hole in the 2 spirit stones. "Is there energy fluctuation?" Yin Qian was also puzzled. He couldn't feel any difference at all. Suddenly thinking of something, Yin Qian asked softly, "What is your ability? If you can't feel it, then it should be due to my ability." Tang Ranran nodded and began to talk nonsense seriously. "I have a special ability, which is to feel a special energy. I can't absorb this energy myself, but I can use this energy to grow vegetables. How to say it? It is transformed by me, and the energy in the stone is transmitted to the plants. I am equivalent to a transformation container." "What is Xiaoxian?" "It is a special ability." "Yes, it is an ability." She said it is an ability. Who can prove it is not? With this reason, not only can she keep picking up spirit stones, but also can round out the reason for her super ability to grow vegetables. After hearing what Tang Ranran said, Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian both showed surprised expressions. Special power. Energy conversion? Yin Qian seemed to be thinking. Then, the star diamond ore. Yes. 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 Tang Ranran looked like you guessed it right. Star diamond ore and pure glass crystal also have energy, but not as much as this stone. Her Tang Qian was a star diamond ore consumer. Where did the star diamond ore go? It must go somewhere. Yin Qian understood at once. No wonder Tang Qian traded so many star diamond ore. It turned out that they were used to grow vegetables. Use star diamond ore to grow vegetables. Fu Jingyuan took a breath. Isn't this too extravagant? After being surprised, Fu Jingyuan immediately understood that the consumption must be less than the value created. Maybe 100 million star diamond ore can grow 1 billion. No. Tang Ranran used 500 million for the extravagant dinner. 100 million star diamond ore can produce at least 10 billion dishes. This is simply a money copying machine. You have to keep this a secret. Otherwise, too many people will come to me to buy vegetables. It's very annoying. Tang Ranran reminded, threatening secretly with a distressed look. Voiceover, if you leak it, you too will lose your share. Of course. Definitely. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan repeatedly assured that they were not stupid. Having a love rival was already a headache. Who would be stupid enough to create a love rival? After discussing for a while, Fu Jingyuan set up a small multifunctional protective cover with a diameter of only 2 meters in the camp. When the light was adjusted, the inside immediately became pitch black. A vase was filled with some water. Tang Ranran used seeds to plant a lotus. Of course, the kind with spiritual stones. After the seeds of the lotus branches sprouted, they first grew roots. After the roots, they slid in the water like an octopus. When they found the spiritual stone, they hugged it like an octopus, and waited until the roots wrapped the spiritual stone into a ball. And then they began to grow branches. When the catalysis reached the flowering state, Tang Ranran stopped. Although the gas solubility detected by Fu Jingyuan before was very low, it was probably because the lotus died too quickly. The spiritual breath emitted by this living lotus was very considerable. Even if this high purification value breath was not gas soluble, it was still effective in refreshing the mind and relieving mental strength. Anyway, plant it first. After planting the flowers, Tang Ranran moved a chair and lay leisurely in the sun. He took out the small Tangshi from the space buckle, connected it, and the small Tangshi entered the water again to continue the big project of picking up spiritual stones. Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian each had a spiritual stone. With mental strength, supernatural power and technological means, the two studied for a long time. But in the end, they got nothing and had to give up. Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian gave up gradually because they could not figure out the reason for the spiritual stone. Fu Jingyuan stayed behind to pay attention to safety, while Yanqian took about 20 small green lotus fruits and a space channel to the space station. After handing the small green lotus fruits to the research room in the space station, Yanqian took the appraisal book and explained the relevant situation of the big white worm in Tianjin Star Lake to the relevant person in charge in detail. After explaining the relevant situation, Yanqian returned. Tang Ranran was still controlling the trumpet Tangxi. In the eyes of Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan, her current state was a weak state, so one person had to be responsible for guarding safety. The two took turns, one in the morning and the other in the afternoon. Because this Tianjin Star Lake was all underwater and there was nothing to see, both of them entered the forest by the lake and conducted some exploration in the forest. The pure fruits and vegetables with high purification value were not found, so the two picked a lot of plants that they felt were pure plants. Tang Ranran was addicted to picking up spiritual stones. He could only say that the underground waters were really big, especially big. It was really hard to pick up these spiritual stones, and the distribution of spiritual stones was very sporadic, with a piece here and there, and there was no pattern at all. Without any clues, Tang Ranran was completely in the dark about the spiritual vein mine. There was a layer of stone outside the jade, and even modern technology could not see through the inside. So there was the business of gambling on stones. The same was true for the spiritual vein mine. There would be a layer of associated stone around the spiritual vein mine, which would interfere with the spiritual consciousness detection and cover up the fluorescence of the spiritual stone. If you are lucky, you can easily find a spiritual vein mine with a gap in the associated stone layer due to geological activities or other reasons. But if it is tightly wrapped by the associated stone layer, there is no way. There may be spiritual vein mines in places without spiritual stones, but there may not be spiritual vein mines in places with spiritual stones. Tang Ranran was a little suspicious. Were these spiritual stones under the water brought here by the water flow? Or was it an extremely small spiritual vein mine that was impacted by an unknown force and then disintegrated and dispersed into these spiritual stones? Picking up spiritual stones was quite boring, so Tang Ranran made random guesses while picking them up. As for whether there was a spiritual vein mine nearby, she didn't know. Anyway, she didn't find it. The survey of spiritual vein mines is a very complicated technology, which requires professional knowledge of immortal cultivation and professional auxiliary survey instruments. Anyway, Tang Ranran doesn't know the skill of prospecting, and she doesn't have any prospecting instruments. She could only sigh in despair. Forget it. Relying on the farm's golden finger alone. The spiritual plant resources are inexhaustible, and finding a spiritual vein mine is just icing on the cake. Don't be greedy. Never mind. If you are destined to meet, you will naturally meet. If you are not destined to meet, you cannot force it. Continue to pick up spiritual stones. On the lakeside, Tang Ranran was lying on the armchair. Because the sun was strong at noon, there was a big parasol next to him. Occasionally, Tang Ranran returned to his original state and got up to stretch his muscles. Lying down for a long time would make his bones hurt. When he was moving, he would chat with his bodyguard. The bodyguard was sometimes Fu Jingyuan, sometimes Yanqian. After picking up spiritual stones for a day, when the sun was setting, the lake area was rustling, and the white-feathered cloud dragon beasts changed lakes again. In the evening, they jumped from the black lake to the blue lake, and at sunrise, they returned from the blue lake to the black lake, obviously avoiding the hunting time of the big white worm. The happy white-feathered cloud dragon beasts formed a beautiful dynamic picture. A bit bored, Tang Ranran admired the beautiful scenery, and then stopped picking up spiritual stones, leaving the trumpet Tangxi in the underground waters. While enjoying the scenery, Tang Ranran slowly began the inspection work. Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan brought back a lot of plant samples. Tang Ranran experimented one by one. Catalysis is super simple. Ordinary. Catalysis is super simple. Mutant plants. Well, there is a little difficulty. About a 5. There are 2 little difficulties. About a 10. When the inspection work was halfway through, Tang Ranran keenly heard something, and there seemed to be the sound of an engine in the distant sky. Looking over in the direction of the sound, using his eagle-like vision, Tang Ranran found a small black dot in the air. The small black dot was obviously approaching quickly, gradually getting bigger, and soon, it revealed its original appearance. It was a small starship. The small starship came straight in this direction and finally hovered over the lake area. Tang Ranran sighed. She knew that the rules were for ordinary people. There was a no-fly zone. But the gathering and hunting troops on this planet were obviously not within the restricted range. After the small starship hovered in the air, a hatch opened below, and many ropes fell down. Soldiers in camouflage combat uniforms slid down along the ropes. There were about 100 people in the group. Most of them climbed the ropes and slid down. And there were 3 conspicuous people, who should be the strongest team leaders, and the 3 of them flew down directly. Tang Ranran was a little curious and used his mental power to detect it. The 3 flying down were an S-class with 2 A-class. After the 100-man team landed neatly, the group straightened their formation. First, they saluted Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan. And then, the 3 leaders came over and started to discuss with the 2. The content of the discussion was nothing more than the matter of catching the giant white worm. Tang Ranran looked at it for a few times and stopped paying attention. He continued to inspect the goods and identify pure plants from the weeds. There are really many pure plants in the forests around the lake area, about 1 in 5. And the plant species collected by Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan are estimated to be over 100. There are many quantities, but the quality is not good. Tang Ranran was busy inspecting the goods. The discussion over there was about to be finished. And then he saw Yan Qian tear open a space crack. Unlike before, after tearing open the space crack, Yan Qian expanded the space crack and gradually changed from the crack shape to an elliptical door-shaped black hole. Fu Jingyuan came over and stood beside her chair, standing with his hands behind his back like a bodyguard. After he stood still, he explained, "It's the hunting team of 100 people from the hunting army of Su Xinrong planet. They are responsible for hunting white meat beasts, because transportation is not very convenient. Yan Qian helped them build a relatively stable transmission channel that can last for more than 10 hours. Oh, I see." After responding, Tang Ranran continued to inspect the goods. Although he was curious about how many pure plants Tang Ranran had found, Fu Jingyuan consciously did not ask more questions because there were outsiders present, and stood aside quietly. It was not yet night, and the prey had not appeared. While observing the terrain and the environment, many of the soldiers in the hunting team secretly observed Tang Ranran. For the opposite sex traveling with the 2 big leaders, everyone was just curious. But after seeing Tang Ranran's appearance, they suffered a critical blow to her appearance. It is a man's nature to look at beautiful women. Not only ordinary soldiers, but even the 3 responsible persons, pretending to investigate the environment, were actually wandering around Tang Ranran. Fortunately, there is no intelligent brain now. Otherwise, there might be a scene of beauty. Add a communication number? Men look at beauties. Women look at handsome men. Tang Ranran is in high spirits. Her eyes are wide open. A special combat uniform with broad shoulders, narrow waist and long legs. The skin effect is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Batch after batch of soldiers. Each of them has a straight figure, a resolute face, and a strong character. This one is handsome. That one is her favorite dish. Tang Ranran stared openly. And when she looked over, the faces of the soldiers who looked at her, which were a little dark due to the sun and rain, began to turn dark red. And they lowered their eyes and dared not peek anymore. Tang Ranran, oh, they are all quite shy. Suddenly, I have the urge to whistle and tease a few of them. But, with acquaintances present, it would be a shame to be so handsome. Tang Ranran suddenly thought that a squad was surrounded by handsome soldiers. What a paradise it would be to be in a military camp full of men. When she reaches the golden elixir stage, she must go to the military camp. Fu Jingyuan, who was standing next to them, was very tired of the mutual peeping of both sides. He could only use his sharp eyes to cut the soldiers, who were secretly rubbing towards this side one by one, and warn them one by one. What are you looking at? Get out. In the Zhengkun incident, when Fu Jingyuan saw Tang Ranran for the first time in the scene review, he knew that she was beautiful. This is how she immediately lost the crown of the most beautiful woman in Sutter. With just her appearance, Tang Ranran could attract a group of bees and butterflies. If the SS level with type strength is revealed, it will be a bloody storm and everyone will fight for it. Fu Jingyuan, the difficulty of chasing Tang Ranran should be hell mode. The setting sun soon sank into the ground. Not long after, the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon, and the sky gradually darkened. After the sunset completely disappeared, night fell immediately. As night fell, the white worms in the underground waters began to dive up and approach the lake through the black lake channel. For the white worms, night is hunting time. But they don't know that they have become prey in the eyes of others. The branches of lotus flowers stretched out of the water one after another. Under the night, the silver lotus flowers slowly bloomed, and the beautiful night scene of the lotus pond appeared again. At the same time, the rich and highly purified breath also slowly spread, keeping in mind Yan Qian's conclusion that the bigger the flower, the higher the purification value of the meat beast. The captain of the team did not immediately order the action, but quietly observed it. Sustainable development is very important. We can't catch them all at once, nor can we alarm the snakes. So let the small fish go and catch the big fish first. As more and more lotus flowers bloomed, the high purification value of the entire lake area became more and more dense. Before the captain gave the order to move, the soldiers who were originally in a neat line and standing in groups of 3 or 5 by the black lake suddenly started to move. The soldier closest to the black lake seemed to have lost his soul. He suddenly took a step and ran quickly towards the black lake. The accident happened in an instant, only 2 or 3 meters away. So in less than 1 second, the little soldier jumped into the lake with a plop, because the animals jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Although they were not affected, Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan had some guesses in their hearts. As soon as the lotus flowers bloomed, the two became alert. Yan Qian was quick-witted and quick-handed. As soon as the little soldier jumped into the lake, he was fished out by his supernatural power. Yan Qian fished people out, while Fu Jingyuan was covered by a mental barrier. Under the mental range, those soldiers who acted without authorization and had the tendency to jump into the lake were all fixed by him with a temporary fix. Protect the barrier. The situation was not good. The captain shouted immediately. The warriors who had not been affected put up a mental barrier. It was a pity that it was useless. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the entire 100-man squad, except for the S-level captain, who was not disturbed, the others were wiped out, and the 2 A-level deputy captains were not spared. After creating a different dimension and covering everyone, including Tang Ranran who was watching the fun, in the different dimension, Yan Qian signaled Fu Jingyuan to lift the pause. After the pause was lifted, the freed warriors headed towards the Black Lake again, and then hit the space barrier with a bang. In an unconscious and irrational state, even if they encountered obstacles, the bewitched warriors did not stop, did not feel pain, and continued to hit tirelessly, completely under the invisible control, leaving only a primitive movement towards the lotus. This, the S-level captain was inevitably shocked, and was glad that there were 2 leaders. Otherwise there would be heavy casualties. If you bewitch the prey, those below S-level will be tricked. Fu Jingyuan came to the conclusion directly, and secretly smacked his lips. No wonder. Tianjing Star Lake is so safe, and there are so many pure big meat beasts. No wonder no one has found it. It turns out that most of the people who saw the night lotus have been buried at the bottom of the lake. The mental power protection barrier can't resist it, and those below S level can't defend it. This is difficult. Yan Qian frowned and worried. A little worried. I thought it was very safe, but I didn't expect that this safety was only for high-level mentalists like them. For those below S level, it looks harmless on the surface, but it is actually an unpredictable magic attack. In other words, for ordinary hunting troops, it is a hell-level difficulty, and only S-level can be competent for this hunting mission. But in the entire military system responsible for the planet, there are at most dozens of S-level and above, and most of them are responsible for their own duties and cannot leave their posts without permission. 2 leaders. What do you think of this situation? The captain consciously sought leadership and command as he became a commander without troops. Fu Jingyuan did not answer, but looked directly at Yan Qian. Yan Qian thought about it, and said with a helpless tone and a hint of resentment, I will first catch a few living bodies, and send them to the laboratory for research to see if we can find a way to resist the influence of bewitching. Before we find a way, we will help you catch them these days. He is on vacation, but he still has to serve as a soldier. After all, so much pure white meat. We can't let it go. Right? Alas. Of course, we share the same difficulties. Yan Qian has to do voluntary labor, and he did not forget to bring Fu Jingyuan with him. So it is us. Fu Jingyuan, who was named, said, he doesn't want to work. Don't take him with you. Thank you very much for your help. Both leaders. The captain immediately saluted, his face full of respect and gratitude. Fu Jingyuan didn't even have a chance to express his opinion. The matter was settled. After a few words of agreement, Yin Qian packed up all the people in this team and sent them back. After staying in the space station for half an hour, Yin Qian returned with the S-level captain to make sure that the bewitched people could regain consciousness in a short time after leaving the lake area. Hunting and the like are men's jobs, and Tang Ranran only needs to watch the fun from the side. First, Yin Qian caught 3 living bodies. Using the space power as a plastic bag, Yin Qian put 3 big white worms in a bag, including Lotus and water, in order to ensure the survival rate. It is still a black plastic bag. After holding 3, Yin Qian acted as a deliverman and delivered goods to the space station. Fu Jingyuan and the S-level captain began to hunt big white worms. Just like fishing, they used a net directly, a special capture net, and shot it down with a gun. After hitting, the exploded fishing net immediately caught the big white worms under the water tightly. Catch the big white worms and then drag them up. Strength is definitely closely related to tonnage. Generally, the larger the body size, the greater the strength. Although the white worm will die immediately after dehydration, it is very strong underwater. If it relies solely on personal physical strength, it will definitely be dragged into the water. It can only be pulled out of the water by combining mental strength or using supernatural powers. It is quite strenuous. Obviously, considering the lake environment, the S-level captain, who was sent here, is a water-based supernatural person. After the net was caught, a wave washed the white worm to the lakeshore. The method is good, but it is easy to scare away the prey. The white worm may not have IQ, but it definitely has the instinct of biological pursuit of benefits and avoidance of harm. In a black lake, if 2 or 3 are hunted, the other white worms will realize that there is danger, and then instinctively escape and dive back into the deep waters. However, the white worms in other black lakes will not be affected by the lack of communication due to the lake. So in each black lake, we first pick the fattest ones and catch them. 2 or 3 big ones with high purification values. If the others run away, we will change to another lake. Hunting white worms is obviously a job that consumes both physical and mental energy. As soon as Yin Qian came back after delivering the goods, the S-level captain, who had caught only a few white worms, retreated to the second line. Perhaps his mental power was becoming disordered, so he acted as a butcher and porter. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan insisted on the frontline catching work. They dragged the white worms up after they were caught in the net, and threw them on the open lakeshore to prevent them from jumping back into the water. The captain was responsible for collecting the goods. The dead ones were collected directly, and the living ones were cut with a knife. The size of the white worms could barely fit into the 10 cubic meter space buckle if they were squeezed. If the larger ones really couldn't fit, they would be dissected on the spot. After cutting them in half, 10 cubic meters would be more than enough. When the space buckle they carried was full, the captain would go back through the space channel to unload the goods. After watching for an hour and resting enough, Tang Ranran went back to the tent to sleep. Yin Qian set up a space protection shield for her outside the tent. If there is any sudden danger, the space protection shield can resist 1 or 2. This buffer time is enough for him to return to defend. Anyway, there is no need to worry about safety. Hunting on the ground continues. In the deep waters, Tang Ranran started to pick up spiritual stones again. In line with the sustainable development route, Tang Ranran showed mercy and did not catch all the spiritual stones in one net, but left a mouthful of soup for the lotus flowers. Pick up. Tang Ranran got up halfway, avoided the captain, and went into the water to change the battery for the trumpet Tangshi. In the dark waters, I don't know how much time has passed. It seems that not long has passed. Tang Ranran's consciousness has almost scanned the underground waters corresponding to the entire Tianjingxing Lake area twice, and harvested about 3,000 low-grade and medium-grade spiritual stones. There are still 700 to 800, and she deliberately left the rest to the local ecology. I don't know if there will be new spiritual stones washed out in the future. After exploring this area, Tang Ranran began to expand outward and continued to explore with his spiritual sense. The number of spiritual stones in the underground water area corresponding to Tianjing Star Lake was obviously reduced. The distribution of spiritual stones is centered on Tianjing Star Lake, and the surrounding waters are gradually decreasing. Tang Ranran daily routine is to pick up spiritual stones, and Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan daily routine is to rest during the day and catch big white worms at night. The days passed in a flash, and a week passed. The method of how to deal with the lotus bewitching was not studied. But the big white worms were caught, and dared not show their heads. Yes, as Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan began to hunt big white worms. Day after day, the big white worms that drilled out from the underground waters at night to hunt became increasingly scarce. Until the 7th day, 9 out of 10 black lakes in the entire lake area were empty. After Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan caught all the dozens of white worms, they were gone. Completely gone. Looking at all the black lakes, there was no lotus on the lake surface. Tang ran. TSK. There are many white worms in the underground waters, but most of them are without tails. Although there are many with tails, the waters are vast and deep, so it is difficult to catch them. It is too laborious to go deep into the underground waters to catch white worms. Although Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan can go deep into the waters to catch them, it is more or less not worth the loss. As for Tang Ran, the big project of picking up spirit stones had been completed the day before. Tang Ran roughly figured out the structure of the underground waters. He didn't know where the source was, but it was a dark river in the north-south direction. In this area, there may be a big hole or a sinkhole. Anyway, it formed this underground water area. The spirit stones all gathered in this basin-shaped water area. Tang Ran estimated that there was a spirit vein mine under this area. But after digging more than a dozen places, she didn't find anything. Tang Ran tried hard to find the spirit vein mine. But unfortunately, after searching for it for 4 or 5 times, she still had no clue and found nothing. Well, I can only say that she has no chance to find the spirit vein mine. Of course, it may also be that there is no spirit vein mine. Anyway, the final harvest is more than 5,000 low-grade and medium-grade spirit stones, the special plant lotus branch, and about 50 pure plants with a purification value of less than 10. And 5 with a purification value of more than 10, the highest of which is about 20. The fruit of the lotus branch. The small green fruit. The laboratory on the space station has already obtained a detailed preliminary result. The unknown pure plant. The sample small green fruit sent for inspection has a purification value of about 82. Experimental studies have shown that when the small green fruit has not yet sprouted, it can be eaten raw. It is recommended to mash it before eating. Whether it is steamed or fried, it will destroy the internal structure of the small green fruit. High temperature will dissolve it, and the purification value will return to 0. Once the small green fruit sprouts, the purification value will drop sharply. There is a risk of parasitism after eating. After the sprouts grow roots, the purification value of the small green fruit will return to 0, and it will show strong parasitism. It will choose large creatures with flesh and blood or specific items, spiritual stones, to parasitize, which is dangerous. Finally, after research, it was found that without human intervention, the small green fruit will sprout in 3 days at the shortest and 7 days at the latest. When stored in a fresh-keeping food box, the germination period can be extended to more than 2 weeks. As for whether it can be made into a pure nutrient solution or a high purification value medicine, no relevant experiments were conducted due to the lack of samples. Anyway, the purification value is quite high, 82. But it is best to eat it freshly produced. Otherwise, not only will the purification value be reduced, but there will also be certain risks. After squatting for another night, there was really no big white worm left, and the hunting operation was declared temporarily over. The planetary military will pay close attention to the situation of Tianjing Star Lake. Yan Qian also left a space coordinate here, and will come back to take a look after 10 days and a half. The first stop of the expedition is coming to an end. According to the rules, the spoil should be divided. Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian did not mention this, but Tang Ran, who picked up many spirit stones, consciously asked for a share of the spoils. Although the spirit stones were useless to them, and the 2 of them couldn't grow lotus branches, Tang Ran couldn't think that she had no harvest. What's more, after a preliminary comparison of the appraisal books, at least half of the more than 50 pure crops found were unknown species. Whether they could be grown or not was another matter. But all of them belonged to Tang Ran. She ate the meat, so she had to give the bodyguard and the driver a sip of broth. Tang Ran originally wanted to grow a wave of lotus small green fruits to share with Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan. But the storage time of small green fruits was too short, so this idea was finally abandoned, and she gave each of them a chrysanthemum tea instead. Tang Ran used to drink a chrysanthemum tea every 3 days. But that was an old calendar when she was in the 10th level of chi refining. Now, she is in the late stage of foundation building. And she is one step away from the peak of foundation building. A chrysanthemum tea can be finished in 2 or 3 hours. Because the petals of chrysanthemum tea are a water solution. It is simple and convenient. And suitable for use as a blue bottle. So she prepared a lot of chrysanthemum tea as a blue bottle. Yanqian, who had received many chrysanthemum teas, was no longer surprised. While Fu Jingyuan, who received chrysanthemum tea for the first time, was once again deeply shocked by Tang Ranran's generosity. In addition to a box of chrysanthemum tea, Tang Ranran also generously stated that after this treasure hunt was over and she left the planet, she would plant more lotus small green fruits. At that time, each person would have a unit, and they could eat directly or study and make nutrient solution. It was up to them. Anyway, she was freshly baked spot goods, and she would not be responsible for any problems after eating. By the way, she would plant a pole of lotus for them to play with. From time to time, they could breathe in a breath of high purification value breath, which could also refresh their minds, relax their minds, and relieve mental fatigue. Of course, the premise is that they can support themselves. The silence of the two poor ghosts was deafening regarding Tang Ranran's inhumane division of the spoils. They could never earn so much in their lifetime. After dividing the spoils, the three of them had a brief discussion and decided to leave. Tang Ranran liked the beautiful white-feathered cloud dragon beast very much. But he didn't have a spirit beast bag. And the data showed that the white-feathered cloud dragon beast was very fragile. If it left the familiar environment, it would be extremely easy to die due to acclimatization. Tang Ranran released it morally. The next stop was the Black Swamp Rainforest area, which was in the forest outside the lake area, about 60 kilometers away. There were 80+ fruits in the Black Swamp Rainforest area. It was still Fu Jingyuan gossip. What the 80+ fruit looked like, where it was, and when it matured, I didn't know anything. What I know is that there are many black mud bigmouth crocodiles living in this Black Swamp Rainforest area. The relevant information is relatively scarce, and it is a dangerous area. After clarifying the direction, Yanqian used 60 kilometers as a standard to determine a general destination, and then a space crack. The three of them still held up a mental power protection barrier and entered the space crack in a suspended state. As the teleportation array left, the scene changed, and what came into view was a towering tree that was as thick as 2 people. Tang Ranran. The aura of spiritual energy was a little thicker than that of the lake area, but it was definitely just a little. In the world of immortal cultivation, such a little spiritual energy is a barren area that even casual cultivators would not look down upon. After feeling the spiritual energy, Tang Ranran looked around carefully. Almost all of the surroundings were towering ancient trees, with straight trunks and lush treetops above, layer upon layer, almost blocking out the sky. Sporadic sunlight penetrated through the treetops, casting a ray of light, illuminating the dim environment below. Below, the giant trees were rooted in shallow water, and the black swamp was exposed in a small part, and more was covered by a layer of thick muddy water, making it difficult to tell the depth. Tang Ranran, whose vision was far better than that of ordinary people, could clearly see the floating wood hidden in the muddy water. The exposed part of the black mud big-mouth crocodile is similar to that of a crocodile, but it is larger in size. The head alone is about 1 meter long, and the body hidden under the mud and water is estimated to be at least 3 or 4 meters long. Because of the problem of the exit of the space channel, the location where the 3 people appeared was less than 3 meters away from the ground. Less than a minute after arriving at the scene, Tang Ranran was still observing the crocodile below. Suddenly, a large mass of black jumped up from right below the 3 people, with a bloody mouth, which was particularly huge. The crocodiles here can jump like carps. Tang Ranran was shocked. In the blood-red big mouth, there are sharp white teeth. Of course, they definitely didn't bite. The crocodile below had just jumped out of the black water halfway, and Fu Jingyuan and Yanqian attacked at the same time and fixed it in a double layer. With 2 guardians, he felt very safe. Although the crisis was resolved, Tang Ranran still pulled a little higher and found a tree trunk that was dozens of meters above the ground and as thick as a thigh to stand on. Tang Ranran maintained a safe height and looked down from above. Fu Jingyuan and Yanqian landed on the surrounding tree trunks, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, and then released the restraints. The big crocodile continued to rise, and after a leap of 7 or 8 meters, it fell back and fell into the muddy water. Tang Ranran, who saw it clearly, secretly smacked her lips. Wow! It's really big, including the tail. It's at least 5 meters. It can swallow her in one bite. Continuing to observe the big crocodile in the muddy water below, there was suddenly a rustling sound from above. And not only from above, but also from the surroundings. It was a unique sound made by an animal shuttling between the treetops. Then after searching, Tang Ranran saw a large black creature jumping between the treetops and coming towards the 3 people. The unknown creatures were above and around. Surrounding. Yin Qian directly created a space barrier to protect the 3 people. The one coming from above arrived the fastest, jumped out of the treetops, and revealed his figure. The black creature was huge. If it stood upright, it would definitely reach a height of 1.5 meters. Its body resembled a monkey, and it could climb branches and move flexibly between the treetops. But its head looked more like a dog. Tang Ranran scanned it with the identification book, and the result came out: Black Swamp Dama Dog Monkey. Omnivorous social creature. Agile, powerful, amazing bite force, and strong sense of territory. After the Dama Dog Monkey appeared above, it hooked its 2 toes on the branches and hung upside down, baring its teeth at them. In that big mouth, the canine teeth were sharp. Soon, several Dama Dog monkeys jumped out from the surroundings, baring their teeth exactly like dogs. After a few threats, a roar similar to an order to attack, several Dama Dog monkeys acted at the same time, pounced over, and then, bang bang bang. Without exception, all of them crashed into Yin Qian's space barrier. Even if they hit the wall, the Malaysian dogs and monkeys did not give up. They circled around the outer space barrier with their teeth bared and their faces fierce, crashing into it from time to time, looking helpless and furious. This should be the territory of this group of macaques, Tang Ranran asked. Do you want to change places? Of course. Drive them away. After a few words of discussion, Yin Qian took action, directly using mental power to intimidate and release murderous intent. The instinct of the macaques to seek benefits and avoid harm instantly lit up. Realizing that this was an existence they could not afford to provoke, several macaques turned around and jumped wildly, and disappeared among the tree canopies in a few leaps. It doesn't look very dangerous. So why is this a dangerous area? Tang Ranran asked, answering himself. Is it because of snakes, scorpions, and poisonous insects? Yes, Fu Jingyuan continued, affirming. Although the black swamp crocodiles and the big dog monkeys are ferocious, they can only be regarded as wild beasts at most. The limited weapons they carry can cause fatal damage to them. So there is nothing to be afraid of. What is more deadly in this area is the small snakes, scorpions, and poisonous insects hidden among the leaves, as well as the miasma, Tang Ranran exclaimed. Miasma? Yes, miasma. And it is irregular, and has no signs of miasma. Can the mental protection barrier isolate it? Tang Ranran asked very carefully because it was related to safety. Yin Qian was calm and confident. For us who are above S level, there is definitely no danger. Well, I hope so. Tang Ranran always felt that Yin Qian was overconfident and might capsize in the gutter one day. Okay. He is the #1 master in the empire, and it is normal to be confident. Indeed, it should not be a threat to us. I have stayed here for a few days before and encountered miasma several times, but none of them could penetrate the mental protection barrier. Fu Jingyuan used his own example to explain that miasma was not a threat to them. That's good. After saying this, the 3 began to hunt for treasure. There are many fruit trees growing in this area of the Black Swamp rainforest. Most of the towering trees that can be seen are a kind of tree called water banyan. Its thick main trunk is full of round fruits, about the size of an apple, and dark black. Banyan fruit is one of the main foods of the big dog monkey. Tang Ranran looked down and saw that they were all like tumors, and her intensive phobia came up. The information said that the water banyan tree bears fruit all year round regardless of the season. The closer to the water surface under the tree, the more fruits there are. Many big dog monkeys died in the stomach of crocodiles because they took the risk to pick fruits. There are many figs, but the purification value is low, only about 2. In addition to the figs, there are many fruits in this area, half of which are ordinary fruits and generally pure fruits. However, The fruits of the pure plants recorded in the known information in the appraisal book are all those with a purification value of less than 5. Because of the high degree of danger and the low purification value of the fruits. Not to mention the local tyrants, who come here for sightseeing and tourism. Even the army will not come here to collect them. The Black Swamp is definitely a sparsely populated place. Tang Ranran glanced at the appraisal book. In addition to the big crocodile and the big horse dog monkey, there are 3 animals introduced in the book. As for plants, there are only a few dozen species, most of which are those towering trees that are particularly conspicuous within the field of vision. Apart from this, there is no other information in the appraisal book. After discussing for a few words, Tang Ranran stayed on the trunk of the tree alone with a mental protection barrier, while Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian acted separately to find and collect those suspected pure plants that were not marked in the appraisal book. Tang Ranran was a little bored while waiting for the inspection. She looked left and right. With her eagle-like vision, she soon discovered many hidden dangers. Look! There is a thumb-thick green snake hidden among the leaves. Its color is quite similar to that of a bamboo leaf green snake, and its triangular snake head is estimated to be highly poisonous. Look again. There is a big scorpion that is the same gray-brown as the tree trunk, the size of an adult man's palm, with a high raised tail and a scorpion sting on the tail. If an ordinary person is pricked by it, he may die. And there, in the dark shadow, there is a group of black caterpillars. Their skin color is absolutely black and colorful. They must be poisoned. Oh! On the tree trunk, there are twisting white insects. With her rich vision, they are definitely blood-sucking leeches. Oh! Look at what's over there. A giant beehive more than 1 meter high. The bees are extremely bright, red and yellow, and they are probably poisonous. After searching around like she was looking for trouble, Tang Ranran realized that there were so many poisonous creatures hidden around her. It was a good thing that she had a mental power shield. Otherwise she would have been poisoned 4 or 5 times. Mental power is really a good thing. After looking around the ground, Tang Ranran released her spiritual sense and focused on searching underground. If there were really high purification plants here, they must be hidden in places that are not easy to be found. They are visible on the ground at a glance, so the possibility is not high. It is more likely that they grow in the black swamp below. Tang Ranran used her spiritual sense to search inch by inch. The water surface below, the muddy water on the surface, is of different depths. Within the range of her spiritual sense, the deepest place is only about 4 meters, and most areas are shallow layers of water, about 1 meter or half a meter. In the exposed muddy areas and shallow waters, there are some small aquatic plants. Some like reeds, some like jiamarin, some like taro, and some like wild rice. There are dozens of species of herbaceous aquatic plants within sight. Under the deep water, in addition to the big crocodiles, there are also some other creatures, such as big fish over 1 meter long, giant frogs over half a meter long, 4-legged fish with legs. The species are not very rich, but they also form a simple food chain. Tang Ranran glanced at the fish and animals, and the focus was on the plants. A few telekinesis. All the plants exposed outside were pulled back as samples, and Tang Ranran tested them one by one. According to the vegetable sense, there are 2 pure plants. The fruit was catalyzed, and the indicator light on the top of the purification value detection meter was on. But the light was definitely below 5, and it might not even reach 3. Although the purification value was a bit low, Tang Ranran did not dislike it. He put it in a special seed storage container and took it in with him the next time he entered the farm. After measuring everything exposed above the water, Tang Ranran focused on the situation in the underwater mud. Although the black swamp is called the black swamp, it is not actually a swamp. It can only be said that the mud layer is thicker and wider. If a person falls into it, he will not sink, because there is a huge plant root network distributed in the mud. Of course, even if you are unlucky and fall in a place without a root network, you will be swallowed by crocodiles before you sink. The crisscrossing thick tree roots, large and deep, formed a huge root network under the mud, entangled and entangled, and you can see piles of white bones between some tree roots. Under the divine sense, it is all tree roots. Tang Ranran can only patiently search slowly, trying to find those hidden special plants from the tree roots. The black things covered with mud may be fallen fruits, or they may be special plants in the mud. Tang Ranran found 4 or 5 of them. Before she could study them, Yan Qian came back. Yin Qian landed beside Tang Ranran on the branch where she was, and took out a bunch of plants from the space buckle, including branches, rhizomes, and some pulled out by the roots. The seed on the branch was relatively small. Yin Qian took one out, and Tang Ranran took one, and stored them all in the space buckle first. While handing over the plants, Tang Ranran asked, "Did you find anything special?" Yin Qian replied, "Nothing special. I think these might be. I have to trouble you to test them." "Yes." After handing over about 20 varieties of plants, Yin Qian planned to continue. "This black swamp area is very large. I go look for it again." "Okay." Choosing another direction different from the previous one, Yin Qian set off again, stepping on the branches and jumping a few times, and disappeared among the treetops. As early as when she noticed Yin Qian return, Tang Ranran stopped her spiritual exploration and started to inspect the goods. First, take a look at what she found. Oh! It's a pile of scraps. Rotten fruit. Corrupted metal objects. Stones that look like fruit. And taro? There are all kinds of things. Only one taro looks edible. So after planting it, it's super simple. No doubt an ordinary plant. Throwing them away, these things turned into parabolas, splashed on the water surface, and returned to the mud. What she found was rubbish. Tang Ranran placed her hopes on Yin Qian, hoping that his vision was sharp enough to find good things. Taking them out from the space buckle one by one, Tang Ranran urged them to grow one by one. Ordinary. Ordinary. Mutant. Well, this one seems to be a pure plant. Yin Qian, the sample collector, collected a total of 27 samples, of which there were 3 pure plant vegetable scents. Tang Ranran planted them one by one, 2 of which bore fruit, and the fruits were suspected to be pure food. So a preliminary test estimated that both were below 5. There was another one, and the vegetable scent presented to Tang Ranran was below 5. But this thing only bloomed, not bearing fruit, and the purification value could not be measured after testing. Okay. It might be a special type, or it might be a special ordinary plant. Anyway, it won't have a high purification value. After putting it in a fresh-keeping food box and putting a label on it, Tang Ranran threw it into the space buckle. Just as Inspector Tang Ranran finished testing the samples, another sampler, Fu Jingyuan, came back, also bringing back 20 to 30 varieties of plants. After the two talked for a few words, Fu Jingyuan set out again to collect samples. Tang Ranran started testing again, because most of them were repeated varieties. This inspection was completed quickly. 5 or less pure plants. Add 1. After completing the inspection, Tang Ranran continued to explore the silt below with his spiritual sense. The silt layer was quite thick, with a thickness of 4 or 5 meters in most places. And then the soil layer. In the soil layer under the silt, there were almost no other plants except the roots of those towering trees. Going down the soil layer, the rocks gradually increased. Tang Ranran explored all the way to the rock layer, and did not find anything special that seemed to have a high purification value within the range of his spiritual sense. High purification values are really not that easy to find. Sometimes, it depends on fate. If he didn't find it, Tang Ranran didn't force it, but instead focused on the giant beehive nearly 5 meters away. Most bees have honey. On the shopping website, pure honey is not only expensive, but also requires quick hands to grab. Once it is put on the shelf, it will be sold out in less than 1 second. Moreover, Tang Ranran couldn't find a pre-sale channel, which made her very depressed. Now there is such a wild beehive in front of her. So of course she has to take a look, directly using spiritual power to cover her own breath. And covered with a protective shield, Tang Ranran flew to the side of the big beehive, under layers of protection. The big bees obviously couldn't detect her existence. Taking out a small dagger from the space button, Tang Ranran stabbed it in the middle of the beehive. This stab really hit the beehive. The whole big beehive exploded, and countless big bees swarmed out, as if a golden fire cloud rose from the beehive. Countless bees were buzzing, but they couldn't find Tang Ranran, the initiator. After flying around the beehive for a while, a big horse dog monkey on the tree next to it suffered. Tang Ranran had noticed the big dog monkey a long time ago. The big dog monkey group was obviously unwilling to give up their territory, although they were scared away. The leader monkey sent a few monkeys to act as sentinels to watch them from a distance. Now, the closest big dog monkey on sentry duty was in trouble. Mistaken for the murderer, The big bees formed a fire cloud and attacked it with firepower. The big dog monkey screamed and ran away, performing exceptionally at the moment of life and death. The speed of the big dog monkey jumping between the treetops was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. The big bees could not catch up and bit it all the way. The large army of bees was lured away from the mountain. Tang Ranran continued very quickly and dug at the big beehive with a small dagger. Soon, she dug a piece of honeycomb. The color was normal. The texture was sticky, and it smelled a little sweet. After poking it with the detector, the indicator light on the top actually lit up. Although the luster is dim, the purification value is at most 3. But it is pure food. Maybe it is because there are many pure plants around. Or is it because this is a spiritual environment? However, the big bees look so gorgeous. And they are probably very poisonous. Will this honeycomb honey be poisonous? Just when Tang Ranran was thinking about whether to taste this honeycomb honey, a small gray-brown animal on the branch in front of him climbed the tree trunk and quickly jumped over. Finally, he jumped directly onto the big honeycomb. It looks a bit like a squirrel, but it is bigger than a squirrel and has longer 2 front claws. After landing on the honeycomb, the big squirrel made a shadowless hand with lightning speed and dug out a piece of honeycomb honey from the hole that Tang Ranran had opened with 2 claws. Not greedy, the big squirrel stuffed the honeycomb into his mouth. Holding it in his mouth, the big squirrel was agile, stepped on the honeycomb and jumped back to the tree trunk, using all 4 limbs, walking on the tree trunk as if it were flat ground, and disappeared from Tang Ranran's sight in a few blinks. Tang Ranran, yes, a big squirrel who knows how to pick up leaks. It seems that the big squirrel has been coveting the big honeycomb for a long time, and the skilled movements show that it is a habitual offender. Animals can eat it, basically ruling out the possibility of poison. Tang Ranran stretched out his other hand, dipped some with his fingers, and then put it into his mouth. Very sweet. There is also a fragrance of fruit, pure wild honey. Taking out a fresh food box, Tang Ranran waved his little dagger quickly. How much honeycomb can such a big honeycomb get? But we must always keep in mind the sustainable development route, and we can't let it pluck it all. Tang Ranran was happily digging honey from the beehive. He had only dug 4 pieces when another big squirrel jumped out from nowhere and landed on the beehive. Of course, it could also be the same one. After all, as a human, Tang Ranran didn't have the eyesight to distinguish between 2 squirrels. The big squirrel digs honey. With a skilled movement, the big squirrel dug a large piece of honeycomb honey. Instead of leaving directly, the big squirrel started to nibble on the honeycomb honey on the spot. Just like that, after quickly eating a piece, it continued to dig. While happily nibbling the second piece, the big squirrel suddenly paused, stiffened its ears, looked in the direction where the bees left, and then held the honeycomb honey in its mouth and quickly evacuated the scene. The bees are back. Tang Ranran, who understood the situation, did not stop and directly covered the entire big beehive with a cover. If the bees had expressions, they would definitely be dumbfounded. They were fine when they came, but they couldn't go back. Where is their nest? Why did it disappear? Like headless flies, the bees lingered outside Tang Ranran barrier, jumping around everywhere. It was really a scene of wild bees dancing wildly. Inside the protective cover, Tang Ranran continued to cut honeycomb honey. When Yanqian came back, he didn't see Tang Ranran, so he was immediately nervous and searched around. Then he found Tang Ranran surrounded by bees and stealing their honey. Relieved, Yanqian joined in without saying anything and helped Tang Ranran cut the honeycomb. Tang Ranran happily shared her harvest. I have tested this honey. It is pure food, but the purification value is a bit low. About 5 or less. But it is super sweet. Let's collect more. Do you like sweet? If you do, we will share it later. Seeing that Tang Ranran obviously liked this honey, Yanqian shook his head against his will. You can keep it if you like it. Honey is too sweet for me. I don't like it very much. Tang Ranran understood very well. Most men don't like sweet things, but prefer spicy and refreshing ones. It's a bit sweet to eat honey alone, but it's much better to drink it with water. Honey can be used to make many desserts. I study it and make some when I get back. I send it to you to try. Okay. The food you cook is delicious. I'm looking forward to it. Yanqian was secretly happy. But the word you meant that food Jing Yuan also got a share. It would be more perfect if it was you. Huh. My cooking skills are just average. Tang Ranran was proud and falsely modest, chatting and working at the same time. The two divided the work. One cut the honeycomb, and the other packed it in boxes. This was much more efficient than Tang Ranran alone. Soon, Tang Ranran packed more than a dozen fresh-keeping boxes of honeycomb. She estimated that she had taken about half of it. And she stopped. This is enough. Tang Ranran was not greedy. She had to leave some for the hard-working little bees. Besides, fishing in a dry pond would hurt the harmony of nature. Yanqian, is that enough? That's enough. Okay. Tang Ranran, who had a great harvest, said, thank you for the gift from nature. Bees, listen to me and say thank you. Treasure hunting during the day and resting at night. In 3 days, the three of them moved to more than 10 places within the scope of this black swamp. Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan almost searched the entire black swamp area, with an attitude of better to kill by mistake than to let go. The two not only dug up several piles of mud on the ground, but also dug up several piles of mud. The standard is to dig 3 feet into the ground. The two of them prepared 200 or 300 samples for Tang Ranran. The result is, on average, 1 pure plant is found for every 7 unknown plants. A total of nearly 30 pure plants were found, 5 of which were very special. According to the vegetable sense, they were pure plants. But the purification value was not measured in the preliminary test. It is not known whether they are water-soluble, gas-soluble or what. Anyway, Tang Ranran collected them all. Most of the pure plants have a purification value below 10. Only 3 are above 10. And the highest one is only 18. As for the high purification value, there was not even a shadow. It is worth mentioning that during these 3 days, Tang Ranran did not miss any beehives that appeared in her sight. And she would take out half of the bees' belongings. Pure honey is a good thing. You can raise bees in the new version of the farm. But her cheat code is obviously an old version of the farm. So there is no beehive. She can't do this by herself. When she encounters a ready-made one, of course she will collect more and stock up more. That is to say, Tang Ranran picked the honey herself the first time. And she didn't have to do it herself in the whole process of collecting honeycomb honey. Money can make the devil go. Under the charm of money, no matter whether it is a general or a marshal, they have to work hard to pick honey for her. Although the 3 of them traveled together, Tang Ranran felt more that she was a rich woman with 2 bodyguards and strong men who were at her disposal. Ah! The first superpower of the universe is invincible and powerful. Money ability. In addition to the harvest, the 3 encountered a total of 4 miasma in these 3 days, all of which were harmful gases. In the spirit of scientific research, the 3 traced the source of the miasma. The miasma with the largest coverage they encountered came from plants. Special toxic mutant plants. This plant was like a humidifier, spraying white mist continuously. The entire plant growth area was filled with smoke and fairy air, which looked very beautiful, but actually hidden murderous intent. Inhaling this white mist will make you dizzy, and once you lose consciousness and fall into the water, you will either drown yourself or be entangled by this mutant plant. There are many bones in the mud under the water. The most beautiful one is a pink miasma, which is a red frog. It should be a means of self-protection. The red frog will secrete red body fluid, which will evaporate into red mist. It is extremely toxic. The area where the red frogs live is completely covered by pink miasma. The strangest one is a yellow miasma of about 400 or 500 square meters. The 3 of them searched for a long time and did not find the source of the miasma. The smallest one was a black miasma, a piece of exposed muddy land, only about 7 or 8 square meters, suddenly seemed to be boiling, bubbling and forming a black fog. The smell of the black fog almost made Tang Ranran vomit even from a distance. The smell was really strong, just like the stench of a corpse. The miasma they encountered were all poisonous and harmful. The speculation that pure plants with high purification values grew in the miasma was absolutely out of the question. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are fairy areas that look like miasma but are actually growing plants with high purification values. But they didn't encounter them anyway. After walking around the entire black swamp, the most harvested was honey. The most valuable one was probably the pure plant with a purification value of 18, which should be patentable. But it is not certain whether it can be artificially cultivated, because the harvest was not large. Tang Ranran did not share the spoils. On the 4th day, because Tang Ranran liked honey, he spent the day digging honeycombs. And Tang Ranran's space buckle increased by a large amount of inventory. There were nearly 100 boxes of honey, each weighing 2 or 3 pounds. which was enough for her to eat for a long time. 2 or 3 hours before dark. After a few discussions, they decided to end the trip to the Black Swamp, and Yin Qian opened a space channel. The three of them turned back and returned to Tianjing Star Lake. There was still some time before sunset, so during this time, Tang Ranran lit a fire and made a honey-roasted chicken. The honey was picked today, and the chicken was also caught today. It was called a chicken, but it was actually a big bird that looked like a pheasant, with beautiful feathers. Fearing that the two men who couldn't cook would burn the meat, Tang Ranran was very disgusted and refused the two men's help in a very firm tone. A total of 3 big birds were caught. If one was burnt, wouldn't the two of them only have half of it? Not getting the job of helping, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan couldn't stay idle and started fighting again. Maybe men are more energetic, and when they have nothing to do, these two guys like to spar. As for the result, it's 50-50. Yin Qian knocked the opponent down 5 times, and the other 5 times were a draw. Tang Ranran didn't quite understand Fu Jingyuan. He obviously couldn't beat Yin Qian, but he just wanted to fight with Yin Qian. Could it be that he learned from his failures and made continuous progress and strengthened himself? This seems to be how it's played out in martial arts novels. And actual combat does help improve strength. Although I still don't quite understand why men are so keen on fighting and sparring. It doesn't stop Tang Ranran from watching happily. This kind of primitive fight that best shows the wildness and hormones of men is her favorite show. Especially when both sides are handsome. Super exciting. Appreciation. Well, 1 roasted chicken per person. Tang Ranran roasted the chicken while watching intently, until the 3 roasted chickens were finished. Then he called a halt to the 2 people who were evenly matched and entered a protracted battle. No talking when eating or sleeping. It's especially quiet when eating. After eating and drinking, taking a walk after the meal helps digestion. Tang Ranran walked aimlessly along the lakeshore that was divided into a network by the lake. During this period, she also explored the waters below with her spiritual sense. The spiritual stones were still the leftovers she had specially left. There was no increase, which was a bit disappointing. But think about it. Spiritual stones are not plants. It is impossible for her to grow so many in just 3 or 4 days. As the night gradually fell, the big white worms were still swaying and swimming under the water, with no signs of diving to the surface of the lake. It was probably because Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were too fierce in the past few days, which scared the big white worms. More than an hour after the night fell, the entire lake area, all the black lakes, and the number of lotus flowers swaying on the water surface was less than 2 hands. Such a small number really makes people lose interest in hunting. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan discussed for a while, considering playing the long game to catch the big fish. In the end, the two decided not to do it. In a few days, maybe the big white worms would come up again with the awareness that the crisis was over. They set up a temporary camp by the lake, spent a peaceful night, and set off for their next destination, Tiandao Fengmai. The Tiandao Fengmai is a hilly area with half of them being stone mountains. Moreover, each peak is as sharp as a blade. Looking down from above, this mountain range looks like a giant machete stuck in the ground. Climbing is absolutely hellish. Not to mention that most of the areas are smooth mountain walls, and the verticality is almost 90 degrees. If you slip, you will fall straight down, under the condition of restricting the use of flying tools. The Tiandao Fengmai is a restricted area for people with low mental power, and who cannot fly in the air, suspended in the air 700 or 800 meters above the ground. Tang Ranran looked at the straight and sharp blade below, and couldn't help frowning slightly. The Tiandao Fengmai is an unexplored area deeper and more desolate than the Black Swamp, so there is no information on the appraisal book. After careful feeling, Tang Ranran did not feel the existence of spiritual energy. Black and yellow. At first glance, you can tell that there are not many plants. After a closer look, there are indeed no plants. The ground is mostly made of stone, which is not suitable for plant survival. In addition, this area is an arid area with low rainfall, so the entire Tiandao Fengmai is barren. There are no plants. Are there plants with high purification values here? Tang Ranran was very skeptical about this. Purification value above 85? I didn't feel a trace of pure breath at all. Only desolation and turbidity. Although Fu Jingyuan was also confused. He nodded. Yes, this is the news I got. Tang Ranran asked. What else? Is there any other information? It is said that it was found on a cliff, and I don't know the rest. Fu Jingyuan's tone was obviously lacking in confidence. He actually heard it from hearsay. Fu Jingyuan also knew that it was unreliable. But the news of high purification values, which one is not hidden and raised to make money for oneself. Who would be stupid enough to spread it everywhere? You can only rely on yourself to distinguish from the grapevine. If you are lucky, you may really find it. Look, Tianjin Star Lake is a living success story. Tang Ranran also understood the principle of not showing off wealth. The high purification value growth area is definitely a top-level secret that is not passed on. It is good enough that Fu Jingyuan can find out a lot of gossip. While the two were talking, Yin Qian had already explored the blade area below with his mental power. After preliminary exploration, no species with mental power were found. And biological fluctuations were also rare. It's so desolate here. There must be no creatures. Tang Ranran pointed down. I wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Okay. Be careful. After a few simple words, it was determined that there was no danger in this area. The three of them acted separately. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan continued to collect samples, choosing different directions. The two of them contracted a hill and began a carpet search for plants. Tang Ranran flew down and chose a small basin with relatively flat terrain between the peaks. After landing on the ground, the wind was a bit strong. Although it was not at the level of a sandstorm, the soil content was still quite high. This environment is really bad. So put on the protective shield. Fu Jingyuan brought a multifunctional personal mobile protective shield, which is now in the hands of Tang Ranran, the person who stayed behind, with a mat spread out and the umbrella-like protective shield propped up. A temporary base was completed. A big chair and a coffee table. Tang Ranran prepared some fruit snacks, just like going out for a picnic. Sitting on the chair, cutting half a watermelon and eating it. Tang Ranran ate the watermelon while exploring with his spiritual sense. Stone mountain. Stone ground. This place is obviously a stone layer structure. Under the eyes, it is very desolate. Under the spiritual sense, it is still very desolate. Plants. There are only a few plants occasionally in the cracks of the stones. With that tenacious vitality, either weeds or mutant plants. Under the ground, there are only stone layers. Nothing to see. The peaks on the ground are still stone layers. Almost a huge stone knife. Which makes Tang Ranran have to sigh at the uncanny workmanship of nature. With the fluke mentality of maybe I find it, Tang Ranran searched carefully, looking for the special plant that would catch her eye and make her look different at first glance. After searching for a long time, she dug up half of the watermelon, but didn't find any special plants. Tang Ranran unexpectedly saw several ancient human skeletons. TSK. The unlucky guy who died here, because of boredom and the spirit of exploration of Sherlock Holmes. Or in layman's terms, a little gossipy curiosity. Tang Ranran carefully explored this pile of remains. Judging from the skulls, there should be 5 people. The remains are very incomplete, broken into pieces, and scattered all over the ground. It is likely that they fell off the cliff and died. It may also be blown away by the wind after death. According to Tang Ranran eyesight, they have been dead for about 30 or 40 years, relying on the scattered cloth that is not yet decomposed. Tang Ranran concluded that they were not military personnel, but private explorers. For private explorers, Su Xinrong banned flying over the entire planet, and flying vehicles were not allowed to be brought in. Tang Ranran was in the inner area of the Heavenly Blade Vein, and the skeletons were only about 1,000 meters away from her, which was definitely in the center of the area. People with low mental power levels who can't fly, even if they reach the Heavenly Blade Vein, can only look at the scenery on the outer edge and sigh at the wonders of nature. Those who dare to go deep into the central area are definitely high-level mentalists who can fly. According to mental power theory, only a level can fly in the air. But some people with outstanding talents can achieve short-term low-altitude suspension at B level, just like the light work in martial arts dramas. 5A level or above. Group wiped out. All killed in one wave fell off the cliff and died? The probability is a bit low. Almost zero. People who can fly basically won't die from falling. And group wiped out is even more impossible. Or is there actually more than a dozen people in the group? It is unlikely that they fell to death. Either they were attacked or infighting. When thinking of infighting, for words immediately popped up in Tang Ranran's mind, uneven distribution of spoils. It is very likely that a treasure was discovered and someone wanted to monopolize it. or wanted to get a bigger share. So except for himself, everyone else should be killed. Thinking of this possibility, Tang Ranran suddenly felt that Fu Jingyuan gossip might be correct. Not eating watermelon, Tang Ranran, with a little excitement of treasure hunting, carefully explored the Blade Mountain more than 10 meters behind the skeleton. The blade of 400 or 500 meters is about 100 meters wide and more than 10 meters thick. The higher it goes, the narrower and thinner it becomes. Tang Ranran scanned the blade wall. There was not a single large tree like the welcoming pine. On the mountain wall, that is, in the cracks of the rocks, there were some flowers and plants growing. There were quite a lot of them, and they looked ordinary. Tang Ranran guessed that Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan would bring back samples, so she was too lazy to pick them. The entire knife wall was almost only filled with flowers and plants growing in the cracks, and there was nothing special about them. Huh? Wait, there is a bunch of plants here. It's very strange. At the height of 2/3 of the knife wall, Tang Ranran found a bunch of strange plants. The branches have big leaves on the top, and the leaves look a bit like taro leaves. What surprised Tang Ranran was that the taro did not grow in the cracks of the stone, but on the mountain wall here. For some unknown reason, there were stone holes the size of thumbs. There were dozens of holes densely packed, all of similar size, as if they were drilled by an electric drill, and the taro stems were drilled out of this hole. Tang Ranran curious consciousness probed in, and then he could see clearly inside. This hole is more than 10 centimeters long, and through this layer of stone wall with holes, the inside is empty. A very small stone cave, a right-angled triangle structure, and this stone wall with holes is the longest hypotenuse. I don't know where it came from. There is a layer of silt at the bottom of the stone cave, which is equivalent to the right angle. The plants are rooted in the silt. The branches extend from the small holes and unfold a large leaf on the cliff to carry out photosynthesis. Maybe it's not time to grow fruits, or it may not grow fruits. Tang Ranran did not find taro fruits in the silt. However, it looks like a high purification value, so I must pull a sample for research. But there is no rush. Tang Ranran continued to explore and searched along the mountain wall. After a few seconds, she found another clump of taro leaves. Tang Ranran was surprised. There is another clump here? The spiritual sense probed into the stone wall and looked inside. It was another small space with a direct triangular structure, full of small holes with taro leaves. Tang Ranran, this? Continue. After exploring the entire mountain wall, Tang Ranran determined that there were 20 to 30 such triangular planting holes in this area at an altitude of about 400 to 500 meters on the sunny side of the mountain wall. Although nature is amazing, one cannot help but suspect that these planting holes are artificially made. Really, it's like pasting and copying. Not only are the structure and size almost the same, but even the number of holes is exactly the same. Yes, Tang Ranran counted. One planting hole. 58 holes. No more. No less. Could it be that the 5 unlucky guys below died accidentally during the digging of the hole? This taro leaf must be famous. This is a treasure. With this guess, Tang Ranran quickly put the remaining melon on the small table next to him, took off on the spot, and rushed over like a rocket launcher. The distance was very close. In less than 2 minutes, Tang Ranran flew to a bunch of taro leaves. Without saying anything, Tang Ranran launched a catalyst on a leaf. And then, it was as smooth as a certain chocolate. In almost 3 or 4 breaths, this huge leaf entered death. A kind of life after a result enters the end. A natural state of old age and death. Tang Ranran was dumbfounded. Isn't it? This super simple vegetable is an ordinary plant. How is this possible? Impossible. Tang Ranran did not believe in evil, and gave a group catalysis to the remaining 57 branches and leaves extending outside the stone wall. Then, without exception, all the taro leaves entered the end of their lives. Tang Ranran, super simple. It's really an ordinary plant. After exploring with his spiritual sense, Tang Ranran searched at the bottom of the mud in the triangular planting area inside the stone wall, and found a lot of round taro without any effort. It looks almost the same as taro, but it's bigger. One is as big as a grapefruit. Through a stone cave net, Tang Ranran didn't know if it was a pure fruit. Anyway, he didn't feel any spiritual energy, and it was probably an ordinary product. Tang Ranran was disappointed. Moving to a place, Tang Ranran came to the clump next to it, stretched out his hand, directly pulled 2 roots, pulled them up by the roots, and then went home. After flying back to the temporary camp, Tang Ranran stood still and started to catalyze the taro leaves. It was still a super simple vegetable feeling. In 2 clicks, the big taro was in hand. He took out the purification value detector and poked it. But the indicator light did not light up. Not only the vegetable feeling, but science also proved that this is an ordinary plant. Tang Ranran was very disappointed. Why did an ordinary plant grow in such a special environment? Really? After throwing the taro, Tang Ranran sat back on the stool a little depressed, picked up the remaining watermelon and continued to eat. Although the facts proved that it was an ordinary plant, Tang Ranran always felt that this matter was weird. So he searched again. The spiritual consciousness explored the taro leaves again, and Tang Ranran suddenly thought of something. Like an X-ray perspective, he began to penetrate from the planting hole to the inside of the mountain. Then, there is a small hole as thick as a thumb. Ah, it's not a hole. It's a passage. As the passage goes deeper, Tang Ranran actually found a fork in the road. Continue. The passages as thick as a thumb are intertwined and crisscrossed. After seeing several large ants marching in a queue, Tang Ranran is completely sure that it is an ant nest. The dark brown ants. Some as big as rice grains. Some as big as edamame. Most of them have wings. Flying ants. The further down you go, the thumb channel begins to expand. When the horizontal height is about 200 meters, there are more and more ants. And some functional rooms, storage rooms, restrooms, garbage dumps, etc. begin to appear. Just like termites eating wood. These big ants have very good teeth and can chew stones. After confirming that there is a giant ant nest in the mountain, Tang Ranran returned to the planting hole again. After a careful search, she found it. Each planting hole is connected to 3 ant channels. The fact is obvious. These taro are planted by ants. Tang Ranran is not surprised at all that this group of ants can dig out these neat planting holes. Then the question comes back. Except for this seemingly special taro, which is actually an ordinary plant, there is nothing else on the entire mountain. How did those 5 unlucky guys die? While eating watermelon, when Tang Ranran was about to search the next mountain, Fu Jingyuan came back. After entering the protective shield, Fu Jingyuan began to take out plants from the space buckle. Most of the plants look quite ordinary to me, but in order to prevent mistakes, I brought back all the plants I found. After that, a lot of flowers and plants appeared on the small table with fruits. Well, I tested. Tang Ranran nodded to show that she understood. And then a light flashed. How long can your playback ability last at most? If the mental power is sufficient, and the scene is reproduced in a small range, 30 to 50 years is no problem. Fu Jingyuan replied. That's great. I found something. Come with me to take a look. Tang Ranran jumped up from the stool. Her intuition told her that the death of the 5 unlucky guys was not simple. So, she must find out and solve the mystery of their death. If she can't solve the case herself, let Fu Jingyuan cheat. Hee. To open the protective function of the shield, you need to close the door and enter the password to enter. Tang Ranran took Fu Jingyuan directly to the pile of bones. I found them. Let's see how they died together. Tang Ranran was full of curiosity and expectation, and his bright eyes were filled with silent urging. Hurry up. Hurry up. Fu Jingyuan, He thought there was a major discovery. But it turned out to be like this? Investigating a homicide? Judging from the bones, it has been at least 10 years, and it is all a thing of the past. Although he was a little speechless in his heart, Tang Ranran wanted to see it. Fu Jingyuan, who has always been committed to winning the hearts of beautiful women, would certainly not refuse stupidly, but work hard to show his strength. With a mental force, the bones scattered on the ground were covered in the barrier. Fu Jingyuan used his supernatural power to start reversing the scene. Because of the long time, Fu Jingyuan accelerated n times. In order to show his performance, Fu Jingyuan naturally turned on sharing, so Tang Ranran could also see it. Under the n-fold acceleration, the night and day alternated quickly, one white and one black, so flashing that it was a bit dazzling. Tang Ranran, who had good eyesight, looked at it for a while, and immediately covered her eyes. No. She was dizzy. Call me again when it's almost time. Yes. After almost half an hour, Fu Jingyuan mental power could not hold on before the death node was found. It has been more than 10 years. For such a long time. The mental power consumption is not ordinary. And with the larger the time span and the longer the time, the more mental power consumed later. Before the mental power was disordered. Fu Jingyuan paused, took out a fresh food box, opened it, and there were several fruits inside. He took one and started to eat. Tang Ranran glanced at the inside of the fresh food box. The fruit was unfamiliar, and the spiritual energy emitted was very thin, probably with a purification value of 30. Seeing Fu Jingyuan finish eating a fruit and then take the second one, Tang Ranran felt that this efficiency was too slow and took out a small top-grade fresh food box. As soon as the fresh food box was opened, rich spiritual energy gushed out. What is it? It is Qingling pill. Hanshan pill has been given away, so it is not a problem to take out another Qingling pill. The answer is, I made it myself. Fu Jingyuan is a smart man, and will not get to the bottom of it at all. Eating this should have a better effect on restoring mental strength. Tang Ranran generously grabbed 3 pills and stretched out his hand to him. The fresh food box was covered and instantly put into the space buckle. Fu Jingyuan reached out to take it, and Tang Ranran immediately put it in his palm. Fu Jingyuan looked at the 3 pills carefully. It was similar to the previous treatment pill, but the color was a little different. This one was green, while the treatment pill was glowing red. After taking a look, Fu Jingyuan raised his hand and put it to his mouth. Stop. Eat one by one. Maybe one is enough. Tang Ranran hurriedly added. The hand raised to his mouth paused. Fu Jingyuan put it down again, and took a pill with his other hand and put it into his mouth. No need to chew. It almost melts in the mouth. After taking a pill, my mental power immediately changed from a state of disorder to a vigorous and powerful state. Full of energy. Fu Jingyuan eyes lit up. The effect is really good. One pill can restore mental power. So magical. Fu Jingyuan exclaimed. This effect is too good. It's comparable to JS Essence. And it has a better mental power recovery effect than the treatment pill you gave me before. Of course, this pill is made from pure fruits and vegetables like JS Essence. And the concentration is the essence. Tang Ranran was a little proud. And then explained. The previous one was called a treatment pill. The main effect is treatment. And restoring mental power is just a byproduct. And this one is purely for restoring mental power, with almost no treatment effect. And it must be better for restoring mental power. How about it? Is one pill enough? One the remaining 2 cent. Of course, Tang Ranran would not take it back. But after a pause, he suddenly thought that Fu Jingyuan had so many stubbornness. Hi. With Tang Ranran temperament, he originally thought that the 2 were given to him. But he never expected that it was a box. This is not jelly beans. It is a pills that are comparable to a JS vegetarian spiritual power. Well, you accept it. We quickly look back. Because you can brush endlessly in the farm. This thing, for Tang Ranran, is no different from tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of anchors. Her realm, money is just a figure. Well, I won't be polite then. Fu Jingyuan shamelessly accepted it and continued to rewind. While rewinding, Fu Jingyuan stared at the box of Qingling pills in his hand with deep eyes. One box. Nearly 100 pills. The value is huge and inestimable. And this is a gift for him alone. Yanqian doesn't have it. Does this mean that Tang Ranran treats him differently and is interested in him? So if he strikes while the iron is hot and confesses directly now, will it succeed? If it succeeds, Yanqian will be kicked out by him. It's better to act than to be rejected. However, in order to prevent himself from being rejected after his confession, Fu Jingyuan made a second-hand preparation. Due to the scene playback, Tang Ranran was within the coverage of his mental power, and Fu Jingyuan secretly made a time barrier within the range of his mental power. Dazzled by the scene playback again, Tang Ranran, who was looking at the scenery and relaxing his eyes, was suddenly startled. Huh? It seems that something is different. Suspiciously, he glanced around and found nothing unusual. Tang Ranran looked at Fu Jingyuan and was about to ask him if it was her illusion or if he also felt it. Fu Jingyuan spoke first, and his sharp eyes softened. Ranran, do you have a boyfriend? Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned. Without waiting for Tang Ranran to answer, Fu Jingyuan was full of nervousness and asked seriously as if he was taking an oath. If not, what do you think of me? I like you. Tang Ranran was stunned, and asked again. Ah? If not, why did he suddenly confess to her? Did she give too much and use money to hurt him? After coming back to her senses, Tang Ranran blinked and swept her eyes from head to toe over Fu Jingyuan. Her eyes bright and satisfied, and full of joy. Long legs, good figure, handsome, and a general. Except for being a little poor, Fu Jingyuan has no other shortcomings. A top-quality man confessed to her. Proud, happy, delighted. Looking at Tang Ranran's expression, Fu Jingyuan felt that he saw the hope of success. But he didn't wait for 2 seconds to be happy. Tang Ranran, who was full of accomplishment, smiled and rejected him. Thank you for your love. You are a good person. Ding. A good person card. Then, Tang Ranran opened her big watery eyes, very sincere and innocent, and said shyly in a pure style, "But sorry. I'm still young. I don't think about love now." This is definitely Tang Ranran's excuse. Although she likes Fu Jingyuan very much, his mental power is higher than hers, and his supernatural powers are special. If she agrees now and confirms the relationship, what if the farm secret is discovered during the relationship? What if she gets tired of playing and wants to break up but can't? What if she falls out? What if her boyfriend doesn't let her appreciate other handsome guys? You can't give up a forest for a tree. Compared to having multiple boyfriends, Tang Ranran would rather raise fish and a bodyguard boy band. After being rejected, although she was extremely disappointed, she tasted that there was still room for maneuver. Fu Jingyuan broke the casserole and asked, "Then if you want to develop a relationship in a few years, can you consider me?" Tang Ranran answered without thinking, smiling very beautifully. "Of course. Since you asked this, of course you should put him in the pond first. Rules of bad girls: don't refuse. Don't take the initiative. Don't promise." Tang Ranran's answer was okay. It was so straightforward, so natural, and full of joy and lightness that Fu Jingyuan couldn't guess her thoughts at all. Too young. No love. This rejection made him feel that it was an excuse. An excuse to avoid making the friendship between the two of them too awkward. But if Tang Ranran didn't like him and liked Yanqian more, Fu Jingyuan didn't think it was possible. If she liked Yanqian, why was she so nice to him? Aren't you afraid of getting negative points in front of Yanqian? In front of each other. They were all one for each other. If you have to say who is more partial, Tang Ranran is more partial to Kongqin. A relationship like one of your own. But if Tang Ranran likes Kongqin, that's even more wrong. With Kongqin mind, if she liked him, the two would have been together long ago. And the rejection just now should be sorry. I have a boyfriend. His intuition told him that Tang Ranran and Kongqin were in a superior-subordinate relationship. And as a superior, Tang Ranran should have included Kongqin in the scope of his confidence. As a close confidant who is absolutely trusted, within the scope of one's own people, Tang Ranran's partiality to Kongqin is understandable. Rejecting him doesn't seem like she likes Yanqian. And when Fu Jingyuan said okay, he really couldn't see any reluctance or hesitation from Tang Ranran. That happy and cheerful tone was definitely not a comforting word to give him face because of his consideration for his face. Looking at this sentence, although Fu Jingyuan was rejected, he was sure that Tang Ranran had a good impression of him. At the very least, there must be a normal liking that women have for handsome guys. The rejection of this confession made Fu Jingyuan feel that the situation was very complicated. He couldn't think of a clue for the time being, so he simply cleared it directly. Fu Jingyuan cleared the first 3 minutes of time, and the two returned to the moment when he opened the time barrier, and all the confessions that happened afterwards were cleared. He can clear time, but there are two prerequisites. First, the time span cannot be too long, generally within 1 hour. And second, it must be within a specific range, which refers specifically to the time barrier itself. Tang Ranran felt dazed by Fu Jingyuan's 3-minute rewind. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Tang Ranran was confused 3 times in a row. Ah? What happened? It felt like she had a dream just now. No way. It was daytime, and she was standing. How could she dream? Or was she confused because she was absent-minded? Tang Ranran looked around suspiciously, and it was still rewinding, and everything was normal. Tang Ranran was still a little worried. So she asked, Fu Jingyuan, do you have a strange feeling? What feeling? His eyelids twitched, and Fu Jingyuan felt a little guilty. Would he be noticed? It's just, I can't explain it. Tang Ranran raised her hands and patted her cheeks. Maybe she was stupid. It was hard to tell. So Tang Ranran asked in a different way. Do you feel anything unusual? That dangerous intuition. Do you? Fu Jingyuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, which meant that he intuitively sensed something, but did not actually discover anything. No. A denial. Fu Jingyuan looked around carefully with a dramatic look. Oh. Tang Ranran believed it without any doubt, muttering, maybe I thought too much. Or maybe I was dizzy. Isn't it the time of death yet? How long will it take? Not sure. Tang Ranran was sad. Okay. The 5 skeletons on the ground were really old. More than 10 years ago. And they were still in the state of skeletons. Fu Jingyuan continued. Because the more he went back, the more mental power he consumed. In less than a quarter of an hour, Fu Jingyuan's head was buzzing again. A Qingling pill instantly refreshed him. Continue. About 5 minutes later, the skeletons hadn't found anything. But Yan Qian mental power came over. It was Yan Qian who was looking for them. Although Fu Jingyuan was annoyed with Yan Qian, Tang Ranran would have given him the coordinates even if he didn't. Deliberately ignoring him would have made him look petty. So Fu Jingyuan simply took the initiative to give a mental response. After receiving the response and determining the location, Yan Qian teleported in the direction of space. And in a breath, he flashed in front of the two. In Yan Qian's eyes, the scene replay and reality were two different pictures. So he looked at the skeletons on the ground and the black and white flashing scene review. And Yan Qian expressed his doubts in one word. I found these skeletons and was very curious about them. So I asked Fu Jingyuan to take a look. But it's not time to retreat yet. Tang Ranran explained concisely. Oh. After responding, Yan Qian's eyes suddenly stopped and fell directly on the fresh food box in Fu Jingyuan's hand. I don't know how long it will take to retreat. If it is 50 or 60 years, the mental power consumption will be very large. I estimate that I will need to take a lot of mental power recovery pills. Fu Jingyuan did not put the food box containing the Qingling pill back into the space buckle, but held it in his hand. Although the translucent food box was closed, Yan Qian was able to find out with his sharp eyes that it was not the treatment pills before, but pills of another color. There was still a trace of high net worth in the air, which was obviously escaping from here. Pills to restore mental strength. Yan Qian guessed it at once. Then the question is, where did Fu Jingyuan get this pill? It can't be that he made it himself. The answer is obvious. Tang Ranran gave it to him. This bastard must have done something secretly while he was away. He looked up and shot at Fu Jingyuan. Yan Qian's dark eyes were full of sharpness, and he stabbed Fu Jingyuan like a knife. So angry. Heh. I can't beat this bastard to death. Fu Jingyuan naturally felt such obvious hostility, and raised his fearless mouth. Fu Jingyuan confronted head-on, and looked back without giving in. The hand holding the food box shone towards Yan Qian. Fu Jingyuan gave him a provocative look. Look! You don't have it! Yan Qian's eyes became colder, and the two of them started a sharp eye fight. The atmosphere was a little subtle, and Tang Ranran suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem with an inexplicable chill. The current situation is like having 2 huskies at home, but only 1 chicken leg. It's a complete mess. Tang Ranran quickly took out a box of the same Qingling pill from the space buckle. Yan Qian, is your mental power consumption too much? I have a special mental power recovery pill here. I give you a box. Don't be polite. Tang Ranran quickly made up for it, moved a step, and stood between the two of them, preventing the two from looking at each other affectionately. Thank you. Fu Jingyuan has it. Why doesn't he have it? Yan Qian took it without hesitation. And in the process, he didn't forget to glance at Fu Jingyuan. What are you bragging about? He has it too. Tang Ranran secretly breathed a sigh of relief and always remembered, keep it fair. Less than 30 years. About 27 or 20 years. The two finally found the death node. Fu Jingyuan made such an adjustment, and the old story was presented. Ah! Accompanied by screams. 5 figures fell from above like dumplings. Of course, there were only pictures, no sound, and the screams were made up by Tang Ranran's mind. The 4 were smashed into a pool of meat on the spot, and there was a black combat uniform. He probably had some mental power left, and he managed to save himself despite the consequences of mental disorder. At the last moment, he was suspended in the air and saved his life. Unfortunately, this guy was not lucky. Just when he was rolling on the ground with his head covered in pain, because of the mental disorder. There was another person in the picture, wearing a navy blue combat uniform. This person was obviously full of power. He easily fell from the sky, landed steadily, and then walked towards the rolling guy. Fu Jingyuan acted as a translator here to interpret lip language. Obviously they were in the same business. Seeing him, the black combat suit gritted his teeth and said a few words. Minga? Save me. Save me. Fuck. Damn bugs. My head hurts so much. It must be my mental power going haywire. The navy blue combat suit approached with concern on his face, took out a bottle of potion from the space buckle, squatted in front of him, and handed it to him. I have another potion to calm mental power. Drink it first to slow down. The black combat suit's eyes were bright, full of desire to survive, staring at the blue bottle of potion, trembling and reaching out to take it. Just as he reached out to take the potion, and both of them were holding the potion in their hands, a sudden white light flashed, and a laser sword pierced his heart straight through. Ha! The man called Minga sneered. White knife in, red knife out. One hand pulled out the laser sword, and the other hand holding the potion shook so much that he shook off the black combat suit's hand. And Minga slowly put the blue bottle of potion back into the space buckle. It's a waste to give a fool like you tens of millions of dollars. Getting up, Brother Ming looked down with a sense of disdain and said with a smile, as a big brother, I will help you one last time and help you die quickly. You? The man in the black combat uniform widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and he died with his eyes wide open after a few seconds. The case is solved, for people fell to death, and one was killed by his own people. After the cause of death is clear, the key point comes. Here is the key point. After killing someone, Brother Ming looked up, and after taking a look, Brother Ming immediately took action and started to touch the corpse. While touching the corpse, Brother Ming did not forget to look up from time to time, and his face gradually changed from leisurely to solemn. After quickly touching 3 corpses, Brother Ming gritted his teeth, cursed secretly, and didn't care about touching the corpses anymore. He disappeared from the screen. That speed is definitely a life-saving escape. Pause. Tang Ranran spoke quickly. Fu Jingyuan stopped immediately. Tang Ranran locked onto the tiny black dots at the top edge of the screen. Without her speaking, Fu Jingyuan understood, and with a zoom operation, the small black dots revealed their original appearance. The black with a hint of brown was exactly the flying ants inside the stone mountain that Tang Ranran had seen before. Freezing at this time point, Fu Jingyuan extended the screen and probed upwards, and then the 3 of them saw it. A group of black ants must have poked the ant nest. The reason why Brother Ming escaped was found. Then the question came. Why did they poke the ant nest? There must be something good inside. Knowing the cause and effect, the 3 of them were not in a hurry to explore the ants, but replayed it several times, and then found many clues. Flying ants are very aggressive. The 5 unlucky guys who fell to death and were stabbed to death all had black ants on their exposed skin and faces. And you don't know until you see it. You will be shocked when you see it. This ant bites people, just like a tick, with the front half of its body piercing into the skin. As for whether it will drill into the skin, that is unknown. 3 of them were bitten the most by ants on their right hands, and there was something in their tightly clenched right hands. From Minga's touch on the corpse, it can be found that the 3 people held something like white glass marbles in their right hands, because only 3 corpses were searched, and there were 2 left, and both of them held white beads in their hands. After Minga ran away, most of the flying ants chased him, and some of them gnawed the palms of the corpses with a clear goal, and then found the white beads. Under magnification, it can be seen that the flying ants did not eat the white beads, but bit off a small piece and took it back. The white beads are probably of high purification value. Looking around, as a space system, Yin Qian can sense the space buckle, so he found 4 space buckles scattered around and buried under sand and soil. Over time, the space buckle will be corroded by wind and rain for a long time, and the things inside will also rot. After nearly 30 years of corrosion, these 4 space buckles are useless. That is, they can't be opened. But it doesn't matter. Yin Qian can forcibly dismantle them. With the use of the space ability, the space in the space buckle is directly split into 2. Once it is opened, a smell of decay comes to the face, and many things inside have turned into slag. Of course, the decayed ones are those that can't be stored, such as metals, etc., which are still well preserved. The 4 space buckles were opened one by one, and the 3 found an important clue in them. A purification value detection instrument, which is well preserved and can still be used. And there is still electricity. This instrument records an amazing data. The last test. The test time, June 17, 2286 of Xingji. The test result, purification value 83.9. With this discovery, it is not difficult to guess that this 83 is very likely to be a white bead. The analysis process of unraveling the cocoon is over. And next, it is directly opened. Fu Jingyu unlocked the time node and began to explore what happened before the 5 people fell. From the time and place of the fall, while looking back and moving upwards, the 3 of them soon arrived in front of the taro bush discovered by Tang Ranran. Fu Jingyuan adjusted the time, and then history repeated itself. 5 unlucky people who died. That Minga, and a man and a woman. A total of 8 people. The 8 people should all be above A level and can fly. But their strength should not be strong. Using the blade wall to reduce the consumption of mental power. The 8 people all climbed to the front of the triangular planting area with a light-hearted cliff-flying posture. In the playback screen, the taro leaves have withered, and there are only less than 10 scattered dead branches. And there are 4 or 5 fist-sized holes on the stomata window, which look like they were dug by humans. Fu Jingyuan ability is simply a cheat when used for investigation and tracking. Now that they have found the place and determined the time node, the 3 of them know everything after recalling the situation. In June of the Empire time, the taro is in its fruiting period. The taro began to mature one after another. Because of the high temperature, the mud layer at this time has become very dry and hard, cracking into pieces of different sizes. The hard-working ants harvested on time, and the harvest was not directly harvesting the taro, but a large group of black and brown ants worked together to arch the mature taro out of the mud. And after removing the mud and cortex on the taro, the next one to come on stage was a kind of white ant. The white ant is long, about 1 centimeter long, but very thin. At first glance, it looks like a moving thread. The thread had white, and climbed onto the taro, and directly pierced its head into the taro. Then, the thread left outside gradually inflated like an inflated balloon. In about a week, the white ant stuck in the taro grew into white glass marbles. Then, these mature glass marbles were cut and bitten by ordinary black-brown ants, and were divided into grains, like sugar crystals, and transported back to the depths of the ant nest. After one batch of white glass beads was harvested, another batch of white ants bravely went to the taro and stabbed it, and then turned into white glass beads again. The whole process lasted from June to August. The ants even understood the sustainable development route, leaving a little bit of taro. And after a while, new buds began to emerge on the remaining taro, and another round of growth began. Among the 8 people in the group, the man and woman who escaped by chance first discovered the planting hole. And then the woman was curious, and the man pulled the withered taro stem and found that there seemed to be fruit behind it. The man used a tool like an electric drill to drill a hole, and pulled out a taro with dozens of white glass beads stuck on it. After a simple test, the indicator light was off the charts. After confirming that it was 30 plus, the 2 were very surprised and returned first to meet up with their companions. About an hour later, the 8 people came to the side of the planting hole together, used tools to build leverage points to climb the side of the planting hole, expanded the hole, and looked inside. Seeing so many 83, the 8 people were stunned by the overwhelming wealth and were ecstatic. The first fruit was stolen because they were not prepared, and those in the planting hole were ordinary worker ants such as porters. When the 8 people came together, the army of attacking soldier ants responsible for external defense had already squatted in the planting hole to resist foreign enemies. Although the 8 people saw the black army of ants gathered in the planting hole, the money was tempting, and the temptation of the purification value of 83 was greater than the sky. What's more, they were all spiritualists, so they naturally didn't take small ants seriously. After putting a layer of mental protection on the skin, several people used tools to enlarge the hole, and then they couldn't wait to reach out to the restricted area and began to pick the white beads. What they didn't expect was that the mental protection was not thick enough, or the ants carried toxins that could corrode the mental protection shield. In short, after a few minutes, the people who took out the beads were bitten and screamed, just like poking a beehive, and a large group of flying ants came out to kill. Then there was the scene they saw before. The 5 unlucky guys probably had insufficient mental power, or they might have been poisoned and numb. Anyway, they slipped and fell down. Brother Ming killed people and robbed goods. And the other man and woman were probably lovers or husband and wife. And they ran away together when the incident happened. This is the old story of 30 years ago. The purification value is 83. Not a plant, but formed by white-line ants. Tang Ranran can only say that nature is really magical. It is early December now, and it is still early for taro to bear fruit. They came at the wrong time. But with Tang Ranran, a vegetable grower, the three of them had a simple discussion and decided to do an artificial intervention experiment. Select a planting hole, and Tang Ranran ripened half of the taro. Under natural conditions, taro bears fruit from June to August. If white beets can be produced as long as there are taro, then it is equivalent to mass production. After ripening a little taro, the three returned to the ground. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan went to observe the environment nearby to find out whether there are other mountains with the same phenomenon besides this mountain. Tang Ranran stayed alone at the bottom of the mountain. After the two left, he explored the internal structure of the mountain with his spiritual sense. The ant nest runs through the entire mountain. It can only be said that the scale is very large. The number of ants living in it is definitely as large as the population of the empire. Hundreds of billions. Only more and not less. The main building of the nest is in the area 100 to 200 meters above the ground, with various functional rooms, including the palace where the queen ant is located. There are at least 30 queens in this mountain of ants. The largest one is as big as a palm and lives alone in a palace of nearly 1 square meter. The other small queens live together in groups of 3 or 2. Not only do they live in groups, but the houses are also much smaller. The main queen is treated differently from the concubine. Around this group of queens, there are a total of 10 sugar crystal rooms, which store white sugar crystals, which are probably the 83 white beads. Some are full, some are half, and some are only left with the bottom. And these sugar crystals are the special tribute of the largest queen. After watching for dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran only saw the big queen get the treatment of eating sugar. TSK. Eating 83. This queen who is almost the size of an adult's palm. Could it be a spirit beast? Like an X-ray machine. Tang Ranran scanned the entire blade. Not long after the scan, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan came back one after another. According to the two, there is only one mountain with a planting hole. So the ant colony in this mountain may be a special mutated ant. They will not let go of the ants that can produce 83. The three of them wanted to catch the queen ant. Tang Ranran simply wanted to raise it herself, while Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan not only wanted to raise it at home, but also wanted to send it to the Military Research Institute. To raise ants, you must have a queen ant. Although Tang Ranran knew that there were many queen ants in this nest, he couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply didn't say anything. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan didn't know the internal structure of the ant nest, so they could only analyze and study it first. For this research, the three of them were laymen, so they had to find ant research experts. And research must have samples. So Tang Ranran, who brought the seeds of the insectivorous titan with him, planted one on the spot. Research has proved that the taste of the insectivorous titan's juice has an attractive effect on many insects. Although they have changed planets, its sweet taste is also attractive to the ants here. The insectivorous titan attracted ants, but they were all ordinary black-brown ants. Probably worker ants. He caught dozens of ants from this peak, and then changed the location and caught dozens of ants from other places. After sampling from multiple locations and taking dozens of different ant samples, Yin Qian once again acted as a courier and returned to the land space station. Tang Ranran didn't worry about catching the queen ant. She was responsible for growing vegetables. She handed the insectivorous titan with a flower pot to Fu Jingyuan, who was fishing for ants there, and Tang Ranran began to inspect the goods. The Tiandao Fengmai looked desolate, but there were many plants living tenaciously in it, and there might be pure plants among them. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Planting vegetables. Relying on her vegetable sense, Tang Ranran found 7 suspected pure plants from the samples brought back by Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian. The detector measured 6 purification values, and one of them was suspected to be around 20. As for the remaining one, I don't know what's going on. It has vegetable sense, but it can't be detected. For these doubtful items, Tang Ranran kept them for now, and did a detailed inspection after leaving. After inspecting the goods, Tang Ranran had nothing to do, so she moved the camp to the mountain near the ant nest. The insectivorous titan has attracted a large number of ants. It is obvious that because the ants are small, the mouse are not aware of their existence and cannot eat food. The insectivorous titan keeps secreting the juice that attracts insects, and more ants are attracted. In addition to the worker ants, the soldier ants also begin to appear and increase. Now it is not Fu Jingyuan who is fishing for ants, but the ant group chasing him. The flying large soldier ants are very special. Even the mental shield cannot withstand it. The gnawing of the soldier ants is harmful to the mental shield. Although it is small, it will definitely reduce 0.01 each time. So, reduce 0.01. Reduce 0.01. When the number increases, tens of thousands of soldier ants are gnawing on the mental shield. Even the SSS level Fu Jingyuan is a little tired to deal with it. It is not cost effective to take pills because of a group of small ants. And he remembers that Tang Ranran said that no more than 5 pills can be taken a day. Fu Jingyuan has already taken 5 pills today, so he could only carry the insectivorous titan and run. Seeing the large group of flying ants that looked like a black cloud, Tang Ranran hurriedly told him not to worry about the insectivorous titan. It was too big to carry anyway, so if it was eaten by insects, it would be eaten. The purification value was only 8. After following Tang Ranran for so many days, Fu Jingyuan's standards had become high. It was only 8, so he didn't feel bad. Tang Ranran had already spoken. So Fu Jingyuan decisively threw away the insectivorous titan and entered the protective shield of the camp. These soldier ants are a little special. Under their gnawing, the mental power consumption will be aggravated. Fu Jingyuan explained the situation. Thank you for your hard work. After listening, Tang Ranran said in a leadership style, and then gave him half a melon. Next, it was purely time to eat fruit and chat. They talked a lot about ants, and then about the 8 people 30 years ago. After finishing the topic, they talked about the spiritual power skills of Teacher Fu's small class. After about 3 hours, the sun sank into the horizon, and the sky began to darken. Yanqian came back. Yanqian was waiting there for the experimental results to come out. And then he came back. As soon as he came back, he shared the preliminary research results with the two. It can be said that it was bad news. According to genetic testing, except for the special ants in this mountain, the genes of other ants in the surrounding area are the same and belong to the same species. But the ants in this nest that can grow taro and produce 83 white beads are mutants. There is a little difference in their genes. Anyway, it is an unknown reason that caused the genetic mutation. As for catching the queen ant for mass production, this plan is a bit difficult, because the ants Yanqian brought back, whether they were non-mutated or mutated, could not survive more than 2 hours in the laboratory environment. The mutated ones in this nest were the first to die. In other words, the living place is limited. Raising ants is definitely difficult to implement. After explaining the situation, Yanqian discussed with the two whether to report the news after the 3 of them collected a wave of 83. If they did not report it, they would be able to harvest a wave of 83 white beads every year from June to August. And if they reported it, they might be able to overcome the difficulties and realize artificial breeding. If they could artificially breed this nest of ants, mass production of 83. I simply couldn't imagine it. The 3 discussed for a few words. Yanqian's attitude was inclined to report it. Fu Jingyuan was a little hesitant, and Tang Ranran was completely indifferent. Finally, Fu Jingyuan was persuaded by Yanqian. The 3 unanimously passed the resolution to report it. But not now, but after a while. After all, as the discoverers, they should at least collect the first wave of dividends. After the discussion of the ants, Tang Ranran simply shared the findings in today's samples, and the day came to an end. Keeping vigil has nothing to do with Tang Ranran. Although she doesn't need to sleep, she still has to pretend. So, Tang Ranran stays in her own tent, pretending to sleep. But in fact she is counting ants and observing the little ants with her spiritual sense. Geographical limitations. With this factor limiting her, it was a bit abrupt for her to ask for a queen ant to raise. But it was 83 sugar beans. Moreover, when she first arrived on this planet, her luck exploded, and she got a fairy cave. What is a fairy cave? The technology of cultivating immortals and fantasy theology is very powerful, and the technology of storage function is far ahead of the scientific and technological space of this world. Storage bag, for storing things. Storage ring, for storing things with a larger space. Spirit beast bag, for storing spirit pets. planting the world, for farming with you. As for the Immortal Cave, it is a high-end product that integrates the three functions of storage, raising spirit pets, and planting. It is the top-level existence among the storage magic tools. It is equivalent to a small world. As an ancestor, it is normal to have several immortal caves. Tang Ranran drew the smallest one among her immortal caves, which is less than 200 square meters. It is soil, and can be used for planting and raising small spirit beasts. There is no problem raising a group of ants. The problem is that I don't know if I can keep them alive. Moreover, how can she catch a queen ant quietly? Tang Ranran counted the ants all night, and then she found a clue. The planting hole obviously has guard ants. The guard ants in the planting hole, where she ripened, discovered the changes in the taro, and then passed the information back to the depths of the ant nest one by one. The queen ant, as the brain center, issued an order after receiving the message. White thread-headed ants appeared. Before, there were no such white thread-headed ants in the entire ant nest. Now, as soon as they appeared, Tang Ranran followed the clues and found that the big queen ant laid eggs on the spot. Within 3 or 4 hours after the eggs were laid, white thread-headed ants hatched. And if you look closely at the white thread-headed ants, without looking at the abdomen, the front half is very similar to the queen ant. Tang Ranran suddenly had a guess. Maybe white thread-headed ants can evolve into queen ants. Tang Ranran spent the whole night counting ants. Given the size of the mountain and the depth of the ant nest, the white-threaded ants were still crawling towards the planting hole. It would take 3 or 2 days to climb up. On a day with nothing to do, Tang Ranran was mainly a spectator. Today's job was to explore the ant nest. As a person who has awakened the space ability, Yinqian has many skills, one of which is space exploration. To put it simply, Yinqian can use his ability to distinguish between solid areas and hollow areas. Because the mountain is huge, it takes a lot of time to scan from bottom to top. After almost 2 hours, Yinqian drew a 3-dimensional structure diagram of the ant nest in the mountain. Tang Ranran was surprised to find that the accuracy was over 95%. However, Yinqian made this 3-dimensional diagram completely based on the hollow situation. As for what was in each small room and what its function was, he could only guess. Yinqian pointed to the largest small room and made a well-reasoned analysis. For a group of ants, the largest residence in the nest is usually the palace, where the queen is. I suspect this largest one is the core palace, and those around the queen should have food storage rooms and egg chambers. This ant nest is so big. Could there be more than one queen? Tang Ranran hinted. Could the queen eat the white beads we saw? Fu Jingyuan agreed. Ranran is right. There should be a stock of 83 powder in the ant nest. Yinqian, can you get the things in the small room through the stone? Tang Ranran looked at Yinqian with high hopes for him, and her dark eyes were full of expectations. This look of being relied on made Yinqian very happy, and he felt extremely satisfied all of a sudden, and nodded and said, Okay. Great. Yinqian, you are awesome. Tang Ranran praised generously, her voice soft and steaky with a unique admiration. Men, if you praise them more, they will work harder. Tang Ranran knows this well. Yinqian was praised so much that he couldn't find his way. He couldn't suppress the arc of his mouth. If he had a tail, it would have been raised at this moment. Looking at his silly look, Fu Jingyuan was speechless and despised him in his heart. He also received several compliments yesterday. Fu Jingyuan, you are so awesome. After thinking carefully, Fu Jingyuan came to his senses. Such a compliment had no special meaning at all. It was definitely just a casual compliment from Tang Ranran. Having the experience of failed confession, Fu Jingyuan reviewed the situation many times when he was on guard last night. Now, he has a clear understanding of Tang Ranran nature. Tang Ranran is probably just a simple color. Just like men prefer beautiful women, she prefers handsome men. If she comes with a person with the same appearance as them, she may be treated the same. So, there is nothing to be proud of. Originally, Fu Jingyuan thought that killing Yinqian, the love rival, would be a hell-level difficulty. But now, he has vaguely realized that even if there is no Yinqian as a rival, it is hell-level difficulty to pursue Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran looks easy to pursue, and she is also very nice to them on weekdays. Her behavior is unintentionally full of affection. But this is definitely a simple and ordinary love for handsome guys, without any specialness. She is simply loving handsome guys. If you want to occupy a special place in Tang Ranran's heart, The road is long and very difficult. Yin Qian cast a provocative look at Fu Jingyuan. But Fu Jingyuan, who saw through Tang Ranran nature, didn't want to pay attention to him. The iron fist hit the cotton. And Yin Qian also felt bored. So he started to do business. Yesterday in the laboratory, they helped to make a few miniature exploration cameras, which have ant pheromones on them, and they should not be detected. As he said, Yin Qian took out a few sesame-sized ants from the space buckle. Let me put it in and see. One for each person. Pinching a small sesame seed from Yin Qian palm and putting it in front of her eyes. Tang Ranran had to admire the interstellar technology. It's so small. It's really exquisite. How to control it? Yin Qian. Connect the appraisal book. You can see the picture and operate it. There is a wireless connection device in the operation control of the appraisal book. And the special password is SXRJFYS32914. Wait. I will report it while I input it. Tang Ranran could only sigh again. Special circumstances have special treatment. And now, a signal with a high purification value and prohibited use is found. But it is not prohibited now. Tang Ranran pulled out the appraisal book from the space buckle, found the relevant function, entered the password, and then connected the ant spy. A few simple operating instructions. A total of 5 ant spy detectors. 3 are enabled. 1 for each person. After the 3 ant spies were turned on and familiar with the operation, Yin Qian threw them one by one and threw them into the ant nest through the stone with the space power. With the divine sense, Tang Ranran randomly designated a small room. A half-stored sugar crystal room. Yin Qian ant spy was thrown into the largest palace of the queen ant. And as for Fu Jingyuan, Yin Qian randomly threw him a small room around the palace, with a built-in exploration system. The ant spies thrown into the ant nest took action. Because of their small size, the shooting angle was limited, and the palace was large. Yin Qian ant spy did not shoot anything temporarily. Look! Look! There is a white patch here. This should be the sugar powder decomposed by the 83 white beads. Right? Tang Ranran was very surprised. Yin Qian threw it at the bottom. So at this moment, Tang Ranran ant spy was pressed at the bottom by the sugar crystal. And there was a patch of white sugar crystals in the field of vision. The two looked at it and nodded. Yin Qian made a mark on the model. Don't worry. After the exploration, I will take some out for testing. Yes. Continue to explore. Then Tang Ranran found out awkwardly that her ant spy couldn't move. It was pressed down by the sugar crystal. Letting her little spy struggle in the sugar crystal. Tang Ranran looked left and right. The queen's palace was very big. Yin Qian kept adjusting the position of the ant spy before he could take a picture of the queen. Fu Jingyuan found it first and suddenly said, Look! The queen is here. They both looked over at the same time. On Fu Jingyuan appraisal book, there was a big white ant with a head as big as a date. A high bulging abdomen. And ant eggs were still being laid at the end of the tail. Yin Qian frowned. This shouldn't be. In theory, the largest chamber should be the queen's palace. The stone peak is so big, and there is only one nest of ants here. So will there be multiple queens in this nest? Tang Ranran reminded without leaving a trace. Yin Qian nodded. It's possible. When the colony is large, one queen ant is not enough. So there will be multiple queen ants. In order to verify this guess, Yin Qian controlled his ant spy and sped up the search for the big queen ant. Ant spy detectors, because they carry pheromones, are just ordinary worker ants in the eyes of normal ants, although they are sometimes expelled. Generally speaking, these little spies are very good at hiding and have completed their work of spying on the enemy very successfully. It is because of their small size that they have difficulty climbing. Today, I spent all my time exploring the interior of the ant nest. It is also fortunate that the queen's room, food storage room, larvae room, egg room, and sugar crystal room of the ant nest are all concentrated around the queen's palace. Otherwise it would take several days to explore the ant nest. After completing the exploration and finding the location of those sugar crystal rooms, Yin Qian began to steal the fruits of the ant's labor. Yin Qian also grabbed Tang Ranran ant spy, who was still deeply buried in the sugar crystal. At the location of the sugar crystal room, a black hole was opened on the stone wall. Yin Qian, wearing a food-grade disposable glove, stretched his right hand into the black hole. When he retracted it, he grabbed a handful of sugar crystals in his hand, and there were small black dots of ant spies in the sugar crystals. Tang Ranran hurriedly brought the prepared fresh food box over, and a pile of crystal clear sugar crystals fell into the fresh food box. The next step is to return to the camp and study. Select samples and test. Finally, it is determined that it is water-soluble pure food. The highest water solution purification value is 84.7. The unit price of the purification value of 70 is 100 billion. But the 80, close to 85. Tang Ranran has never heard of it. So, how much is it? Although Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan have never been able to afford 80 plus. They have heard that at auctions, any 80 plus pure food will attract the top chaebols of the empire to participate in the competition. And the transaction price per unit is always more than 1 trillion. For example, the lotus small green fruit has a shelf life, which is very limited. But this sugar crystal can obviously be preserved for a long time. According to experiments, 1 unit of aqueous solution only needs less than 30 grams of sugar powder. That is, 30 grams is 1 trillion plus. In the ant nest, there are 10 sugar crystal storage rooms, 5 of which are full, 2 are half full, and 3 are empty. There should be some empty ones, but they are empty now. So it is impossible to tell whether sugar crystal powder has been stored. The size of each sugar crystal powder storage room is about 1 L. 1 cubic decimeter is equal to 0.001 cubic meter. According to the density of water, 1 cubic meter is 1 ton. So 1 kilogram, 1,000 grams. A total of 6,000 grams plus 200 trillion. Moreover, the density of sugar powder should be higher than that of water, so it will actually be heavier and more valuable. This overwhelming wealth. It is really overwhelming. Even Tang Ranran, who can get rich by brushing farms, was deeply shocked. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan fell into deep silence since they saw the test results. They were definitely stunned by the money. 2 poor people have never seen so much money. Such a lot of money is simply enough to kill people. After spending dozens of minutes digesting this overwhelming wealth, the 3 began to discuss. Sugar powder is so expensive that no one wants to miss it. But if it is stolen, will it affect the ants in this nest and cause a devastating blow to this nest of ants? If this nest of ants dies, after discussing it, the 3 decided to take half first, and then decide based on the situation. What is the situation? It is the sugar production of the ants. If the taro planted by Tang Ranran in off-season can make the ants start to produce sugar, then they will take more sugar powder. If off-season sugar production cannot be achieved, then at least 1/3 should be left. After the discussion, the meeting was adjourned. When going out, it is convenient to do things. Dinner is nutrient solution. Tang Ranran provided a fruit platter as a friendly gesture, and the main one is watermelon. I have to admire the appetite of men. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan, after drinking a bottle of nutrient solution, each of them finished a melon. After eating and drinking, take a walk and then go to sleep. Tang Ranran didn't need to sleep, but she couldn't sleep at the same time. Tonight, Fu Jingyuan was on duty for the first half of the night. So after tossing and turning for more than an hour, Tang Ranran used her spiritual sense to scan the outside world. In the camp covered by the protective shield, Yan Qianluo was lying on the mat in the open air, covered with a thin blanket, and had fallen asleep with his eyes closed. Fu Jingyuan was outside the protective shield, looking at the mountain where the ants were. And I don't know what he was thinking. Tang Ranran actions were secretly done. First, put on a mental shield just in case. Then, take out the small Tangshi, and under the protection of his own mental shield, the small Tangshi entered the farm and went straight to the room. Find the fairy cave in the computer core room. And the small Tangshi left the farm and took the fairy cave with him. This ordinary popular version of the fairy cave, which is less than 200 square meters, is a ring, golden purple, made of the fairy space stone in the world of immortal cultivation. Although it is an ordinary item among similar magic weapons. Looking at the entire magic weapon world, this is a high-level magic weapon of high grade. In game terms, it is absolutely an epic orange product. After playing with it for a while, Tang Ranran recalled the past and her glorious life in the world of immortal cultivation. A good man never brags about his past achievements. She came back to her senses. After returning to the present, Tang Ranran tried to put the fairy cave into the space buckle. As expected, she rejected it because it could not be put into the space buckle. If she carried it with her, would Yan Qian find out? Well, forget it. Just to be conservative, The small Tangshi entered the farm again, took the fairy cave into it, and then threw the ring into the basement to ensure that she could get the ring as soon as possible when she was outside. After putting the ring away, Tang Ranran controlled the small Tangshi again and took a look at the spirit beast bag she had placed in the house. In the spirit beast bag, her number one spirit pet Heichichi had become much fatter, from a loach to a giant salamander. TSK. Tang Ranran took a lot of spirit fruits from the basement and threw them into the spirit beast bag to ensure that the pet Heichichi had enough food for a month. After doing this, it was time to call it a day. Tangshi, the trumpet, left the farm and collected the space deduction. Tang Ranran felt a little guilty and used his spiritual sense to explore outside. Fu Jingyuan was still looking at the mountain peak, and Yanqian still seemed to be sleeping soundly. Very good. They didn't notice anything unusual. Tang Ranran got up early in the morning with the rosy clouds. Today's schedule is still to explore the ant nest. But the focus today is not on the central part of the ant nest, but on the planting area. As Tang Ranran catalyzed the planting hole of the taro fruit, he deployed ant spies. Although the white-threaded ants had not yet appeared, a large number of worker ants had gathered here. The worker ants fought one after another and died generously, just to dig the taro fruit out of the mud. 2 taro fruits have been pulled to a relatively dry place, revealing half of the fruit. Obviously, the ant army has started the preliminary work of planting sugar powder. The ant spy searched along the passage and found a large army of white-threaded ants in the afternoon. That is, there is still half a day to go, and the white-threaded ants can reach the planting hole and start planting work. Artificial ripening is feasible. With this discovery, Tang Ranran began to take action and pulled out 2 taro leaves as seed plants. Tang Ranran planted them one by one and ripened 80% of the taro leaves in all the planting holes. He also carefully dug the taro bushes from the deep mud to the surface of the mud, making it easier for the ants to plant candy. Thanks to the gift of nature, the wealth is in hand. For the first batch of 84, the 3 stole half of the ants' sugar powder, a total of about 30 L. And the density of this sugar powder is about 1.5 grams/cubic centimeter. So the total mass is about 4,200 grams. Because they received so many things from Tang Ranran, Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan both asked her to take the biggest share when distributing them. Tang Ranran resolutely refused and insisted on an equal distribution. With so much money, taking a little more would at most be icing on the cake. But this wealth is different for these 2 poor people. It must be divided equally. Finally, according to the equal distribution, each person got about 1,400 grams. 30 grams is 1 trillion, which is worth thousands of gold. At least 50 trillion per person. Of course, according to the principle of scarcity, if so many 84 added sugar powders appear at once, the price will definitely go down. Although there are many rich people in the interstellar, 50 trillion is not a small amount. Not to mention 3 portions, which is not easy to cash in. Although it is not convenient to cash in the short term, the value is here. Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan have completely turned from poor people to rich people. They are not ordinary rich people, but rich people among rich people. As long as you dare to fight, you can get rich on Free Star. This is definitely not a lie. Of course, the right time, the right place, the right people, luck and teamwork are all indispensable. Without Fu Jingyuan, Tang Ranran would never have thought that the sugar powder in the ant nest was a treasure. Without Tang Ranran, Fu Jingyuan would not have spent so much mental energy to find out the cause of death of the 5 skeletons. Without Yanqian, if it were only Tang Ranran and Fu Jingyuan, the time and mental energy consumed by flying from the land space station to the Tiandeo Fengmai would be incalculable. In short, none of them can be missing. The 3 of them will definitely make a fortune. After dividing the spoils, because the Tiandeo Fengmai area is relatively safe, it was already dark at this time, and the 3 decided to go to the next destination after tonight. Finding an opportunity, Tang Ranran pulled Yanqian aside and whispered to him, "I want to study it. Just 1 queen ant is enough. There are several queen ants in the ant nest. 1 less will definitely not have any impact. I just want 1. Just catch 1 for me quietly. Please, please." Blinking with wet eyes, Tang Ranran's tone was full of coquettishness. Yanqian had no resistance to this. "It's just a queen ant. Catch. Must catch." Tang Ranran didn't need to waste any words at all. Yanqian took her to catch the queen ant. Because of the ant spy, The location of the big queen ant and the 7 small queen ants in the nest had been figured out. Just like taking Tang Ranran shopping. Yin Qian asked in a tone of picking out goods. Which one do you want? Tang Ranran compared the photos of the little queen ant taken by the ant spies yesterday and chose a plump little queen ant that was second only to the queen ant in size. Let's take this one. Okay. The location of the little queen ant was determined, and the ant spy was thrown in to explore the way. After the exact coordinates, a black hole appeared. Yin Qian stretched out his hand and caught the little queen ant and put it in the ant bottle that Tang Ranran had prepared long ago. The little queen ant, who was still eating and drinking and laying eggs a second ago, happily holding the bottle in front of her eyes. Tang Ranran happily looked at the plump queen ant in the bottle with a belly as big as a date. What is this? This is a sugar crystal manufacturing factory with a capacity of nearly 85. However, will one ant not be able to survive? Thinking of this, Tang Ranran unceremoniously ordered Yin Qian again. Why don't you catch a few more male ants, worker ants, and soldier ants for me? Yes. Soon. The male ants, worker ants, and soldier ants were all ready. Tang Ranran was satisfied and praised Yin Qian generously. Yin Qian, you are so good. Thank you so much. Your space ability is really amazing. Amid Tang Ranran praise, Yin Qian floated very much. His feet were light, as if he was stepping on clouds. After catching the ants, except for the ants that were caught who were unhappy, both of them were very happy and returned to the camp happily. Then I go to bed first. See you tomorrow. After saying goodbye, Yin Qian was left alone outside to laugh foolishly. Tang Ranran quickly got into her small tent and began to study her ants. After being caught from the ant nest and put into the ant bottle, many ants, including the little queen ant, seemed a little panicked. The little queen ant was too big to move, so she looked listless and even stopped laying eggs. The other ants were a perfect example of the saying, ants on a hot pot, spinning around. Male ants, soldier ants, and worker ants kept spinning in the bottle, and some even started to climb up along the bottle wall. However, the bottle was too smooth, and they slid down after climbing a few centimeters. After observing for a while, Tang Ranran took out a sugar crystal box and sprinkled a little bit of sugar crystals. After the sugar crystals were sprinkled, the ants gradually became quiet. The little worker ants approached the sugar crystals, probing with their antennae, as if confirming something. Then, after confirming, the little worker ants carried the sugar crystals and began to deliver them to the mouth of the little queen ant. The little ant did not refuse and ate happily. As it continued to eat the sugar crystals, the little queen ant began to lay eggs again, and several worker ants began to work, moving the eggs laid by the queen ant and placing them aside. As long as there are sugar crystals, there is a high probability that it can be raised. Right? Thinking of this, Tang Ranran immediately took out the fairy cave ring from the basement of the farm, wrapped the queen ant with his spiritual consciousness, and took it out of the bottle. Here comes a soul death contract. Very smoothly and successfully, Tang Ranran has a second spiritual pet. Oh! It can't be called a spiritual pet level. It can only be said to be a pet. After all, it is not spiritual. The little black egg is called Haikaki. And this queen ant? Let's call her by Wawa. The contract was completed, and Tang Ranran felt it carefully. Without intelligence and mental strength, she could only vaguely feel a thought, eat. I don't know if she can evolve in the future? Forget it. Forget it. The requirements can't be too high. As long as she can be fed and produce sugar for her, it will be a great fortune. Tang Ranran carefully put Bai Wawa into the fairy cave and placed it on the soft land. As for the other ants, they were simple and rough, just thrown around the queen ant. Then Tang Ranran sprinkled a handful of sugar crystals in. The initial state of the fairy cave is just a piece of land. There is nothing on it. Not even a blade of grass grows. Tang Ranran suddenly realized the environmental adaptability. These ants live in Blade Mountain. So, a whole mountain in action. After stringing a rope, the fairy cave ring was hung around her neck as a necklace, hidden under her clothes, and Tang Ranran got out of the tent. After leaving the tent, Tang Ranran looked around. In the camp under the protective shield, she could only see Fu Jingyuan standing guard. After looking around for a while, she didn't see Yin Qian at all. Tang Ranran asked directly, "Where is Yin Qian?" "He went to Tianjing Star Lake." "Do you have something to do with him?" He will be back in an hour at most. Nothing. I just didn't see him, so I asked. Tang Ranran waved her hand. The main reason was that Yan Qian was there, and she was afraid of being exposed, so she had to run away. If he was not there, she could be more carefree. I'm bored, so I just walk around. As she said that, Tang Ranran was about to walk out of the protective shield. Then I go with you. As Fu Jingyuan spoke, he took a step towards her. No. I just walk around. Tang Ranran refused. Then be careful. Fu Jingyuan knew what to do and stopped. Fu Jingyuan knew that Tang Ranran had a secret. Although he was curious, as a smart man, he would not ask. After all, everyone has their own secrets. At present, the two are just ordinary friends. They must grasp the sense of boundaries. Otherwise it will only increase disgust. Their camp is next to the Blade Mountain of the Ant Nest. Tang Ranran went around to the other side of the Blade Mountain and turned his back to the direction of the camp. Although the distance is not far, there are huge rocks blocking the line of sight, and Fu Jingyuan cannot see the situation here. After finding a boulder of more than 2 meters, Tang Ranran put it into the fairy cave. This size can be put in a 10 cubic meter space buckle. Even if Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian found something and asked again, she can be said to have put it in the space buckle. After installing a boulder native to the Ant Nest Mountain, Tang Ranran took off on the spot and flew a long way, 1 kilometer away from the camp. Tang Ranran chose a mini blade mountain of 7 or 8 meters high. Although the fairy cave has a height and area limit, it is more than 20 meters high, which is enough to put such a small hill. Tang Ranran took the whole thing into his fairy cave. Well, there are 2 hills, one big and one small. The ants can build their nests on whichever hill they like, planting grass on the spot to cover up the traces left by the disappearance of the hill. Tang Ranran took out the small Tangshi, threw Tangshi into the fairy cave, and then threw a lot of seeds in, controlling the small account. Tang Ranran planted in the fairy cave, first planting a batch of various plants of the Tiandeo Fengmai, and then the taro leaves. The highlight, throwing a stick of taro in. The small Tangshi planted all kinds of things, because taro is just an ordinary plant. It grows, bears fruit, and then the fruit sprouts again. A large taro can produce more than a dozen buds, and then differentiate into more than a dozen taro leaves. 1 minute and 15. And then 15 squares. There were more and more taro leaves. Soon, there was a circle of taro around the 2 mountains. Some still leaves, some mature, and some bearing fruit. There was food all over the ground. They definitely wouldn't starve to death. But at this altitude, I don't know if they can survive. I can only try. After the environment was arranged, Tang Ranran began to induce labor. Laying eggs. Laying eggs. Laying more eggs. Perhaps it was because the sugar crystals had enough energy. Or it might be because Tang Ranran's order to induce labor worked. The little queen ant began to lay eggs again. It's just, there seemed to be a shortage of worker ants. There were less than 30 worker ants in total. They had to explore the environment, find food, feed the queen ant, and carry eggs. They were so busy that they were dizzy. It was a bit of a labor squeeze. After moving the trumpet Tang, she back to the space buckle. Tang Ranran flew back to the Ant Nest Mountain and came to the planting holes on the high ground. At this time, the planting hole where she first catalyzed the taro was filled with a sea of worker ants. Catch! Grab a handful, and there are tens of thousands of them. Tang Ranran used her spiritual sense to grab, because there are other space systems on the planet. Yan Qian did not leave space coordinates here, but roughly remembered the location. With the reference of the planting hole, it is still very easy to find this mountain. Set off to the next destination. The giant forest. The giant forest, as the name suggests, is giant, and many creatures in the forest are very big. The moment Tang Ranran arrived at the giant forest, he was teleported like a teleportation array, and his pupils trembled, and he almost couldn't hold back the expression on his face. Such a rich spiritual energy. Really, super rich. The concentration of this spiritual energy is comparable to most areas in the world of immortal cultivation. After being shocked for 2 seconds, in Tang Ranran peripheral vision, Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan both had very calm expressions. A kind of accustomed expression. Well, didn't you feel it? A high purification value breath? Tang Ranran was a little puzzled. Is the spiritual energy and purification value breath not the same? According to the current known information, The giant forest is the place with the richest pure breath in the entire Su Xinrong planet. Yes, the giant forest is also the place with the most pure plants and pure animals on the planet. Because they knew. The two were not shocked. The two of them talked about it. And Tang Ranran was immediately compared to an ignorant outsider. Tang Ranran, okay. These two people have made a strategy. And she was lazy. So she just looked at it casually and missed this information. Like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Tang Ranran clenched his fist and was eager to try. This is the treasure land. This forest is full of treasures. Although he was tempted, he had to master some information before taking action. Tang Ranran took out the appraisal book and flipped to the chapter on the giant forest. The giant forest is one of the key hunting and gathering areas of the military. So there is a lot of known information. However, most of them are danger warnings. There are also many pure plants and pure meat beasts. But basically the purification value is below 30. For Tang Ranran last-minute cramming. The two men were very patient and didn't urge anyone. They just stood quietly on each side and explored the area below with their mental power. After a casual look, the progress was less than 10%. And half an hour had passed. Tang Ranran simply left it for the evening. Now, explore first. Go! The danger of the giant forest is relatively high. Although they are strong. It is always right to be cautious. So this time it is a team action. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan took turns to support the highest defense mental barrier, while Tang Ranran walked around and looked around. Without fruits or flowers. The comparison results of the appraisal report were not very accurate. It was more necessary to plant them by hand, rely on vegetable sense, and analyze on the spot. The trees in the black swamp are huge trees. And the trees in the giant forest are huge trees among the huge trees. They can only be described in one word, big. Not only are the trees here big, but many plants are also big. After walking for a while, a big mouth fell from the treetops above with a sound of breaking through the air. Ah! It bit the protective barrier and broke its teeth. What is it? Giant carnivorous plant. Tang Ranran could only say, wow. Tang Ranran already thought that the palm-sized mouth of the mouthful carnivorous titan was very big. But compared with this mouth, it was nothing. Look! How big is it? The leaf mouth is nearly 3 meters long. And the depth is at least 2 meters. With such a big mouth, let alone a person, it can kill a cow. Although it couldn't bite it. The giant carnivorous plant didn't give up. It gnawed at the mental power protective barrier. The fishy yellow juice flowed down the protective barrier and fell on the grass and trees on the ground, making a sizzling sound. TSK. Highly corrosive. Ugly and poisonous. Tang Ranran suddenly felt that her carnivorous titan was a little cutie. Local species. Existence is reasonable. Yin Qian didn't intend to pay attention to it. But seeing Tang Ranran frowning in disdain, he decisively used a space blade. The two leaves of the carnivorous plant's big mouth instantly split in two from the middle and fell to the ground with a bang. The mouthful of fishy yellow corrosive leaves corroded many flowers and plants. Is this thing considered an ordinary plant? It's a mutant plant, Yin Qian corrected. Tang Ranran stared at the carnivorous plant corpse with her eyes wide open. Ah! A green demon? It's not a green demon. It can only be said to be a mutant plant with a stronger aggressiveness. Oh. Continue. From time to time, Tang Ranran pretended to explore with her mental power, but actually scanned with her spiritual consciousness. The focus was on the situation underground. She suspected that there was a spirit stone mine here. Although the probability of finding a spiritual stone mine is like a blind cat hitting a dead mouse. What if you are lucky enough to find it? There are really many pure plants in this area. After walking only a few hundred meters, the appraisal report has compared more than a dozen suspected results. Tang Ranran found 7 pure plants, including a small tree with a purification value of 25. However, there are also many carnivorous plants. Each one is like a hunter hiding in the treetops at high altitudes. When they find prey, they jump down from above, open their mouths wide, and try to swallow it in one bite. No wonder there are no large animals in this area. It turns out that they have been eaten up. When the giant carnivorous plants met Tang Ranran and his group of 3, the result was of course that the protective barrier broke their teeth. If they were chopped to death one by one, they were afraid that chopping too many would affect the local environment. So after Yin Qian killed 3 giant carnivorous plants, Fu Jingyuan, who was fed up with it, launched a mental attack on the protective barrier. Specifically, it's a complicated skill. Anyway, it's a skill that Tang Ranran doesn't know. In layman's terms, it's Huang Rong's soft armor. The game term is recoil. So now, the giant carnivorous plant bites up. And the next second, it shrinks back like being pricked by a cactus. Walking and stopping, Tang Ranran planted a plant that he didn't know. Occasionally, he could see some small animals, birds, rabbits, squirrels, etc., jumping out of the grass and then disappearing into the grass. Walking and walking, the carnivorous plants gradually decreased and finally disappeared. They probably left the growth range of the giant carnivorous plants, leaving the original area. The plant species also changed. Tang Ranran hurriedly catalyzed the unfamiliar plants. Well, it felt a bit green. About a purification value of 5. So he collected it. While collecting fruits, Tang Ranran suddenly paused and looked forward. There was a giant tree more than 10 meters ahead, as thick as a man. A tree trunk seemed to move. After a closer look, Tang Ranran could only say, "Wow, what a big stick insect." It was brown, exactly the same color as the tree trunk, more than 10 meters long, and stretched there. It didn't move. So Tang Ranran really thought it was a tree trunk. The stick insect moved slowly, quietly accumulating strength, and then pounced. Its two blade-like forelimbs grabbed a caterpillar like a mantis. The brown caterpillar was more than 1 meter long, although it was not as long as the stick insect. It was fat. The caterpillar twisted desperately, and a war about food and life and death began. The war between insects was simply the real version of King Kong's Skull Island. Tang Ranran watched it with great interest, and didn't know if there would be a King Kong here. As they were enjoying the show, Fu Jingyuan pointed at the plump brown caterpillar and explained. Brown caterpillar. Purification value is about 8. Ah? That caterpillar? Pure meat beast? Hearing this, Tang Ranran's expression was a bit indescribable. She could accept sugar crystal powder, although it was formed by white ants. But the shape did not look like an ant at all. It was just an ant. Tang Ranran could accept it, but the caterpillar was a little difficult to accept. And it was only 8. If it was 80, she would definitely grab it. But if it was 8, forget it. Yes. What about the worm that looked like a tree trunk? An ordinary giant worm. It's really strange. It ate pure meat beasts. But it's an ordinary worm. Tang Ranran murmured to herself. The magic of nature. Although the caterpillar was 8. It was so big that it was at least 50 kilograms, and should be worth 10 million. If it was normal, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan would definitely grab it. But now, they are all worth 50 trillion. And their vision is high. They don't care about this little drizzle. The three of them just watched quietly, watching this battle of insects. After a stalemate of less than 5 minutes, the caterpillar was defeated, and the struggle became smaller and smaller. Finally, it was killed by the stick insect, and the stick insect began to enjoy the feast. After watching the show, Tang Ranran continued to look for pure plants and looked for spiritual stone mines. After searching for a while, the sun turned half a circle and turned to the horizon, and the night fell quietly. The night in the giant forest is more dangerous than the day. So before the night completely falls, Yin Qian made a space channel, and the three returned to Tianjing Star Lake. Camp and have dinner. Dinner is a lunch box provided by Tang Ranran, with spiritual rice. After eating and drinking, it is time for a walk. At this time, the night is already dark. After a leisurely walk, Tang Ranran explored the underground waters again. In the underground waters, the number of spiritual stones is still so scattered, and there is no sign of increase. On the lake, there are more lotus branches than last time, but there are still not many overall. It seems that the big white worms are scared. It may take more than a month to return to normal. After walking back, Tang Ranran did not sleep, but held the appraisal book and made up for the information of the giant forest. As she read, she found an incredible news. There is a lake in the giant forest, called Qingling Mirror Lake, and in the lake there is an island called Qingling Island, and on the island there is a school called Qingling College. Tang Ranran, what the hell? There is a school? There is a school in the giant forest. School? Tang Ranran was confused, with a lot of question marks in her mind. No. How can there be a school? Which school? Built in such a dangerous place? After reading it 3 times, Tang Ranran was sure that she was not dazzled. It was written on it that there was really a school. The appraisal book also came with a simplified version of the map. If you want to visit, you can go there by yourself. But whether you can enter there is unknown. It depends on whether the principal will give you face. No way. There is really a school? Fu Jingyuan is already resting. And now it is Yin Qian who is on guard outside. Although Yin Qian is not a native of the third galaxy. Maybe he knows it? Thinking so, Tang Ranran leaned over and asked, Yin Qian, do you know this Qingling College? There were only a few words on the appraisal book. And Tang Ranran was still confused. Could this be a research institute school with a key laboratory? Facts proved that it was not. She was overthinking. Yin Qian's tone was calm. Without any surprise. It was obvious that he had known about it for a long time. Well, I know a little. What's wrong? This is the giant forest. There is a school in the giant forest. Is this normal? Tang Ranran was shocked. Are parents worried about the safety of their students? It's normal. Yin Qian began to talk about the secrets that belonged only to the upper circle in a non-popular science manner. Well, how should I put it? Schools like Qingling College are not known to ordinary people. They are considered a resource in the upper circle. Psychogenetics. You should know about it. Yeah. I understand. Tang Ranran nodded quickly. She still had this common sense. Although Tang Ranran knew, Yin Qian still said a few simple words. Research related to the genetics of mental power has shown that when the level difference is one level, for example, the couple is A and S, then the probability of their children is 45% A, 45% S, 9% below A, and 1% above S. When the difference is two levels, for example, the couple is B and S, the probability of their children is 28% S, 28% B, 38% A, 5% below B, and 1% above S. And when the difference is three levels, for example, C and S, then, and so on. In short, the greater the difference in the mental power of the couple, the lower the probability of the children inheriting the higher mental power. And even if the two are of the same level, for example, the couple are both A, there is a 10% probability of giving birth to one below A. Of course, acquired factors also have a certain influence. For example, Qingling School is a special school that aims to improve mental talent. Tang Ranran understood. It means changing this probability, so that the probability of their children's spiritual power talents improving is greater? Yes, that's the probability. After just a simple thought, Tang Ranran understood. Well, taking special spiritual power potions such as JS Element can improve talents. And long-term consumption of pure food before the age of 30 can also improve talents. And here, is it because of the pure atmosphere of the giant forest? Breathing pure air every day? In the world of cultivating immortals, people's spiritual roots are often better when they live in places with abundant spiritual energy. In the secular world with poor spiritual energy, most people have no spiritual roots. Here, it should be the same reason. Yes, breathing pure air for a long time and living in a pure atmosphere environment, especially this kind of high purification value atmosphere, can not only improve spiritual power talents, but also prolong life. So in addition to Qingling College, there is also a Qingsong resort here. Tang Ranran was curious. Isn't it very dangerous? And won't it damage the environment? Yin Qian explained. These will be taken into consideration when selecting a site in the early stage of construction. Moreover, outside the academy and the resort, there is a top-level protective shield all year round, which not only has a defensive function, but also has a concealing function. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a non-intelligent alien or beast to discover it. Tang Ranran continued to be curious. Then how does a place like Qingling College charge? Yin Qian knows everything. I don't know the details. But special schools, like Qingling College, generally have several levels of tuition fees. The basic admission fee may be between hundreds of millions and billions per year. The main thing is that the students' meals are divided into several levels. And they are divided into levels according to the purification value. Generally, there are 3 levels: purification value 5, purification value 10, and purification value 15. The most luxurious and expensive should be the spiritual potion with JS Element. Tang Ranran basically understood, and then continued to ask. A place like Qingling College, the top leaders of the third galaxy know about it? She said that there must be a way to improve spiritual power. And Qingling College is definitely one of the ways. But ordinary people don't know it. Of course, even if ordinary people know, they can't afford to read it. Well, it's not just the galaxy government. Generally, the high-level people in the planetary government within the galaxy, who have reached the 5th level and have good network of connections, should all know it. And the rich people with assets of more than 1 trillion will also receive insider information. There are also some people with wide connections and well-informed information, who should be able to find out. What about the enrollment range? What about their teaching content? Ages 8 and above are within the enrollment range. The younger the age, the greater the potential. 8 to 25 years old are basically basic teaching, which is similar to schools outside. After the age of 25, according to the level of mental power, the focus is on teaching mental power related subjects. In addition to mental power skills, there are also courses such as Mecha, Tang Ran Ran. It's really similar to cultivating immortals. Parents try every means to send their children to large sects with richer spiritual energy. Tang Ran Ran was like a curious baby, with a lot of questions. Yan Qian, did you also go to school at a place like Qingling Academy when you were a child? No. Our Yin family has our own family academy, which is on the family-owned Free Star. And our Yin family school is more like a military academy. Ah, military academy. Isn't it very strict? On the topic of Qingling Academy, Tang Ran Ran and Yan Qian chatted for more than an hour. Seeing that it was late at night, if she didn't sleep, she would be suspicious. Tang Ran Ran yawned, said I'm sleepy, and went back to the tent to sleep, pretending to sleep. Tang Ran Ran was actually secretly writing a plan. If she used a protective cover with lotus branches, and then secretly threw spiritual herbs to ferment spiritual energy, and artificially created a spiritual space, wouldn't it be possible to build a special school? Or a longevity resort? Good project. It will definitely make a lot of money. However, with too many rich people, it is easy to be targeted. And this security issue must be put on the agenda. Tang Ran Ran was very curious about Qingling Academy. So the destination for the next day was Qingling Academy. Qingling Mirror Lake is quite big, but the giant forest is even bigger. Yan Qian could only determine an approximate location, so he teleported there, and it turned out to be off. But it doesn't matter. Everyone can fly, stand high and see far. Suspended in the air 100 meters high, the three of them saw the blue mirror lake located in the green forest. After finding the place, Yan Qian teleported again, and the next moment, the three of them appeared above the lake. The oval, very beautiful lake, like a mirror, reflects the blue sky and white clouds. The lake is very big, because the three of them have the advantage of being high up, and the entire lake can be seen within their sight. Looking left and right at the bottom, Tang Ran Ran didn't see any school-like buildings at all. As for the island, Tang Ran Ran could only say that she was ignorant. How many islands are there in the lake? How should I put it? The shape is like a lotus leaf, with a stone pillar extending on the lake's surface, and a flat platform, like a lotus leaf on top. A lotus leaf-shaped stone island? There are a dozen lotus leaf islands in the whole lake, large and small, and the largest one should be more than 100 acres in size. Each lotus leaf island is bare, empty, and there is not even a plant. Could it be Qingling Island? Tang Ran Ran was a little uncertain and asked, pointing to the largest lotus leaf island. Yes, it is covered by a protective shield and hidden. Yan Qian landed first, followed by Tang Ran Ran and Fu Jingyuan, landing at the edge of the giant lotus leaf island. Yan Qian used his mental power to determine the edge of the protective shield. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch it. He saw that around his raised palm, which was originally empty, there was a faint white light and shadow, rippling like water ripples. Tang Ran Ran stepped forward and tried it as well. It was like a hand hitting the water. Ripples appeared, and then quickly disappeared. It's really a protective shield. Tang Ran Ran was surprised that the protective shield actually had an invisible function. She didn't see any products with invisible functions when she bought a protective shield last time. She was afraid that it was a special function, and must be very expensive. Then what should we do if we are blocked outside like this? Fu Jingyuan explained first. There are surveillance cameras around. When we entered the lake area, we were already on the surveillance screen. We landed on the island, which means we are visitors. The people in the surveillance room will send the surveillance screen information to the relevant person in charge of the hospital. We just have to wait. Oh. Tang Ranran waited obediently. 10 minutes passed in this wait. Gradually losing patience, Tang Ranran questioned Fu Jingyuan with her eyes, touching his nose awkwardly. Fu Jingyuan was also a little confused. Maybe the school leaders are in a meeting? Or are they delayed by something? Yanqian glanced at him and said, "It's been so long. It's obvious that visitors are not allowed in." "Ah? Just based on your face. The school actually refused us entry?" Tang Ranran pointed at Yanqian's face excitedly, her eyes full of disbelief. It's normal not to know her, Tang Ranran. And it's also understandable not to know Fu Jingyuan. But not to know Yanqian? This is too much. Yanqian is a person who has been on the homepage of the Empire military section for many years. His face is well known. Now he is rejected? Good guy. He doesn't even give the martial face. Some places, face recognition doesn't work. Yanqian spread his hands. His expression was helpless. His face was not omnipotent. He couldn't even use face recognition to buy on credit. It was normal to be rejected. Maybe the school director has a grudge against him and deliberately doesn't let us in to visit. Fu Jingyuan speculated seriously. "Oh, why don't you say that you offended someone?" Fu Jingyuan choked and remained silent for a while without refutation. It seems that this is really possible. He has been on Sooterstar for several years. Who knows who really hates him secretly? No. I have to check the list of directors of Qinling College when I go back. How about we sneak in and take a look? I remember that there are 3 SS level people in charge of Qinling College. Thinking that it might be because of him that he couldn't get in. Fu Jingyuan whispered with a guilty conscience. If you are not allowed to enter, you can sneak across. Forget it. Forget it. You are not allowed to enter. Let's go! Try to peek with your spiritual sense. But your spiritual sense cannot penetrate the protective shield. Tang Ranran chooses to give up. She is just curious and not that rare. If you don't welcome me here, I don't want you. Tang Ranran waved her hand and took the lead in floating and drifting to the other side. After Tang Ranran left, Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan followed her closely. A large group of animals were drinking water by the lake. There were all kinds of animals. Some in groups of dozens. Some in groups of 3 or 5. And some alone. For a moment, Tang Ranran couldn't tell which ones were herbivores and which ones were carnivores. Anyway, they were all big. The largest one is like a dinosaur, more than 10 meters long and several meters high. And the smallest one is about the size of a cow. Scanning with the identification book from such a distance, most of them are ordinary animals. But 4 species of pure meat beasts were also found among them. 3 of them have a purification value below 10. The remaining one with a purification value above 10 is called a long-haired spotted beast, which looks a bit like a yak. But it is an elephant-sized yak. The data indicates that its purification value is 6 to 12. And the purified meat after dissection has a purification value above 10. One is 2 or 3 tons. Assuming that the meat is 1 ton, 1,000 kilograms, 10,000 units, 100,000 per unit, and 1 billion per unit. There are a group drinking water by the lake. And there are 1, 2, 3, 17 in a group. After hiding, Tang Ranran went around the entire lake. Wow! There are at least 50 billion gathered by this lake. There is a certain truth in the saying that Su Xinrong is full of treasures. However, as a water source and drinking water place, the lakeside is a hunting ban area. Oh! It doesn't mean that you can't catch animals in the lake. But you can't catch animals that are drinking water. So the big white worms in Tianjingxing Lake can be caught at will. But for pure meat beasts like this one that come to drink water, you have to wait until it finishes drinking water and leaves the lakeside for more than 10 meters before you can take action. This rule is written in the appraisal book. And Tang Ranran knows it. For these pure meat beasts, Tang Ranran is just watching the fun. After watching, her curiosity is satisfied. She pointed to the group of long-haired striped beasts and asked the 2, "Do you want to help the military here hunt a few?" Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. No. Forget it. Tianjingxing Lake will help hunt only when new pure meat beasts are discovered and the hunting troops can't cope with the situation. But the giant forest is different. This is the military's gathering hunting ground. And it is not convenient for them to interfere too much. Then we catch one of each species and dissect it on the spot. I research new dishes when we get back. There's not much pure meat on the shopping website. If there's any ready-made, Tang Ranran will definitely stock up. Tang Ranran has spoken. so Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan won't go against it. The hunt begins. Aim at the target first, and then start when the prey has finished drinking water and is out of the 10-meter red line. The space buckle was almost full, and the three of them ended their hunt and continued to explore the forest, entering the forest from the lake with a mental protection barrier, looking for pure plants all the way. After walking a few hundred meters, suddenly, Tang Ranran heard gunshots coming from the front. Ordinary guns have gunshots. When the energy gun is fired, there are also gunshots. A sound that is about sizzling. The decibel is not loud, but the penetration is very strong. A bit like the sound of electric current flowing through. There will be some differences depending on the model of the gun, but you can tell at a glance that it is definitely an energy gun. In the giant forest, those who can carry guns are basically military troops. Tang Ranran's five senses are definitely stronger than ordinary people. So after she heard it, 2 or 3 seconds later, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan noticed it, and both of them looked solemn. I go check it out first. You guys be careful. At this time, it was Fu Jingyuan who was holding up the mental power protection barrier. So when Yin Qian heard the noise, he quickly left a sentence and disappeared, obviously teleporting to the vicinity of the gunshot. It may be the military hunting team. Maybe they are in danger. Should we go over to take a look? Fu Jingyuan asked calmly. Yin Qian has already gone over. With his strength, it's just a small scene, so there is no need to worry about anything. It doesn't matter whether they go or not. Let's go and take a look. Tang Ranran took out a mask from the space buckle and put it on, choosing to go to check the situation. And at the same time, the spiritual consciousness had already explored it. Okay. The two of them quickened their pace towards the direction of the gunshot. After only 2 steps, the spiritual consciousness arrived at the scene first, and then Tang Ranran saw it. At the scene, there was a hunting army, about dozens of people, who were staying in Yin Qian's space defense at the moment, breathing heavily, all with expressions of surviving a disaster. Outside the space defense, Yin Qian was fighting the black spiders, a large group of giant black spiders. Each of them was as big as a mini car, and the 8 spider legs spread wide made it look even bigger. Yin Qian was on his own, standing in front of the warriors, probably with a space blade, and the black spiders were cut in half before they rushed to him. After more than a dozen black spiders died, it was obvious that physical attacks could not cause damage. The black spiders in the back no longer rushed forward blindly, but turned around and faced Yin Qian with their butts, and then poofed a bunch of white spider silk, spraying out. Dozens of spiders, like high-pressure faucets, sprayed white sticky spider silk towards Yin Qian. Yin Qian was not in a hurry, and waved his hand, and the sticky white, as if blown back by the wind, returned to the original path and smeared on the big spiders themselves. More and more black spiders were beheaded, and the spider group soon began to retreat. After dozens of them died, the black mass of spiders retreated like a tide and soon disappeared into the forest. The battle was very exciting, but it only took 1 or 2 minutes. Tang Ranran had only walked less than 1/3 of the way. Just when Tang Ranran withdrew her consciousness, she suddenly heard a sharp voice shouting for help. It was a female voice, but because of the distance, it was very light. If Tang Ranran had not had extraordinary hearing, she would not have been able to detect it. There are female soldiers in the hunting army of Freedom Star? Moreover, they are not in the same direction as the group of hunting warriors? Could they have been separated during the escape? With doubts, Tang Ranran simply judged the source of the sound and scanned it with her consciousness again. Spiritual exploration is really convenient. Tang Ranran found the source of the call for help in an instant. A man and a woman, both young and not very old, were wearing aqua blue clothes, although they were divided into men's and women's styles. It was obvious at a glance that they were of the same standard, either couple's clothes or organization clothes, but they were obviously not military combat uniforms. At this time, the two of them were like parkour, their legs moving alternately and quickly, and when they encountered obstacles, they would leap over them with a light skill. The man running in front was holding the woman's arm with one hand, obviously running with her own strength, while the man's other hand was on his head, with a frown on his face. It was not difficult to see that his mental power was disordered, and he was even on the verge of mental power riot. The woman who was being dragged by him was shouting, "Help!" and the free hand was also covering her head, also with a look of mental disorder and pain. and a few dozen meters behind the two, 6 or 7 spiders with 8 long legs were crawling quickly, taking advantage of their long legs and crawling very fast. He knows Qigong, at least A level or above. But his mental power must be disordered. If not, it's just a black spider. Even if he can't beat it, he can dodge it by flying high in the sky. The speed of the black spider was obviously faster than the two people who were running for their lives. Tang Ranran was a little worried for them, but due to the distance, she could only see it with her spiritual sense, and her current strength was not enough to shrink the ground into an inch and move over in a flash. So she really couldn't help. The gap was getting smaller and smaller. Seeing that the two were about to be caught up, Tang Ranran couldn't bear to watch any longer. But before she could retract her spiritual sense, an unexpected change happened. The woman who was originally dragged by the man to run put down the hand covering her head, and suddenly a dagger appeared in her hand. The moment the weapon was in her hand, the woman suddenly launched an attack and stabbed the man's back with a knife. Under the severe pain, the man staggered and instinctively let go of his hand. At the same time, he turned back and looked at the woman in disbelief. "Save me!" She spat out 2 words quickly, in the man's eyes of disbelief and shock. The woman's eyes were filled with tears, but her movements were not vague. She kicked him to the ground with 1 foot, then jumped forward with force, and jumped several meters away in a moment. The woman, who originally needed the man to lead her, accelerated to the maximum, using her mental strength to coordinate with her body in the shortest time, exerting the maximum speed. The woman's sudden acceleration allowed her to pull a long distance in a moment. The accident happened only in an instant, and the whole process took less than 3 seconds. The man was stunned, and before he could recover from the accident, he was pierced by a long black spider leg as sharp as a blade. Ah! With a shrill scream, the man died in the northwest. Before he died, there was still the unbelievable shock on his face. Even though the man screamed miserably, the woman did not hesitate, and did not even turn her head back. And the whole person became faster and faster, stepping on the branches or leaves of plants. The woman quickly disappeared into the forest like floating on the grass with light skills. At the scene, 7 black spiders were enjoying the sumptuous meal with a crackling sound. Tang Ranran, who watched the whole process, said, what is love in the world? It's just that you die and I live. TSK. This woman is a ruthless person who can accomplish great things. If it were her, would she sacrifice her companions to save herself? I think too much. As a coward, she would never put herself in danger. The man was in the belly of the big spider, and the woman who escaped. Should we save her? Of course. We can't save such an ungrateful person, Tang Ranran thought. But the woman's escape route was heading towards them. Let's go! Tang Ranran wanted to ignore it, but Fu Jingyuan was not deaf. He heard the noise and reached out to grab Tang Ranran, who was running fast. Wait! Someone is in danger. Let me check. Fu Jingyuan didn't notice the female voice calling for help before, but he heard the man scream before he died. Fu Jingyuan immediately spread his mental power and explored in that direction. As soon as he explored with his mental power, he found an A-level mental power fluctuation. It was equivalent to saying hello with mental power. And then a call for help came from the other side. Help! The mental power called for help, plus a hoarse shout. The mental feedback, coupled with the unclear cry for help, confirmed that there was someone. Fu Jingyuan immediately said, someone is indeed calling for help. It sounds like a woman. Let's go and take a look. Yes. Although she was not happy in her heart, Tang Ranran looked worried. Temporarily, Tang Ranran did not want to expose her ability to explore with her spiritual sense. So she was a good citizen who was enthusiastic about saving people. Saving people is like putting out a fire. Together, the two used mental power to fly and quickly went in the direction of the woman. On the other side, under the guidance of Fu Jingyuan mental power, the woman ran towards the two people as hard as she could, while shouting for help. Here! I'm here! Save me! Not long after running, there was a rustling sound from the bushes behind. It was the sound of spiders crawling in the bushes. With the size of the spider, one person could chew it up in 3 or 5 bites. Not to mention that a group of spiders were eating one. After eating, the spiders caught up again. Her face changed drastically, and she didn't dare to look back at all. The woman gritted her teeth, fully activated her mental power, and her body was agile. Her speed increased a lot at once, and she seemed to be a flying swallow flying close to the ground. After sprinting for only 200 or 300 meters, the woman's head began to ache. Still no reinforcements. The woman was angry and desperate. What should she do? Should she continue to run with her mental power in chaos? Or take a gamble and stop her mental power to slow down? Before she made a choice, suddenly, a large mass of white fell from the sky. Noticing the abnormality, the woman wanted to hide. But in the end, she was still a step too late. Although the white mucus did not hit her body, it was too late to hide, and some of it stained her calves. The huge viscosity of the spider silk mucus instantly pulled her legs. The flexible light swallow fell to the ground instantly. Ah! The woman who fell to the ground couldn't help but scream, and turned back in horror. The huge black spider was just 100 meters away. A group of large spiders rushed over so quickly. The scene was full of shock and suffocating horror. The woman couldn't suppress her fear at all, and screamed loudly. It was obvious that the bald man was so scared that his mind went blank, and he couldn't think calmly at all. The woman forgot about her weapon, and instinctively pulled out the leg that was stuck. The white spider fluid was very tough, and couldn't be torn off at all. And the spiders didn't give the prey time to struggle. Another lump of mucus sprayed out, and hit the woman. Originally, only the calf was stuck, but now the whole lower body was firmly stuck to the ground. Seeing that the prey couldn't escape, the spiders ran over happily with their long legs. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. The huge figure of the black spider in the front cast a shadow over the woman. The big spider raised its front legs high, and its blade-like legs still shone with a cold metallic luster. Having foreseen her own fate, the woman was shrouded in death. She screamed in her mind, but her throat was dry, and she couldn't make a sound. Her mind was blank, and she looked at the sickle of the god of death with despair. Just as the sickle fell and was about to pierce her body, it suddenly stopped, and the big spider stopped moving. Not only the nearest big spider, but also the ones behind it, also stopped and didn't move. I thought it was the illusion of a second and several years before death. And the woman reacted after 2 or 3 seconds. With a movement behind her, the woman turned around mechanically with a daze, and saw a man and a woman. Then, bang, the big spider in front of her fell to the ground with a bang, and its body was split in half from the middle, like dominoes. After one, the ones behind were also split in two. Deader than dead. Tang Ranran and Fu Jingyuan arrived in time, and at the critical moment of life and death, Fu Jingyuan took action in time. To deal with the giant beast, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian used the same routine and similar skill combination. Yan Qian immobilized the prey, space confinement, and then finished it off, space blade. Fu Jingyuan did the same, first freezing the prey, time confinement, then finishing off the enemy, wind blade. Yes, wind blade. In addition to the time ability, Fu Jingyuan also has a wind ability. During these days, Tang Ranran mastered many secrets that she didn't know. One of which was, the higher the level of mental power, the greater the probability of awakening dual system and multi-system abilities. In other words, most S-level ability users are single system, but at least 30% of SS-level ability users are dual system, and at least 60% of SSS-level ability users are dual system, and 10% are triple system. As for SSS-level ability users, more than 50% are triple system. Oh! Here I have to say that the saying that there are only 2 SSS level in the Empire is a lie. There must be public SSS level abilities. But how many there are? You have to hide your weakness. If there is an enemy attack, you have to catch them off guard. How many SSS level abilities are there? One hand. That is 5. There may also be unknown hermit masters. The 2 in the open volunteered to be live targets. And Yan Qian was the most active. He was the guy who stood in the front to attract the enemy's firepower. Every year, countless spies, secret agents, aliens, and space pirates tried to assassinate him. But of course, they were killed in return. It was due to his confidence in his own strength. So it was similar to law enforcement fishing. In Yan Qian words, they came to my door on their own, saving me the trouble of looking for them. I'm getting off topic. Fu Jingyuan took over the killing of the enemy, and Tang Ranran played a role with superb acting skills and a sincere face to show humanitarian concern. Are you okay? No. I'm fine. The pale-faced woman shook her head blankly, and there was a bit of frightened slowness. I was rescued? Yeah. I'm safe. I was rescued. Rescued? Ha. Woo woo woo. The excitement of surviving the disaster was so great that the woman quickly covered her face with her hands and cried, her shoulders trembling, looking very pitiful. I wonder if he was repenting for killing his companions. Or was he happy that he was rescued? Tang Ranran guessed it was the latter. After dozens of seconds, when the woman calmed down a little, Fu Jingyuan asked with a look of scrutiny and confusion, "Are you a student of Qingling College?" The man was wearing a standard uniform, not military uniform, and the only large-scale and organized one nearby was Qingling College. Hearing this, a flash of fear flashed in the woman's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, biting her lips. The woman's eyes were steaming, and her eyes looked at Fu Jingyuan wetly like a deer, then lowered her eyes. Her voice was weak and trembling. "Yes, I am a student of Qingling College's A-level class." Looking overly frightened, the woman hugged herself tightly with her arms. Her body was trembling. Her body was in a mess. Her face was pale, and her face was at least 90 points. The pitiful breath immediately filled the screen. Tang Ranran eyelids jumped. This is a familiar little white flower pattern. She bet a spiritual stone that this woman has taken a fancy to Fu Jingyuan. She has already planned how to poach him, and has even taken action. The pitiful little white flower swaying in the wind can best stimulate a man's machismo and desire to protect him. Tang Ranran also likes to pretend to be a little white flower, so she is very familiar with this routine. The woman has made a move. Will the man accept it? Tang Ranran's gossiping heart was aroused, and her eyes suddenly shot towards Fu Jingyuan. And then she found that there was no sympathy for women. The expression on Fu Jingyuan's face. How to say it? A solemn expression, like a police checking the household registration. The face without a trace of smile, and the sharp eyebrows made Fu Jingyuan look like he was interrogating a prisoner. "Since you are a student of the college, why are you here?" Yes. The instructor took us to practice." Hanya simply said it, lowered her head to hide the fear and guilt in her eyes. So she said something else? My name is Hanya. I am the daughter of Han Sheng from the 3rd star system. Su Jiadong star. The Han family. The Han family of Feida Transportation. As long as you send me back, my father will definitely thank you generously." Hanya looked up and looked at Fu Jingyuan again, her face full of urgency. An expression of urgency and fear to escape from here, and promised a large sum of money. 10 billion. 10 billion is fine. The suspicion in his eyes became more and more intense. And Fu Jingyuan said tentatively in a deep voice, "We will send you back to the college." No. Hanya screamed, screaming without thinking, and her increasingly pale face nakedly expressed her resistance to returning to the college. Fu Jingyuan sneered. His face turned even colder. Tell the truth. He had reason to suspect that this person was pretending to be a student at school, and had stolen something in school, or even killed someone. No. Waving her hands randomly. Hanya was excited, and she didn't know what she was thinking about. She was shaking even more. She was definitely not pretending, but was really scared. Tell me quickly. Fu Jingyuan's eyes became colder and colder, and he used his mental power to intimidate. I'm scared. They're all dead? I'm so scared. Hanya was shaking like a sieve, stammering in tears. School has monsters. Whoa. The school has been invaded by monsters. There are so many everywhere. It's so scary. What did you say? Speak clearly. Fu Jingyuan's face changed drastically. Qingling Academy has been invaded by monsters? What's going on? I don't know. There are just a lot of monsters. Like plants? With hands, feet, branches, and they can talk and eat people. Is it a green demon? Fu Jingyuan's expression became more and more serious. Besides you, did anyone else escape? What about the others? I don't know. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. Hanya waved her hands frantically, and then tried to stand up, but failed. Only then did she realize that she was still covered in spider mucus. Having a little more clarity about the current situation, Hanya's eyes flashed with disgust. A sticky mass, and it was pulled out of a spider's ass. So disgusting. Can you help me? Hanya regained her pitiful look and looked at Fu Jingyuan for help. Fu Jingyuan, who was calling Yin Qian. didn't even look at her, but took a step back as if avoiding a snake or scorpion, rejecting her with his actions. He is still in the initial stage of gaining Tang Ranran favor. If there is no necessary contact, he must keep a distance from other opposite sexes. He knows the sense of propriety very well. And this Hanya looks like she has bad intentions. What if she pesters him in the name of saving his life and meeting him in person? He can't be relied on. A man must protect his reputation when he is outside. Hanya cursed in his heart with disappointment and anger. He didn't even think of asking Tang Ranran for help. He took out a weapon from the space buckle and started to cut the clothes stuck with mucus. On the other side, Yanqian, who had killed off the large group of spiders by himself, consulted the soldiers about the situation. The situation was very simple. In this area, a certain variety of pure fruit trees had entered the fruit maturity period. So a military hunting army was collecting related pure food in this area. This team was a small detachment of the hunting army. Originally, they had 100 people. Just a few hours ago, their team encountered a group of long-bladed black spiders, resulting in heavy casualties. The original team of 100 people was reduced to 50 or 60 people on the scene. If it weren't for Yanqian, I'm afraid they would have been wiped out. When mentioning the cause and effect, the soldiers were full of anger. You said something, and I said something. Several of them started to curse and talk about the national quintessence. Amid the anger, Yanqian figured out the whole story. The most terrifying and dangerous existence near this area is the long-clawed black spider. There is nothing to be afraid of if it is a single one or a few. The scary thing is that the black spiders are in groups, and there are at least 3 digits in a group. However, on weekdays, the black spiders don't go out in their entire tribe when hunting. They basically go in groups of 20 to 30. For a team of 100 people like them, they are not afraid even if they encounter one, as long as they are careful and avoid the black spider's nests. Even if they encounter a black spider hunting team, the danger is within controllable range. Today, although they were careful enough, they couldn't withstand the firepower of others. I don't know where they came from. 2 students from Qinling Academy, 1 male and 1 female, both of whom have high mental power, just came out from the corner and flew over their team in a flash, accompanied by a sentence: "Be careful of spiders." Realizing that the situation was not good, everyone immediately entered the combat state. Sure enough, a large group of black spiders followed into sight. No one knows what they did, but the 2 pulled almost a nest of black spiders. Hundreds of them. Their behavior was obviously intentional to divert the blame. They saw them and deliberately diverted the blame to them. If it was a normal call for help, according to the military's principles, they would not stand by and watch someone die. But diverting the blame to others was really abominable. Yanqian was still wondering why the students of the academy appeared in the forest, and he felt Fu Jingyuan mental call. Since we have met, we can't just ignore it. Fu Jingyuan hoped that what Hanya said was a lie, but she looked so scared that she didn't seem to be pretending. The situation of Qinling College must be checked in person, and as soon as possible. So Yanqian was called back to be the driver. After cutting off the clothes that were stuck with spider fluid and getting free, Hanya stood up immediately, her face full of anxiety. There are monsters. There are really monsters. It's really dangerous. Don't go. It's useless even if you go. Let's go and ask for help. Yes. Yes. Let's leave here quickly and find the garrison. I have met the army here. There must be a large army nearby. The military must have a communicator. Let's contact the outside and call for reinforcements. Unable to persuade Fu Jingyuan, Hanya could only reason with him and try to persuade the 2. After escaping from hell with great difficulty, she would definitely not go back to school again. But if these 2 people were stubborn and wanted to go to the school to check the situation, then she would be dead if she stayed alone in the giant forest. The army she just met was probably wiped out. Only by following these 2 people can she survive. What we have to do now is to quickly pass the message out. Pass the message. Just as Hanya was trying to persuade her, a space crack suddenly appeared 2 meters in front of her. There are also space department instructors in Qinling College, so Hanya didn't make a fuss. But when she saw the person emerging from the space crack, Hanya stopped talking all of a sudden, staring at Yanqian with eyes wide open in disbelief. And after a long while, she resumed thinking and pointed at him. You are Marshal Yin. Although there is no galaxy signal in the school, it is definitely not isolated from the world. Hanya naturally recognizes Yan Qian's iconic face. As soon as Yan Qian arrived, he found that there was one more person. He glanced at her and felt disgusted. She was a woman, and she was in school uniform. She should be one of the two troubles. Yan Qian looked indifferent, sternly ignored her, and asked Tang Ranran, "What's wrong?" Her name is Hanya, a student of Qinling College. She said something happened in the school, but the details are unknown. Tang Ranran explained briefly. Upon hearing this, Yan Qian frowned and asked the two, "Shall we go over and check it out now?" "Wait. Let's find out the situation first." Fu Jingyuan looked at Hanya for details. "Tell me what you know in detail." Biting his lip. Although he didn't want to recall, he knew that he could only rely on them if he wanted to live. And it was Yan Qian, the marshal of their empire, the strongest in the empire. It should be no problem to deal with monsters. Right? Hanya no longer concealed and told everything she knew. I'm not sure. It was at noon 3 days ago. We were in class when the alarm suddenly sounded. Teacher Yang seemed to have received some news. His face suddenly became ugly. Then he asked us to go back to the dormitory first and stay in the dormitory. We were not allowed to go out. That day, all the students returned to the dormitory and hid in the dormitory for a few hours. It was dark. And then I went to sleep. In the middle of the night, there was a scream. I was awakened. And then I saw. Hanya couldn't help shaking again. There is a monster downstairs in the dormitory. It's a monster. I recognize her face. She is a vice president of the school. We all call her an old witch behind her back. She only has a head left. The roots below her neck are all tree roots. Countless tree roots are like tentacles, bearing their teeth and claws. So many tree branches and tentacles. So long, many of which are still covered with human skin. Really, it's human skin. Even the bones are sucked dry. Then I saw with my own eyes that she poked a branch into a dormitory on the first floor of the dormitory building. When the branch was pulled out, there was still a person stuck on it. I know her. Chum Lien from the class next to me. She was still alive, struggling and screaming. And then, she was sucked into a piece of human skin. It's so scary. Really so scary. Whoa! Hanya was too scared and couldn't control herself and cried again. Then what? Tang Ranran was listening attentively. And the roots below her neck turned into tree roots. Was this parasitism or a green demon? Then, Hanya wiped her tears. Then the tree monster entered the dormitory building next door. And I followed a group of classmates and took the opportunity to run away. Speaking of this, Hanya subconsciously lowered her head to hide the guilt on her face. Looking at her like this, Tang Ranran could guess that there were probably many classmates who were pushed out as scapegoats by her during the escape. In addition to the old witch, there were other tree monsters. We lost a few people. We finally ran to the edge of the school. But we couldn't get out. The school's protective shield. Most areas are protected on both sides, and we can't get in or out. As for the exit door, we found 2 doors, both of which were broken, and we couldn't open the door at all. Some people said to go to the control room to turn off the shield. Some said to hide and wait for the shield's energy to run out. And some said to ask the instructor for help. I was afraid and didn't dare to go. So I found a place to hide by the north gate of the shield. Then how did you get out? Tang Ranran was surprised. My friend Li Hong. I hid for a night. And on the second day, Li Hong also escaped to the north gate. He is an S-level superpower. His superpower is quite special. He can ignore obstacles and penetrate barriers. He took me out. Tang Ranran continued to ask. Only the 2 of you? Hanya paused, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then said, Well, yes. He doesn't have enough mental strength, and can't save so many people. In fact, when they escaped, they thought about the many dangers of the giant forest. So they had 3 companions, but they were all cannon fodder in the past 2 days, fearing that she would be entangled by the families of the 3 people after she got out if she said too much. Hanya chose to conceal it. That's how we escaped. I don't know if anyone else escaped, Hanya added. And what she said was very reasonable. Even if the body was found, it couldn't be blamed on her. What about Li Hong? Tang Ranran asked knowingly. Him. Hanya gritted her teeth. Her eyes were filled with anger, and she looked like she wanted to eat the other person. We were chased by spiders, and he thought I was a burden. So he left me and ran away. Hearing this, Fu Jingyuan frowned. When did it happen? I didn't find him nearby. Ah. Just now. About 10 minutes ago. Hanya performed an angry and worried look with great difficulty. Will his mental power go wild and be? Hanya covered her mouth and didn't say anything else. Everyone understood what she meant. Yin Qian knew that there was a man and a woman, but neither of them was a good person. And he didn't want to save the missing man. And this woman didn't tell the truth. Just when Fu Jingyuan was about to spread his mental power, and was about to find the missing Li Hong mentioned by Hanya, Yin Qian directly used mental control to interrogate Hanya. Yin Qian, is it true that you said that the situation in Qingling College, the monsters killed people? Hanya's eyes were scattered, and fear was instinctively revealed on her dull face. It's true. There are monsters. Monsters with human heads and tree bodies. They kill people, and suck people into human skin. Yin Qian, only the two of you escaped? Hanya explained dully. It's not just the two of us. There are 3 other people, who encountered danger in the forest, and the 3 of them were pushed out by us to be scapegoats. Hearing this, Fu Jingyuan flashed a flash of surprise, and then looked disgusted. A vicious woman. Tang Ranran looked disgusted, and said in her heart, it's true. Yin Qian, who had guessed something, sneered and continued to ask, how did Li Hong die? Hanya continued to explain. I stabbed him in the back and used him to delay the spider group, buying myself time to escape. After asking a few more questions about name, class, hometown, and family members, Yin Qian took out the identification book and turned on the filming function. While recording, Yin Qian asked, did you and Li Hong deliberately lead the spider group to the location of the hunting army? Hanya answered every question, not only telling the truth, but also her own self-righteous mentality. Yes, we accidentally entered the spider nest and crushed a few spider eggs. They chased us like crazy. When we saw soldiers, we of course asked for help. They are all soldiers, and have the obligation to save us. Listening to Hanya's unrepentant tone, Yin Qian gritted his teeth and clenched his fist to hit someone. But he finally held back, with a very cold look in his eyes, as if he was looking at a dead person. He finally glanced at Hanya, saved the video, raised his hand, and drew a space crack. Let's go! Well, where's she? Leave her here? Tang Ranran asked, wanting to answer yes, but worried that Tang Ranran would think he was too vicious. Yin Qian didn't know how to answer for a moment, and could only remain silent. Such a vicious woman, of course, should be left to perish on her own. Fu Jingyuan said as he should, with a cold look of disgust on his face. Although he didn't say it in detail, you can tell from your imagination that Li Hong is probably Hanya's licker, trying his best to save her, but ended up being a knife blocker. It's a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. Fu Jingyuan regretted saving her. Let her fend for herself. Tang Ranran agreed with her face. Well, that's good. But if she leaves alive, will it be publicized that you didn't save her? Which will have a bad impact on you. With Hanya's current state, if she fends for herself, it's likely to be failed. What if she is lucky enough to survive? Tang Ranran is usually not careful about trivial matters. But if she touches her bottom line, once she takes action, she will definitely cut the grass and root it out. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many revenge stories of cutting the grass, but not rooting it out. It will grow again in the spring breeze. So, she actually thinks it's better to kill her. But she is a simple and harmless fairy now, so she can't say that. Su Xinrong is from Liberty Star. On Liberty Star, saving people is a favor, and not saving people is a duty. We are not wearing military uniforms now. Fu Jingyuan said this very clearly. When wearing military uniforms, there may be a sense of mission of soldiers to save the dying and the wounded. But now, they are on vacation. What's wrong with not saving them? It's not against the law. As for public opinion, at our level, are we still afraid of public opinion? After the matter of the academy is over, I will send the relevant evidence to the hunting army here. Her behavior of diverting trouble is very serious. There is a high probability that she will be sentenced to death. Even if she is lucky enough to leave alive, she will be arrested immediately. Tang Ranran also agreed not to save her. Yin Qian was relieved and made a complete supplementary explanation. Oh, then let's go. knowing that the venomous snake and the venomous woman will not end well. Tang Ranran was relieved. The three of them entered the space cracked together and disappeared instantly. As the three disappeared, Hanya, who was stunned in the same place, gradually regained her clarity. After a few seconds, when her thoughts recovered, Hanya's pupil shrank and she looked around with horror on her face. Where are the people? Where are they? Where is the marshal? Marshal Yin? Marshal? Hanya panicked and looked for someone, shouting loudly. But she was the only one in such a large place. Empty and terrifying. Hanya soon realized that she was left behind. She was left behind. They didn't save her. The spiritual leader of the empire actually watched her die without saving her. They actually left a wounded student like her in the dangerous giant forest. Asshole. Damn asshole. The resentment and anger in her eyes almost condensed into substance. Hanya cursed in her heart and cursed that the three of them would be sucked into human skin by the monsters in the school. Just as she was cursing in her heart, the wind blew and the leaves rustled. Startled, Hanya realized the current situation. This is a giant forest. How can she survive alone? What to do? In panic, Hanya suddenly thought of the group of soldiers she had just seen. Maybe they repelled the spider group. Yes. Go find a group of soldiers. Only by finding others can she survive. Holding the weapon tightly, Hanya began to move in the direction. After walking for a while, a strange sound suddenly came from the back. Hanya was frightened by the intuition of danger. Not daring to look back at all, Hanya secretly sped up. But as she moved, the sound from the back became louder and louder. The sound of that large creature rubbing against the ground was a giant python. A giant python. Realizing this, Hanya's face turned pale and completely bloodless. As the sound got closer, Hanya could no longer care about anything else. She gritted her teeth and used her mental power. With the help of her mental power, Hanya could be as light as a swallow and as agile as a monkey. Hanya quickly climbed up the giant tree beside her and kept climbing up. She bet that the snake couldn't climb trees. Even if the snake could climb trees, it couldn't fly. As long as she used her mental power to float to another tree, she could get rid of it a few times. After climbing more than 10 meters in one breath, the sound that followed disappeared. And Hanya couldn't help but look back. Suddenly, she bumped into a pair of green snake eyes below. The python, which was about 10 meters long, could only be considered normal in the giant forest. At this moment, the snake was tilting its head and spitting its tongue in the direction of Hanya. Just as Hanya was rejoicing, she saw the snake coil around the giant tree and began to climb the tree. Shit! Cursing inwardly, Hanya continued to climb up, then picked a branch above and walked carefully to the end of the branch. When she reached a place where she could hardly stand, Hanya leaped deep and flew to the branch of another big tree more than 10 meters away. Watching the prey fly away, the snake wrapped around the tree trunk could only stare blankly. Seeing that it couldn't come over, Hanya breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and walked along the branch to the main trunk, leaving here as soon as possible. Just as she was celebrating her survival, suddenly, a cold weapon pierced through her body, and at the same time, a huge shadow enveloped her. The excruciating pain. Before Hanya could react, the giant foot unique to insects stretched out from behind. One giant foot pierced her body, and the other hooked her tightly. The big thorns on the giant foot pierced deeply into her flesh and blood, making Hanya completely unable to move. Fear overwhelmed the pain in her body. Hanya turned her head mechanically, and saw a huge brown mantis that was more than 3 meters tall. After securing the prey, the mantis's big head dropped down, and its sharp mouthparts bit Hanya's shoulder, and then began to chew. Ah! In extreme pain, Hanya screamed wildly, and her whole body twitched uncontrollably. The shrill screams returned to calm after half a minute. The scene changed after the space teleportation, and Tang Ranran and the other two were at the edge of Qingling Island where Qingling Academy was located again. Almost at the same second when they appeared, Yin Qian created a mental barrier to cover the three people, hiding them from surveillance and preventing them from alerting the enemy. Directly in front of them, Qingling Island was still barren with a protective shield. I go in and see what's going on first. Reaching out to probe the protective shield, Yin Qian looked solemn. With a protective shield, his mental power could not penetrate, and he didn't know what was going on inside. But under his mental interrogation, Hanya was absolutely telling the truth, and Yin Qian was somewhat reluctant to accept this fact. Isn't it a bit risky to go in directly? Can't we make a hole in the protective shield to see what's going on inside? Tang Ranran asked. As a person who lives a life of compromise, she never puts herself in danger if she can avoid it. You can't investigate the situation from the outside unless you go inside. Or you can break the protective shield directly. But this may cause the protective shield to be scrapped. Because of the sugar crystal with a purification value of 84. Yin Qian is now a rich man with a huge treasure. But the protective shield of Qingling Academy is definitely worth more than 10 trillion. If it is destroyed by external forces, it may cause the protective shield to be scrapped. This is too crazy. And he can't do it. Tang Ranran understood it all at once. And then changed his method. Then throw an ant in and see? Yes. It's better to be safe. Fu Jingyuan also agreed with the plan to investigate first. Yeah. After responding, Yin Qian took action immediately. The ant camera was turned on and connected to the appraisal book. And then a space channel was opened to the inside of the protective shield. And the ant camera was thrown in. However, with a sizzling sound, the picture presented in the appraisal book was a snowflake. After debugging for a minute, it was still a snowflake. Yin Qian gave up. The school may have an anti-reconnaissance system installed inside. So I'd better go in first. Don't. Tang Ranran hurriedly stopped him, took out the trumpet Tangshi from the space buckle, and said to Yin Qian, if you go in alone, if you encounter any situation and get trapped inside, you won't be able to pass on any information. I use a puppet to go in with you. If there is any tricky situation, it will also be convenient to pass on information. As a person who can do anything from the heart, facing unknown dangers, Tang Ranran will always choose the safest and flexible plan. Although Yin Qian is very powerful. What if? Capsize in the gutter. This is a classic warning summed up by our ancestors with blood and tears. Tang Ranran turned to Fu Jingyuan and said, you stay outside and protect my safety. Let's stay away. Tang Ranran pointed to a small stone lotus leaf island of only dozens of square meters closest to the lake, and continued, let's keep a safe distance and wait for the results there. After that, Tang Ranran built an invisible protective barrier and flew over first. Be careful. After saying this to Yin Qian, Fu Jingyuan also entered invisible and flew over immediately. We are here. If you find something wrong, take me away as soon as possible. As soon as Fu Jingyuan arrived, Tang Ranran gave a serious explanation. When it comes to her own life, she has always been very cautious. This was a bit cowardly. So Tang Ranran added to save face. After all, if Yin Qian can't handle it, it's useless for us to stay. It's more realistic to call for help as soon as possible. My safety is in your hands. Fu Jingyuan, who was entrusted with an important task, vowed, don't worry. I'm here and won't let you get into danger. This is a trust of life and death. Tang Ranran trusted him so much that Fu Jingyuan felt that he had more hope. After ensuring his own safety, Tang Ranran focused on the trumpet Tangshi, twisted his neck and moved his muscles, and said to Yin Qian, I'm ready. Be careful. Remember to follow me closely. Although he was a puppet, Yin Qian still gave a serious explanation. Yeah. After responding, Tang Ranran also said, if you really encounter any situation, don't worry about me. It won't affect me if the puppet is destroyed. I know. Yin Qian was secretly happy. Full of care. He is far better than Fu Jingyuan. Reaching out and holding Tang Ranran's arm, Yin Qian first added several layers to the mental barrier, supporting a top-level all-defense mental barrier with the highest defense coefficient. Although Yin Qian is confident in his strength, he is not a fool who is reckless. After doing this defensive hiding work, Yin Qian said, then let's go in. Tang Ranran, okay. The next second, the picture flashed. From the outside to the inside, you can see a huge protective shield emitting a bright white light. And the top of the shield is like an electronic sky, which is very beautiful. Under the protective shield, there are Chinese-style buildings, with carved beams and painted buildings, beautiful and magnificent. While Tang Ranran was still admiring the building, Yin Qian immediately began to explore with his mental power. After exploring, many mental power fluctuations, from E level to S level, and even SS level. Even if it was just mental power fluctuations, it presented a very lively scene. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, there were no corpses scattered all over the ground, monsters with human heads and tree bodies, and survivors hiding in panic. In the distance, in a playground-like place, you can even see minifigures and a group of A and B level mental powers who may be learning to run and fly without force. In short, it was peaceful. After observing secretly for 3 minutes, Tang Ranran and Yin Qian looked at each other, and both of them looked solemn. It was normal within the field of vision, and it was also normal under the exploration of spiritual consciousness. But this normality is very abnormal. Tang Ranran, do you have a feeling of unreality? Is it an illusion? Yin Qian's face was solemn. It is indeed abnormal. Under my interrogation, Hanya can't lie. But Yin Qian was full of contemplation. Very puzzled. My mental power protection barrier is a full defense mental power protection barrier that also has the function of preventing illusions. Theoretically, it is impossible for us to fall into illusions unknowingly. Then, what's the situation? Tang Ranran's expression was tangled and confused. Guessing. Could it be a special illusion-type alien race? Common sense of mental power. It is absolutely safe inside the full defense mental power protection barrier. When attacked, the first thing that appears is mental disorder. Unable to maintain the protection barrier. And the protection barrier collapses. And then it will be attacked. Of course, in the case of a huge gap in the level, the time difference between the barrier breaking and the death of the person is so short that it can be almost ignored. In any case, it is absolutely safe under the cover of the mental power full defense top protection barrier. Theoretically, they could not be affected by illusions. However, it was only a theory. After all, there were thousands of interstellar superpowers. Not to mention that many alien races had innate superpowers, similar to magical powers, which could not be viewed with common sense. Not sure. Yin Qian was also a little confused. Although he hoped that Hanya was attacked and had illusions and delusions, he took the illusion as reality. But the feeling here was really not good. It felt unreal. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Let's go find Hanya. She said before that she was in class 3 of grade A. Tang Ranran frowned and thought carefully. She had tried all the spells she knew to break the barrier. But it was a pity that it was useless. Either the opponent was too powerful, or he was trapped in a high-level illusion array. If it was an illusion array, there must be a core key. As long as this core key was found, the illusion could be broken. Okay, let's go and see. The entire Qi Ling Academy is neither big nor small. The academy is divided according to spiritual power, including the kindergarten area for those who have not yet awakened their spiritual power, the E-level area, the D-level area, the A-level area. There are only 5 classes in the entire A-level area, with about 20 students in each class. So they found the A-level class 3. At this time, a man who looked like a teacher was teaching in the front of the classroom. Below, a group of young people were listening attentively. Tang Ranran and Yin Qian carefully searched several times, but did not find Hanya. After not finding anyone, Tang Ranran observed the people on the scene, not to mention the teacher who was drooling and spitting out saliva during the lecture. The students below were also very vivid. If it was fake, it would be too real. Right? True and false. False and true. It's hard to tell. Let's go out and catch a lone person. Tang Ranran thought of a trick, and then took out a large mask from the space buckle, and put it on himself, and gave one to Yin Qian. If it was a mistake, Yin Qian's wisdom in life could not be ruined. Where the mask can move. They found a corner without surveillance and squatted for a while. Soon, the class was over, and it was time for a break. The students moved around. Soon, a girl with long hair came over. When she passed by, Tang Ranran gave a look to take action, and Yin Qian took action. Yin Qian imprisoned the person in space, and then covered the person in the range of his mental power invisible barrier. The girl entered the range of Yin Qian mental power barrier. The person was still the same person, without any change. There was no doubt that she was a real person. The girl's face was not too panicked, but more of a surprise, and then angry. Who? Don't joke. Otherwise I tell the teacher. Oh! Don't move. With a look, Yin Qian was not allowed to show up. Tang Ranran, wearing a mask, turned to her and said in a kind tone, Student, I'm a new teacher. I have a few questions to verify with you. Ah? Teacher? The girl looked suspicious and looked at Tang Ranran carefully for several times. She was still a little bit unbelievable. But she's not wearing a school uniform, so she should be a teacher. Right? Let me ask you. Do you know Hanya from class 3 of grade A? I know her. What kind of person is she? The girl was startled. And suddenly, she imagined Tang Ranran's identity. That she was a secret visiting teacher who assessed and evaluated the outstanding students in the grade. Teacher. Hanya is such a pretentious person. You don't know that she is such a bitch and a slut in her daily life. Really. She is a disgrace to us girls. Hanya is a typical queen of the sea. And she hooked up with a bunch of spare tires. The S-level superpower class has hooked up with 3 or 4 of them. This girl obviously has a grudge against Hanya. And she said a lot of bad things about Hanya like pouring beans. Tang Ranran, taking advantage of the opportunity. Tang Ranran interrupted and continued to ask. I just went to the classroom to see why Hanya didn't go to class. She went to the giant forest to participate in a practical class. Teacher. Don't you know? Oh. This is not my business. So I don't know when she went there? Tang Ranran made up a story, as if it were true. Well, 3 days ago. How many people went to participate in the practical class? I'm not sure about that. It seems that only 4 or 5 people in our A-level class went. And there are more students in the S-level supernatural class. Do you know Li Hong? Of course I know. He's Han's brain-dead liquor. Speaking of which, he seems to have also participated in this practical class. Tang Ranran always felt that something was wrong. But the girl's expression didn't seem like she was lying. Well, have there been any strange and abnormal events in the school recently? What abnormal things? The girl was at a loss. For example, a human head. A monster covered with tree roots? Ah? The girl was surprised. And then her eyes became suspicious. Obviously doubting Tang Ranran again. Okay. You go. Tang Ranran used a cleansing method to give her a blank memory. After being thrown out of the protective barrier and regaining her freedom, the girl looked a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? After being confused for 3 times, she regained her thoughts. The girl looked around with a strange face, and finally slapped her head and muttered to herself. I'm sleeping stupidly. The man left, and the two continued to squat. 5 minutes later, another boy was caught. Tang Ranran asked again. There were some differences, but the situation was roughly the same. The boy didn't know Hanya, but he had heard of her name. He knew Li Hong and knew that Li Hong went to the forest outside the college to participate in the actual combat. And then, the third one. The same excuse. There was nothing unusual in the college. And Hanya and about 20 other students, led by several instructors, went to participate in the actual combat. The situations described by the 3 students were basically the same. They sounded as if they were true. Everything seemed so real that Tang Ranran was a little dizzy. What's going on? What's going on? Tang Ranran was a little mad. Is it them who were under an illusion? Or is it Hanya who was under an illusion? Let's go find the person in charge of the school, Tang Ranran suggested. Okay. Yin Qian accepted this suggestion without hesitation and started a mental exploration again. Then 1 SS level, 2 SS level, 3 SS level. All found. First visit the first one, and teleport in a flash. The scene changed, and the two came to a large office similar to the principal's office. In front of the precious and exquisite ancient wooden desk, a middle-aged man was fiddling with the flowers and plants on the table. From this scene, you can tell that he is a vegetable grower, still with a mental power protection barrier. Yin Qian just lifted the invisibility effect and showed up. The sudden appearance of the two startled the middle-aged principal, full of vigilance, and shouted, Who? It's me, Yin Qian. Yin Qian pulled down his mask. Marshal Yin? The middle-aged principal was stunned. Then he straightened up and saluted impartially. This principal was obviously from the army. Yin Qian returned the salute and asked, I found some abnormalities and came to investigate. Please cooperate to release your mental power. Yes. The middle-aged principal cooperated very well and released his mental power. After checking his mental power, and then checking him again with mental power, there was no abnormal mental power fluctuation and abnormal life signs. Yin Qian shook his head at Tang Ranran and said, No problem. Having used his spiritual sense to perform an X-ray on the middle-aged principal, Tang Ranran also knew that this principal was very normal. The middle-aged principal was fine. And according to this principal, the school was also fine. A monster with a human head and tree roots? Unheard of. Unheard of. Even in the giant forest. I have never heard of the existence of this kind of green monster. It is rumored that the entire giant forest, that is, the giant carnivorous plant area, hides a giant green monster. And even all the giant carnivorous plants are the leaves of this green monster. But the green monster in the rumor is a giant tree, not a human hand or tree trunk. Anyway, it didn't happen. I haven't heard of it. I don't know. Regarding the two people's talk about there being a monster in the school, the middle-aged principal said with a subtle expression, as if he was looking at a fool. Are you under an illusion? Tang Ran. Yes. She also suspected that she was under an illusion. It's a pity that she has no evidence. The middle-aged principal is fine. So the other two SS level. Especially the SS level old which mentioned by Hanya. This guy is the focus. There is no need to go out of your way to find people. The middle-aged principal is probably the main one. And the other two should be the deputy ones. Although the middle-aged principal thought that Tang Ran and the other two might have lost their minds, he still called the other two to the principal's office with an internal phone call. The other SS arrived first. A man, a tall and thin man, much younger than the principal, who looked at most 40 or 50 years old, but looked a bit ordinary, with a common face, the kind that you can't find in the crowd. Tang Ran and Yin Qian. One used spiritual consciousness and the other used mental power, and scanned the person carefully from inside to outside like a scanner. After the scan, the two looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. This person is also fine. More than 10 minutes later, the old witch Hanya had mentioned also came. She was a woman, wearing big wavy high heels and a sexy red tight skirt. From the back, she was definitely a great beauty. But from the front, she was an old woman with a lot of wrinkles. Estimated age should be around 150. Using her spiritual sense as an X-ray machine, Tang Ran scanned her up and down, from head to toe, 3 times. But normal flesh, normal bones, normal internal organs, all normal. Yin Qian also did not find anything abnormal. Without any discovery, Yin Qian went all out and used force directly. The mental power deterrence of the SSS level instantly filled the entire principal's office, and the 3 people were so overwhelmed that they could only resist with mental power barriers. After a short breath, the 3 people exploded in shock and anger, accusing one another. Marshal Yin, what are you doing? Stop it, or I won't be polite. I will hold you accountable for trespassing on campus and maliciously injuring people. Ah! You are breaking the law. Stop it! I can't do it anymore. Fuck. My mental power is going to be disordered. I sue you. Sue you? I ignored them all, until the 3 of them rolled around with their heads in their arms and wailing. Yin Qian stopped attacking. The 3 of them looked like they had peeled off a layer of skin. Their faces were ugly and sweaty with pain, and they might not be so serious that their mental power was disordered. But their mental power was definitely disordered. While the 3 of them were still holding their heads and hadn't recovered, Tang Ran quickly winked at Yin Qian. Run! If they don't run now, when will they run? When they come to their senses, they will be scolded. Yin Qian understood and took Tang Ran to retreat immediately. It was called retreat, but in fact, he continued to hide, pretending to leave. They were actually observing from the dark. The 3 of them gasped for breath. When they recovered a little, the middle-aged principal climbed up and sat on the chair. The tall and thin man stood up with difficulty, holding the wall with one hand and his head with the other. The old woman simply sat on the ground, holding her head and crying. Too much. Too much. After regaining some strength, the middle-aged principal angrily slammed the table. He treated Yin Qian as a distinguished guest with courtesy, but he actually attacked them for no reason. We can't tolerate this. Sue him. We must sue him. The tall man gritted his teeth and was in the same boat with the principal. Yes. Sue him. Go to the military court. Oh! My head. The old woman wailed and cursed. Is Yin Qian sick? It's so hateful. He won't be able to use his mental power for at least 3 months. Madman. This madman. What kind of madness is he? The tall man cursed. Stop arguing. What's the point of yelling here? Let's collect evidence quickly. Yes. Evidence. Evidence. Yin Qian didn't care about the scolding at all. What he cared about was that his mental power was almost in chaos. But there was no flaw. They looked completely fine. Tang Ran was also confused now. Isn't this too real? Is everything really normal? And Hanya is the problem? Is it too late to find Hanya now? Is that guy still alive? In this situation, I have no clue. Yin Qian was also confused and gave his own analysis. Either Hanya is fake, or we are trapped in a special illusion. Tang Ranran was distressed. If he couldn't get out, he wouldn't be trapped to death. Right? But he should be able to get offline. Right? Thinking like this, Tang Ranran decided to give it a try. Wait a minute. I go out and take a look. Okay. He switched his attention back to the original body. With blue sky, white clouds and clear water, and a beautiful lake view in front of him, Tang Ranran was facing Qingling Island, keeping a wait-and-see attitude. And beside her, Fu Jingyuan stood with his hands behind his back, also looking in the direction of Qingling Island. Apparently noticing the movement, Fu Jingyuan turned his head and met Tang Ranran's gaze, and asked, "Are you back?" "Yes." "What's going on?" Fu Jingyuan asked immediately. "The situation is a bit complicated. Yin Qian and I saw that everything in the academy is normal." "Everything is normal? How is this possible?" Fu Jingyuan's eyes were full of surprise. "Yes. I just felt strange. So I came out to see if you found anything outside?" "No." "Okay. I go back and take a look." Not finding anything, Tang Ranran decided to go back. "Be careful. If you find something wrong, retreat in time," Fu Jingyuan reminded worriedly. "I know." Tang Ranran returned to the trumpet Tangxi again and said, "I went out?" Fu Jingyuan said there was nothing unusual. "Yeah," Yin Qian responded, and then fell silent. The trio was still cursing. "We must make him pay for it." "Yes. Yes. If you don't make him pay, you really think our Qingling Academy is easy to bully?" Tang Ranran frowned and looked at the three people who were still discussing how to sue Yin Qian and make him pay compensation. "Really? It's so real. It really doesn't look like a fantasy at all. Let's go to the main control room of the protective shield and check. If we still can't find the problem, let Fu Jingyuan come over and go back and check." Tang Ranran chose a strategic retreat. She didn't want to use her brain anymore, so she left it to Fu Jingyuan. "You're right. Let Fu Jingyuan use his supernatural power to check, and everything will be clear." Yin Qian agreed, and then took action. With a whoosh, the two of them teleported from the principal's office into the air. For any protective shield, a small one is a beam of light, and a large one is several beams of light. Each beam of light corresponds to an energy core. That is, the core control. According to the beam of light, it is easy to find the control core of the protective shield. The light beam like an umbrella handle can be seen at a glance. Following the beam of light, the two quickly found the central control console of the protective shield. "I go outside and watch. When I'm gone, you can lock up my puppet in the space. And then, you can close the protective shield. I let Fu Jingyuan in. If there's nothing wrong with the situation, you can come out together, in order to prevent the whole group from being wiped out." Tang Ranran chose to stay outside. "Okay. That's it." After the two agreed, Tang Ranran returned to his original body again, explained to Fu Jingyuan, and the two waited for Yin Qian to take action. Yin Qian took action on time. The protective shield disappeared, and Qingling Academy suddenly appeared on the empty Qingling Island. Tang Ranran used his spiritual sense to explore, and Fu Jingyuan turned invisible and flew into Qingling Academy. At the same time, the whole academy became noisy because of this incident. 2 minutes after the shield was powered off, the sky-high beam of light rose again, opened in the sky, and covered the entire school like an umbrella. After it was completely covered, the school disappeared again. When the school completely disappeared, Tang Ranran's spiritual exploration was once again isolated. Even though there was nothing unusual under the spiritual exploration, Tang Ranran still felt something was wrong. "Oh!" Irritable, Tang Ranran, who was in a depressed mood, waited for the final result. After waiting for more than an hour, Tang Ranran keenly felt something. A feeling of being enveloped by spiritual power. The next second, she saw Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan. "How is it?" Tang Ranran asked hurriedly. Fu Jingyuan shook his head, looking in a good mood, and his tone was also very relaxed. "No problem. Qingling Academy has not had any changes. Everything is normal." "Ah?" Hanya lied. But Tang Ranran looked at Yin Qian. Yin Qian interrogated with spiritual power. Hanya could not lie. There is indeed nothing wrong with the academy. 3 days ago, there was no change, as Hanya said. The monsters are all nonsense. Yanqian confirmed Fu Jingyuan's words, and then expressed his own guess. Something must have happened to the internship team that went out. Hanya may be the only survivor in the team. There are 2 possibilities. Either Hanya took the illusion or imagination seriously, or an alien or green monster swallowed Hanya. Tang Ranran. Then let's find her first and talk about it after we find her. Yes. Let's go back to the place where we met her first. After saying that, Yanqian raised his hand and drew another space channel. The 3 of them instantly transferred and returned to the place where Hanya was left before. Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan explored with their mental power respectively, and Tang Ranran pretended to explore with mental power, but actually explored with divine consciousness. With this place as the center, she explored the surrounding area. Soon, she found Hanya a few hundred meters away. Far away in the tree canopy, Hanya stood on the branch, hugging the main trunk tightly, her mouth opening and closing, mumbling something to herself, as if she had just experienced a great terror. Her whole body was shaking like a sieve. Her face was pale like a female ghost. Tang Ranran was quite puzzled. Hanya looked like she was really scared. Could it be that the memory of the illusion was tampered with? If she was parasitized and devoured, she wouldn't be so cowardly. Right? The parasite was not fully developed? Because Hanya was holding up the mental power protection barrier. Yanqian also found her at the first time. Because the distance was not far. He didn't go over. Yanqian caught her from a distance. A spatial ability. Hanya appeared out of thin air, and was suddenly teleported, causing her to scream desperately in fear. Ah! The high-pitched scream stopped abruptly after seeing the person clearly, and turned into a question. You? How could you suddenly leave me? Do you know that I am so scared? Hanya roared angrily and frightened, and rushed directly to Yanqian, obviously afraid that he would run away again. Yanqian used a despise fix to fix the person 1 meter away from him, with many questions in his mind. Tang Ranran once again used X-rays, spiritual consciousness exploration, to scan carefully from head to toe inside and out. After searching for a long time, Tang Ranran suddenly found something different in Hanya's heart. After a closer look, there was a beating seed in the middle of the heart, a bit like a soybean, with buds on the top and roots on the bottom. The roots were deeply embedded in the heart and blood vessels. It's really parasitic. Tang Ranran had just come to this conclusion when suddenly, it was not a human voice, but a sound that exploded directly in the spiritual sea. It was discovered. During the exploration of the spiritual consciousness, the soybean seemed to have a human face, revealing a weird smile. Very quickly, before Tang Ranran could take a closer look to confirm whether it was her eyes, Hanya in front of her had a big transformation in less than 0.01 seconds. From a living person, she turned into a group of tree roots. The round head formed by the aggregation of tree roots, with the fangs and claws of tree roots on the top and longer, more, and thicker roots below. A real tentacle monster. Be careful. When something unexpected happened, Yanqian shouted loudly, launched an attack, and imprisoned in space. Tang Ranran's eyes widened in shock. No way. Is it really a green demon? A green demon. She instinctively distanced herself from the demon. Tang Ranran was not really worried. After all, Yanqian and Fu Jingyuan were 2 masters. She only needed to shout 666 beside them. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran saw the green demon with numerous tree roots flying towards Yanqian. Then one of them hit the target, and Yanqian was whipped and flew backwards. Tang Ranran? ? No. What's going on? How could Yanqian be so weak? Before she could be surprised, the green demon that whipped Yanqian away rushed towards Tang Ranran like a rocket launcher. It smells so good. You smell so good. You must be delicious. Even though it has no face. Tang Ranran saw a face full of greed from the round head that looked like a ball of wool. This green demon wants to eat her. Tang Ranran, shock. Grass. Spiritual power. This green demon must have sensed the spiritual power. So in its eyes, she is a mobile high purification pure plant. You go first. Fu Jingyuan blocked in front of her, and countless wind blades instantly swept towards the green demon. Be careful. Leaving behind, Tang Ranran ran away without any loyalty. While running away, Tang Ranran did not forget to pay attention to the battle situation. And then she saw that Fu Jingyuan was also whipped away by the big green demon with a whip from the tree root. Tang ran, shock. No. What's going on? Is the combat power of this green demon so abnormal? Is this beyond the ceiling? What's more terrible is that after Fu Jingyuan was whipped away, the big green demon caught up again. Tang ran, damn it! He really is holding on to her. He chases. She runs. She can't fly away even if she has wings. Tang ran with all her strength, thinking about rescue while running. Where are her left and right guards? Why haven't they come to rescue? Didn't those two guys just get whipped? Why did they disappear? It's impossible that they are dead? Could they leave her and run away? No. It's impossible. Even if her looks are not charming, her blue bottle must have charmed them to death. It's impossible to watch her die without saving her. So, she was crippled by a whip. I have to say that Tang Ran thought a lot. Without rescue, Tang Ran can only save herself. And use a set of kite skills. Tang ran through skills while running. First of all, the control type in the wit system. Trying to subdue. Well, it didn't work. The wit system attacking skills. Trying to make it self-destruct. Well, it didn't work either. Since the wood element is useless. Let's use the fire element. At this critical moment, he didn't care about setting fire to the mountain and being in prison for a lifetime. His life was at stake. Tang Ran used the fire element's ultimate move, and threw the flame attack at the green monster Hanya without hesitation. And then, damn, it still didn't work. As soon as the fire element's ultimate move approached the green monster, it disappeared as if it had encountered an ocean. Tang Ran was very anxious. This is fucking unscientific. Fire overcomes wood. Plant monsters are naturally afraid of fire. Why is it useless? All her attacks were useless against the green demon. Tang Ran suddenly thought, could this green demon have a magic immunity talent? No way. Is it so awesome? Seeing the countless roots of the green demon getting closer and closer, Tang Ran was very anxious. No. She must not stay here. Looking around quickly, she could not see the figures of Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan at all. Tang Ran gritted her teeth and went straight into the farm. Before Tang Ran could breathe a sigh of relief. Damn! They chased her in. Tang Ran was so scared that she immediately left the farm and continued to run. No way. No way. The farm can also follow in? So can it come out? Tang Ran did not dare to be careless and rushed forward at full speed. At the same time, she detected with her spiritual sense. After she jumped a long distance, she saw that the green demon appeared out of thin air and chased her again. Tang Ran, damn. Sticky candy. I can't get rid of it. Tang Ran entered the space again, and then quickly jumped to the living room on the first floor, grabbed the space buckle on the counter, and rushed out of the house. Rushing out of her manor garden area at the maximum speed, Tang Ran waved her hand, and the mecha in the space buckle was released. Entering the cab at the fastest speed, Tang Ran performed superbly, from logging in to starting. In one go, within the range of spiritual consciousness, the big green monster appeared again. Damn! It's amazing. It can chase her into her space from such a distance. In this case, magic immunity. Right? Then use physical salvation. Pull away from the big green monster. After it chased her out of the protective shield, Tang Ran aimed the gun at it and opened fire immediately. Boom boom boom. The white light flashed. With great power, Tang Ran bombarded wildly, and the entire energy cannon was empty. Tang Qian mercenary certificate is of high level, and the mecha can be equipped with high specifications of weapons. The energy cannon she configured is very powerful. Tang Ran, who was not short of money, had a full battery, so this attack was absolutely devastating. Even if he didn't die, he would definitely be disabled. Shit! The energy was exhausted, and the afterglow of the energy cannon explosion disappeared. The big green monster was unharmed. At least Tang Ran didn't see any signs of injury. After the energy cannon stopped, the big green monster paused for less than 2 seconds. And then again. Hee. It smells so good. Eat it. The big green monster rushed towards Tang Ran again. Tang Ran, shit! The hard way didn't work. It seems that I have to use soft tactics. Tang Ran continued to run, driving the mecha all the way into his number 2 spiritual field. The big green monster followed him, Seeing that it had no interest in the 30+ in this area, Tang Ranran used the Xingxiju, emitting a kind of wood spirit life breath that all plants like. The green monster is also a plant. But all plants should love this kind of wood spirit life breath that promotes plant growth. Let's talk about it. I can help you grow. Tang Ranran tried to communicate with her mental power. Hee. I like it. I like it very much. It tastes good. It turns out that it works. This green demon also responds to the Xingxiju. That's good. And it can turn around. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking through the air, and a tree root suddenly appeared in the cockpit of the mecha. From behind, it pierced into Tang Ranran's heart like an arrow and passed through. Tang Ranran, fuck. Full at once and full every time. This guy can't tell the difference. And it's unethical. A sneak attack. Just ask. It's obviously more than 10 meters away. And she is still in the mecha cabin? How did it sneak attack? In a flash, Tang Ranran figured it out. It was space. Damn. It really kicked the steel plate. Spiritual power is a blade, slashing directly at the tree root that sneaked up on her. Tang Ranran threw healing to herself at the same time, trying to save herself. And then she was horrified to find that the spiritual power blade could not shake the tree root at all. The difference in strength is like a chasm. It is definitely a foundation building cultivator facing a Yuaning level monster. It is over. It is over. Barbecue is done. As a cultivator, a heart explosion is a small problem. The problem is that the tree roots have begun to absorb her spiritual power. Tang Ranran clearly feels that the spiritual power in her dantian is constantly flowing to the tree roots and being absorbed. Tang Ranran realized that she was going to die this time. Why is there such a perverted existence on Su Xinrong planet? Her death was so unjust. Did she destroy too many flowers and plants in her previous life? So she died in the hands of a plant in this life to pay off her debts? Ah! No. She can't die. She is only 23 years old in this life. She is still a young baby. Her fish pond has not been opened yet. Her harem boy group has not been established yet. She hasn't slept with any handsome guys. This life is too bad. It's worse than the previous life. This won't work. Tang Ranran took out the spiritual stones in the space buckle, while absorbing spiritual power to resist the loss of spiritual power. She tried to save herself, and used all kinds of means. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles are in vain. The loss of spiritual power is far greater than the speed of spiritual power absorption. As the spiritual power in the body continues to decrease, Tang Ranran only feels that the whole person is getting more and more drowsy, and his eyelids are getting heavier and heavier, and finally fell into darkness. I don't know how long it took. In the darkness, a voice seemed to come from the distant sky, breaking the silence. A hazy, familiar voice, with urgency and worry. Ranran? Ranran. Ranran. Tang Ranran. Who? It's so noisy. When Tang Ranran regained consciousness, she was like she had just woken up. She was confused for 2 seconds. After a blank period of confusion, a huge ecstasy filled her body. She's not dead. She's not dead. Tang Ranran suddenly opened her eyes, and the dazzling light made her close her eyes immediately. She was lying sideways, facing up. With that feeling, Tang Ranran knew that someone was holding her sideways. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Fu Jingyuan's voice came from above his head. Very clear. Hearing the voice, he knew that the two were very close. It was obvious that the person holding her was him. Raising her hand to cover her eyes, Tang Ranran opened her eyes again and saw Fu Jingyuan, who looked worried and concerned. It's okay. Tang Ranran waved her hand, signaling him to put her down. Can I use my mental power? After adapting to the light, Tang Ranran knew that the two of them should be in the air at this time. Yes. It's okay. Tang Ranran used her mental power. Fu Jingyuan loosened his hand slightly, and Tang Ranran floated up by herself. What's wrong with me? While asking questions, Tang Ranran looked around, and then saw. What a big tree. The trees in the giant forest are all big, but there is no biggest. Only bigger. Look. Tang Ranran saw a super big tree. How big is it exactly? It's so big that it covers the entire Qingling Island. Fu Jingyuan took her back to the giant forest, hundreds of meters away from the lake. And in front, the original largest Qingling Island in Qingling Lake has completely disappeared. and only a large group of super trees formed by roots and stems entangled together can be seen. Green monster. Tang Ranran couldn't help but pinch her arm in astonishment. It hurt. She wasn't dreaming. So, what happened? You suddenly fell down after entering the protective shield. No matter how I called you, you didn't wake up. I didn't dare to intervene too much. I could only take you to retreat and observe. Then within 2 minutes, Yin Qian collapsed the protective shield. Under the protective shield was a giant green monster, which you saw, Fu Jingyuan explained, and then repeated the question again. Ran, are you okay? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Tang Ran carefully felt and checked her own condition, and shook her head. No, I'm fine. How long did I faint just now? Where is my puppet Tang Shi? About 5 minutes. As for the puppet, you have to ask Yin Qian. If you are okay, I will go to help him. That big guy looks difficult to deal with. Is it okay for you to do it alone? Oh, it's okay. You go. Be careful. Tang Ran waved his hand hurriedly. Well, you should be careful too. After that, Fu Jingyuan went to the giant tree. After being left there for 3 seconds in the cold wind, Tang Ranran's mind returned to its previous clarity. So just now, it was just a dream. She was dreaming. She was probably knocked unconscious from the moment she entered the school tree. And then she started dreaming. That's right. Her farm restricted living things. How could the green demon chase in? As for whether the dream was affected by the green demon or she was just imagining things, it was unknown. In short, it was a dream. As for now, when Tang Ranran pinched herself 7 or 8 times and it hurt, she felt that it was real. But, could it be a dream within a dream? Just like Inception? Woo! She was a little skeptical about life. It was useless to think more. Just treat it as reality. After ending the self-troubles of Zhuangsheng dreaming of a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangsheng, Tang Ranran used her eagle-eye strength to pay attention to the scene of the battle. That big green demon, let's call it a green demon, is really big. Very big. It looks very different from the big scary green demon in her dream. This big green demon looks more like a willow tree, with beautiful hair on top and willow branches as its weapons. Looking at the soft and boneless willow branches, they are as thick as iron rods and powerful, and each one is like a sharp arrow piercing the clouds. The tree trunk below is made up of countless thick roots, forming a round body similar to a radish. From the size of the tree, it can be seen that the entire Qingling Island, including the Qingling Academy on the island, has been swallowed into its big belly. Yin Qian cut willow branches and trees at the same time. It's like, how to say it? It's probably a small mantis, waving 2 sickle front legs, chopping a towering ancient tree one by one. This big green demon obviously has a very high defense, but it has an obvious disadvantage. That is, it is not flexible. Unlike the big horror in the dream, which was like a shadow following her and could be transferred in space, it was impossible to get rid of it. In reality, its roots were deeply rooted in the lake, and its only means of attack was the countless willow tentacles. While observing from a distance, Tang Ranran suddenly paused. Wait! She seemed to feel the spiritual energy. After a careful feeling, Tang Ranran found the source of the spiritual energy, which was the giant tree green monster. Tang Ranran was a little hesitant. The distance was a bit far, and she was not sure. But if she used her spiritual sense to detect it, the dream just now was quite scary, and she was a little scared. What if she explored with her spiritual sense? And the big tree green monster came and said, Hee, you smell so good. I want to eat you. Then she would cry to death. Woo! What to do? Tang Ranran chose not to show up and continue to observe. Completely different from the dream, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were not blown away, nor did they disappear. Instead, they shuttled between the giant willow branches, dodging the attack while trying to kill the big green monster. But the effect was minimal. Tang Ranran observed from a distance for a few minutes, and then saw Fu Jingyuan suddenly withdraw from the battlefield and move away. Then Yin Qian changed his attack method and used lightning instead. The ultimate move. Lightning and thunder. Countless silver dragons of lightning. The continuous thunder and lightning roar. The world of Qingling Lake was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, as if the world was about to end. Tang Ranran, whose eyes were almost blinded by the light, hurriedly looked aside, and dared not look directly at it again. She almost forgot that Yin Qian was still a thunder type. In the world of cultivating immortals, thunder can defeat evil spirits, and plant spirits are all afraid of thunder. Can this green monster be defeated? The white light of thunder and lightning lasted for dozens of minutes. When the white scorch disappeared, Tang Ranran hurriedly checked the situation. She saw that the big tree green monster was charred all over, and some places were still emitting white smoke, and the willow hair on the head was almost burned out. Dead? After waiting for 2 minutes, there was no movement in the charred black. Just when Tang Ranran wanted to get closer and take a closer look, she felt something was wrong. The breeze blew from the lake area and blew here, mixed with a more concentrated aura. Tang Ranran couldn't help but get closer to a distance. And then she felt that the aura was indeed more concentrated. The aura that suddenly became more concentrated made Tang Ranran think of a word. Dead would revive in spring. This is spiritual power repair. It must be spiritual power repair. Is this green demon equivalent to the plant demon beast in the world of immortal cultivation? Demon beast? Demon pill. Could it be a large piece of blue pure glass crystal? As an immortal cultivator and an alchemist, Tang Ranran's first instinctive reaction when encountering a demon beast is to dig a demon pill. Demon pills are good things. Many high-level pills require demon pills as medicine. In the interstellar world, if you encounter such a green demon that is suspected to be a demon beast, you must find out what it is. Right? But she was scared, tangled, hesitant, struggling, and mentally struggling. Tang Ranran thought a lot, but it actually took less than 5 seconds. Finally, Tang Ranran gritted her teeth and decided to do it. Completely different from the dream. Although the green demon in reality is large in size, its strength is completely inferior to the big horror in the dream. Even if I can't beat it, I can definitely run away. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran immediately scanned it with her spiritual sense. Obviously, this green demon is still different from the demon beast. Her spiritual sense is attached to it, but she didn't encounter any resistance. Without any resistance, Tang Ranran smoothly carried out the internal scan. Sure enough, as Tang Ranran guessed, under the charred outer layer, the green demon is repairing itself very quickly. It is estimated that in just 2 or 3 minutes, the green demon can shed dead skin and recover as before. Demon pill. Demon pill. Tang Ranran tried hard to search, but he didn't find the demon pill. Instead, he found Qingling Academy, which was swallowed by the green demon. Maybe it was because the time was short. Or it should be because the green demon had no corrosive function on buildings. Of course, it is more likely that buildings are not within its edible range. Although the building was tightly wrapped by the roots of the green demon, the building as a whole was still well preserved. Tang Ranran also saw pieces of human skin among the tangled roots. Yes, just as Hanya said, the human skin that had been sucked out was interspersed on the tree roots. Especially in the dormitory-like building area, the human skin corpses were hung densely. Tang Ranran estimated that the entire school might have been wiped out. Miserable. Tang Ranran's sympathy overflowed for a while, and then she continued to look for the demon pill. The demon pill is usually in the dantian. But where is the dantian of the tree demon? She didn't know. But it didn't matter. Follow the spiritual energy. And the place with the most concentrated spiritual energy is probably it. Tang Ranran scanned all the way and came to a place like a laboratory. At this time, the laboratory was filled with roots. Following the clues, Tang Ranran finally found the source of the green demon's roots. There was a vast mass of purple gas, the size of a football. This is it. Tang Ranran was shocked. What the hell? Hongming purple. In the legend of the immortal cultivation world, Hongming purple is the origin of the heavenly way. And if you get it, you can ascend to heaven. The legend is definitely exaggerated, but the effect of improving cultivation is certain. Although Tang Ranran cannot be sure that this is Hongming purple, she is sure that it is definitely a treasure. A treasure that is beneficial to cultivation. Killing people for treasure is immoral. But killing monsters for treasure is free of psychological burden. Rob. The inside of the huge green demon was densely packed with roots. It was estimated that at least 200 meters of roots would be needed to reach the location of the purple gas group. It was not realistic to dig in. It was difficult to go deep into the inside. So Tang Ranran simply tried remote absorption. Although she did not hold much hope, she did not expect that it would succeed. Tang Ranran was a little bit unbelievable. She actually succeeded? At a distance of at least 500 meters, she absorbed the spiritual power contained in the purple gas group. It can only be said that this green demon does not even know how to refine it for its own use. In the world of cultivating immortals, the first step to encounter a treasure is to refine it. No matter what it is, as long as it is refined, it can only be used for oneself. Just like the nature of exclusive bound equipment. Therefore, to kill people and rob treasures, you have to kill them first. Unbind them. And then the treasure you have seized will be useful. Of course, if the difference in cultivation level is large, you can directly erase the refining of others. I have gone too far. Hongming Purple Chi is still ownerless. Tang Ranran was overjoyed and immediately ran the skills at a high speed, absorbing spiritual power to the maximum extent, and practicing at the fastest speed, turning the absorbed spiritual power into his own strength. Absorbing spiritual power while practicing is definitely twice the result with half the effort. But there is a disadvantage. That is, the spiritual power consumption rate is not ordinary. Simply put, it is at the cost of consuming a large amount of spiritual power. 100-fold acceleration of the practice speed is achieved. On weekdays, Tang Ranran dare not be so extravagant. But now, if she takes one more breath, the big green monster will take one less breath. If she does not take it, it will all be cheap for the big green monster. Tang Ranran used all her strength to snatch spiritual power. The big green monster soon noticed the abnormality, but it was obviously limited in intelligence. It was unable to stop Tang Ranran from snatching spiritual power from its body under its nose. It didn't pretend to be dead. Like shedding its skin, the charred outer layer was removed, and new rhizomes were revealed. Its size remained unchanged, and the intertwined rhizomes still occupied the entire lake surface. New buds also emerged on the top, and the new buds grew rapidly, and soon grew into willow branches hundreds of meters long. Countless willow branches once again bared their teeth and claws, probably thinking that Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian were enemies who wanted to steal the treasure. The big green monster launched a fierce attack, and the rhizomes coiled on the outermost layer began to sizzle and emit juice. These juices were like dry ice. Once exposed to the air, curls of white smoke soon rose. In the midst of the smoke, Tang Ranran suddenly remembered the big monster was going to transform. Could it really transform? Facts have proved that Tang Ranran thought too much. It was just white mist. But it must be a special white mist. At the moment when the white mist was steaming, Yin Qian grabbed Fu Jingyuan and made a decisive retreat. After teleporting in space, he retreated several hundred meters away from the steaming white mist. After searching in the air, Yin Qian locked his eyes on Tang Ranran, and then teleported in space again. And the two came to Tang Ranran. Ranran, are you okay? Yin Qian asked with concern. As soon as he entered the protective shield, he lost consciousness, although it was only a few seconds. When he woke up because of the attack, the puppet Tang Shi disappeared. Yin Qian was particularly worried about whether Tang Ranran was in trouble. It was not until Fu Jingyuan joined the battle and told others that he woke up that he felt a little relieved. But now seeing it with his own eyes, Yin Qian felt that Tang Ranran's condition seemed to be a little wrong. It's okay. Tang Ranran waved his hand, not wanting to say more, busy grabbing spiritual power. Is it really okay? Fu Jingyuan also saw something wrong. Well, it's okay. Don't worry about me. Tang Ranran said so. The two stopped asking. Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian discussed the situation of the green demon. Fu Jingyuan asked, is there anything wrong with this white mist? Yes. It can make people lose consciousness and can penetrate the mental protection barrier. When we first entered, we were stunned by this white smoke. Yin Qian stared at the big green monster with a serious look. This green monster is not easy to deal with. Indeed, it can actually repair itself. And the speed is so fast. Fu Jingyuan's face was also solemn. Can you tell what kind it is? It may be a man-eating vine. But, Yin Qian frowned. General green monsters cannot have such high defense and regeneration capabilities. His space blade can't cut it. It can't cut it at all. And thunder can't kill it. This vitality and defense are really too strong. Should we report this situation first? By the way, did you sense the breath of living people just now? No. Yin Qian's tone was heavy. Ah. Sighing. Fu Jingyuan was sure that everyone in the school must be in trouble. He suggested. It's not easy to deal with it just by the two of us. Let's use artillery fire. Let the person in charge here decide. Yin Qian was not going to interfere. He really didn't feel any survivors. But what if? After all, the emergency shelters were set up very secretly. So the next step of dealing with the green monsters should be left to the planet's military. Then I go notify. Yin Qian was about to notify the military, when suddenly, the weather changed drastically. The originally bright sky, like turning off the lights, darkened in the blink of an eye. Dark clouds are pressing down. The sudden change made Yin Qian stop and wait and see. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan didn't know why the sky was so abnormal. But Tang Ranran knew it in her heart. At the fastest speed, Tang Ranran slid to the side and pulled at least 100 meters away from the two. She was already close to the peak of Foundation building. And now she absorbed so much top-level spiritual power that was suspected to be Hongming purple energy. Even if Tang Ranran tried hard to suppress it, she still couldn't suppress this primitive power. She has upgraded. The cultivation is past that hurdle. And the promotion of the realm will bring thunder tribulation. To advance from the Foundation building stage to the Golden Elixir stage, you will be struck by thunder. The fact proves that even in the interstellar world, there are thunder tribulations. The little bit of fluke thought was broken. Tang Ranran went all out. And the first thing to do was to stay away from the crowd. So she yelled at the two of them. Don't come over. Don't worry about me. In Tang Ranran plan, she found a few treasures on the planet Su Xinrong, returned to the planet Su Pingrui, and then retreated for 10 days, a half month, or 2 or 3 months. And then it was time to upgrade. Although it was a bit sudden, Tang Ranran had already made full preparations, and she was fully confident. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were confused by Tang Ranran's sudden departure. They were afraid to step forward after being yelled at by Tang Ranran, and the two could only stay where they were to ask, "What's wrong? What happened? The situation is complicated and can't be explained. Anyway, don't come over here. Don't come over here. Stay away from me. Keep your distance," Tang Ranran yelled. Oh my god. She wanted to hide and survive the disaster alone. But plans can't keep up with changes. These two guys don't make trouble for her. Sometimes it's like this. Often you don't want it to happen, but it just happens. The thunder tribulation came suddenly, and Tang Ranran had no time to say a few more words. Under the circumstances, she could only simply shout that the two people should not get close. As soon as Tang Ranran finished speaking, silver-white lightning fell. In the dazzling silver-white, that was impossible to look directly at. Tang Ranran noticed that something was wrong. Huh? It seems that she didn't get struck? I didn't feel it at all. Having survived several thunder tribulations, Tang Ranran is also experienced. From Foundation building to Golden Elixir, there are a total of 9 heavenly thunders. The first one is the weakest, and the later ones are gradually stronger. Although the first heavenly thunder is very weak, it shouldn't be so weak that I can't feel it at all. Right? The question in Tang Ranran's heart was answered when the scorching silver-white faded. Why didn't she feel anything? Because Yin Qian came over and held a shield for her, taking the first thunder for her. She didn't get struck by the thunder. But Tang Ranran stood there in a daze. Is she touched? She didn't dare to move at all. Tang Ranran. She wanted to deliver a bowl of traditional Chinese medicine with a lot of girlishness. Really? She was really pissed off. She was so pissed off that even Yin Qian's favorite face couldn't be saved. Tang Ranran now had an impulse to jump up and slap him in the face to death. This is a big deal. When going through the thunder tribulation, others cannot interfere. Because the more they interfere, the stronger the thunder tribulation will be. To use the game terminology, it is equivalent to her being level 10. So the thunder tribulation is also level 10. But if she, who is level 10, teams up with Yin Qian, who is level 20, then the thunder tribulation is level 20. And it's double level 20. What the hell? What is this? This is a typical case of good intentions leading to bad results. I really want to kick him away. Really? She was so pissed off. This is hurting her. It's hurting her. But it's useless to kick him away, because the thunder tribulation has become double level 20. Even if you kick him away, it's impossible to recover to level 10. Tang Ranran, cry. Cry loudly. Will she still be struck to death by thunder in this life? She is unwilling. Unwilling. No. After bearing a thunderbolt and feeling the strange attack disappear, Yin Qian wanted to ask if he was okay. But he was not stupid and could still read her expression. Looking at Tang Ranran gnashing teeth and wishing to bite him to death. Yin Qian swallowed his saliva subconsciously. It's over. A feeling of being completely finished. Tang Ranran was angry. The kind that can't be coaxed. But why? Although she said not to come over. As a thunder type, Yin Qian felt the powerful force coming from above. An indescribable special force. The black cloud contained a powerful thunder and lightning force, which was palpitating. Worried that Tang Ranran would be injured, he came over without thinking at the moment the attack fell. He can withstand the thunder. Why should he be angry? I can't figure it out at all. And before Yin Qian can think for a second, the next thunder tribulation falls. No longer thinking about it, he concentrates on resisting the power of thunder and lightning. Yin Qian frowns instantly. This thunder and lightning is several times more powerful than the previous one. It seems a bit difficult to resist it head-on. So, divert it. It's dazzling silver and white again. The second thunder falls. Tang Ranran, who is so angry, can only accept the reality. Forget it. Let Yin Qian bear it first. If he can't bear it anymore, she will take action. She has stored so many pills. She should be able to withstand it. Right? Even when she is suffering from the thunder tribulation. Tang Ranran still does not forget to absorb spiritual power. In the examples of failed tribulation, most of the cultivators failed because of insufficient spiritual power. Now she has the purple gas ball as a power bank. Even if the level of thunder tribulation is high, she should be able to survive it. Right? Alas, if you are not sure, it is very dangerous. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran focused on Yin Qian's situation. Ready to take over the thunder tribulation at any time. And then, she saw the lightning column that broke through the sky, mixed with the posture of creating the world, fell directly on the protective shield held up by Yin Qian. And then, probably unable to hold on, Yin Qian frowned and began to rub. Rubbing a lightning ball. After the lightning ball the size of a football was formed into a ball. By it fired. Yin Qian threw it casually and smashed it at the big green monster. After throwing the one in his hand, he continued to rub the lightning ball. And when it was the size of a football, he continued to fire. One after another. The green monster was as big as a ball. And Yin Qian didn't even need to aim. And he threw one accurately. Until the second thunder dissipated. Yin Qian rolled a total of 8 lightning balls, all of which hit the green demon. And the big green demon was once again struck by thunder and turned black. Tang Ranran, shock. She was a little dumbfounded. It was really the first time she saw such an operation. No. It can be like this? How can it be like this? Can the thunder tribulation be transferred? Is it close to scientific conductivity? Can it really be like this? Can the mutant thunder spirit roots in the world of immortal cultivation in the previous life also be played like this? Can it? I don't know. There are no thunder spirit roots in their sect. She just heard that it is rumored that mutant thunder spirit roots have a huge advantage when overcoming tribulations. After bearing the second thunder, Yin Qian found that Tang Ranran's expression changed from rising to shock. He felt that he was probably rescued and didn't have to die. He saw Fu Jingyuan coming over here from the corner of his eye. And Tang Ranran immediately yelled, "Don't come over." Fu Jingyuan was stunned by her yelling and stopped. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Fu Jingyuan chose to be obedient and not make decisions on his own. Yin Qian's eyelids twitched, and he spoke carefully. Then at this moment, he was very uneasy. He had realized that he was probably in trouble. So now, should he withdraw? Tang Ranran looked at him with complicated eyes and asked, "Do you think the thunder and lightning just now was strong? Can you withstand it?" "Yes," Yin Qian said loudly. "Oh, then you continue to bear it. The thunder tribulation has intensified. Tang Ranran can only do this. Let him bear it." According to the mode of conduction, Tang Ranran suddenly realized that Yin Qian could be her lightning rod. If so, then she will be able to sleep soundly in the future thunder tribulation? Of course, she can't draw conclusions too early. She has to observe again. Just 2 sentences. The third thunder tribulation came one after another. The power of thunder and lightning is too strong. Yin Qian can't bear it. So he conducts and transfers it again. Rubbing, one after another. The thunder ball was thrown at the big green monster again. Boom, boom. The thunder and lightning bombarded one after another. Tang Ranran felt that if the big green monster could speak, it would definitely scold him badly at this moment. The third thunder passed safely. And then the fourth. Originally there were only 9 thunders. But because of Yan Qian intervention, it doubled and became a full 18 thunders. When the 18th, or last, thunderbolt passed, the black ink in the sky quickly receded and disappeared in a few seconds, and the sky was clear and blue again. Tang Ranran was in a trance, and the whole person felt a little dreamy. No. Is she still dreaming? Just like this? Like this? The thunderbolt was guided away by Yan Qian? All hit the green demon? This really violates the immortal cultivation. It's too magical. Although the development of things was full of magic. In the end, Tang Ranran survived the thunder tribulation safely. She successfully formed the elixir. She formed the golden elixir. It's a pity that it's only the early stage of the golden elixir. Hongming purple qi and the like. You're overthinking it. How can such an epic treasure be so easy to come across? Tang Ranran estimated that the purple qi was the spiritual power group. The essence of the essence. But it was obviously much worse than Hongming purple qi. At most it was a copycat version. In addition, because Yan Qian kept thundering, at the big green demon. The big green demon kept trying his best to absorb spiritual power. And the purple qi spiritual power group was snatched away at the 13th heavenly path. Without spiritual power to sustain life, the big green demon died in the second-hand thunder tribulation. Although it was a pity because the spiritual power he got was less. But overall, this result was quite good. The black calamity clouds dissipated. The sky became clear again, and Yan Qian was slightly stunned. Although most of the lightning power was transferred by him and thrown at the green demon as an attack, there was still a small amount left. The lightning power traveled throughout the body, and the faint pain swept through every inch of flesh and blood. However, as a thunder system, these residual powers did not exceed Yan Qian's own load, and he finally carried them all away. Then, Yan Qian unexpectedly discovered that his SS-level mental power, which had been calm since he was 28 years old, seemed to fluctuate. It seemed to have become stronger. It became SSS plus, or even SSS plus plus. Although he was not sure of the exact amount, he was sure that it must have become stronger. Stronger. Wait. Yan Qian was shocked and thought of a possibility. This lightning is a special supernatural power used by Tang Ranran to enhance his mental power. Special supernatural power. Although it was unheard of, there were thousands of supernatural powers, so it was normal for him not to know. Thinking of this possibility, Yan Qian suddenly realized that he had robbed Tang Ranran of the opportunity to upgrade his spiritual power. This kind of upgrade is definitely not something that can be achieved whenever you want. There must be a certain opportunity, and it can only be achieved under special conditions. Yan Qian finally understood why Tang Ranran asked them not to come over, and why she was so angry. So, he who robbed Tang Ranran of the opportunity to upgrade his spiritual power is finished. Sorry. Although it was useless to apologize at this time, Yan Qian didn't know what else to say except sorry. After coming back to her senses from the joy of the upgrade, Tang Ranran saw that Yan Qian, who was 1.9 meters tall, was hanging his head at this moment, looking dejected, like a primary school student who made a mistake, waiting for her, the head teacher, to criticize him. Ah? What? Tang Ranran was a little confused. Why apologize? Is it because he didn't listen to her before and ran over to take the blame without permission? Yes. It should be because of this unauthorized action. Tang Ranran raised her hand, itching to touch his head, but it was too rash. She waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Oh, it's okay." Although Tang Ranran really wanted to kick Yan Qian into the Pacific Ocean just now, she had survived the thunder tribulation safely, so she naturally didn't mind or get angry. Good intentions led to bad results, but the result was still good. That's fine. Moreover, she would find Yan Qian to survive the tribulation in the future. Hee hee. Although Tang Ranran acted like she didn't care, Yan Qian felt that she was pretending to be nothing to comfort him, and didn't want him to have a psychological burden. I'm really sorry. I robbed you of your chance to upgrade. If there is anything I can do to make up for it, please tell me. I will definitely do my best to do it. After saying that, Yan Qian's eyes were very sincere, and he wanted to work hard to make up for his mistakes. Upgrade opportunity. What upgrade opportunity? Tang Ranran looked at him strangely and asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Looking at Tang Ranran's naturally puzzled expression, Yan Qian was also puzzled. It's this thunder and lightning. Isn't it a special way to upgrade? I took the thunder. Didn't I just take away your chance to upgrade? Tang Ranran suddenly understood and smiled at him. No. You think too much. How should I put it? I have a special ability. Every time I make great progress, it will trigger a thunder phenomenon. As long as I can withstand this thunder, I can. You can become stronger. I helped you bear it. So didn't I steal your chance to become stronger? Yin Qian still didn't understand. Didn't he steal your chance? Of course not. Why do you think so? Tang Ranran shook her head decisively, organized her words, and continued to explain. How should I put it? It's just a thunderbolt. As long as you bear it, it's fine. You helped me bear it. It doesn't affect me. There is no such thing as stealing your chance to become stronger. In some novels, thunderbolts have the effect of tempering the body. Only after being tempered by heavenly thunder can one cross the realm and truly advance. But the world of immortal cultivation where Tang Ranran lived in her previous life was not like this. The thunder tribulation of advancement is equivalent to a final exam. The heavenly Tao gives you a paper roll. If you pass with more than 60 points, you will be promoted. If you fail, go back to the furnace and be retrained. As for those evil cultivators who burn, kill and rob, the heavenly Tao will deliberately increase the difficulty of the test paper. Deliberately not let them pass. And find ways to kill them. That's roughly it. So, whether she is struck by thunder or not, it will not affect her promotion. As long as her thunder tribulation is over. Really? Yin Qian's eyes lit up. And he breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. Why would I lie to you? Wait. Is it that your mental power has become stronger? To success level? Tang Ranran was shocked. No way. No way. They all get hit by the thunder after they level up. But Yin Qian got hit by the thunder and got upgraded? The cause and effect are reversed. This is not the way to cultivate immortality. That's not the case. Tang Ranran was relieved in her heart. As expected, being struck by thunder would only make you feel cold. How could it become stronger? Yin Qian continued. I just feel that my mental power has become a little stronger. Tang Ranran's long breath stopped and stagnated. And she asked in surprise. Ah? Become stronger? A little bit? There is an additional state? Tang Ranran felt a little stuffy in her chest for some reason. Being struck by thunder can upgrade mental power? Is this the benefit of the thunder system? So, if she had thunder spirit roots in her previous life, would she have ascended to become an immortal now? Well, almost. Yin Qian nodded. Is that so? Tang Ranran was thoughtful. If she gave Yin Qian a top-grade marrow cleansing pill now, would he be promoted to SSS level after taking it? But no. The marrow cleansing pill is a special pill. Not the red ginseng pill or the green spirit pill. And it can't be given away casually. Does our empire have SSS level? If it's a secret, just pretend I didn't ask. Tang Ranran couldn't help but ask curiously. Although he didn't know why the topic jumped so quickly. Yin Qian answered honestly. In the entire history, there were 3 people. 2 in our empire, and 1 in the Federation. Are they all dead? Yes. Tang Ranran was curious about the topic of 5S level, and then was interrupted by Fu Jingyuan. Can I come over? Fu Jingyuan was still suspended in the air more than 200 meters away from the 2 of them. Although the strange phenomenon had disappeared, he still did not dare to approach rashly. Tang Ranran, who had forgotten about the person because of the shock, quickly replied, It's okay. It's okay. Hearing this, Fu Jingyuan immediately flew over. Are you alright? What happened just now? My ability caused it. Tang Ranran simply explained. It's okay. It's over. Although this explanation was too simple, Fu Jingyuan knew that Tang Ranran didn't want to say more. So he didn't ask any more questions and took the initiative to change the subject. I just checked it. And there was no movement. The green monster seemed to be dead. But the possibility of pretending to be dead cannot be ruled out. Then looking over, in the direction of Qingling Island, the big green monster was already charred again under the bombardment of the second-hand sky thunder. And it seemed that it was more serious than the one Yin Qian had struck before. It seemed to be dead. Let me check it. Yin Qian used his mental power to check and search. Tang Ranran released his mental power, as a disguise, and explored with his spiritual sense. Although he successfully formed a pill, and was promoted to a golden pill, Tang Ranran felt that his mental power had not been upgraded. He estimated that it would take time to consolidate his cultivation. and his mental power would be upgraded after a period of time. It is also possible that his mental power will not be upgraded at the same time. Tang Ranran, who pays more attention to his cultivation, does not care much about this. Even though he could no longer sense it, Tang Ranran still searched with his spiritual sense. Sure enough, the core purple air in the safe had disappeared. However, under his spiritual sense, he could clearly see that the roots in the safe were not dead, and were twisting and dancing like crazy snakes. 95% of the countless roots of this big green monster were charred and carbonized, and the only ones still alive were those in the space of the safe. As they struggled and twisted, the roots in the safe were shrinking like water. The number is decreasing, and the size is getting smaller and smaller. Tang Ranran guessed a little bit. This is because it has no supplies and wants to escape. While paying attention with his spiritual sense, Tang Ranran tactfully reminded, I think it is more likely to be pretending to be dead. After all, this green monster is so big, it must not be dead inside. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Yin Qian did not find anything after the mental power detection, but he agreed with Tang Ranran's statement. After taking a Qi Ling pill and replenishing his mental power, Yin Qian used a space blockade, and the entire Qingling Island, including the charred green monster, was trapped together. I will dig out your puppet first. After saying that, Yin Qian disappeared on the spot, and appeared in the space he blocked the next second, and searched at the initial position where the two entered the protective shield together. Soon, Yin Qian dug out the small Tangshi. The puppet was wrapped up like a ball of wool by a bunch of roots. The charred roots were very fragile. Yin Qian shook them a few times, and a large number of them fell off, revealing part of the puppet's body. Under his spiritual sense, except for those in the safe, the others were indeed dead. After confirming that there was no danger, Tang Ranran flew over. He took the big lump from Yin Qian and began to scrape the charcoal on it. TSK. It was all wrapped up like a ball. Weren't you wearing a protective shield at the time? Why did I faint? Tang Ranran couldn't help but ask while cleaning the trumpet. The white mist formed by the evaporation of its juice should be able to ignore mental defense. At that time, the entire protective shield was covered with this mist. So we were hit as soon as we came in, Yin Qian explained. Ah, you got hit too? Well, for a few seconds I entered a false dream, and in reality, I was in an unconscious coma. Then what? This green demon obviously eats people. So after I lost consciousness, I was attacked by it, and I woke up after being hurt. Because of the existence of the protective shield, the fog inside was particularly dense, and in a hurry, I had to break the protective shield. Speaking of this, Yin Qian still felt a little regretful. The protective shield was not saved in the end, but it should be able to continue to be used after repairs. The protective shield is a dead object after all. And what is more sad is the people in this academy. After mourning for 2 seconds, Yin Qian returned to the topic. I will inform the person in charge of the planet. You guys be careful. Yeah. Fu Jingyuan. I will pay attention to this side. You can go without worry. A space channel. Yin Qian left, fearing that Yin Qian would bring people back. Tang Ranran took back the space buckle of the trumpet Tangshi, who was a little dusty, and then took out the mask and put it on. Within the range of his spiritual sense, the green demon in the vault was still twisting and shrinking. Tang Ranran was a little worried, so he pointed to a small lotus leaf island near the lake shore and said to Fu Jingyuan, Shall we wait over there? Okay. Obviously, he just explained the situation. 3 minutes later, Yin Qian came back. Although the space blockade was still intact, Yin Qian still asked Fu Jingyuan to confirm. Did anything happen? Fu Jingyuan shook his head. Nothing happened, and nothing abnormal was found. It looks like he is really dead. But it is definitely not that simple. Then wait until they come and deal with it. Fu Jingyuan's voice was heavy. There may be no survivors in the academy. This accident is extremely serious. Xia Yin will be in trouble this time. It depends on the specific cause of the accident. Find out the origin of this green monster, and then determine the responsibility. Fu Jingyuan sighed. Speaking of which, he is also quite unlucky. In terms of responsibilities, Qingling Academy has nothing to do with him. But the relatives of those students may not think so. While waiting, Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian discussed the serious consequences of the Qingling Academy incident and speculated on the origin of the green monster. Tang Ranran stared quietly without speaking, focusing on supervising the green monster. The green demon in the safe has shrunk to only about 30 centimeters. And then this guy, like a snake, drilled in and out of the charred rhizome carbon. Because of its small size, it was at ease. Soon, it drilled into the teaching building area, and then entered a familiar interior of a similar indoor planting laboratory. Maybe there is no food here, or it may be for other reasons. There are not many rhizomes in this laboratory, and the degree of damage is not high. You can see that there are still many lush plants. Coming to such a planting field, the green demon swooped in. This is a place where dozens of the same plants are planted, with a chubby rhizome body like a radish, and a head like a flowing willow branch. It looks a bit similar to the giant green demon, but different, and it is not considered to be the same species. The shrunken green demon rushed into it, drilled into the ground, and soon grew into a fat radish and willow tree of the same type as the surrounding ones. Tang Ranran, who witnessed the whole process, said, "Oh my god! It's a spirit! The green demon is indeed a plant that has become a spirit." The incident at Qingling Academy was definitely a major accident. So after only a quarter of an hour, a fleet of starships appeared in the distant sky. From far to near, the fleet of starships soon arrived above Qingling Lake. A main starship, 4 frigates, a large scale. Obviously a lot of people came. With this scale, Tang Ranran estimated that a large force was dispatched. Fu Jingyuan explained to Tang Ranran in advance, with the intention of reminding, the highest person in charge of Su Xinrong is Xie Yin, an SSS-level superpower. Known superpowers are gold and sound. He should come. Well, I will pay attention. Tang Ranran understood, and then asked curiously, sound superpower? I don't know the details. Anyway, it is related to sound. Oh. Tang Ranran silently pulled the mask. Most of her face was covered under the mask. Only a pair of big eyes of Kazlan were exposed, making it difficult to see her face, because they were too large. The main starship and the frigate hovered in the sky, and then the smaller carrier, only more than 30 meters long, rose from the main starship and the frigate, flew down, and landed below, selecting several large lotus leaf islands for landing. After the 5 carriers were moored, a group of people filed out, wearing special navy blue combat uniforms, wrapped tightly from head to toe. Many special combatants quickly got off the carriers and lined up neatly. There were hundreds of them. Obviously, this was only the first batch. The carrier took off again, obviously going back to transport people. In this first batch, in addition to ordinary soldiers in combat uniforms, there were 3 military uniforms. Their different skin proved that the 3 people were of high status and were most likely the leaders. One was in front, and the 2 were 1 step behind on the left and right. The 3 formed a triangle formation and flew directly towards them. When the 3 of them got closer, Fu Jingyuan reminded them in a low voice. The one in the front is Xie Yin, who is SSS level. The ones behind are Lin Nan and Chen Jingjun, both of whom are SS level. One is Wood type, and the other is Earth type. Fu Jingyuan reminded them in a low voice. I know. Tang Ranran responded, then kept quiet and reduced her presence. The 3 of them landed here quickly. Tang Ranran looked at them secretly and matched them one by one. Xie Yin, who was in the front, was absolutely very good looking, with eyebrows like ink paintings and a face like peaches and plums. Really, Tang Ranran could only say that he had bright eyes and white teeth, and was elegant and beautiful. What a handsome man, especially those peach blossom eyes, which were really beautiful and had a kind of temptation that made people confused. Tang Ranran immediately thought of Xie Shihe, the victim. The 2 of them looked 6 points similar, and they were both beautiful and delicate. Tang Ranran estimated that Xie Yin and Xie Shihe must be related. Although Xie Yin is very good looking, he is not Tang Ranran's favorite style. So after admiring him for a while, her eyes fell on the 2 people behind him, who are also handsome guys. The one on the left is called Chen Jingjun, who looks very cold with a stern face, and the one on the right is called Lin Nan, who looks gentle and sunny. 3 handsome guys of different styles. Each has its own merits. Tang Ranran likes the cold type Chen Jingjun the most, which is her favorite style. After looking at the 3 people in front of her, Tang Ranran looked into the distance again, at the soldiers who were neatly lined up on the Lotus Leaf Island. They were fully armed to the teeth, with masks covering their faces, so it was naturally impossible to see their appearance. But they were all tall and long-legged, and they were very handsome just by looking at their figures. A large group of uniformed temptations. Tang Ranran, the army is really a good place. Ignoring Tang Ranran, who was just a bystander, the two sides met, and first exchanged military salutes in a procedural manner. It was obvious that they knew each other. After saying hello, Xie Yin asked directly without any nonsense. What's the situation here? Xie Yin's face can be described as black as the bottom of a pot. Qingling College is a private school and is not under the protection of their army. But after all, on Su Xinrong planet, the whole school was wiped out. Someone must be responsible. When the head of the college died, the pressure was all on him. It is definitely, when you sit at home, disaster comes from the sky. Xie Yin felt that he was really unlucky. It's like this. Fu Jingyuan made a long story short and picked out the key points to explain the situation. While talking, Fu Jingyuan did not forget to sympathize with Xie Yin. This guy was really unlucky. After listening, it took a few seconds to digest the information. Xie Yin began to ask questions. One after another, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian took turns answering. Those who knew told the details, and those who didn't know either said I don't know or I guess. In this way, after dozens of minutes of communication, Xie Yin had mastered all the information. After telling everything that should be told, Yan Qian asked bluntly, Qingling Island has been blocked by me. If you want to go in, I will let you in. The speculation that Green Demon was not dead was naturally told at the same time. Xie Yin stared at the direction of Qingling Island. We must go in to search. I will make arrangements and enter Qingling Island to search in 5 minutes. Okay. I will go in together. Then we will go there first. Okay. After the discussion, before leaving, Xie Yin glanced at Tang Ranran lightly. Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian did not introduce her, which meant that they did not want him to have any contact with this girl. This kind of hiding is definitely not an ordinary comrade-in-arms relationship. And it should not be a military person. So is it a friend? Although most of her face is covered by a mask, you can tell that she is a beauty just by looking at her eyes. As a man, Xie Yin knows it very well. If it were normal, he would definitely gossip. But now, he is not in the mood. This is a mess. Really. Such a serious accident happened in Qingling College, and most of his hair will fall out. After Xie Yin and the other two left, Yan Qian said to the two, You stay here? Privately, Yan Qian didn't want Tang Ranran to have too much contact with Xie Yin. After all, Xie Yin was also a single dog. If he was found out, it was conceivable that the number of rivals would increase by one, or even more than one. Fu Jingyuan was absolutely in sync with Yan Qian's thoughts. Just as she was about to agree, she heard Tang Ranran say, I want to go and see together. That green demon can spit out smoke, which is still a bit dangerous. Fu Jingyuan tried to persuade her. It's okay. I go to the back. The green demon disguised itself as an ordinary plant. Tang Ranran was worried that they wouldn't find it, so she had to give a hint secretly. Well, then you go to the back. After cleaning and searching, there shouldn't be any danger. As he said that, Yan Qian gave Fu Jingyuan a look. Fu Jingyuan understood immediately. Although the two were rivals in love, they were united in facing external dangers. Therefore, Yan Qian and Xie Yin went together, while Fu Jingyuan took Tang Ranran and walked at the end to prevent the two sides from having any contact. The mental detection combined with the detectors, such as the technological life instrument, did not find any traces of survivors in the preliminary detection. The total number of teachers and students in the entire Qingling College, including security guards, is about 2,000. And those who can study in Qingling College are definitely rich or noble. So search and rescue is imperative. In addition, the cause of the accident is also very important. Xie Yin arranged a mecha detachment of 100 people as a pioneer, and then a search and rescue force of 1,000 people, divided into 10 teams. Yan Qian opened such a big door, and the mecha team entered first, relying on the huge size and strength of the mecha, acting as a pioneer to open the way in front. There are too many and too dense charred rhizomes. If there is no mecha to open the way, it is impossible to enter at all. So this first step requires a preliminary cleanup. The mechas violently broke the entangled rhizomes that had been burned like coal. Large pieces of black rhizome charcoal were broken open and transported to the next door, Lotus Leaf Island. where a second detailed screening was conducted manually to find out whether there were any foreign objects or life forms in the black coal root blocks. Strength in numbers. Strength in numbers. Soon, the buildings covered by rhizomes gradually revealed their figures. The mechas were too large, so the cleaning work inside the buildings could only be done with small and simple excavators in cooperation with manual work. A total of 10,000 troops came this time. Except for the necessary stay, all 9,000 soldiers were involved in the search and rescue. Strength in numbers. And the division of labor and cooperation were efficient. So the cleaning work soon began to show results. Because there were many people and many eyes, Tang Ranran concealed her cultivation and disguised herself as an S-level. When the search and rescue team completed the initial cleaning and began to go deep into the building, she and Fu Jingyuan came to Qingling Island together. In the divine consciousness, no one had yet cleaned up the area of the planting laboratory. The green demon was still pretending to be an ordinary plant without moving. After the initial cleanup, the search team's target was obvious: the monitoring room. A team of technical soldiers entered a monitoring room. Although the relevant equipment was burned by lightning, the memory was still there. After dozens of technical soldiers operated, the relevant monitoring data was restored. Although the green demon has become a spirit, it is obvious that it is not smart enough to know that it must cut off the monitoring before killing or setting fires. As soon as the monitoring was restored, the things that happened in the academy in the past few days before it was destroyed by lightning a few hours ago were pieced together by the monitoring. The first sign appeared at 6:43 on December 5th, Imperial Time. At this time, Qingling Academy was still in the afternoon and students were in class as usual. It must be said here that Qingling Academy is a commercial academy founded by Qin Jingxue. Qin refers to the Qin family among the N major families in the empire, the top family in the first galaxy. The cool and handsome Qin Jingjun is from the Qin family, and Qin Jingxue is one of the best private education institutions in the empire's education field, not counting the principal who is in charge of administration. The direct person in charge of Qingling College is a guy named Chen Guiyong, an SS-level psychic. There are two other SS-level psychics, one of whom is an old woman, who is probably the old witch mentioned by Hanya. Of course, these three people, including the principal, are completely different from the appearance in Tang Ranran's dream. On December 5th, when the time showed 4:12, Qin Guiyong and two other SS-level people, as well as two other people, a group of 5 people, appeared together in the corridor surveillance outside the safe. According to the surveillance, it can be concluded that the 5 of them entered the safe. There is no surveillance in the safe, so it is unknown what happened inside. At 6:35, several people in security uniforms hurriedly entered the surveillance screen, and obviously entered the safe. 5 minutes later, Qin Guiyong and the other 5 were either carried, hugged, or lifted. Anyway, the 5 people were brought out by the security guards in a coma. The 3 strongest fighters in the school had an accident. The principal in charge of daily work was anxious and immediately issued a notice to suspend classes. All students returned to the dormitory, and the security guards were on strict alert to prevent any accidents. As for Qin Guiyong and the other 5, they were sent to the school hospital. Various instruments did not find any problems, and they were in a coma for unknown reasons. All physical indicators were fine, but the person was not awake. What should we do? They could only stay in the hospital for observation. At this time, the others were completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem and had no precautions against the impending disaster. In the middle of the night, something strange happened. Qin Guiyong and the other 5 suddenly mutated. As the instruments dripped wildly, countless roots grew in their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, they turned into monsters with only a head left and roots below the neck. The medical staff, who heard the noise and rushed over, the 2 unlucky guys who were walking in the front, were directly pierced through by a root, and then sucked into pieces of human skin. The surviving medical staff, who witnessed this scene, screamed and fled in all directions. Panic began to spread. 5 monsters began to hunt in the dark night, poking their roots at people and sucking them dry. Next, it was almost the same as what Hanya said. A monster broke into the dormitory area of the A-level class and killed a lot of people, amid countless wailing and screaming. The wailing lasted for the whole night. However, it was not a one-sided massacre. After the initial panic, the school security, teachers, and students of the S-level class and A-level class united to resist the monsters. With the advantage of numbers and the technological weapons in the academy, humans, as an intelligent race, gradually fought back. Kill one monster. Two monsters. Three monsters. As if they had sensed the death of their companions, the remaining two monsters stopped killing and began to retreat. During the retreat, another monster was killed. However, the last monster finally appeared in the corridor monitoring outside the safe. And then, just a few minutes later, countless thick rhizomes poured into the corridor. And soon, the entire corridor was blocked by rhizomes. Countless rhizomes emerged from the administrative building where the safe was located. And soon the entire administrative building was wrapped in the rhizomes. Then, with this as the center, the rhizomes continued to stretch outward. And its growth rate was completely beyond imagination. With high defense and regeneration ability, facing the rhizomes of this super green monster, the school's resistance was defeated, and eventually died or escaped. The whole school was shrouded in a protective shield, and the core of the protective shield was absolutely layer defense. Without permission, it was impossible to touch it, and Chen Guiyong and several people with permission were taken away in a wave, which resulted in the protective shield being unable to be turned off. Unable to escape outside, they could only find a place to save their lives on campus. In the early stages of construction, Qingling College definitely took into account attacks by alien beasts and alien races. So there were definitely safe houses for hiding. Following the clues provided by the surveillance, the search team found a safe house and rescued dozens of survivors. Among them was a college security guard who knew the location of all the safe houses in the college. After another search, after searching all the safe houses, 531 survivors were finally found. A blessing in disguise. As for why it was not discovered before, when the safe house was built, the first consideration was concealment. In the case of defending against the enemy, the own personnel were also defended. All the survivors were rescued. But because of the lightning, all the surveillance was scrapped. So after the lightning attack, did the culprit, the green demon, die or escape? It is impossible to determine. The reason why Chen Guiyong and the other 5 turned into monsters is also unknown. The cause of the accident can be investigated later, but the culprit must be arrested as soon as possible. What to do? First, let's do some law enforcement fishing. The sunny-looking SS-level Lin Nan is a wood element. And then he started to put bait. Lin Nan hung in the sky above the college, exerting the wood element ability, and a faint green light floated out from him, as if the university was flying, and the green light was sprinkled all over the school. As a wood element, Tang Ranran could feel that it was a breath that made the plants feel very comfortable, and they couldn't help but want to get closer. Ordinary plants have no legs and can only stare dryly, but the green demon has legs and will follow the breath. It is said that Lin Nan has caught 2 green demons with this trick. Unfortunately, no fish was caught this time. The green demon, who had once had the honor of eating the fake Hongming purple air and enjoying the delicacies of the mountains, was obviously not interested in Lin Nan's home-cooked dishes. Tang Ranran stared at the green demon with his spiritual sense throughout the whole process. It really treated itself as an ordinary plant and pretended to be dead. Not only did this green demon not take the bait, it also deceived several waves of searches. Tang Ranran was a little hesitant. Should she sign a soul death contract and develop this green demon into her own pet? However, whether the contract can be successful is another matter. She was a little disgusted by the item of sucking dry human skin. Forget it. Let's not do it. Just when Tang Ranran was thinking about how to secretly expose the green demon pretending to be a plant without exposing herself, Yin Qian and Xia Yin came over in parallel. Seeing that Xia Yin was coming towards them, Fu Jingyuan subconsciously stepped aside and stood in front of Tang Ranran, covering her for the most part. When the two approached, Yin Qian suddenly accelerated, surpassed Xia Yin 1 step ahead, and then stood, and then turned around, and he also stood in front of Tang Ranran. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan, one on the left and one on the right, blocked the short Tang Ranran behind them tightly. Tang Ranran, who was blocked by 2 mountains in front of him, Xia Yin was also speechless. This defensive posture made him speechless. As for being so defensive against thieves, do you think he cares? Sure enough, love makes people stupid. And these 2 guys are acting very stupid now. With a burst of contempt in his heart, Xia Yin told Fu Jingyuan the purpose of his trip. I have already asked clearly that the place where Chen Guiyong and others showed abnormality is the highest safe depository of the college, where the treasure of the college, the purple spirit pure yuan, is stored. At present, The purple spirit pure yuan is missing. We suspect that it was absorbed by the green monster, and we do not rule out the possibility of human theft. So, Fu Jingyuan, can you help me check it out? After thinking for 2 seconds, Fu Jingyuan raised his hand and gestured a 3 in front of him. 3 units 50. You robbed? Xie Yin raised his eyebrows, obviously unhappy. Does it mean that I don't consume my mental power when I use my supernatural power? Fu Jingyuan argued. Although he had gained a treasure this time, he was a bastard who didn't make money. Who would complain about having too much money? We agreed in advance that if the mental power consumption is too great, this is not enough. Xie Yin was a little annoyed. But he also knew that there was no reason to let Fu Jingyuan waste his mental power in vain. So he had to give him the blue bottle. I don't have 50 fruits and vegetables, so I exchange it for a 10% JS element. That's fine. Fu Jingyuan said yes. After the agreement, Xie Yin took out a box from the space buckle. Yes, a box of JS element. A box of 12. This was obviously Xie Yin blue bottle. He had used a few of them, and there were still 7 or 8 left. He took out one and handed it to Fu Jingyuan. Xie Yin didn't show any pain on his face. Fu Jingyuan took the JS element, and Xie Yin began to lead the way. This way. Okay. The two walked side by side in front. After lagging behind by about 2 meters, Tang Ranran and Yin Qian followed the two side by side. Is this Xie Yin a relative of Xie Shihe? He looks quite rich. Tang Ranran whispered, gossiping to Yin Qian. If they hadn't met her, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan would have been poor. But look at him, carrying a box of blue bottles worth 2.8 billion each. Tang Ranran had reason to suspect that Xie Yin had several boxes in his space. The salary of a soldier is definitely not enough. So Xie Yin must have a mountain of gold behind him. Yes, he is Xie Shihe uncle. By blood. Yin Qian lowered his voice, although Tang Ranran only had one eye exposed outside the mask. The gossip in it was so bright. Yin Qian cooperated and explained in detail. Xie Yin mother is Xie Xinxi, the chairman of Hengxing Group, and Xie Shihe grandmother. Ah! The gossipy light in Tang Ranran eyes became even stronger. Xie Xinxi had 8 husbands in total, and she had a child with each husband. Xie Shihe was the son of Xie Xinxi's 3rd son, and Xie Yin was the son of Xie Xinxi and her current husband. He was the youngest of Xie Xinxi's 8 children, and was considered her late-born son. He was the most beloved by Xie Xinxi. Although Xie Yin joined the army and had no chance to join the Hengxing business empire, Xie Xinxi definitely gave him enough wealth in private. So this guy had a lot of blue bottles. Yin Qian's tone was deeply depressed when he said the last sentence. God knows how much he envied Xie Yin before. With so many blue bottles, you are not afraid of being robbed. Oh. Tang Ranran's gossiping heart was satisfied, and she secretly sighed in her heart. Xie Xinxi, this top-rich woman, has 8 husbands. Oh my God! She is indeed a role model for my generation. However, she still thinks it is better not to get married. Without a husband, she can raise fish however she wants. And she has a whole harem of men. And it is even more fun to flip cards every day. Soon, the group arrived at the safe in the administrative building. The safe was empty. The treasures were lost. So there was naturally nothing to hide. An insider among the survivors of the college explained it in a blah blah. The origin of Ziling Chun Yuan is unclear. Anyway, it was placed here at the beginning of the school. Ziling Chun Yuan is a special gas-soluble pure gas that produces a strong pure breath. Every week, the head of the college will come here to release the pure breath of Ziling Chun Yuan. It is precisely because of the existence of the purple spirit pure yuan that the pure atmosphere in the entire academy is several times higher than that of the giant forest. Living here is of great benefit to the improvement of spiritual power talent. Tang Ranran understood immediately. This operation is to use the fake Hongbing purple energy to increase the concentration of spiritual energy inside the school. After being bathed in spiritual energy for a long time, the aptitude will be improved imperceptibly. Right? Tang Ranran, well, write it down and copy it. Fu Jingyuan ability is really a golden finger for tracking and investigating. Look, he used his ability to investigate. It's confirmed that it was not stolen by humans. The Academy's treasure, the purple spirit pure yuan, was absorbed by the green monster. The reason why the green monster can grow to such a huge size and has super regenerative power is definitely due to the purple spirit pure yuan. Tang Ranran doesn't have to bother to figure out how to catch the green monster without making a sound. In Fu Jingyuan scene replay, he clearly saw that the green monster did not die, but shrunk into a small snake and jumped out. After discovering the whereabouts of the green monster, they followed the clues to find it. Soon, everyone gathered in the planting laboratory. Although the green monster has developed a certain IQ, it obviously can't think of the skill of scene review. It also can't think that it has been exposed after disguising itself so well. After seeing the whole process of the green demon disguised as an ordinary plant, Yanqian took action and blocked several spaces. The green demon, who thought he could hide the truth, was caught red-handed and locked in layers of space cages. No matter how it bared its teeth and spit out white smoke, it was useless. It could only be locked up and roared silently in impotence and rage. The murderer was arrested and brought to justice. The next step was to kill, cut or send it to the laboratory for slice research. Yanqian handed the right of disposal to Xie Yin. Xie Yin observed and weighed the combat effectiveness of the green demon. Without the bonus of the copycat version of Hongming Purple Qi, the combat effectiveness of the green demon was greatly reduced. It kept roaring silently in the space cage, looking impotent and furious. Xie Yin finally decided to send it to the laboratory for slices. In addition to this green demon, this area of plants that looked similar to it were also packed and taken away and sent to the laboratory for research. The murderer was caught, and the next step was to investigate the origin of the green demon, surveillance, the testimony of the survivors of the academy, and the most critical historical replay of Fu Jingyuan. Soon, the origin of the green demon surfaced. The 3 SS level force in the school, in addition to Chen Guiyong and the old woman. The other one is called Li Heng, who is a wood type. 3 months ago, Li Heng, a wood type, found a strange plant in the giant forest, which is this radish willow tree. With his vegetable sense, he felt that this was a pure plant with a high purification value. So he planted and planted. And finally he planted a 70 small Ganoderma lucidum. The radish willow tree can grow 70 Ganoderma lucidum. Although it is a bit strange, the purification value is the real instrument detection result. After this discovery, Li Heng began to think crookedly. Li Heng went to find Chen Guiyong, and the two discussed it, and finally reached a cooperation of using power for personal gain. At the same time, another SS-level old woman and 2 S-level people who were traveling with them. Because of the authority issue, they had to take advantage of the benefits. So, a 5-person corruption team was established. December 5th was the day when Ziling Chunyuan was released. The 5-person team entered the safe, unlocked the authority layer by layer, opened one cover after another, and Ziling Chunyuan was released. According to the regulations of the academy, every 7 days, Ziling Chunyuan was allowed to go out for 1 hour. The pure breath emitted by Ziling Chunyuan during this 1 hour can improve the purification value of the entire academy under the protective cover. The purification value breath emitted by Ziling Chunyuan has the possibility of improving talents for people under 30 years old, and for people over 30 like Li Heng. Taking a few breaths can soothe and calm their mental strength. So, in the safe, they planted vegetables while breathing, bathed in the pure breath emitted by Ziling Chunyuan. Li Heng performed exceptionally well. The 70 Ganoderma lucidum that originally took 3 months to grow was grown in less than an hour. As the Ganoderma grew bigger, the chubby white radish-like body of the radish willow tree began to shrivel and wither. And just before the radish willow tree died completely, a large amount of white mist suddenly spurted out from the end of the radish, as if it had let out a big stinky fart. The 5 people, whose attention was all focused on the 70 Ganoderma, were caught off guard and more or less inhaled a little bit of the mist. Then the expressions of the 5 people began to change, and the greed that was originally hidden in their hearts appeared on their faces. Then Li Heng took the lead, and the other 4 were unwilling to lag behind, fighting for the Ganoderma, either grabbing a handful and stuffing it in their mouths, or directly rushing over to take a bite. The 5 people fought for it, and in just a few seconds they shared the Ganoderma. And then they fainted one after another. Next, the security found something wrong and carried the people out. The 5 people went to the hospital and turned into monsters in the middle of the night, killing and being killed. And the last monster escaped into the safe. When Chen Guiyong, Li Heng and the other 4 were unconscious, the Ziling Chunyuan was in an open state. The security guards who entered the safe to carry people had no authority, and those who had authority to operate the layers of protective shields were all unconscious. So before leaving, the security boss just used the spare protective shield. The defense of the backup shield was so weak that the monster smashed it with a few attacks. Then, relying on the pure purple spirit essence, it grew wildly. Finally, the head that was a human feature turned into countless roots and devoured the entire school. This is how the accident happened. After the investigation, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan had the same attitude. Let's go! Let's go! The two were afraid that if they stayed here, Xie Yin would find out and become a love rival. So they had to leave. Tang Ranran thought that the two were worried about being exposed. After all, she was using Tangxi's identity. But her appearance was completely different from Tangxi. Tang Ranran was a little curious about the radish willow tree, which could grow 70 Ganoderma lucidum. But the plant was a little weird. A parasite. Forget it. She had so many spiritual plants. So she didn't need 70. At this time, it was already late at night. But Qingling Island was illuminated like daylight. And there was a lot of work to do in the follow-up. There were more than 2,000 people in the school. But now there are only more than 500 survivors. Tang Ranran couldn't help but sigh. Life is unpredictable. 3/4 of them died. All students. If the news spread, how many families in the entire third galaxy would be sad? Poor parents in the world. Tragedy. Tang Ranran sympathized in her heart, but was powerless to change it. Fu Jingyuan, as a representative, said goodbye to Xie Yin, and then the three of them left, taking Yanqian Space Channel. The scene changed, and the three of them returned to Tianjing Star Lake, with bright stars, charming scenery, suitable climate, and very safe. Tianjing Star Lake is the most suitable place to rest overnight. After spreading the mat, setting up the tent, and supporting the protective cover, the temporary camp was built. With one sentence, "Then I rest first." Tang Ranran entered the tent and pretended to sleep. Lying in the tent, Tang Ranran first healed herself, relieving fatigue and refreshing her mind. Okay, I feel energetic even without sleeping. Lying down and pretending to sleep, Tang Ranran began to review her gains. With the existence of the contract, she could feel that the Queen Ant by Hua Hua was living well. Taking out her fairy cave ring from under her collar, Tang Ranran probed into the ant colony with her spiritual sense to check the situation. Perhaps it was the instinct of biological adaptation to the environment that played a role. The ants did not choose two stone mountains, one large and one small, this time, but directly dug a nest on the ground. At present, only a thumb-length passage has been dug, and at the end of the passage, there are 3 small chambers. The largest one is the Queen Ant Palace. Bai Hua Hua is lying comfortably in the nest, eating and laying eggs. The other is the egg chamber, which has accumulated hundreds of ant eggs. It won't take long for the ant army to return to its peak. The last small room was obviously for storing food. The worker ants collected all the high purification value sugar crystal powder, she fed them, and stored it here. Tang Ranran was relieved that they could feed them. She believed that it would not take long for her sugar-producing ant factory to be established. While she was very happy, Tang Ranran suddenly thought that if she had an army of ants, what about an army of bees? Should she also build a honeycomb to produce honey? Honey is a good thing, and Tang Ranran likes it very much. Therefore, an army of bees must be arranged. It's just that the species bees have been seen in the giant forest. Although Tang Ranran didn't see where the beehive was. The size of that bee was 1/2 meter. How big would the beehive be for such a big bee? It's absolutely huge. Her fairy cave is only 200 square meters, and it is definitely not enough to feed such a large bee colony. The big bees in the black swamp are more suitable for breeding. The purification value of honey from the big bees in the black swamp is about 2 to 5, which fluctuates and is not fixed. Tang Ranran also caught a few big bees to measure the purification value. Ordinary bees are not pure meat beasts. The purification value of honey is probably because they eat different nectar and food, which causes the purification value to be high or low. In the black swamp area, many trees have pure fruits with low purification values. They eat pure fruits and vegetables and pure pollen. So the honey brewed by bees is also pure food. Tang Ranran estimated that the black swamp bees are like yellow-feathered chickens. They will produce different properties of food depending on the food. If she feeds the big bees with a purification value of 30 plus, can she get honey with a purification value of 20 plus? If not, it doesn't matter. Honey is just for her to satisfy her cravings. The high or low purification value is actually not important to Tang Ranran. Action is worse than thought. But what excuses to find? Forget it. What excuses do you need? She just wants to go to the Black Swamp. Is there any problem? Definitely no problem. Early the next morning, Tang Ranran proposed to go back to the Black Swamp. Although it was a bit strange for Tang Ranran to change the itinerary on a whim. She did not explain. And Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were very tactful, and did not ask too many questions. Let's go to the Black Swamp. After wandering around here and there was nothing to find. And then Tang Ranran found a random reason to act separately. Because of her tough attitude. Although Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan were a little worried. They did not dare to openly contradict her, and make Tang Ranran unhappy. So Tang Ranran said to act separately. And they had to act separately. Finally, the people were sent away. And Tang Ranran immediately took action. And the nearest beehive that she saw within the range of her spiritual sense was taken away and thrown into her fairy cave. One beehive was a little too little. So Tang Ranran simply took 3 beehives. There were 3 beehives in total. And it didn't matter even if 2 of them died. After collecting 3 beehives in the fairy cave, Tang Ranran also threw the small Tang Shi into the fairy cave. And then planted vegetables first. Plant a few large fruit trees. A piece of spiritual plants. And another flower sea. As a puppet, the small Tang Shi is not afraid of bee stings. Facing a group of bees, the small Tang Shi hung 3 beehives on 3 fruit trees. And also contracted the queen bee in the center of each beehive. Soul death contract. Definitely selling herself to her. Tang Ranran currently has pets. A fat loach of unknown race. Black. And a white queen ant that can produce sugar. As for these 3 new pets, Tang Ranran, who was good at naming, directly gave the numbers: Sweet Honey number 1, Sweet Honey number 2, Sweet Honey number 3. Done. The nearly 200 square meters of the fairy cave have been planted by Tang Ranran. Although the 3 beehives are a bit crowded, the food should be enough. Right? That's it for now. After Tang Shi left the fairy cave, Tang Ranran took her back to the space buckle again. After walking around for a while, the sun gradually set, and it was time to call it a day. Tang Ranran directly used her mental power to explore, and took the initiative to find Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan. Gather, finish work, and return. The usual practice is to spend the night at Tianjingxing Lake. Because of the good mood, dinner is a sumptuous meal provided by Tang Ranran. Yin Qian also caught 3 large birds, like chickens from the forest by the lake. 1 roasted chicken. After eating and drinking, take a walk. Tang Ranran walked along the winding and crisscrossing lakeshore on the pebbles. It was very pleasant to enjoy the breeze by the lake and the night view of the lake. As night fell, the lotus branches stretched out again in the black lakes. And the big white worms floated up again. There are more than before. Although it has not reached the peak number, it should be possible to launch a capture operation in a few days. It was a calm night. The next day, the destination was still the giant forest. Before exploring the forest, Tang Ranran curiously went to the Qingling Lake to watch. The military was still there to deal with the aftermath. Fu Jingyuan went to inquire about it. But there was nothing special. The green demon and the radish and willow trees had been sent to the laboratory. The school on Qingling Island was still undergoing deep cleaning. Although the search and rescue work was still going on, everyone knew that there were probably no other survivors. After understanding the situation, the 3 continued their exploration of the giant forest. There were really many pure plants in the giant forest. 10 species of plants could produce 5 pure plants. Of course, there were many dangers, not to mention the various giant creatures. There were also many small snakes, insects, plagues, and plants that attacked people. In short, it was thrilling and rewarding. The forest expedition lasted 15 days and ended. Tang Ranran had collected hundreds of species of pure plants, with purification values ranging from high to low, and the highest being more than 50. However, top-quality goods such as lotus branches and sugar crystal powder with a value of 80 plus were not found. Tang Ranran, who did not expect to get rich with high purification values, did not care about it. It was dark and windy at Tianjing Star Lake, suitable for fishing. After nearly 20 days of calm, the big white worms became bolder. Under the night sky, many lotus branches swayed in the wind on the surface of the black lake. It was time to catch them by hand again. Before taking action, Yin Qian went to the underground waters to explore the number of big white worms and confirmed that there were still many big white worms in the underground waters. Even if all the ones that emerged from the top were caught, it would not affect the population. So, let's start. Although the military was under great pressure because of the Qingling Academy incident, it did not affect fishing. This time, the military came with 3 S-level assistants, and the main force was still Yan Qian from the Space Department. The first thing was to open up the space channel from Tianjin Star Lake to the land space station. And then Yan Qian began to act. In a black lake, as long as you start to catch 2 or 3, the other big white worms in the lake will flee. So, the big white worms in the whole black lake were caught in one net. The big white worms in different black lakes could not communicate with each other because of the distance. The big white worms in one black lake were caught, and the big white worms in other black lakes were completely unaware of the approaching danger. In this way, one lake, all the black lakes in the lake area were fished out. Yan Qian caught all the big white worms that showed up without leaving any. It can only be said that the harvest was very rich, because he caught big white worms all night. He rested the next day. The energetic Tang Ranran went to the forest by the lake for a walk. Compared with a giant forest, this forest was relatively barren. Almost all of them were ordinary plants and many mutant plants. And occasionally a pure plant with a low purification value would be found. That night, he still spent the night in Tianjin Lake, because Yan Qian had caught all the white worms the night before. The night was particularly quiet, and not a single lotus branch emerged. Yes, not a single white worm emerged. And the entire lake area was quiet, with no signs of life. Tang Ranran had once again explored the waters below, and the number of spirit stones was still the same, with no signs of an increase. Tang Ranran, a little disappointed. The sun is rising, and its path is bright. It is a new day, and today is a sunny day. I have already visited the giant forest, so today I will change places. Today's plan, go back to find my ant friends. Well, go and see the production of 80 plus sugar powder in the ant factory. Yan Qian still leads the way. Space, change distance, change life. Tiandeo Feng Mai. Today is windy, dusty, and the weather conditions are not so friendly. Although the scene is like a sandstorm, it doesn't matter. The protective cover is like a super big umbrella, and it is still 360-degree protection without dead ends. Tang Ranran held up the protective shield, while the 2 men braved the sandstorm to the mountain where the mutant ants were. The sandstorm lasted for a short time, less than half an hour later, and the surrounding area gradually returned to clear. And with the help of the special planting hole, the mountain where the ant nest was located was found. The ant spy appeared again, first throwing it into the planting hole. Originally, it was expected to see many taro covered with white beads, but to the surprise of the 3, there was none. There was only a layer of half-dried mud in the planting hole. The taro leaf plant only had a few dead stems left, growing in a mess. The taro, as a fruit, disappeared. The situation is a bit complicated and requires in-depth investigation. Fu Jingyuan broke a big hole in the mountain wall with holes, and then a scene reappeared. The scene of more than 20 days was restored. At the beginning, the white lion ant entered the planting hole and plunged into the taro, and the white abdomen left outside began to swell. However, about 3 days later, the latter batch of white lion ants no longer pierced the taro, but turned around and went back. Instead, the worker ants began to move, like Yugong moving a mountain. The worker ants broke down the big taro and carried it back to the passage in the form of small taro particles. Yes, the ants no longer produced white beads, but broke down the taro and carried it back. Tang Ranran secretly used her spiritual sense to scan, and then she was a little dumbfounded. The food storage room that originally stored the sugar crystal powder was empty. Yes, it was empty, and instead of it, it was fed live. In the queen ant's palace, the big queen ant was eating, and what it ate was no longer sugar crystal powder, but white lion ants with huge abdomens. After scanning and observing, Tang Ranran understood that the queen ant had a certain IQ, so their behavior of stealing sugar crystals made it defensive. The queen ant issued an order to store taro powder instead. The white lion ants directly eat taro powder, and after growing a molasses-like abdomen, they sacrificed themselves to feed the queen ant. Obviously, they calculated the time, ate one and matured one. Well, they no longer stored food and ate ready-made goods. Tang Ranran understood. But Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan didn't know yet. They discussed it one by one. And then the ant spy went into battle again. Exploration. 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 After a busy day, the two of them almost understood the current situation. Now that the situation is like this, what should we do? We can only leave it alone. With Tang Ranran not expressing his opinion, Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan unanimously decided to report the situation and let the expert team study this nest of mutant ants. As for whether they can find a result, can they realize the production of 80+ sugar crystal powder by artificially raising ants? They don't worry about it. The routine at night is to go back to Tianjingxing Lake to spend the night. Yin Qian went to the ground space station again, and Tang Ranran entered her tent early in the morning. After these days, the number of her ant army in this Yanling cave has increased dozens of times, and has now developed into a scale of tens of thousands. White-threaded ants have appeared. At present, her nest of ants is still taking the route of storing sugar crystal powder. The queen ant by Hua is her contracted pet, so her order should be useful. Right? She asked by Hua to produce sugar crystal powder. Should there be no problem? Although in theory, the spiritual pet will strictly follow the master's orders. Tang Ranran is a little unsure. After struggling for a while, Tang Ranran let it go. Forget it. And let nature take its course. After a day of rest, the next destination is Hongyan Volcano. Rumor, there is a 90+ flame red lotus here. This news was still provided by Fu Jingyuan. Just like that, following Fu Jingyuan many rumors, looking here and there, the three of them went from place to place. And time flew by. 2 months passed, and Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan vacations were both in the countdown stage. At this time, Tang Ranran suddenly made a major discovery. When the target environment is dangerous and not suitable for overnight stay, Tang Ranran and his three companions will choose to spend the night in Tianjing Star Lake. Since the second round of capture, the white worms are no longer cold. Without the branches and lotus flowers, the night of Tianjing Star Lake is very quiet. In this quietness, Tang Ranran observed that at the end of January, the white worms entered the breeding period and began to mate. After completing the instinct of reproduction, the male white worms died directly, and the female white worms, after laying a large number of eggs, also entered death. Although the white worms died, the lotus at the end of the tail of the white worm was still full of vitality, and entered the fruiting period of falling petals. As the petals of the lotus flower fell, the lotus pod in the center became bigger and bigger. The fruit lotus pod was much larger in size than the small green fruit with high purification value with spirit stone catalyzed by Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran was quite curious. Could it be that this has a higher purification value than the one she planted? In mid-February, as the lotus pods were fully mature, the lotus pod-shaped fruits burst open with a bang, and the lotus seeds that burst out. This is a spiritual stone. Tang Ranran was stunned. Where did the spiritual stones in Tianjingxing Lake come from? It is the fruit of the lotus branches. This is outrageous. After discovering that the lotus seeds are spiritual stones, Tang Ranran thought hard and speculated that the lotus branches that parasitize the spiritual stones became another variety after parasitizing the big white worms. This parasitic variety would absorb the blood and flesh essence of the big white worms and condense spiritual stones. The spiritual stones turned ordinary lotus flowers into lotus flowers that can be parasitized. It may be like this, or it may not be like this. Anyway, a lotus flower parasitized by a big white worm can produce 7 or 8 spiritual stones. The spiritual stones at the bottom of Tianjingxing Lake are all fruits of parasitic lotus. After realizing this, Tang Ranran felt so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. So how many spiritual stones are the white worms that were caught as meat beasts? In the 2 large-scale captures, no less than 1,000 white worms were caught, which is equivalent to at least 7,000 spiritual stones. My heart was chilled. Tang Ranran wanted to go back and slap himself to death. I told you not to destroy the ecological balance. I'm done for now. Right? With the military's persistent capture, the spiritual stones here will never increase again. A good spiritual stone refresh point is gone. It's gone! Crying, Tang Ranran, who was in a very sad mood, picked up another wave of spiritual stones before leaving the planet. Not many. Only a few thousand. In addition to the spiritual stones, Tang Ranran also dug a deep water pond in his fairy cave, about tens of meters deep. to ensure that the dim sunlight below could not shine directly. After digging the deep pool, Tang Ranran dug a large pile of white worm eggs from the underground waters of Tianjingxing Lake, and picked up some wild lotus seeds and a few wild lotus poles. After picking up the spirit stones, it was almost time. Date, February 25th. Imperial Time. Your vacation balance is insufficient. Yin Qian was in such a state at this moment. His annual leave ended at the end of February, and he had to report back on the last day of February 28th. Although the travel time on the road can be ignored by directly traveling through space, it can't be delayed until the 28th. Right? The three people's adventure in Su Xinrong lasted for 3 months. After 3 months of getting along, Yin Qian could only say that there was no progress at all. Although Yin Qian was an old bachelor with no practical experience, he had read a lot of strategies, and he was not stupid, and he had both IQ and EQ. 3 months of getting along day and night was enough for Yin Qian to understand some of Tang Ranran's temperament. Yin Qian has realized that Tang Ranran is a central air conditioner. She definitely likes him, but she also likes Fu Jingyuan. This is a simple liking for handsome guys. She simply likes men like them. This liking is not special. If he confesses now, the probability of successfully getting the name is less than 5%. In the remaining 2 days, Yin Qian has various analyses in his mind and various struggles in his heart. Time, February 27th. Event, Su Xinrong Planetary Expedition ended successfully. Yin Qian vacation is about to end, and Fu Jingyuan vacation is also not much left. In more than 3 months, the space buckle is almost full. So, return. Still using space transmission, the three returned to the original space station where they landed on the planet, and first went through the procedures. The main thing is to return the appraisal book, and then make a detailed oral supplement based on the information they took and recorded on the appraisal book, which is considered to be a complete planet database. Based on the information provided, the planet will give certain rewards according to the circumstances. For Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan, it will be recorded as military merit, while for Tang Shi, an ordinary citizen, a bonus will be awarded. The big white worms before, as well as other things, will all be counted. However, military funds have always been in short supply, so the bonuses and the like will not be too much. And Tang Ranran, who is not short of money, has no expectations. It took most of the day to complete the information. After that, they took the ferry and returned to the previous Starry Sky station. After going through the departure process, the three of them could leave. Tang Ranran still wore a big mask, making it difficult to see her face. Relying on the privileged relationship between Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan, she still did not show her face, and she successfully completed the procedures. Knowing that Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan vacation was about to run out, Tang Ranran's original idea was to go to Su Ping Ruishing first. She would treat everyone to a farewell dinner, and then she would plant a kind of lotus and give them some. As for other gains, Tang Ranran planned to spend 2 days to sort out a list, and then discuss how to divide the spoils. The plan was good, but before she could open her mouth, Yin Qian took action, because Yin Qian did it on purpose. He took Tang Ranran to complete the departure process first, while Fu Jingyuan was 1 step behind. They were already okay, but Fu Jingyuan next to him had not completed the final signature. Yin Qian said directly, "I take Ranran back." While speaking, he opened the space channel at the same time. Yin Qian quickly took Tang Ranran's hand, and before Fu Jingyuan and Tang Ranran could react, he took Tang Ranran and disappeared. Wait. Fu Jingyuan only had time to say 1 word, and watched the two disappear, and then the space crack disappeared. Fu Jingyuan was so angry that he cursed inwardly. Damn! Yin Qian, you bastard! Is the Space Department amazing? Well, the Space Department is indeed amazing. So, what was she trying to do by getting rid of him so hastily? A confession that directly broke the relationship? Fu Jingyuan, who had guessed Yin Qian's thoughts, suddenly became nervous. If Yin Qian confessed, would Tang Ranran accept it? Or would she say the same thing as before, young, not considering? Although he thought the latter was more likely, he couldn't help but think that Yin Qian was good enough. Although he didn't want to admit it, Fu Jingyuan knew very well that Yin Qian's status, as well as his own strength and conditions, were fatally attractive to the opposite sex. If Yin Qian took the initiative to express his love, it would be difficult for a woman to refuse. Although he was anxious and angry, He was not a space system. So even if he chased Su Pingruixing, it would be useless. Fu Jingyuan, who was left at the Starry Sky Station, could only stay there, irritated and depressed. The scene changed, and it was the familiar simple living room. Yes, it was Kong Chen's small villa. Tang Ranran was stunned for a second after the passive change of venue. When she came to her senses, she cast a puzzled look at Yin Qian. Ah? Shouldn't we wait for Fu Jingyuan? He's grown up. He will go back by himself. Yin Qian's tone was a little bit of grinding teeth, with disdain for Fu Jingyuan and a bit of resentment. He always brings Fu Jingyuan along. That bastard. It's so annoying. Whenever Tang Ranran said Yin Qian you are awesome, she would turn around and say Fu Jingyuan you are awesome too. Yin Qian, I'm upset. I want to beat him up every day. Tang Ranran was tactful and didn't ask any more questions. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan didn't get along, and they fought almost every day when they had nothing to do. She was used to it. Since the two of them had returned earlier, Tang Ranran didn't care. There was no rush to divide the spoils. Thank you for sending me back. After a polite and courteous thank you, Tang Ranran slightly raised the hand held by Yin Qian, signaling him to let go. Yin Qian not only did not let go, but instead held it closer with more strength. Holding Tang Ranran's hand tightly, Yin Qian directly pulled her hand and pressed it against his heart, which was beating like a war drum. Seeing that the holiday was entering the final countdown, after 2 days of intense ideological struggle, Yin Qian gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. To chase someone, you have to be thick-skinned. You can only have a wife if you cling to her. Even if he fails, he must first make his position as a pursuer clear. Otherwise, he will be mad to death if Fu Jingyuan gets there first. Tang Ranran was startled by his sudden action and subconsciously retracted her hand. But it was a pity that Yin Qian pressed too firmly and couldn't pull it away without pulling her hand back. Tang Ranran came to her senses and felt the hard touch under her palm and the vigorous heartbeat. It was the pectoral muscle. Suddenly, she didn't want to withdraw and wanted to take the opportunity to touch it. But, hold back. A little impatience will ruin a big plan. What is this? In Tang Ranran's puzzled eyes, Yin Qian stood straight, lowered his head, and looked at her with burning eyes, with a firm look like joining the party, and said loudly, My name is Yin Qian, 45 years old this year. SS level of mental power, registered as the first star system dragon capital star. Healthy, clean family background. Parents are still alive, and there is an older sister, a younger sister, and a younger brother at home. Stop. 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 Tang Ranran was a little dumbfounded. What? What's the situation? She is not checking the household registration. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? And you look so serious? This. Could this be a confession? What do you want to say? Guessing the possibility of a confession, but a little unsure, Tang Ranran pretended to be stupid and asked directly with an expression of confusion. Nervous. Especially nervous. Her heartbeat was so intense that it seemed like it was going to fly out in the next second. She had never been so nervous when fighting against the Zerg. Taking a deep breath, Yin Qian calmed down his nervousness a little. His face was firm and solemn, as if he was swearing an oath to the Empire. I like you, Ranran. I want to date you. Whether you are sick or healthy, whether you are poor or rich, or for any other reason, I will love you, take care of you, respect you, accept you, and be loyal to you forever until the end of my life. Tang Ranran, is this a confession? No way. Why does it sound like a proposal to her? Is this line too formal? Is it copied from someone else's marriage certificate? After a fleeting complaint, Tang Ranran was filled with great joy and a sense of accomplishment. She is indeed loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when she sees them, and her charm is boundless. Look! Yin Qian was also caught by her. Well, she didn't catch him on purpose. She just hit him a few times with a blue bottle. After 2 seconds of excitement, joy, and excitement, Tang Ranran faced the current situation and became entangled in her heart. She likes men with broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, 8-pack abs, and good faces. Yin Qian has all the looks she likes, and he is also the leader of the type of men she likes. A top existence, and a heavenly configuration. Tang Ranran definitely likes Yin Qian very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have thought of supporting him as soon as she saw the photo. Although she was thinking about supporting him. Yin Qian really confessed. No. Expressed with surprise and a little unbelievable. Tang Ranran was appropriately happy. And then she rejected him with a shy expression of a little girl. Thank you for your love. You are a good person. Ding. A good person card. Every time you refuse. The step of issuing a good person card is essential. Then, she said innocently and kindly, but I'm too young now. And I'm not considering emotional issues for the time being. I can't respond to you. Sorry. A universal reason. Leaving room for rejection. Giving the other party a glimmer of hope in her words. The behavior of a bad woman, you can't confirm the relationship. But you can keep it ambiguous. Although Tang Ranran likes Yin Qian very much. She can't give up the forest for a tree. Even if this tree is her favorite. It won't work. And Tang Ranran is just coveting beauty. But she is definitely not blinded by beauty. Yin Qian is so powerful. If they confirm the relationship, it would be like finding a landmine for themselves. Who knows, one day, the secret of the farm will be blown out. This won't work. Compared to male beauty, Tang Ranran loves her golden finger more. Moreover, there is another key point. Men will affect her cultivation speed. For example, she originally just wanted to watch some short videos to relax. But she accidentally entered the talent live broadcast room of a handsome guy and got stuck in it. She was so fascinated that she didn't want to leave. Before she knew it, a day had passed. When she came to her senses, oh my, I forgot to practice today. So, no, you can appreciate male beauty occasionally, but you must not indulge in male beauty. At present, cultivation is the most important thing. Tang Ranran set a goal for herself. At least to break through to the nascent soul stage. So that she can indulge in pleasure and start a beautiful life of debauchery and excess. If she gets involved with a top-notch man like Yin Qian, she will definitely be fascinated by her character and then abandon her cultivation. So, the relationship cannot be confirmed. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible at present. Tang Ranran's psychological activities are particularly rich. But Yin Qian doesn't know. He only knows that he was rejected. However, after a careful taste, Yin Qian felt that he still had hope. Because Tang Ranran did not say it firmly. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, you must cling to her. A strong woman is afraid of a man who clings to her. In order to chase his wife, you must be thick-skinned. Yin Qian resolutely refused to give up. I can wait for you. Tang Ranran was surprised and secretly delighted. Ah, I am sincere and serious. I am willing to wait for you. If you think the age is right in the future. Can you give priority to me? His eyes were firm. But Yin Qian was extremely nervous. Of course. Tang Ranran blurted out without thinking. And responded with a sweet smile. It's not that she wanted to laugh. But she couldn't hold back her smile. Yin Qian, the fish, has entered her own fish pond. She can take action at any time. I can't stop being happy. However, why does this conversation sound familiar? Has she told others about it? No. The confession came to an end. Tang Ranran, who was afraid that she couldn't help but touch him, pulled her hand again. This time, Yin Qian let go without stopping her. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Tang Ranran pretended nothing had happened. It was the same as before. Tang Ranran was in a good mood and spoke cheerfully. What are you planning to do when you go back? If you are not in a hurry, let's have dinner together. Although we cannot indulge in male beauty, we can appreciate it. No hurry. I will go back before 1800 hours on the 28th. Can I stay here tonight? Adjusting his mentality, Yin Qian decided to make persistent efforts. Although he still had hope. He was rejected after all. He was in a bad mood and needed to relax. So he asked Kong Chen to have a discussion with him. Of course, the original room will do. Although it was Kong Chen's house. She was the one who made the decision. Tang Ranran agreed directly and pointed to the sofa. Well, sit anywhere. I checked the news first. Tang Ranran was now using Tang Shi's smart brain. At Su Xinrong Starry Sky Station. As soon as the signal was restored, the smart brain kept beeping. Obviously accumulating a lot of news. Tang Ranran was suddenly pulled back by Yin Qian. And she didn't have time to look. Now that she had finished talking, she naturally had to check the smart brain first. When she left before, she had not confirmed the exact date of her return. Now that she suddenly came back, She had to contact Kong Chen first. Her smart brain was still with him, so she had to get it back. Pulling out the smart brain screen, a lot of information was displayed on the communication, most of which was from her friend Kong Chen. Before Tang Ranran could open the dialogue box to take a look, suddenly, there was a movement at the door. It was the sound of the hovercraft entering the courtyard and landing. Huh? Speak of the devil. It was Kong Chen who came back. Without looking at the smart brain, Tang Ranran just stood there looking at the living room door, waiting for someone. It was a bit hesitant. Until 3 minutes later, there were footsteps at the door, and Tang Ranran just felt that something seemed a little wrong. Before she could think about it, the living room door opened, and seeing the person coming, Tang Ranran was stunned, and the surprise in her eyes could not be suppressed at all. Two people. She thought it was Kong Chen and the guard or the secretary. But it turned out to be two women. The female soldier who looked like a guard was walking behind with a big object in her arms, while the woman walking in front had one hand on her waist and the other on her belly. Her obviously bulging belly showed that she was pregnant. A pregnant woman who was 6 or 7 months pregnant? Tang Ranran's eyes widened in shock. No way. She had only been away for 3 months. And Kong Chen had already become a father? This speed? This belly? It was so green and so prairie. Yin Qian had already noticed that the footsteps were a little strange. And it was definitely not Kong Chen. So the moment the living room door opened, Yin Qian used his mental power to cover himself and Tang Ranran together, and his mental power became invisible. Tang Ranran, who was also preparing to turn on the invisible, stopped her mental power, and then stared at the pregnant woman walking in front with her eyes wide open. She was dressed very delicately, with wavy hair, earrings and necklaces, and had a bit of the charm of a Hong Kong star. She looked pretty. Of course, not as pretty as her. After entering the door, the pregnant woman raised her hand on her waist and pointed to a corner behind the sofa in the living room, with the attitude of a hostess. Xiao Zhang. Put it there. Okay. Miss me. The female guard Xiao Zhang walked over there and started to put it. After the foam-like shell was removed, there was a pot of plants inside. A large flower pot with a diameter of 40 centimeters, with 3 tomatoes planted in the flower pot, each with tomatoes, red and beautiful. Because of Miss Mi's hostess's attitude, Tang Ranran belatedly noticed something different. After looking around and taking a closer look, she found it. Because she basically didn't live here. Kong Chen house was dusty. It had everything a model house should have, but nothing else. And the most dust in the house was dust. It hadn't been occupied for 3 months, so it should have been covered with a layer of dust. But now it was clean and tidy, and even had a warm homely atmosphere. Look! There was a vase on the coffee table with fresh flowers in it. The gray curtains turned into noble purple. There were cushions with delicate patterns on the sofa. There were a few more beautiful decorations on the cabinet. Tang Ranran, TSK. After the female guard placed the flower pots, Miss Mi, who had already sat on the sofa, spoke again, with a hint of command. Xiao Zhang, help me wash a tomato. I suddenly want to eat it. Okay. The female guard Xiao Zhang didn't have any expression, and always looked indifferent. She picked the biggest tomato and went to the kitchen. Under the protective shield, Yin Qian and Tang Ranran both saw clearly that this Miss Mi lived here, although they didn't know who this woman was, and the child couldn't be Kong Chen. But since they had moved into the house, it was obvious that the two had a special relationship. Yin Qian silently applauded Kong Chen in his heart. Very good. Great. This negative score was very much in his heart. In view of this wave of negative operations, he won't beat him today. Tang Ranran didn't know this Miss Mi, but since Miss Mi lived here, it would be a bit inappropriate for her to appear again. Damn. What the hell is this unreliable guy Kong Chen doing? Tang Ranran opened the dialogue box and prepared to see Kong Chen's explanation. In 3 months, Kong Chen had sent hundreds of messages to Tang Shi's communication number, and there was a lot of nonsense. After reading just a dozen of nonsense, there was movement outside again. It was the engine of the hovercraft, and another car landed in the courtyard. According to the footsteps, this time, the people came very fast, and they arrived outside the door in 3 or 2 steps. And there should be 2 people. Without knocking, the living room door opened directly. Kong Chen appeared in the middle of the door. He looked inside and saw Miss Mi on the sofa. Kong Chen stepped aside after entering and made way to the side. The man behind him strode in. The man was wearing a simple tight t-shirt and trousers. He was estimated to be over 180 centimeters tall and had a good figure. He had a square face and thick eyebrows. He looked upright and upright. He was considered a handsome guy among ordinary people. His expression was a little nervous and hesitant. After entering the door, the man did not dare to step forward for a while, but just stood in front of the living room door. "Me, I think you should," before Kong Chen finished speaking. "Miss me," or "Me, had a relaxed expression that had turned into a volcanic eruption. She yelled at Kong Chen with anger. "Who told you to bring him here? Ah! Get out! Get him out! I don't want to see him! Get him out! Don't get excited! Don't get excited! Calm down!" Kong Chen was startled and hurriedly waved his hands to persuade her. "Lulu, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Don't get excited. Don't get angry." The man apologized repeatedly, trying to calm her down. "I don't want to listen. Don't listen. Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Get out." Mila roared in an extremely sharp voice, waving his hands in the air, grabbing the cushions on the sofa and throwing them over, staring at people with red eyes, furious and crazy hysterical. Okay. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Don't get too excited. Don't get angry and hurt yourself." Fearing that she would get too excited and hurt herself, the man walked out helplessly and sadly. After he left, the anger on Mili's face faded a little, and he stopped screaming hysterically. But his eyes were still red, and he was panting heavily. Obviously, he was very angry just now. "Mila, don't get excited. Don't get excited. Be careful of the child." After waiting for a while, seeing that she had recovered her mood, Kong Chen began to persuade her earnestly. "If there is anything, let's sit down and talk about it. Don't be so angry. Brother Liang knows he is wrong." "Really? He came to admit his mistake to you. He knows he is wrong? He knows he is wrong, but he won't change." Mila sneered a few times, and then said with determination, "There is nothing to talk about with him. Please help me tell Liang Chengkuan. Either divorce, or go and get the money back for me, and I will manage the money. Choose one of the two. There is no other choice." Kong Chen was embarrassed and wanted to say a few words for Liang Chengkuan, but looking at Mili's cold face with anger, he finally swallowed his words and sighed helplessly. "I will go to persuade Brother Liang." After leaving the living room, Kong Chen closed the door. Outside the door, Liang Chengkuan did not go far, but squatted on the stone steps in front of the living room door, holding his head with both hands, looking depressed and annoyed. "Brother Liang, Mila is angry now. I think we should wait a few days until she calms down a little before talking." Kong Chen walked over and sat down next to him, and suggested very righteously, "How about this? I will lend you some money, and you can tell Mila that the money will be returned. And let's get over it first." Liang Chengkuan's eyes were dim, and he sighed. "You don't understand. This is not a matter of money. There is a huge difference in our concepts. This contradiction has always existed. Not just about money. The husband says that the husband is right, and the wife says that the wife is right. It is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. He knows both sides, and has heard both sides' arguments." "Don't say it." Kong Chen is very confused at the moment. He really can't tell who is right and who is wrong between the couple. Not knowing what to say, Kong Chen could only silently take out a cigarette. At this time, the only thing to do is to smoke one together, wearing a protective shield and following in stealth mode. Tang Ranran saw two big men sitting on the steps outside the door, smoking with sad faces. Tang Ranran rolled his eyes at Kong Chen. Unreliable guy. Tang Ranran sent him a message. "Tang Shi, I'm back. What's going on at home?" Kong Chen, who received the message, glanced at the intelligent brain and found that the source of the message was Tang Shi. The careless look on his face immediately turned into high attention. Replied immediately, "Kong Chen, back? Where are you now?" "Tang Shi, standing behind you." He turned around suddenly and didn't see anyone. Kong Chen realized that he was invisible. Kong Chen, "Oh, I take you to a new place." After replying, Kong Chen put out his cigarette. "Brother Liang, I have something urgent to deal with first. You see?" Liang Chengkuan waved his hand. "You go and do your work. Don't worry about me. I sit for a while. I go back to the hotel by myself later. There is no couple without quarrels. Don't worry. It will pass. Kong-chan stood up, patted his shoulder, and finally comforted him. Yeah. There was no need for a hovercraft. Kong-chan walked out of the yard directly, walked a distance, about 200 meters, and entered a small villa of the same style, located next to Kong-chan villa behind. Open the door and enter. When the door was closed, there was no one around. Tang Ranran glanced at Yin Qian. Yin Qian immediately understood and lifted the mental power invisibility screen, and the figures of the two immediately appeared. Seeing the person, Kong-chan was excited, and he quickly ran towards Tang Ranran with his long legs. Before he could get close, Yin Qian, who was standing beside Tang Ranran, took a step forward and blocked Tang Ranran's front side. Kong-chan, he just wanted to see if little Tang Dong was injured or not. Did this guy think he was going to hug her? Wait, why is Yin Qian so defensive? What's his position? Could it be that the two of them were in love? Thinking of this, Kong-chan was shocked, and his eyes kept wandering back and forth between Tang Ranran and Yin Qian. Okay. Yin Qian is so outstanding. It's as it should be. He didn't lose unfairly. Kong-chan was in a depressed mood because of Tang Ranran's joy at coming back. He stood 2 steps away and smiled at Tang Ranran. The smile was a little forced. Little Tang Dong, you are back. How are you? Did you encounter any danger? Tang Ranran looked at Yin Qian strangely, blocking her view. Tang Ranran took a small step to the side and waved to Kong-chan, indicating that she was fine. It's okay. Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan are here. Very safe. While speaking, Tang Ranran did not forget to look around. The model room with the same decoration style was empty, and did not look like anyone lived in it. But fortunately, there was no dust. Behind the sofa, there stood a robot with a metal face. It should be a Nani housework robot with the lowest configuration. I think it is responsible for daily hygiene work. What happened to the woman in your house just now? And the man later? Tang Ranran's gossip heart was already burning, and her face was full of curiosity. You haven't read my message yet. Have you? It's a long story. Oh! Kong-chan sighed, with a hint of distress. It's okay. I have plenty of time. Just take your time. Since she could sit instead of standing, Tang Ranran naturally walked into the living room, came to the sofa, and sat down on the largest main sofa. Yin Qian followed closely, and sat directly next to Tang Ranran. He had already expressed his feelings, so he naturally had to stick close to her. The 3-seater sofa was large enough for 2 people to sit on. Tang Ranran didn't think much about it, but Kong-chan did. Sure enough, it was related. Kong-chan's eyes darkened, and he felt that today was not a good day. Although he always knew that he was just imagining things, he was still sad and disappointed when he saw it with his own eyes. Feeling depressed? I want to sing a song, so sad. This is not the kind of result I want. Although I feel bad, life goes on. Kong-chan followed, and sat on the single sofa next to him consciously. He said faintly, this matter still needs to start from. Stop! Wait a minute. Tang Ranran took out a big watermelon from the space buckle, and placed it on the coffee table in front of the sofa. And then naturally ordered Yin Qian. Cut it in half. In the past 3 months, Yin Qian has been used to cutting fruits. He stretched out his hands with familiarity, put 2 fingers together, and cut the watermelon in the air. Under the invisible space blade, the watermelon was divided into 2, and the cut was very smooth, clean and hygienic, and there was no need to wash the knife. Superpowers make life convenient. The so-called eating melons and watching plays, listening to gossip and watermelons are a perfect match. Tang Ranran held half of the big watermelon, raised his chin to Yin Qian, and gestured, here, half for each of you. Feeling a little sad, Kong-chan's tone was a little unwilling and resentful. I want to eat it too, Tang Ranran said angrily. What are you eating? You don't have any. Tell me what's going on. Kong-chan, he's so sad. They didn't even give him a melon. It's only been 3 months. His treatment has gone from take whatever you want to eat whatever you want to eat. It's really plummeted. Damn. He values women over friendship. Hurry up, Tang Ranran urged. She had prepared the melon. Hurry up and feed it. Kong-chan gritted his teeth and began to explain. This matter has to start with the planet's military armed forces. As he said that, Kong Chen glanced at Yin Qian, and Tang Ranran did not say anything to stop him. It seems that Yin Qian knew everything he should and shouldn't know, so there was nothing to hide. Didn't you say you wanted to develop armed forces? I was thinking that we couldn't afford the weapons for the time being, but we had to recruit people first. Otherwise, even if we bought a starship in the future, it wouldn't work without a captain, a driver, or a controller. Right? Yes, that's right. And then I saw that we were financially well off. So I thought about recruiting some people first. It would take too long to train our own troops. And there weren't many local residents with good qualifications on our planet. So we still had to rely on external introductions. Yes. Tang Ranran ate the melon and responded twice, motioning him to continue. Kong Chen described in detail. I have many comrades, many of whom became mercenaries after retiring. I contacted them and found that some of them were willing to come to our planet to develop. The man just now was called Liang Chongquan, my former battalion commander, with S-level mental power. He was born a mercenary, and after retiring, he returned to inherit his family mercenary group, which was originally more than 10,000 people. Their original base was the free star of the 10th galaxy, Fushan Star. Because of something that happened, their mercenary group offended the city lord where the station was located. What happened? Tell me more about it. Tang Ranran gossiped to the end. Speaking of this, it's really infuriating. Kong Chen was angry and felt sorry for Liang Chongquan. While eating melons, Tang Ranran heard a big melon. Liang Chongquan, Kong Chen former superior, the kind of iron brother who saved his life. Liang Chongquan's mental power is S-level, but he belongs to the 99% of S-level who have not activated superpowers. Well, ordinary S-level mentalists. Although he is not a superpower, the strength of S-level mentalists should not be underestimated. After Liang Chongquan retired, he returned to Fushan Star and inherited the Yofu mercenary group from his father. Relying on the relationships accumulated in the army, Liang Chongquan pulled a group of retired brothers to his own mercenary group. In his hands, the Yofu mercenary group expanded several times in size, from the original thousands of people to tens of thousands. And where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. Not to mention a place like Freedom Star where there are all kinds of people. In addition to military cities, the cities on Freedom Star are mostly independent free cities of private nature established by major forces. The headquarters of the Yofu mercenary group is in Tianren City, which was established by a mercenary group affiliated with a large financial group. As the saying goes, the emperor is far away from the emperor. Although the highest authority in charge of managing Tianren City is actually just a senior worker. He is the absolute local city lord in this small world. Just when Liang Chongquan was steadily expanding his own mercenary group, something unexpected happened. The local city lord's son fell in love with a female member of the Yofu mercenary group, Yishi, who has a B-level mental power. Here is a brief introduction to the characters. Liang Chongquan has a comrade named Yichuan, who is also Kong Chen comrade. Yishi is Yichuan's sister. Both her parents died, and she has no relatives. Not long after retiring, Yichuan brought his sister to join Liang Chongquan, his comrade. Yichuan is an A-level mentalist and came from the Mecha combat camp. He has a deep revolutionary comradeship with Liang Chongquan. He immediately integrated into the mercenary group and held an important position. Yishi was originally a C-level spiritual power. After the Chinese New Year last year, when she was 29 years old, her spiritual power level was upgraded to B. Women with high spiritual power are rare. In Tianren City, there are not many C-level women, let alone a B-level one. The news spread quickly and attracted the youngest son of Tu Chengzu. Tu Chengzu's youngest son is an illegitimate child, because his mother's side is only a D. He is C-level. The youngest son is a playboy who likes to play with women. Although he is a scumbag, this scumbag is very fond of offspring and wants a son with high qualifications. He can't get close to the high-spirited women on the administrative star. A B-level woman appeared in his own territory, so his idea naturally hit Yishi. After discovering such a little clue, Yichuan immediately asked Liang Chongquan for help. After the two discussed it, they sent Yishi directly to the administrative star next door. Because of this, the Yofu mercenary group offended the Tuching Lord. For the sake of his youngest son, the Tuching Lord suppressed the Yofu mercenary group in both open and covert ways. Liang Chongquan had the ability and means, but he was not strong enough to compete with the Tuching Lord, who had the mountain behind him. In the end, he was forced to move and leave Tianjin City. As a result, during the migration, just a few kilometers out of the city, the suspension convoy was attacked by a group of aerial monsters. With heavy casualties, nearly 100 people died, and dozens of suspension vehicles were lost. The group finally returned to Tianjin City in disgrace. The Tuqing Lord continued to suppress them in various ways. Just when Liang Chongqun was in a state of panic, he received an invitation from Kong Chen. In the end, the Youfu mercenary group disbanded. Some people joined other mercenary groups. Some chose to settle down on the administrative star. And some were willing to continue to follow Liang Chongqun and develop on Suping Ruishing. In this way, at the end of last year, Liang Chongqun brought nearly 5,000 people to Suping Ruishing. Among these 5,000 people, there are about 2,000 mercenaries as combat forces, and the remaining 3,000 are family members. Among the 2,000 mercenaries, in addition to Liang Chongqun, who is S level, there are 9 A level and 78 B level. There are more than 300 C level, and the rest are mostly D level. And there are only a few E level. Among these mercenaries, at least half are retired soldiers. And those with strength of C level and above can almost use mechas, warships, large machinery, heavy attack and defense equipment, various equipment. They are absolutely versatile, ready-made troops. Although he doesn't know all of them, Kong Chen also knows a lot, so he knows them well. This is the situation, and that Mi Le is Liang Chongqun's wife. As for the conflict between the couple, why is it related to Kong Chen? Because Mi Le is also Kong Chen comrade in arms. She is a military medical soldier in the Corps. When Liang Chongqun retired, she chose to be with him. This is the serious situation. And the next is the gossip about the conflict between the couple. As a comrade in arms of both the male and female sides, Kong Chen had heard the arguments from both sides, and now he was pouring out all the information. Liang Chongqun and Mi Le, a couple, have had a long-standing grudge. At first, when they returned to Fushan Star, they were newlyweds and were very sweet. But with the daily life, problems came. The daily life of the mercenary group is to serve as bodyguards for wealthy tourists, to find pure food, minerals, and treasures in the wild, to sell information to the military and individuals, to accept various tasks, and to fight with other mercenary groups from time to time. In short, life is not easy. Liang Chongqun, the boss, often has to lead by example and earns his money through hard work. Although Mi Le, his wife, followed him to Freedom Star, she is definitely a stay-at-home mom who will never step out of the city. With less time together and more time apart, problems came. Fighting to make a living. Liang Chongqun has to coax his wife and accompany her shopping after returning. After a long time, he was not happy. He felt that Mi Le didn't understand him and didn't care about him. And Mi Le felt that Liang Chongqun was getting colder and colder towards her. Ignoring her. He had changed. Mi Le began to suspect that Liang Chongqun had a lover outside, and that he was having affairs with those rich women. Liang Chongqun was exhausted physically and mentally, and felt that Mi Le was unreasonable and simply crazy. Anyway, Liang Chongqun swore to Kong Chen, "I am absolutely innocent, and I am devoted to my family and the entire mercenary group. I and those female employers are definitely normal employer-bodyguard relationships, and having a lover is a lie." Mi Le gritted his teeth and said to Kong Chen, "He definitely cheated on me. Even if he didn't cheat on me physically, he must have cheated on me mentally." Big and small quarrels, but generally speaking, they fought at the head of the bed and made peace at the foot of the bed. Then, the big conflict came. The key to the conflict, Yishi. Mi Le originally suspected that Liang Chongqun and Yishi were having an affair. But because Liang Chongqun tried his best to protect Yishi and even paid Yichuan out of his own pocket to help him settle his sister, Mi Le was furious. Because Yishi, Liang Chongqun, and Mi Le and his wife had another big fight. In Mi Le's opinion, although the city lord's son was a bit romantic, he had a good family background and could enjoy the shade of a big tree, as long as Yishi married the city lord's son and gave birth to a talented child. Wouldn't her status be stable? Besides, she was a B-level psychic. What was there to be afraid of? Even if she couldn't live together and divorced in the end, it would be easy to find another man. What's more, Yishi married the city lord's youngest son, and the mercenary group also had a relationship with the city lord. so the future development would only be smoother. In Mi Li's opinion, marrying the city lord was 100 benefits and no harm. And offending the city lord for she was simply stupid. Liang Chongquan and Yi Chuan arranged to secretly send Shi out of the city and send her to the administrative star next door, and even paid for it out of their own pockets. Mi Li, who knew about this, was furious. He pointed at Liang Chongquan and cursed him for having an affair with Shi, and then pointed at Yi Chuan's nose and cursed him, calling him a jinx and a disaster star, and told him to get out. Knowing that he had implicated the mercenary group, Yi Chuan withdrew from the Youfu mercenary group. However, after Yi Chuan withdrew, the city lord did not give up, but continued to suppress the Youfu mercenary group, forcing Liang Chongquan to make the decision to leave. Then, they encountered flying monsters and suffered huge losses. Although Yi Chuan left the mercenary group, he followed the large team because he felt guilty, and finally died because he was the last one to leave. His good brother died, and the team suffered more than 100 casualties. Liang Chongquan was in a low mood. At this time, Mi Li not only did not sympathize with him, but blamed and cursed him in various ways, saying that he had brought it upon himself and deserved it. The two of them had another huge quarrel because of this. Finally, Liang Chongquan was forced to disband the Youfu mercenary group due to his helplessness, and the need to find another way to make a living on suping Ruixing. Liang Chongquan was loyal, so when the group disbanded, he spent all his money. Those whose relatives were killed or injured, those whose families were in financial difficulties, and those who had difficulties in life. Liang Chongquan paid an extra share out of his own pocket. Originally, he had a net worth of 10 billion yuan. But after that, Liang Chongquan himself didn't have much left. Mi Li was almost angry to death. And then they had a big fight, and the roof was almost blown off. Then, blaming himself for Yi Chuan's death, Liang Chongquan not only gave Shi a generous compensation, but even after Shi asked to go to suping Ruixing together, he specially sent a group of people to meet her and took her to suping Ruixing. Seeing Shi coming, Mi Li was so angry that he went to Liang Chongquan to have a big fight on the spot, and then found Kong Chen, and tearfully accused Liang Chongquan of being a scumbag. Mi Li blabbered. He has a mistress outside. He is in love with Shi. He despises me. A yellow-faced woman. He treats his friends and brothers better than me. His wife. He only has his own brothers in his eyes. He is transferring property to make me leave the house. He is simply forcing me to death. Kong Chen was stunned after only hearing Mi Li's one-sided words at the time. What kind of a scumbag is this? Liang Chongquan? How is it possible? Not quite believing that Liang Chongquan is a scumbag, Kong Chen originally wanted to mediate. But when Liang Chongquan was mentioned, Mi Li was out of control and yelled. Hysterical. Kong Chen was a little worried, so he could only arrange for her to stay in the guest house first. As a result, Mi Li was very unwilling to live in the guest house, because she didn't want to see Liang Chongquan again, and she wanted to live in a place where Liang Chongquan couldn't find her. Mi Li was pregnant, and Kong Chen was afraid that she might get into trouble due to excitement. In desperation, he simply arranged for her to move into his house, and then arranged for 2 female guards to take turns to protect her 24 hours a day. After arranging Mi Li, Kong Chen went to find Liang Chongquan without stopping. Liang Chongquan was also very aggrieved, and couldn't help but confide his sadness to Kong Chen. Liang Chongquan blah blah. After marriage, I earn money by risking my life. But she only knows how to spend money by shopping. And she is always suspicious of me. I am tired. So tired. As for Shi, I definitely treat her as my sister. Yi Chuan is my good brother. A brother who has shared life and death. If I don't care about her, am I still a human being? Yi Chuan is dead. Shouldn't I take care of him a little? Knowing that she is unhappy, I have kept my distance from Xiaoxi in a proper manner. She was picked up by others when she came to the planet. And after arriving here, we didn't have any personal contact. You know all this, and everyone knows it. But she still doubts me all day long? It's just unreasonable. As for the money that was divided when we broke up, we are all brothers. I have the ability. We have broken up. So what's wrong with taking care of them in the end? They are all brothers who have been with me for so long. Anyway, the husband has his own reasons, and the wife has her own reasons. Kong Chen is having a headache now. On the one hand, he thinks that Liang Chongquan, as a brother, did nothing wrong. But on the other hand, he thinks that Mile has indeed suffered a lot of injustice. What a mess. It's really hard for a judge to judge family affairs based on the principle of persuading reconciliation rather than separation. He could only play the role of mediator in the middle. After that, the mediator has been playing the role of mediator until now, and the couple still haven't reconciled. Instead, Milo lives in his house and doesn't want to leave. Day by day, Kanchun, who is still covering for Tang Ranran, is getting anxious. Finally, he has no choice but to arrange 2 more houses. One is under Tang Shi's name, and the other is under Tang Ranran name. As the Star Master, it's natural for him to divide the 2 houses. The house where the 3 people are now is under Tang Ranran name. In order to cover for her, Kanchun has to pretend to be Tang Xian for a while, and then pretend to be Tang Ranran for a while. He is almost schizophrenic. Now that Tang Ranran is finally back, Kanchun is thankful that he feels relieved. Oh, if there is no Yanqian, a guy with bad intentions, it would be even better. No. After Yanqian leaves, he has to have a good talk with Mr. Tang. Yanqian is definitely trying to cheat money and sex. Of course, gossiping behind people's backs has to wait until the parties are gone. Now, as a mutual friend of Liang Chongquan and Mi Le, Kanchun is depressed by the couple. Hey, this matter. Hey, Mr. Tang, how do you think I should persuade them? Persuade them to reconcile? Persuade them to break up? After listening to the gossip with relish, Tang Ranran didn't mind giving Kanchun some advice. Of course, persuade them to reconcile. It's better to demolish 10 temples than to destroy a marriage. Kanchun hurriedly expressed his opinion. Then tell me first, how did you arrange Liang Chongquan and his group? Tang Ranran didn't answer, but asked other questions. Our defense was weak before. Speaking of formality, Kanchun straightened his face and reported seriously. Su Pingrui's star has changed from an administrative star to a private star with free sovereignty. The armed defense force is basically empty, and it is just in need of people, not counting the family members. Liang Chongquan brought more than 2,000 combat forces. Before coming, Kanchun and Liang Chongquan had already discussed through communication. Although they are comrades in arms, Kanchun is not doing charity. When they arrived at Su Pingrui's star, Liang Chongquan also understood that they were facing annexation. After all, if you rely on others, you will definitely be inferior to them. Perhaps because the blow was too great, Liang Chongquan no longer had the ambition to fight for wealth and honor on the free star. So he reluctantly accepted this result. After arriving at the planet, he found that Kanchun was already an S-level superpower, and the resentment in Liang Chongquan's heart dissipated by half. After all, strength is respected. Yes, under the 2-pronged approach of Tang Ranran marrow cleansing pill and the fake JS element pill mixed with water, Kanchun mental power was successfully promoted to S level at the beginning of this year. That is, in early January. And at the end of January, he awakened the fire ability. Although Kanchun ability is only able to light a flame and is similar to a lighter, he is a superpower after all. With the identity of the star leader and the strength of the superpower, Kanchun successfully completed the incorporation and dispersed more than 2,000 combatants to various cities on the planet as a force. Kanchun must hold the military and police forces on the planet in his own hands. So he learned from Tang Ranran routine and made a loyalty contract. Liang Chongquan brought 9 A-level and 78 B-level personnel, more than half of whom swore allegiance to him. And he arranged these people to important positions with real power and some troops, including Liang Chongquan. Those who have not sworn allegiance cannot be considered as his own people. So the arrangement is naturally a little bit worse. As for Liang Chongquan, Kanchun gave him a position as the deputy director of the planet's General Security Department. And the director is Kanchun confidant. With people, Kanchun purchased 500 mechas in one go, using the planet's finances. Among them, 400 are ordinary land combat mechas, which are very cheap, ranging from 2 million to 10 million, including weapons configuration. The total is about 3 billion. The most expensive is the Starry Sky mecha, 100 units, a total of 150 billion, and the average price of each mecha is 1.5 billion. On the entire planet, the number of mecha soldiers equipped with mechas is also more than 500. This number is not much, but it is barely enough. The original military and police force of the planet was about 1 million. Kong Chen implemented conscription in early January this year, recruiting 500,000 new soldiers to expand the force. In addition, Kong Chen also purchased a lot of military equipment, mechanical armor for land warfare, fighter planes for air combat, various weapons, etc. The total military budget is nearly 300 billion. As for where this money comes from, it comes from taxes collected from Xiexia, the sucker. The armed forces of the planet can be said to have been upgraded to a higher level. Of course, the current military strength of Su Pingrui's star is still quite weak. This is the relevant situation. After understanding the main matter of the planet's military strength, it was time for gossip. Tang Ranran asked Liang Chongquan and Mi Le in detail about their family members, economy, etc. Liang Chongquan lost his mother in his early years. His father also died a few years ago, and his sister married to the administrative star, and they hardly interacted. As for Mi Le, her parents are still alive, and there are a group of brothers and sisters in the family. Her parents, who favored boys over girls, sold her into the army for conscription compensation, so she has long stopped interacting with her parents. The couple is a model where Liang Chongquan makes money, and Mi Le stays at home as a full-time wife. At present, because Liang Chongquan spent a large sum of money out of Brotherhood when the Yofu mercenary group disbanded, his personal assets are still several billion. But the mecha accounts for the majority of it. With fixed assets such as hovercraft, the current cash is only tens of millions at most. Kong Chen offers him a monthly salary of 1 million. And there is also a year-end bonus depending on the situation. Among ordinary people, Liang Chongquan is considered a high-paid employee with assets. The situation is clear, and Tang Ranran, who roughly understands it, begins to analyze. You want to persuade them to reconcile, right? Of course. Oh, then I suggest that you don't interfere in the quarrel between the couple. Just let them go. Tang Ranran gave advice very seriously. Ah? Kong Chen was confused, then asked with concern and hesitation. This is not good. Right? They are fighting so fiercely. If I don't persuade them, what will happen if they get divorced? Tang Ranran rolled her eyes speechlessly. If you don't get involved, they will definitely not get divorced. If you keep getting involved, they will really get divorced. Ah? Kong Chen was even more confused, his eyes full of surprise and confusion. No. What does it have to do with me? Hey! Tang Ranran sighed with mixed feelings, and felt very sympathetic to Kong Chen. A fool with no emotional intelligence. Of course this is your business. Just from the first encounter, Tang Ranran had a bad first impression of Mi Le. She was pregnant with her husband's child, but lived in another man's house. She ordered the little guard around like a mistress. If she didn't want Kong Chen to take over, that would be impossible. Of course, Liang Chongquan was also problematic. Men who were loyal to their friends and brothers would usually wrong their wives. Liang Chongquan was a typical example. Liang Chongquan handled the matter of Yi Chuan and Yi Shi inappropriately. If it were her, she would have broken her legs. There must be problems with the couple. But whose life is not a mess? It's normal to quarrel. If Mi Le wanted a divorce, she would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Waiting until she was 7 or 8 months pregnant to get a divorce. It's because Kong Chen appeared, which made her have unrealistic thoughts. Tell me the truth. Did you have a relationship with Mi Le? Tang Ranran asked in a shocking and straightforward manner. Kong Chen was stunned by the question, and there was an awkward silence on his face for 2 seconds before he answered. Nothing. Look, you hesitated just now. There must be. Tang Ranran's eyes sparkled. If there was nothing, she would not react like this. No. Really not. Not once. Kong Chen waved his hand and explained hurriedly. Mi Le and I have a normal comrade-in-arms relationship. At most I have a good impression of her. But really not. We have always been ordinary friends. Later, she was with Brother Liang, and I kept a distance with a sense of boundaries. Kong Chen has lived for nearly 50 years. It is normal to have someone he likes. In the army, Saos were all beautiful, and the female medical soldiers were all beautiful. What's more, Mi Le is beautiful. At that time, 5 or 6 out of 10 single men in their group liked her. Kong Chen was one of them. But he was in the Mech Vanguard scouting battalion at the time, a cannon fodder for exploring the way. He was not sure what to do today, and he might be gone on a mission one day, so he never dared to express his feelings. Then Mi Le and Liang Chongquan got together, and Kong Chen stopped thinking about it. After retiring, they went their separate ways and lived in different places, so they had even less contact. To this day, Kong Chen really only regards Mila as an ordinary friend. Tang Ranran looked as if she really was, with an expression that was obviously teasing. Oh, so you have a crush on her? I guess so. Kong Chen touched his nose awkwardly, feeling a little guilty and a little sad. Tang Ranran's expression of watching the fun and not minding the trouble really showed that she didn't care at all. He really had no hope at all. Yan Qian, who had been eating watermelon quietly, was in a very good mood, and the watermelon in his hand smelled even better. It's impossible that the one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Kong Chen, this guy, will never get the moon in his life. That's right. Mila must know that you liked her at the beginning, and even because of your behavior, he thinks you still like her, Tang Ranran concluded, and deliberately said at the end. Oh, if you really still like her and want to take over, just ignore what I said. How is it possible? Tang Ranran's words were like a bombshell to Kong Chen, which made his face change, and he almost jumped up in anxiety. Who wants to take over? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Liang Chongquan is my brother. Half-brother. Brother's wife should not be bullied. As early as when they were together. I let it go. I didn't like her. Besides, how could Mila think so? How is it possible? Are you thinking too much? Then when they quarreled, Mila didn't look for anyone else. Why did he look for you? Tang Ranran asked a soul-searching question. What you said? Why didn't they hit you instead of others? You are using the typical victim-blaming theory. Kong Chen retorted unconvincedly. Couldn't it be because of pure comradeship? Don't talk nonsense. This is different in nature. I'm analyzing it for you. Then you have to be more reliable. Kong Chen raised his voice unconsciously. Where am I unreliable? Where? I'm obviously right. Tang Ranran shouted back at him even louder. This is terrible. You little brat. You still dare to confront her? All the girls' novels are like this. The husband is a scumbag. The heroine resolutely kicks him out. And after the divorce, she meets a better and more outstanding affectionate male second. And then the two are happily together. Happy. End. Kong Chen, Tang Ranran put one hand on her waist and pointed at him with one hand, full of momentum. I tell you, Mile is probably thinking this way now. Otherwise, what would she have done? The Yishi incident has been going on for so long. Why didn't she get a divorce before? Now that the child is about to be born, she's getting a divorce? What? Signal delay? It's because you showed up. A ready-made buyer. I didn't. No shit. She lives in your house and spends your money. If it's not you rushing to take over, then what is it? You know, I don't live in my house. And what do you mean by spending my money? Although it's my bill, it was Brother Liang who paid for it. It's not my money. But I didn't tell her because I was afraid that she would get too excited and something bad would happen. I just said that it was just like I lent it to her. It was a loan. Kong Chen hurriedly explained. Tang Ranran rolled her eyes. What's the point of explaining to me? Anyway, from the woman's point of view, you still have feelings for me. Ah? No. No way. Kong Chen was sweating profusely. He was really scared by Tang Ranran. Yes. Tang Ranran said firmly, turned around and asked. Yan Qian, tell me, is my analysis correct? Yes. Yan Qian, who was named, nodded seriously and vigorously. Everything Tang Ranran said was right. Of course, he felt that her analysis was indeed quite correct. Wasn't the woman's attitude just now that of a hostess? What? Is there no hotel? Which woman who is getting divorced would live in the home of an ordinary male friend? If you say that she is not thoughtful. Hee. Before, he was almost scared to death when he knew that Tang Ranran lived in Kong Chen's house. Ah. No. No way. Then what should I do? Kong Chen was so scared that his face turned pale. Could it be that Mila really thought that he still had feelings for him, and thought that there was still a possibility for them? It's not that outrageous. Right? But Yan Qian agreed. He is very scared now. What should he do? What should I do? Don't get involved. Let's take a step back. Even if I am wrong. Even if Mila has no intention of looking for you to take over. But look at you. You are hanging around all day. You are a woman. You have to be compared. When Mila chose Liang Chongquan, she must have considered strength, economy and other factors. and chose him from many suitors. But now, he is not as good as you in every way. A white moonlight and a white rice. What do you think Mila thinks? She must have a feeling that she was blind and chose the wrong person. And then the more she thinks about it, the more annoyed she is, the more unwilling she is, and the more she thinks about it, the more she dislikes Liang Changquan. Your existence will only destroy their relationship. Ah? Kong Chen sweated even more, and suddenly felt that what Tang Ranran said made sense. You have to make your attitude clear and ask her to move out. Leave it to Liang Changquan to deal with it. And the couple should solve their own problems. Either divorce or live well. But as long as you show your attitude, I don't think they will divorce. Tang Ranran said very confidently. Really? Why? Tang Ranran looked down speechlessly. Why? If she really wanted to divorce, and didn't treat you as a scapegoat, she would have asked you for a job long ago. She's still clamoring for a divorce every day. But she hasn't taken any practical action? Based on my experience, that Mila is now weighing the pros and cons. If she can hook up with you, believe me, she will definitely kick Liang Changquan and you. And if there is no possibility on your side, relying on the child as a hub, the couple will reconcile after a while. Oh, if there is someone better than Liang Changquan chasing her, that's not necessarily the case. Although Liang Changquan is considered bankrupt, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. For ordinary people, he is still a rich man. Mila can't let go unless there is a better choice. Kong Chen was reluctant to believe and questioned in a low voice. Your experience? Tang Ranran argued. The experience of being well read. On the one hand, he felt that Tang Ranran was not very reliable. But on the other hand, he felt that what she said seemed to make sense. Kong Chen asked in embarrassment. What should I do now? Mila doesn't want to move out. If we force her to move out, it's not appropriate. What if something unexpected happens? Kong Chen was a little embarrassed. And it was as the saying goes. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. He also mentioned that it's inconvenient to live there. But Mila didn't want to leave. Throw her in the hospital in the name of waiting for delivery. Then let the child's father take care of it. Let them be in chaos. And you don't care about anything. If you are really worried, you can contact Liang Changquan for help. But you must not get involved in Mila. Do you understand? I understand. Tang Ranran made a thorough analysis and gave Kong Chen some pointers. The emotional dispute was resolved, and it was time to get down to business. Kong Chen briefly reported on the development of the planet in the past 3 months. At the beginning of the year, the launch of Titan milk fruit boosted a wave of tourism. But the planting area had not yet been completed. The related supporting facilities were not perfect. And the most important thing was that the planet's safety level was too low. The results of this wave of tourism were not very ideal. And most of the tourists left immediately after buying the goods. Although it did not boost the surrounding economy, pure fruits and vegetables were selling well. And there was basically a shortage of goods. In addition to selling in bulk, rice, tomatoes, and soybeans have reached long-term sales cooperation with many catering and food companies. Red dates and apples, because they are trees, have a relatively long growth cycle. And they are all sold by Tang Ranran inventory. Even if they have been sold in limited quantities, they have all been sold out. The only thing left is forage grass. Because forage grass has a short growth cycle, a high survival rate, and a large yield. The total number of plantings has doubled. However, sales have dropped. So there is already a situation of oversupply. But it doesn't matter. If they can't sell, they can raise chickens and animals as feed for pure meat animals. Kong Chen mentioned that now that the economy has improved, he wants to share some grass for the welfare of residents. Use grass to make pure nutrient solution and distribute it to school-age children for free. The per capita mental level and physical fitness of the planet's residents are really far below the average line of the empire. And they have to make up for it. Tang Ranran directly said 2 words, accurate. In addition to the weak military force, the entire planet, relying on pure crops, has a huge economic boom and a good development momentum. After roughly understanding the situation of the planet, Tang Ranran 2 trumpets. First, there is a lot of information on Tang Xian's side. Because of the watermelon patent, several accounts were entered one after another. And then Lu Qinhua and others purchased a batch of watermelons. It was a transaction completed by Kong Chen. And the payment was an equal amount of mecha-specific energy batteries. In the name of Tang Xian, Kong Chen successively made several transactions with Xiexia Hengxing Investment, selling the goods that Tang Ranran planted before leaving. At present, 20 trillion goods have been sold, including the spiritual fruit trees left by Tang Ranran. Kong Chen sold them all to Xiexia after he was sure that he could not plant them. Xiexia, who was backed by Hengxing Group, was indeed a wealthy and powerful victim. He did not hold back the payment for the goods at all. All the money was paid in full on the delivery of the goods. He was a good buyer. Tang Xian account received nearly 20 trillion in real cash, and it was after tax. The planetary finance received a full 5 trillion in taxes. After handing it over to the galaxy government, the planetary finance was still extremely rich. In addition to Hengxing, Kong Chen supplied goods to the military in the name of Tang Xian. Because Yin Qian was not there, LV Chuan Ping and his nephew LV Feng Yang from the Space Department came to receive the goods. The total is 22 trillion. The military has no money, so they give discount coupons. Because she wants to buy big items, Kong Chen doesn't dare to make decisions on her own and hasn't used the money yet. In addition, there is the live broadcast platform. A bunch of netizens urged her to start live broadcasting. Kong Chen logged into the live broadcast network account twice, and then she didn't dare to log in again. Tang Xian has few friends. Basically these are all. And more news comes from Tang Ranran's smart brain. It's simply an information explosion. A lot of news, among which Tang Chui, Yan Xing, and Ling Guanjiao are the most. Kong Chen mentioned Tang Chui in particular, although he found a technician to fake the video communication. Tang Chui became suspicious because Tang Ranran didn't show up during the new year. She repeatedly proposed to meet, although Kong Chen rejected them all. But Tang Chui must be the focus of suspicion at this time. If Tang Ranran doesn't show up again, I'm afraid Tang Chui will call the police for investigation. Tang Ranran hummed to indicate that he knew. After a few more simple chats, Tang Ranran was going to clean up the room and rest because it was still early for dinner. Knowing that Yin Qian was going to live here, Kong Chen was not happy. How could a man and a woman live here alone? He had to live here too. Tang Ranran didn't care. One person lived here. Two people lived here. And they didn't live in the same room. Sending Kong Chen to deal with the quarrel between the comrades in arms and their spouses, Tang Ranran threw a naughty robot to Yin Qian and asked him to clean up the room himself. For a small villa of the same size, Tang Ranran usually chose the master bedroom on the 3rd floor, while Yin Qian and Kong Chen lived on the 2nd floor. When they arrived in the room, they released the naughty robot to work, and Tang Ranran, who was only responsible for directing the work, carefully checked the information on the smart brain. The information on Tang Xian's smart brain was exactly the same as what Kong Chen said. The people who contacted Tang Xian started by chatting about family matters and building relationships. And the final focus was to buy goods. After quickly reading it, Tang Ranran excitedly checked his wallet. The military's exclusive account, with coupons and cash, totals 23 trillion. There is also Tang Xian balance on the brain, plus the previous 1 trillion, for a total balance of 21 trillion. So she has a total of 44 trillion. Oh my god. So much money. Although I already knew it from Kong Chen, I was really shocked to see it with my own eyes. So many 0000. Xiexia is really a money-giving boy. Lu Chuanping is also very helpful. After admiring her balance, Tang Ranran checked her smart brain. The one who received the most messages was Tang Chui, who was obviously a little suspicious. The most recent message was yesterday. Tang Chui said she wanted to come to see her, but Kong Chen said she was sick and it was inconvenient to postpone it. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran replied a message, saying that she would go back to the company in 2 days. As soon as the message was sent, within 2 minutes, Tang Chui called. Ran. Tang Chui said a lot of things, asking her to go back in 2 days, otherwise she would come to kill her. Tang Ranran. Deal with it. It took a quarter of an hour to deal with Tang Chui, and Tang Ranran continued to check the messages. Yin Xing also had hundreds of messages. In addition to concern and greetings, there were also detailed reports on company affairs. Although it was established less than a year ago, Shuntang Bio has already achieved huge profits. As of mid-February, the patent franchise fee has made a profit of 120 billion, and the patent fee profit is nearly 30 billion, although it cannot be compared with Tang Xian. For a company, it is simply making a lot of money. After reading all the messages on her smart brain and replying to the ones that should be replied. Tang Ranran sat on the bedside with the mattress and logged into the military material warehouse with Tang Xian account. Lots of money. Buy it. She wants to build a spiritual land to build a school or something. And a protective shield with pure plant protection function is indispensable. And the pure plant protection function is expensive. It is more expensive than simple radiation isolation. And most of the protective shields with pure plant protection function are small. Tang Ranran searched and found that the largest specification is 10 square kilometers. If the coverage area is larger, it needs to be customized. The price of 10 square kilometers of pure plant protection function with defense protection function is 15.8 trillion. It is dozens of times more expensive than the radiation isolation shield. It is really expensive. But what to do? It is absolutely unrealistic to fill the entire Su Ping Ruixing with spiritual energy. So this shield can only be bought. Tang Ranran waved his hand. Buy. Then, another 100 square kilometers of radiation isolation shield. Another 15 trillion. Tang Ranran used the balance of the intelligent brain to recharge 20 trillion to the military's exclusive account. After buying 2 big items, there was only about 13 trillion left. 10 integrated small combat ships that integrate monitoring, patrol, defense, attack and other functions. And then with such firepower, the 13 trillion is gone. Kong Chen has been coveting the battleship for a long time. As soon as she came back, she couldn't wait to ask for it. Tang Ranran simply bought it. Although it is far inferior to the big battleship, it is finally a starry sky battleship. Well, my pocket is empty. Tang Ranran, money is not easy to spend. Sighed and successfully. Congratulations on getting a puppet. The first day back at Su Ping Ruixing. A wonderful day. Starting with the popular sign-in. Oh my god. Puppet. Another puppet. Tang Ranran was so excited that she hurried to take a look. Oh my god. Look at this puppet. Dressed in a dark blue robe with gold edges. Black hair with a black jade crown. Cold and ruthless amber eyes. A face beyond the scope of mortals. The whole person is like a flawless jade. Even if standing there quietly, it is still a jade tree of the wind god. With a unique charm. Giving people a sense of nobleness and elegance. This is a limited edition collector's edition Qin Shao Sword Master. It is said that when Tang Ranran was still a baby, there was a peerless sword fairy in the sword sect next door. That is Qin Shao. When she was less than 100 years old, this person ascended to heaven. From then on, my brother was no longer in the world. But there were legends about my brother everywhere in the world. Anyway, in the world of immortal cultivation, Sword Master Qin Shao is a legendary figure and a top traffic star. About 100 years after Qin Shao ascended to heaven, some daring weapon refiner secretly produced a puppet of the same model as Qin Shao's Sword Master. Once this puppet was released, it immediately became a hit. Later, it was heard that the daring weapon refiner was chopped into pieces by the disciples of Qin Shao's Sword Master in the sword sect. It was said that he died miserably, and his body and soul were destroyed. After the person died, the puppet of the same model as Qin Shao's Sword Master became a classic limited edition. At that time, Tang Ranran was still a young man with low cultivation. So naturally she could not get in touch with this kind of collector's edition puppet. When she was in the nascent soul stage, there was a female ancestor in their sect who practiced so hard that she became possessed by the devil. And then Tang Ranran refined a pill for her and saved her. The female ancestor gave her a lot of good things, including this Qin Shao Sword Master collector's edition puppet, which was beyond repayment for saving her life. As a lustful person, Tang Ranran accepted it half-heartedly. However, because she was afraid that the sword cultivators of the sword sect would find out and hunt her down, Tang Ranran threw it directly into the farm. This thing cannot be seen by others. This model of Qin Shao Sword Master was definitely put aside by Tang Ranran as an ornamental item. Occasionally to appreciate the male beauty. Tang Ranran never used it once. So its strength. I forgot. It was too old. However, it should be a bodyguard of sword cultivators. She remembered that this puppet came with a copycat version of Qin Shao's sword. Qin Shao's sword. The sword of Qin Shao's Sword Master. Artifact level. Although it is a copycat version, it is definitely a high-grade flying sword, which is many levels higher than the small flying sword she made herself. As for what skills, core kinetic energy, core level, core damage, etc., the Qin Shao Sword Master puppet has, You have to look at the instruction manual for details. Yin Qian still lived downstairs. Tang Ranran entered the farm consciously, and couldn't check it carefully. She could only hold her excited mood. On the one hand, as a new S-class power, Kongchen had a lot of unclear places, so he caught Yin Qian as a temporary instructor. When I cut the stairs, I only glanced at the corner, so I was too lazy to turn around and went up again. Going to the small kitchen on the first floor, Tang Ranran moved all the stock ingredients out of her space buckles, and then planted some fruits and vegetables on the spot. With the help of 2 Nani robots, Tang Ranran began to chop and stir-fry to cook. In 3 months, her lunchbox was almost used up, and she had to replenish the stock. Tang Ranran made a lot of lunch boxes for the whole morning. At noon, a sumptuous meal. At the table, Yin Qian and Kongchen secretly competed with each other, and the two ate a lot more than usual. Tang Ranran, both are gluttons. After the farewell dinner, it was time for a sad farewell. Of course, this sadness was only for Yin Qian. Kongchen was eager for him to leave quickly. And for Tang Ranran, it was just a little bit of a pity because she couldn't see Yin Qian's handsome face. But it doesn't matter. She now has Qin Shao's Sword Master. Although Qin Shao's Sword Master's appearance is more like jade, it doesn't matter. Sword Master's murderous aura completely covers up his gentleness, making him extremely sharp. After planting 5 units of Qinglian Shaoqiu fruit, Tang Ranran also planted a pole of lotus branches, the kind with the high purification value of spiritual stones. I don't know if I can keep it alive, so I just treat it as a souvenir. In addition, Tang Ranran generously gave him 10 spirit stones. She was not a stingy person. If the Empire could research how to use spiritual power, she would be happy to see it happen. There were also some low purification value fruits that were just snacks, such as watermelon, red dates, apples, etc., as well as dozens of lunch boxes. Finally, bring goods to LV Chuanping. A thief never leaves empty-handed. Bah! That's wrong. It's a reasonable use of resources. My wallet is empty, and Yin Qian happened to be going back. So of course, I sold the goods to the military. After spending all the money last night, Tang Ranran contacted LV Chuanping for goods worth more than 1 trillion. The military may not accept them, but if she only uses discount coupons to buy things from the material warehouse, then there is absolutely no problem. As many as she can take. With Yin Qian around, Tang Ranran didn't dare to go into the farm and make a big move. But she had a large amount of high-value spot sugar crystal powder. The ant army has started to produce sugar, and Tang Ranran has summed up the rules. Once she moves the sugar crystal powder, the queen ant by Hua Hua will stop storing the sugar crystal powder after noticing it, and eat the ready-made ones instead. However, as long as Tang Ranran issues an order to reserve sugar, the queen ant by Hua Hua will obey, and the ant army will start to produce sugar again. That is, every time after stealing sugar, an order must be issued. There is a sugar factory, so Tang Ranran will of course sell the previous spot goods. Let Yin Qian take it back together. There is not much sugar powder, only about 14 units, but it is worth 50 trillion. Tang Ranran has already told Lu Chuanping that it is almost half sold and half given away, so it doesn't matter how much it is, even if it is low. In addition to sugar powder, there are still some spot goods at the planting base. Kongchen counted them yesterday and sorted out a batch of goods, which Yin Qian will take back together. Yin Qian, take a look. Is there anything you need? I should concentrate on research in the next 2 days, which may take some time. During this period, I probably won't be able to take care of planting. I don't need it. I have a lot of small red pills and small blue pills. Now that the situation is calm and there is no war, they are definitely enough. For the rest, when I'm done, I make a list and discuss it with you. Then you and Fu Jingyuan can see for yourself what you need. The situation is relatively stable now, and I don't need anything for the time being. And those are all your credit. And we are also benefiting from you. So there is no need to divide anything. If you want it, I see it myself then, Tang Ranran said politely, and then said a few more words. Seeing that the two had almost finished talking, Kongchen said, then, let's go pick up the goods together now. Kongchen had sorted out the goods yesterday, so he could just go to the planting base to pick up the goods. Then you go. I won't go. Naturally, it was inconvenient for Tang Ranran to show up, and it didn't matter whether she went or not. Then I go first. Yin Qian was a little reluctant, and felt that time passed too quickly. Well, see you next time. Tang Ranran smiled and waved goodbye, confirming that Tang Ranran had no reluctance at all. Yin Qian's heart was full of frustration. Alas, there is still a long way to go, and he has to keep working hard. As soon as Yin Qian left, Kong Chen reported to Tang Ranran. The goods have been delivered. Yin Qian has left. Yeah. Okay. You stay at the planting base and prepare some flower pots. Tang Xian will come to find you. After Yin Qian left, Tang Ranran cheered secretly. She was going to start to play. Kong Chen, ah? Tang Xian? Yeah. Let's talk about it when we get there. Just recognize the mecha. Oh. Okay. After ending the communication, Tang Ranran immediately put up a mental shield and entered the farm. Ah. Handsome is just one word, and she only said it once. After admiring the style of the sword master for 3 minutes with a surge of emotion, Tang Ranran began to work. First, establish a connection with the puppet. Okay. The connection is complete. Then conduct a comprehensive inspection. After a spiritual inspection, Tang Ranran knew that it was a sword cultivator bodyguard type puppet with Yuanying strength, with Qi Shao sword, copycat version, and many sword cultivator skills. The kind of ordinary popular sword skills. The core energy is super strong and can be automatically charged. Automatic charging means that as long as there are spirit stones stored in the core spiritual power source formation, the spiritual power source formation will automatically release the spiritual power in the spirit stones as a supplement for the amount of spiritual power used by the puppet. As long as there are spirit stones, the battery will always be full. Collector's edition. It is indeed a high-end product. After getting familiar with the puppet configuration, Tang Ranran first manually charged the puppet with his own spiritual power. After taking many pills and eating a lot of fairy grass, he finally filled the puppet with spiritual energy. He also installed hundreds of spirit stones in the energy formation, making sure that the puppet was in a state where it could automatically replenish spiritual power. And Tang Ranran began to adjust his image. The hair is too long. It has to be cut off. It's a pity that this long black straight hair is gone. This robe also needs to be replaced. The robe is a high-end product, so it has to be kept well. Maybe it will be useful in the future. After changing his outfit, he looked less like a banished immortal and more like a mortal. The simple white shirt and black pants gave him a refined look, making him look extremely noble. I can only say that he looks good even with a sackcloth on. Tang Ranran looked at himself in the mirror for 2 minutes, and was very satisfied. Very good. From today on, this Qin Shao sword master is Tang Xian. The height is about the same. And as for the appearance, he had plastic surgery. Right. With Tang Xian mecha-specific space buckle, the small Tang Xian appeared again. The original and the small Tang Xian left the farm together, and Tang Ranran practiced automatically on the sofa. He had not practiced well for the past 3 months, and he had to catch up every minute. The small Tang Xian turned invisible, stepped on the Qi Shao sword, and flew to the city in a flash. After entering the monitoring blind spot with no signal, Tang Ranran landed, revealed his figure, released the mecha, entered the cockpit, started the mecha, and turned around and went back to the city. The mecha was fully powered, and in less than 10 minutes, the edge of the city appeared on the horizon. Slowing down, Tang Ranran drove slowly at about 80 yards to the planting base. The planting base in the new district has been put into use, so Tang Ranran went to the new district. Tang Xian mecha was registered, so Tang Ranran arrived at the planting base and landed at the rooftop parking lot. Kong Chen, who had been waiting at the parking lot, naturally recognized Tang Xian mecha. He wondered, what is going on? Then Kong Chen saw that it was a big change. Tang Ranran came out of the cockpit, landed, put away the mecha, and went towards Kong Chen. Seeing the person clearly, Kong Chen took a breath in shock. This face, this temperament, is really amazing. Moreover, it looks like he is quite powerful. Where did Mr. Tang find this actor? Or a puppet? Tang Xian? Although he was confused, Kong Chen had a good acting sense and looked normal. He greeted him familiarly and enthusiastically. Master Kong Xing. Long time no see. Tang Ranran nodded slightly, pretending to be like him. Here. This way. Follow me. Kong Chen led the way in front and deliberately went to a blind spot of surveillance. After making sure that there was no one around and no surveillance, Kong Chen couldn't help asking, "What's the situation?" "This is a new puppet. I use this as Tang Xian in the future. This face is different." "The face is not important. Just say that it was injured and had plastic surgery. I contact Fu Jingyuan later and ask him if he can change his identity information. It should be possible." Tang Ranran didn't think it was a big problem. "Oh." After a few simple words, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen entered the planting base together and came to an indoor planting area. Kong Chen had cleared the area in advance, so there were only the two of them on the scene, and the surveillance was also turned off. Tang Ranran started to grow vegetables. The biggest harvest of Su Xinrong trip to the planet was 80 plus lotus branches and 84 plus sugar crystal powder. Although the fairy cave was small, it had everything. The little pet was jumping around. The ant army had grown to hundreds of thousands, and the underground nest was also quite large. Her army of bees is also doing well. The 3 hives are developing well, although the bees have not been harvested yet. Tang Ranran predicts that the purification value of this wave of honey should not be low. After all, they are all nectar. As for the big white worm eggs in the deep pool, it has been a short time, and no changes can be seen for the time being. In addition to the 2 major harvests of lotus branches and sugar crystal powder, there are nearly 500 varieties of pure plants. The specific testing work and research and planning work are a tedious and large project, so Tang Ranran naturally handed it over to Kong Chen to handle. For pure plants with a purification value below 30, 3 or 4 finished products of each variety were planted, and the seed preservation work was done. Tang Ranran briefly explained it. In addition to these authentic low purification value plants native to Su Xinrong planet, Tang Ranran also selected 10 farm crops, 1.4 corn, 1.5 potatoes, 2.8 cucumbers, 2.2 pumpkins, 3.1 bananas, 4.2 peaches, and 3.1 sugarcane, 3.7 oranges, 4.6 grapes, 6.1 grapefruits, mixed with farm crops. Even Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan couldn't remember all the plants, and some of them she found were unknown to them. What's more, Tang Ranran had carefully selected the local plants, which were very similar. It was impossible to be discovered if she replaced them, even if there was suspicion. As long as she didn't admit it, they were produced by Su Xinrong. For these 10 farm crops, Tang Ranran asked Kong Chen to focus on observing and recording them, and there must not be any major mistakes of stealing the patent rights by others. As for the patent rights, Tang Ranran thought about it and gave all 10 farm crops to Shengtang. As for Su Xinrong local plants, it was half and half, and Kong Chen would take care of it. The person who went to Su Xinrong on this trip was Tang Shi. Although Yin Qian and Fu Jingyuan had high authority, if someone with a heart investigated in depth, they could still find out. Therefore, even if Shengtang and Su Ping Ruishing suddenly have such a large number of pure plants, their sources can be traced. After explaining the relevant crops, Tang Ranran talked about building a school. After the newly purchased protective cover arrives, a piece of land with beautiful scenery will be planned, and then a 10 square kilometer central plot will be planned from it for use as a school, a resort, and high-end residential buildings. In addition, in the high-end residential area, Tang Xian, wants an independent villa with a large garden, covering an area of more than 5 acres. Tang Ranran gave Kong Chen a picture copy from the internet. A 3-story Chinese-style building with a large courtyard. Build it for her according to this specification. Kong Chen's task is to build buildings, and as for greening, he doesn't need to worry about it. Oh! A deep pool needs to be dug in the garden of the mansion. She wants to try to raise big white worms. The fairy cave is too small, and the small deep pool can't squeeze in after the eggs are hatched. A lot of tasks were assigned to Kong Chen. The small Tang Xian disappeared again, driving a mecha and disappearing in a signal-free area. The small Tang Xian went offline, and Tang Ranran switched to the small Tang Shi, wearing the stealth mode, and entered the house next door, which was owned by Tang Shi. After leaving the small Tang Shi in the house, Tang Ranran finished his training, packed up, and drove a hover car back to Shengjia Industrial Park. Tang Ranran had just returned to his big flat when Tang Chui arrived. Ran, you are finally back. I thought something happened to you. Tang Chui said a lot, very worried. Tang Ranran had not appeared for so long. Tang Chui suspected that Kong Chen had murdered him for money. After pulling Tang Ranran to ask her for a long time, Tang Chui finally felt relieved. Oh! She was wrong. She was still nervous and angry. Ranran? What's the situation with Tang Shi? Is she with Kong Chen? Is she not coming back? Although she knew that Tang Shi went to Free Star, Tang Chui secretly suspected that this was an excuse. Maybe Kong Chen used his beauty to seduce her away. Look! Tang Shi didn't even come back. Tang Ranran directed and acted by himself. With the privilege of the chairman, he approved a free office for the small account Tang Shi. It means that if you want to work, you can work, and if you don't want to work, you don't have to work. Full freedom is given. Tang Ranran did it for convenience. But in Tang Chui view, this is a prelude to job hopping. And her little niece has signs of being cheated. Men are always tired of the old and love the new. One is the old person who has been squeezed dry of money, and the other is the new love of the wood-type supernatural. Every man chooses the latter. Tang Ranran was a little speechless about Tang Chui's suspicious worries, and patiently explained, "And don't think too much. Tang Shi just came back 2 days ago. This time she brought back a lot of pure crops. Kong Chen has to do detailed planting experiments, so she stayed in Ruili City. But don't worry. And if we find crops suitable for planting, we will definitely have the patent." Really? Ranran? Kong Chung really said that? Is he fooling you? I tell you, you have to be careful. Tang Chui talked a lot again, and her words were nothing more than that men are unreliable, and you have to think more about yourself. Tang Ranran's ears are about to be calloused. Well, men are unreliable. So it is Kong Chen who relies on her. Ah. Tang Ranran finally fooled the topic with perfunctory responses. After this topic was revealed, Tang Chui reported the relevant situation of Shentang Company, which was basically the content reported on the Smart Brain. Finally, Tang Chui talked about the situation of the old Tang family in Sutter. This year's New Year, the old Tang family was in a gloomy mood. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Although the Zheng family and the Jiang family have fallen, they are definitely not the 9 clans that were killed. The people of the Jiang and Zheng families secretly retaliated against the old Tang family. It's not possible to do it openly, but it's still very easy to trip up the powerless people in secret. The so-called little devil is difficult to deal with. The people of the old Tang family have not been doing well recently. Tang Chenwu and his wife, who love their son, are eager to rescue Tang Shubai. But they didn't rescue him, but were cheated of a large sum of money. Tang Shui's job has not been settled yet, and the road to the civil service exam is considered broken. He himself is a little ambitious and incompetent, so he has been in a state of looking for a job. Tang Qingqing is studying in the Capital Star, and has not been affected much. Li Qing lost his job at the bank, and Li Tian's live broadcast room was blocked several times. The fourth brother, Tang Chenwen, suffered the most. His business, which was originally mediocre, suffered a major setback. Now he was losing everything. At the end of the year, the old Tang family held a meeting. The old couple Tang Ming had already thought about moving back to the 7th galaxy, but they couldn't make a decision because of face. After all, returning to the 7th galaxy in disgrace would be a loss of both face and property. Tang Chenwu, Tang Chenwen and Tang Fei were jumping around to develop in Su Ping Ruixing, although they didn't know the inside story. Those who had some connections knew that Hengxing Investment's strong entry into Su Ping Ruixing was a sign of strengthening and expanding. Su Ping Ruixing was about to take off, and Tang Chui was on the planet again, so the three of them naturally had their eyes on her. In response, Tang Chui strongly blocked it, and informed Kong Chen that they would not approve their entry. The annual summary of Sheng Tang, the profit of the first year, made Tang Chui, who only had 1% of the shares, earn a lot of money. Seeing that Su Ping Ruixing was in a good situation, she must hold on to her niece's thighs. But she must not annoy the god of wealth. The 3 helpless brothers and sisters in her family must not be allowed to come here to get in the way. Tang Ranran heard a lot of gossip, and then suddenly thought that she still owed the original owner money. How much money? 439 billion. How much money does she, Tang Ranran, have now? The balance of Gino is 180 billion. And Xingtong's account has about 100 billion in liquid funds. And let's set up a charity foundation called Shentang Charity and allocate 50 billion from the company account. For now, we will do children's charity and help children in need on Su Ping Ruixing. That is, people under 16 years old. Charity? Tang Chui was a little dumbfounded by Tang Ranran's idea. Establish a Shuntang Charity Foundation? Well, we take from the people, and use it for the people. We make money. So it's right to do some charity. Tang Ranran's face was full of generosity and kindness. It's time to brush up on merits. Otherwise, what should she do if her cultivation is blocked again? 439 billion minus 50 billion. There are still 389 billion left. Oh! It's really slow to make money in industry. It's not as good as growing vegetables. Are you sure? 50 billion? Tang Ranran only thought that 50 billion was too little. But for Tang Chui, it was an astronomical figure. And she was stunned. 50 billion for charity. It's really a lot of money. Sure. I will let Yanxing handle this matter. You just need to know it. And cooperate with him if there is anything. Looking at Tang Chui's attitude, it can be seen that she is very resistant to donating money. So this matter must be handed over to her confidant Yanxing. I know. Tang Chui nodded silently, and did not refute it consciously like a subordinate. They talked about some other things. And the two talked for more than 2 hours before Tang Chui left. As soon as Tang Chui left, Yanxing came over within 5 minutes. And he definitely came on time. Mr. Tang, you are finally back. Yanxing was very excited about Tang Ranran's return. Not only Tang Chui. Yanxing was also secretly worried. Worried about whether Tang Ranran had an accident. First, there was a few words of reminiscing about the past. And then Yanxing started to report on official business. Company affairs were the most annoying. And Tang Ranran dealt with them with one ear in one ear. Yanxing hadn't left yet. And Lin, the housekeeper, came again. Another 2 hours passed. And Tang Ranran sent the two away. And finally she was alone in peace. Tang Ranran released the naughty robot to clean the house. And put out all kinds of daily necessities. Home appliances, etc. After all, she would have to live here for a few months. So she had to clean up the house first. While she was cleaning outside, Tang Ranran did not forget to use her trumpet Tang Xian to wash vegetables on the farm. The inventory was all sold. And she had to wash a batch of new goods. In the Jinden stage, the control power is stronger. It is also handy to use 2 trumpets at the same time. Old Yin. You bastard. Are you still a human being? Is what you did a human being? Fuck. LV Chuanping fired at Yan Qian like a firing submachine gun. As soon as he received the news that Yan Qian was back, LV Chuanping went to block him. As soon as he blocked him and pulled him to a place where there was no one around, LV Chuanping angrily focused his fire and started to rant. He actually secretly took a vacation to date Tang Ranran. It's simply moral degradation and distorted human nature. Where is the fair competition promised? God knows what kind of mood he was in when he saw the notice. It was simply a bolt from the blue. Yan Qian, the head coach, actually took a vacation. It's not a vacation. But he didn't even tell him. Fuck. When he got the news, Yan Qian had already arrived at Su Xingrong. LV Chuanping mood at the time. The feeling of being stabbed in the back by his brother was simply furious. Yan Qian didn't say a word to LV Chuanping accusation, pretending not to hear it, and waited for him to finish calmly. Seeing Yan Qian calm and unmoved look, Lu Chuanping felt like he had punched cotton. He could scold him, but he was indifferent. He wanted to beat him up, but he was afraid that he would get beaten up instead. He was so angry. He was so angry. He gnashed his teeth and jumped up and down in anger. Lu Chuanping was defeated. Forget it. He was just too naive. Yan Qian was a treacherous old silver coin. So, you succeeded in getting promoted? The fact was already like this. Lu Chuanping could only accept it and focus on the result. Compared with Fu Jingyuan, Lu Chuanping certainly hoped that his good buddy Yan Qian would win. Well, it's almost done. Yan Qian lied with his eyes open. Although Tang Ranran did not accept him, he did not refuse him. He rounded up and waited for the promotion to succeed. Almost done? Lu Chuanping looked at him suspiciously, then suddenly realized. That means it didn't work. That's right. If you really caught up with her, your mouth would be grinning from ear to ear, and you can still look so dead. Yan Qian, who was exposed, was not annoyed, and said, although I didn't get the status, she didn't reject me, so I'm not far from success. He. You are wishful thinking. Right? Lu Chuanping sneered at this. Mock Yan Qian's self-conceit? and asked curiously. Old Yin. Tell me in detail. What happened? We went to Tianjing Star Lake first. And found out there. Stop. Who wants to listen to this shit? What I'm asking is, how is your relationship with Tang Ranran going? Did Fu Jingyuan, that bastard, get it first? Lu Chuanping was very gossipy. I definitely have the advantage. Compared to Fu Jingyuan, Ranran definitely likes me more. Yin Qian is very confident. He still has some observation skills. What's more, he competes with Fu Jingyuan every day. Fu Jingyuan is beaten by him every day. Who would like a weak person? Are you sure? And what do you mean by not rejecting you? You confessed? Isn't it acceptance if you don't reject? Of course you have to confess if you like someone. Ranran means that she is still young and doesn't consider emotional issues at the moment. In a few years, when she is of the right age, she will give priority to me. For Yin Qian attitude of setting off firecrackers to celebrate the revolution that has not yet succeeded. Lu Chuanping only called contempt and complained. You are really stupid. This is obviously a euphemistic rejection. You don't understand. This is not a rejection. Yin Qian glanced at him sideways. His eyes full of disdain for you don't understand even if I tell you. Bah. You don't understand. Believe it or not. If I confess, she would say the same thing. I don't believe it. Okay. Then you wait. As soon as he said it, Lu Chuanping directly called Tang Shi. And then? Tang Shi, resting. Do not disturb. Transfer and automatic reply. Okay. This number doesn't work. With a try-and-see attitude, Lu Chuanping turned to call Tang Xian. Tang Ranran, who was washing fruits and vegetables on the farm. Huh? Lu Chuanping was looking for her. Could it be about that batch of goods? Tang Ranran left the farm in a flash. And then answered the call in her large flat study. Tang, who are you? LV Chuanping looked at the person on the smart brain light screen in astonishment. And was completely stunned. Well, Tang Xian, will be this new face from now on. I can't make it exactly the same. So this is the only way. Tang Ranran explained vaguely. Knowing that Tang Xian was a puppet, Lu Chuanping understood that there was no such thing as the same. So he replaced Tang Xian with a male puppet. Oh, I see. Nodding with a slightly silly expression. Lu Chuanping was shocked. Damn it! A puppet! But he was made to look too handsome. This face would simply charm thousands of girls. Such a top-notch man. Wait. Will Tang Ranran see too much of me and fall in love with me and not look down on other men? LV Chuanping couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Is there something wrong? Is Yin Qian here? Did he give you the goods he brought back? Not yet. Yin Qian was not on camera. LV Chuanping said something ambiguous. And then said seriously, Sister Ranran, you are my type. Can we go out? Tang Ranran was surprised. No. This is too sudden. Sure enough. SS level with type healing beautiful women are very popular. She has to protect herself. It's okay to attract bees and butterflies. But it's a headache to attract a group of buzzing flies. Having one another suitor. Tang Ranran was a little vain. And then? Thank you for your love. You are a good person. Ding. A good person card. Yin Qian was standing opposite LV Chuanping at this moment. Outside the camera of the communication video. Hearing this, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. This sentence again. Will the next sentence be another excuse of I'm still young? Tang Ranran, but as soon as this turn came out, Lu Chuanping immediately became nervous. It's over. It's over. Whenever there is a but, it will definitely be followed by a rejection. Yin Qian also pricked up his ears and held his breath. Although he already knew that Tang Ranran was a bit philanthropic. If he heard in person that she would not refuse anyone who confessed to her, he would be really jealous. We are not suitable. Although he guessed the result, Lu Chuanping was still disappointed and asked eagerly. Unwilling to give up. Why are we not suitable? Tang Ranran explained seriously and sincerely. With an innocent tone. Well, you are not my type. Of course. I am definitely not saying that you are ugly. Believe me, you are definitely a handsome guy. That is, it is just a personal preference. Simply my personal preference. Feeling cold in his heart like a heavy rain, Lu Chuanping asked without giving up. Preference? Then what kind do you like? Like Yin Qian? Tang Ranran was silent and acquiesced without saying a word. That's right. She likes men like Yan Qian who are manly, handsome, wild and full of hormones. Tang Ranran implicitly likes Yan Qian type. Rounding off, Tang Ranran likes him. Outside the camera, Yan Qian couldn't help but raise his mouth corners and cast a sympathetic look at Lu Chuanping, with a winner's pity for the loser. He had said it long ago. But if you don't believe it, you must be hit now. It's just a matter of time before he succeeds in getting promoted. Regarding Yan Qian boasting, Lu Chuanping secretly gritted his teeth and glared at him, then shamelessly continued to fight for himself. Like can be cultivated slowly, and cannot be limited to one type. We can try it. Maybe we can get along with each other and develop feelings? There is no such possibility. Tang Ranran was firm and resolute. I am a person who looks at the face, figure, temperament and type. I only like the type I like. If it is not the type I like, I can only appreciate it at most. And I will definitely not develop feelings. Just like people who don't like to eat industrial synthetic food will never eat industrial synthetic food. This kind of liking problem is irreversible. If you can accept it, then we are still friends. If you can't accept it, then we are not even friends. Although Tang Ranran wants to be the queen of the sea and open a fish pond, she only raises the type of fish she likes. She doesn't want other fish. She is very loyal. No. 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 Knowing that the next sentence is we can't even be friends anymore, Lu Chuanping hurriedly stopped him and gritted his teeth. Okay. I get it. We are still friends. Good friends like close buddies? It's too discouraging. Lu Chuanping was wailing in his heart and beating his chest and stamping his feet. He was actually right by Yan Qian. The bastard. Tang Ranran just doesn't like his type. He really didn't even stand on the starting line. It's so unfair. I'm crying. Sad tears. Clattering. Yan Qian went back. Right. I asked him to bring the goods back for you. Remember to ask him to receive them and count them. The price doesn't matter. Just give it according to your preference. After rejecting him, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. So Tang Ranran quickly changed the subject. But now, pure fruits and vegetables can't make Lu Chuanping excited. He was dejected and responded weakly. Oh, I will be doing research behind closed doors in 2 days. I will be gone for a while in the near future. If you need anything, tell me as soon as possible today or tomorrow. Tang Ranran estimated that Lu Chuanping hadn't seen Yan Qian yet, so she simply told him about it, so that Lu Chuanping wouldn't ask her to buy goods when she was in seclusion. Ah? How long will it take for you to do research behind closed doors? Lu Chuanping was startled, patted his head to get rid of the sadness in his mind, and asked hurriedly. This means that there will be no supply in the near future. It's not certain. Maybe 1 month. Maybe several months. I can't say for sure. If there is something urgently needed, plant a batch now. Are there any pure fruits and vegetables with low purification values? It doesn't have to be too high. About 5 is enough. Compared to high purification values, our army has a greater demand for pure food raw materials with purification values of about 5 to 10. The border environment is harsh, with high levels of radiation pollution, and it is extremely easy to cause mental disorder and radiation infection. If there is a large amount of low purification food supplied to ordinary soldiers to relieve mental fatigue and resist radiation, it can greatly reduce illness and mortality. Purification value 5 to 10. I know. How much do you want? Tang Ranran asked casually. Tang Ranran relaxed tone, as if asking if she had eaten today, made Lu Chuanping eyes light up. And he replied expectantly, the more the better. Is that so? Tang Ranran thought about it, and then decided to let go of her hands and feet. This time, Tang Xian is in the nascent soul stage, although it is a copycat version. He is the Azure Sky Sword Master, that combat power, and infinite spiritual storage. Even if a Black Ghost level comes, he will definitely be able to chop with a few swords. So, let's go wild. Okay, then I plant more. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran decided to use grapefruit. She has already put the grapefruit on the table. Its purification value is 6.1, which is just right. The most important thing is that if the fruit is given to Lu Chuanping, all the grapefruit trees can be planted on the planet. A grapefruit forest. The purification value of 6.1 is about 50,000 per unit if it is given to the military. Is 10,000 tons okay? Tang Ranran, 10,000 tons is 100 million units. which is only 5 trillion. Definitely not much. Oh! If you calculate the net weight, you have to give a discount. More? How much? LV Chuanping couldn't help but raise his voice. He was simply stunned. Ah! Too little? Then 100,000 tons. No more. LV Chuanping was completely stunned, staring straight at the video on the smart brain screen, and had no idea what to say. Is he dreaming? 100,000 tons? 100,000 tons. What the hell is this concept? Even for large pure fruit and vegetable groups, such as Lufeng Group, they sell pure fruits and vegetables with low purification values, mostly in kilograms, and only occasionally in tons. That is, when the purification value is occasionally below 3. Lu Chuanping can only encounter a few tens of tons, dozens of tons, or even hundreds of tons. However, it is still possible to see hundreds of tons sold occasionally. But this one is sold in tens of thousands of tons. He really. It's the first time in his life. The first time. Tens of thousands of tons. Or 100,000 tons. He was scared to death. 100,000 tons. It's scary. But knowing that Tang Ranran's strange stone energy grows vegetables, Yin Qian was just a little surprised, and looked down on Lu Chuanping, who was making a fuss. Yin Qian secretly kicked him outside the video. Ah! Recovering from his shock, Lu Chuanping found his voice. You upgraded? SSS level? Not yet. Tang Ranran was modest. But my ability has improved a little. So I have to study my ability behind closed doors in the next 2 days. Oh! So that's it. Lu Chuanping was so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue. What kind of monster is this? SS level strength can produce 10,000 tons of pure fruits and vegetables. Those top level SSS level super with systems can't do it. Right? It's really scary. Lu Chuanping was completely relieved at this moment. With Tang Ranran's strength, he really couldn't match her. It's conceivable that if her strength is exposed, there will be so many peach blossoms. I'm afraid only Yin Qian can hold it. However, even if Yin Qian succeeds in getting promoted, there will be endless people who are trying to poach him, and he will have a headache. When he thought of this, Lu Chuanping suddenly felt a little gloating. Then it's 100,000 tons. No money is required. Just give me a discount coupon. I will need to buy a large protective shield later. Yes. No problem. Lu Chuanping agreed immediately. With 100,000 tons, he won't have to worry about it for a long time. You pick it up yourself. Do you want to bring space deductions or what? Too many. Let's ship it by starship. I contact the transportation here. When can you ship it? 100,000 tons? It's too much. I can't get so many space deductions at once. I can't use Yin Qian Express. I have to use logistics. You can pick it up in about 3 days. So fast? Lu Chuanping was stunned again. Yes. I work overtime and work overnight. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Ranran was very Versailles. There's no way. Making money is hard. Lu Chuanping, He suddenly didn't want to talk to Tang Ranran anymore. Tonight is the beginning of a busy day. Tang Ranran started to work overtime to prepare for the harvest. 100 square kilometers is a huge area. The preliminary cleanup work under the protective cover has been completed. However, because Tang Ranran is not here, the planning work is progressing very slowly. So far, except for Tang Ranran garbage dump for feeding the multi-mouth carnivorous titan, the remaining area has not even covered 10 square kilometers. And the existing planting areas are mostly planted with alfalfa. It can only be said that without the wood system, the planting work is difficult and the progress is very slow. During the day, Tang Ranran had asked Kong Chen to mark out a piece of vacant land without surveillance, and specially told him not to be disturbed. As soon as night fell, Tang Ranran arrived at the scene and started working. 5 fields, namely, the vacant fields number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, began to be planted. Grapefruit seeds then buy enough. Plant them. Apply fertilizer. Okay. On the field, there are at least 100-year-old grapefruit trees, lush and green, with thick trunks, more than 1 meter in diameter, and super large crowns. The branches are full of big yellow grapefruits. It is estimated that there are at least hundreds of grapefruits on a tree. The labor robot team simply and roughly dug out the whole tree. Tang Ranran opened both numbers. Small number Tang Xian and small number Tang Shi worked together. The two of them held a grapefruit tree together and left the farm together with the tree. After leaving the farm, they held the grapefruit tree and stuck it on the ground. A simple life-giving technique only required a little spiritual power, and the roots of the grapefruit tree were rooted in the soil. After such an operation, the whole huge grapefruit tree seemed to have grown here originally. After planting one tree, continue. In this way, Tang Ranran directly relied on the farm to brush grapefruit trees, planting trees one by one in this barren area. After planting hundreds of trees, Tang Ranran was a little tired. During the intermission, he counted carefully. A grapefruit tree can bear about 200 to 300 grapefruits. The grapefruits are very large, about 4 to 5 gene. Conservatively estimated, each grapefruit tree can bear 1,000 gene of fruit, or 500 kilograms. After a short break, Tang Ranran continued to plant trees with 2 trumpets working together. 2 trumpets working together can plant a tree in about 1 minute. Tang Ranran was busy moving trees from the farm and planting them outside all night. When it was dawn, Tang Ranran was very cautious. The trumpet Tang Xian put a mental power hidden barrier to cover the two of them, and then continued to plant. After planting for about 2 hours, a total of 1,000 trees were planted neatly. Tang Ranran, who has a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, arranged 25 rows and 40 lines, just like soldiers in a neat formation. At this time, the sky was already bright. Tang Shi took back the farm. Tang Xian removed the mental barrier, and then sent a message to Kong Chen. Kong Chen, who had already assembled a picking team, was ready to go. As soon as he received Tang Ranran notice, he immediately led a large team to the scene. 4,000 ordinary planters, 6,000 well-trained soldiers, and a team of 100 picking robots. The kind of special picking robots with mechanical telescopic arms. The large team arrived at the scene one after another within 10 minutes. Kong Chen received Tang Ranran notice yesterday that he wanted to plant a pomelo forest. Although he was mentally prepared, after seeing it with his own eyes at the scene, Kong Chen was completely stunned. He knew that Mr. Tang was great, but this was too great. Such a large pomelo forest. Each pomelo tree was so big, it looked like it was at least 100 years old. So many were planted in one night. It was really too exaggerated. Okay. Who is Mr. Tang? 46 trillion is just a matter of waving your hand. Calm down. This is just a small scene. Shocked for a minute, Kong Chen comforted himself to relieve his shock, and then quickly arranged the picking work. Planters, soldiers, and picking robots all went into battle and put into work. The fresh-keeping food boxes for the picked pomelo are definitely not enough. And it is also fortunate that pomelo is a fruit with skin that is easy to preserve. So it is simply loaded directly into a 50-ton fresh-keeping container, and then transported by a special floating car to the nearest land space station. And then the transport ship will come and take it away directly. According to the actual picking and weighing, the yield of each tree can reach about 600 kilograms. One tree weighs 600 kilograms, and 1,000 trees weigh 600,000 kilograms, or 600 tons. It's still a long way from 100,000 tons. So Tang Ranran worked hard to plant some grapefruit trees. There were already some. And for trees, simply forcing them to bear fruit was easy. After picking the grapefruits from a grapefruit tree, Tang Ranran waved her hand, and in the blink of an eye, the yellow grapefruits were hanging all over the tree again, continuously picking, loading, transporting, picking, loading, transporting. Everyone, we can't pick them all. We can't pick them all. Although Kong Chen deliberately concealed his whereabouts, there were too many people, and the movements were too big, so those who were interested would know it as soon as they asked. No. Xie Shihe, who was always paying attention to Kong Chen, received the news at the first time. The flight monitoring equipment took a peek at the scene from a high altitude, and the scene was transmitted back. Who else could be involved in such a large-scale planting except Tang Xian? Xie Shihe, who had been unable to find Tang Xian during this period, rushed directly to the scene. Then, who are you? The old version of the small Tang Xian was very handsome, but the new version of the small Tang Xian was even more handsome. Not only was he handsome, but his natural sword cultivation aura was as sharp as a peerless sword, which made people daunted. Qi Shao Jinzuan's version of Tang Xian is definitely the focus of the crowd, the existence that everyone is paying attention to. So, When he arrived at the scene and found a strange wood element, Shiho was a little overwhelmed for a while. Who is this? There is no such person in the wood element circle he knows. Mr. Xie. Long time no see. I am Tang Xian. Tang Ranran said casually. Tang Xian? Shiha eyes flashed with surprise. Not long ago, I was attacked by the Black Phantom, and I fought with him and got a little injured. Tang Ranran showed his acting skills and touched his face as if it was true. I had plastic surgery. Thinking of the rumors that Yin Qian killed the Black Phantom before, Shiha suddenly understood that the whole thing was 3 months ago. The Black Phantom wanted to catch Tang Xian, a wood element, and then the two fought. Tang Xian was seriously injured, and Yin Qian rushed to save the scene and killed the Black Phantom. Tang Xian has just recovered from his injury. Looking at Tang Xian in front of him, Shiha's focus suddenly shifted. Which hospital is so awesome? He was a little tempted. Of course, it was just a thought. After all, he was still very satisfied with his appearance. Sorry, I didn't know you were injured. It's okay. I've recovered. After a few pleasantries, Shiha got to the point. Help us grow some vegetables. Although he made a lot of money by being a second-hand dealer, buying and selling, and buying goods from Kongchen, due to the lack of wood, the planting of Hengsheng plants progressed very slowly. Tang Ranran gave a blank check that he would cooperate after I was done. After some evasion, Shiha was finally fooled away. Continued to grow grapefruit. The busy harvesting site lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, at noon on the 3rd day, the amount of 100,000 tons was enough. It can only be said that there is strength in numbers. If Tang Ranran relied on herself, planting would be simple, but picking would be a big project. Thinking that the grapefruit has skin, these 100,000 tons actually have moisture. Tang Ranran continued to brush and brush. It was busy until the second half of the night. After 120,000 tons, Tang Ranran called it a day. It was almost done. Among them, 110,000 tons were supplied to Lu Chuanping, and the remaining 10,000 tons were kept for personal use. Kongchen could use it for whatever he wanted. Happiness came too suddenly. Kongchen felt that he had picked up a big bargain, and his blood pressure went up with excitement. The purification value of 10,000 tons is 10,000 tons. So much. The container must be loaded with 200 boxes. What will this batch of fruits be used for? Kongchen decided to split it in half. Half as children's welfare, and half as welfare for the military and police armed forces. After handing over the task of delivery to Kongchen, Tang Ranran repeated the plan of creating a scenic spot and developing tourism in the new protective cover. The highlight is the school, his Chinese-style mansion, and the underground lake where the giant white worms are planned to be cultivated. After the explanation, Tang Ranran contacted Fu Jingyuan with his trumpet Tang Xian and consulted about the relevant procedures for face replacement. After sending out a few messages explaining the situation, Tang Ranran immediately received a reply from Fu Jingyuan. Fu Jingyuan, no problem. It's a small matter. After replying one message, Fu Jingyuan threw a citizen identity information modification application form over. Fu Jingyuan, fill it out. I handle the rest. And the procedures can be completed in 3 days at most. Tang Xian, thank you. Fu Jingyuan, you're welcome. By the way, I'll be at your place around 4 p.m. tomorrow. Tang Xian, ah? You went to Su Pingerwei Star? Tang Ranran was surprised, and then guessed that Fu Jingyuan came to her to share the spoils. After all, they had gained a lot from Su Xinrong trip, and Yin Qian dumped people after a disagreement, which was indeed immoral. Fu Jingyuan, well, I pick up the goods. The goods from the Expeditionary Army's Quartermaster Department are said to be 100,000 tons of pure fruit. Right. Tang Xian, ah? You are responsible for picking up the goods this time? Tang Ranran was even more surprised. She knew that the Star Fleet, mainly carriers, would pick up the goods, but she didn't expect that the cargo guard would be Fu Jingyuan. That day, Fu Jingyuan was thrown into Su Xinrong Space Station by Yan Qian. The whole person was depressed and hated that he was not a space system. What to do? You can only take a warship back to Sooterstar. The warship had just arrived at the transportation hub of the 3rd galaxy when suddenly, the mission came. Fu Jingyuan received a temporary transfer order, recruiting him to be a cargo escort to escort the cargo to the border of the 16 star systems. What cargo? a batch of pure fruits from Su Pingrui's star. For such a conspiracy, Fu Jingyuan knew without thinking that it was Yan Qian who was interfering. Although it was a happy thing to see Tang Ranran again, he was sure that he would not be able to come back after he went to the army at the border of the 16 star systems with the transport fleet. Can Yan Qian let him stay on Sutter Star without worry? Impossible. He would definitely have to stay at the border to kill bugs. So angry. But the higher the rank, the more powerful he is. Military orders are like mountains, and he can only obey orders. Now, after the fleet was assembled, Fu Jingyuan set off directly from the transportation hub star and headed straight for Su Pingrui's star. Fu Jingyuan happened to receive the news from Tang Ranran, so he talked about it. Fu Jingyuan, yes. I received the order suddenly, because this batch of goods is of great value. I am worried about any accidents. Tang Xian, oh? Okay. Contact me when you get there. Fu Jingyuan, okay. Tang Ranran originally planned to let Kong Chen take full responsibility for the goods handover. But since Fu Jingyuan was the one who received the goods, forget it. She'd better go there in person. The scene of the pomelo forest was left to Kong Chen. Tang Ranran gave a few more instructions, and then left. Out of everyone's sight. In the blind spot of the surveillance without signal, Tang Ranran flashed into the farm. First, check your own status. Although a pomelo tree doesn't require much spiritual power. Repeatedly brushing, and brushing all the time. The spiritual power consumption should not be underestimated. Look, hundreds of spiritual stones have been scrapped. Not counting the pure glass crystal, Tang Ranran has a total of about 4,000 spiritual stones. And so many of them were scrapped at once, which makes her a little distressed. It was unknown whether more spiritual stones would appear in the underground waters of Tianjingxing Lake next year. But Tang Ranran estimated that it was a bit uncertain, because at least half of the white worms that parasitized the lotus and produced spiritual stones were hunted. Alas, she regretted it. Really regretted it. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. After throwing away the scrapped spiritual stones and replacing hundreds of spare spiritual stones, Tang Ranran checked the computer in the core study of the farm. Super fertilizer 88 VB per bag. She planted 1,000 grapefruit trees, and the fertilizer consumed a full 88,000 VB. Then this large amount of consumption brought. Congratulations. The cumulative consumption has reached 300,000. And you have become a VIP level 10 user. VIP has levels. When Tang Ranran first recharged, it was still V1. And now it is V10. V10 unlocks new functions. The vegetable harvesting assistant function that she has been thinking about is now online. Farm assistant. 100 VB a day. 2800 VB monthly subscription. With the assistant, vegetables can be planted and harvested automatically. And it has many functions such as designated crops and designated planting fields. Tang Ranran decisively turned on the assistant and renewed for 1 year. After her squandering, the farm VB was a little less. So Tang Ranran simply recharged the nearly 50 billion star diamond, or from selling watermelons from Bakey Star. 50 billion equals 50,000 VB. It's still a little less. And I have to exchange more star diamond or next time. A wave was set up in the assistant. Starting from the 6th field, Tang Ranran arranged 2 crops for experience and coins, and planted them alternately. The master connected with the small account Tangshi, refining pills on the farm. 2 furnaces at a time, immersed in refining pills. It didn't take long before Tang Ranran received a message from Kong Chen that the transport fleet to pick up the goods had arrived. After finishing the furnace of pills in hand and packing up the finished pills, Tang Ranran left the farm. In the factory area, it was noon when the sun was hanging overhead, and it was working time. Tang Ranran went directly to the factory next door and found Tang Chui in the office. After talking for a while, he concluded she was going to explore and would go to a signal-free area. Don't look for her if you have something to do. And don't look for her even more if you don't have anything to do. If there is really a major incident in the company that cannot be solved, then ask Kong Chen for help. If even Kong Chen can't solve it, then just give up. Tang Chui, It's been less than 2 days since I came back. And I'm going to disappear again? Tang Chui tried to persuade him earnestly. But it didn't work. Tang Ranran was definitely notifying, not discussing. What could Tang Chui do? She could only say, be careful. After Tang Chui finished her instructions, Tang Ranran contacted Yan Xing and Steward Lin again. They said, I'm busy. Don't look for me. After she finished her instructions, it seemed that nothing serious would happen at Shumtang Company. Tang Ranran drove the hovercraft to Ruili New City. She was going to disappear in her villa in the agency compound, so that Kong Chen could help cover her. The troops were divided into two groups. Tang Ranran went to Ruili New District, and the small Tang Xian drove the mecha to the land space station where the goods were delivered. The speed of the mecha was definitely not comparable to that of the hovercraft. The small Tang Xian arrived at the destination quickly. The land space station, 100,000 tons, 2,050-ton cold chain containers, neatly stacked in the parking lot. A group of camouflage soldiers, like a group of hard-working bees, are busy packing and moving between the containers in the parking lot. The distance from Suping Ruishing to the border of the 16th galaxy is long, and even the military starships need several days at full speed. The preservation and quality function of the cold chain container is relatively poor. In order to ensure the freshness of the grapefruit needs to be packed into large-sized fresh food boxes, and then stored in groups of 20 or 50 in special fresh-keeping boxes, and then stored in the special fresh-keeping warehouse on the carrier. After that, a special fresh-keeping protective cover is used to cover the entire warehouse. In short, the goods must be kept fresh layer by layer to ensure that they are as original as freshly picked when they arrive. Arriving above the land space station, Tang Ranran saw such a busy scene of packing and moving. After landing in the open space of the parking lot, Tang Ranran sent a message to Fu Jingyuan. After contacting each other, the two soon met in the space station. Although he had seen the photo, Fu Jingyuan was shocked when he saw the person in person. This puppet was really amazing. Tang Xian's identity was enough to fascinate thousands of girls. Although he was curious about the origin of this puppet, he thought Tang Ranran would not reveal it. So Fu Jingyuan was very tactful and did not ask more. They found a lounge and sat down. Fu Jingyuan, with the concern of a friend, said, "I heard that the cargo this time is 10,000 tons. Is it too much?" "It's 100,000 tons. Not too much. After all, the purification value is only 6. Tang Ranran said indifferently. The relevant transactions are all recorded in the military supply department. As long as you reach the general level, you basically have the authority to view the relevant files, including your supplier's information. Fu Jingyuan hesitated to speak, and the voiceover was obvious. This behavior is too high profile. Even if someone wants to investigate, they can only find Tang Xian. Tang Ranran, it's Tang Xian who grows vegetables. What does it have to do with her? Tang Ranran? Don't worry. I know it. Tang Ranran is very calm. What is there to be afraid of? This time Tang Xian is at the nascent soul level. That's good. Tang Ranran said so. So Fu Jingyuan naturally didn't say anything more. Anyway, he would pay attention to any disturbance. Not to mention that Yan Qian would definitely cover it up. Tang Ranran didn't want to be exposed. And he and Yan Qian didn't want her to be exposed even more. Yan Qian left in a hurry the day before yesterday, and I didn't have time to tell you. I still need to sort out the pure plants I harvested this time. I will send them to you when the relevant detailed data comes out. If you want to choose some to plant, I will give you the patent rights. I am not a wit type, so I don't need patent rights. Fu Jingyuan waved his hand and said that he already had 84 sugar crystal powder, so the rest didn't matter. What's more, different trades are like different mountains. He didn't have any close relatives who were engaged in planting, so the patent rights of pure plants were useless to him. Then, you take these. Tang Ranran was actually just being polite. Since Fu Jingyuan didn't want them, she was too lazy to play Tai Chi, so she simply exchanged them for other practical goods. 5 units of lotus small green fruit, 10 low-grade spirit stones as souvenirs, and a branch of lotus with spirit stones. As for whether Fu Jingyuan could feed it, this was not within Tang Ranran consideration. Then, there were some low purification value fruits as snacks, and 10 lunch boxes. Tang Ranran was very fair in this bowl of water. These things were almost exactly the same as those given to Yan Qian. Then you are welcome. Thank you very much. Fu Jingyuan was not hypocritical. He thanked him and accepted it. The work of packing and storing 100,000 tons of grapefruit could not be completed in a short time. It would take at least several hours. After distributing things to Fu Jingyuan, Tang Ranran chatted for a few words, and then suddenly asked about the situation at the border of the 16 galaxies. Although Fu Jingyuan was not at the border, he was still clear about the situation there. To sum up, the environment is harsh. The radiation is high. The conditions are difficult. And small-scale battles break out from time to time. In addition to the Zerg, there are all kinds of monsters. Alien beasts and alien races at the border. Anyway, the border troops are hard and dangerous. Tang Ranran was moved by what she heard. It was too tragic. It's not easy for the border troops. And it's even harder for the little soldiers in the army who have no power, no influence, and no connections. Kong Chen had said before that if he did this, he would really fight his way up through the bloody road of life and death. And the bloody road was surrounded by countless corpses of comrades. Just like the saying, there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Tang Ranran herself is unwilling to be a burden bearer, but she is willing to provide some help to the heroes who are carrying the burden. So, grow vegetables. The military carrier can load 10,000 tons of grapefruit, which is definitely a drizzle. And there is still a lot of space for transportation. Tang Ranran asked to go to the warehouse to plant some vegetables and give them to the army as a gift. Fu Jingyuan was surprised and shocked. Ever since they met, he knew that Tang Ranran was generous. But wasn't this too generous? It must be said that this mind, this demeanor, this pattern, this free and easy righteousness of spending a lot of money, really made him admire. Fu Jingyuan took Tang Ranran to the main carrier responsible for transporting goods and entered the fresh-keeping warehouse area. A warehouse of nearly 1,000 cubic meters was empty and visible. Tang Ranran stood outside the warehouse door, scattered a handful of watermelon seeds into the warehouse, and then started to plant vegetables. Soilless catalytic watermelon. With a watermelon with a purification value of 2.8. She could also plant it smoothly with the wood ability. But the speed was far less than the Xingxiju technique. Anyway, she had a lot of spirit stones. So in order to be more efficient, Tang Ranran chose to plant vegetables with spiritual power. As soon as the Xingxiju came out, in almost only a blink of an eye, a handful of watermelon seeds turned into a green watermelon field. Then, under the continuous infusion of spiritual power, one melon quickly evolved into hundreds of watermelon seedlings, and then bloomed very quickly, and finally became many large watermelons. 1 becomes 100. 100 becomes 10,000. And 10,000 becomes a warehouse. It was only about half an hour before and after. And it was definitely Tang Ranran's speed of releasing water. The warehouse of thousands of cubic meters was filled with tangled vines. The watermelons on the vines were round, big, and countless. Conservatively estimated, one warehouse has more than 300 tons. One warehouse is full. Continue. The next one. Directly throw a watermelon in. Tang Ranran continues the process of planting vegetables that fills the entire warehouse. Another half an hour. Another warehouse is occupied by fruitful watermelon vines. Continue. The next one. As the warehouses were filled one by one. From shock to numbness, Fu Jingyuan silently acted as a background board to lead the way. At this moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings at all. I know Tang Ranran is good at growing vegetables. But this is the first time I see her go all out to grow vegetables. It's really amazing. She just prepared 100,000 tons a few days ago. And now she is growing vegetables vigorously. This mental power? Is it really that the mental power is never disordered? Or is it the special ability she said? Energy conversion? Because she harvested many energy stones. She stored countless energies. So she is so crazy? Well, no matter how she did it, this result is really scary. If he has no morals, he would want to capture people now. Really? This is really a test of human nature. Such a with system. Which force doesn't want to use it for themselves? Not to mention the Empire, the Federation, the Zerg. All races will be crazy about it. Plant watermelons. Plant watermelons. Plant watermelons. After planting watermelons in almost 12 warehouses, Fu Jingyuan, who was acting as a background board, received news that nearly 110,000 tons of grapefruits had been packed and stored in the special fresh-keeping warehouse of the carrier. Have you finished loading? Tang Ranran, who had heard it, asked after filling up the current warehouse. Yes, it has been fully packed and stored, with a total mass of 115,642.76 tons. Even though he already knew it, Fu Jingyuan was still amazed at this number. 10,000 tons. Or hundreds of thousands of tons. It was really a terrifying deal. Even the 8 escort warships configured by the fleet seemed a bit too few for him. Okay. Since the goods have been loaded, let's do this. These watermelons are my personal gift to the border troops. You can take them to Lu Chuaping and Yanqian and let them arrange them. If you need them, you can keep some for yourself. Fu Jingyuan's face was solemn, with a sense of awe, and he thanked sincerely. I pay my highest respect and gratitude to you on behalf of the soldiers on the border. He watched Tang Ranran grow one warehouse after another. 12 warehouses, conservatively estimated to have 5,000 tons. The value of 5,000 tons of pure fruit is far beyond what money can measure. For the soldiers on the border, this may be life-saving medicine. You are so solemn. I am embarrassed. Tang Ranran smiled and waved her hands, with a little embarrassment in her heart. Everyone has the responsibility to defend their country. And we can do our best. She just planted some vegetables casually. If she was really asked to support the army with all her strength, she really couldn't do it. She felt a little ashamed. Tang Ranran changed the subject. I have something to do recently, and I will probably be missing for a while. You probably won't be able to contact me during this period. If a big war breaks out or other emergencies occur, contact Kong Chun and ask him to find me. Okay. I got it. Fu Jingyuan didn't ask any more questions, and nodded to indicate that he remembered. Then I leave first. I take you there. Okay. The starship was full of twists and turns, and there was no internal structure map, so Tang Ranran really couldn't get out. So Fu Jingyuan naturally led the way. After taking several elevators for about half an hour, the two arrived at the deck cabin of the carrier. After releasing the mecha, Tang Ranran waved his hand before leaving. Let's go! Fu Jingyuan waved his hand. See you later. Climbing into the mecha cockpit. Starting it. Tang Ranran left in a cool and neat manner, staying in place and watching the mecha disappear into the sky. Fu Jingyuan felt complicated. With good strength, good looks, and good personality, Tang Ranran was really good in every way. She was a perfect match. Suddenly, I felt that I was not worthy of her. Of course, this thought was only a flash and was forgotten. How could I give up? At present, there is only one competitor, Yanqian, and his chance of getting promoted is still 50%. What if he was detained while delivering goods this time? Far away at the border of the 16-star systems. How can he find opportunities for development? Distress. Fu Jingyuan's eyes were calm, as if he was thinking about national affairs, and his face was solemn as he thought about finding foreign aid. Although they could not be compared with the Yin family, their Fu family also had some say in the military. They had to find some elders of the veteran level, and they could not let Yanqian conspiracy succeed. He had to go back to the 3rd star system, and it would be best if he went directly to Su Pingrui Star to serve as a garrison. Driving the mecha to a no-signal area, with no one around, Tang Ranran entered the farm with the mecha. The small Tang Xian returned to the farm and went offline. After driving for more than 10 minutes, the real Tang Ranran arrived at Ruili City. Tang Ranran went straight to the new area, and the hover car drove smoothly all the way to her small villa. After entering the door, Tang Ranran closed the doors and windows, and called Kong Chun. All that should be explained had been explained. Tang Ranran picked out a few key points and explained them again. After confirming that there were no other problems with Kong Chun, Tang Ranran turned on a deep sleep mode in the dark in her master bedroom, and then entered the farm. The small Tang Xian and the small Tang Shi, the smart brains, were turned off and left in the large living room of the farm manor. Her own smart brain set an automatic reply: busy. Do not disturb. And then Tang Ranran first brushed the spiritual plants. The herbal spiritual plants with high purification value. Brush, brush, brush. The robots pulled them out and threw them all in the large garden under her protective cover. Retreat requires a lot of spiritual energy. After brushing the fields repeatedly and diligently for 100 times, the big garden was full of spiritual plants. And her own spiritual pet bag and fairy cave were full of food. Tang Ranran stopped, take out her divination kit, and read a fortune for herself. Equine position. Right there. Choose a position. Sit cross-legged. Get in the right position. Practice the skills. Close your eyes, and devote yourself to practice. Soon, she entered a state of meditation. When she entered a state of meditation, she was unconscious as if she was asleep. Cultivating immortals is like a process of time. It was unknown how long it had been. But Tang Ranran was awakened by a feeling of suffocation like lack of oxygen. Opening her eyes, Tang Ranran felt as if she had been in another world. Before entering into meditation, she was surrounded by green trees and flowers. But now, it was a desolate and lifeless place. With all the flowers, plants and trees dying, Tang Ranran understood at a glance that she had used up all the spiritual energy under the protective cover. Without spiritual energy, all the flowers, plants and trees died, and she herself was awakened by suffocation. Tang Ranran checked her own condition, and the golden elixir in her body was big and bright, faintly emitting vigorous power. The originally unstable state was now completely stable. It can be said that she was now a real golden elixir. Although her big garden was ruined and this retreat ended because of the exhaustion of spiritual energy, it was definitely a successful retreat. However, how long has it been? Oh my God! She is covered in dust. It can't be 3 to 5 years. Right? Not that long. Right? It's just consolidating the Jindan realm. It shouldn't take that long. Right? Tang Ranran checked the time immediately. Empire time, May 26th. 2317. She was in seclusion on March 4th. So, less than 3 months. Almost. With a cleansing technique, Tang Ranran, who was originally dusty, immediately became brand new, cultivating immortals. Convenient life. After the seclusion, Tang Ranran got stuck in a bug, and appeared in the core study room of the farm, in front of the core computer. In the past 3 months, because of the AFK assistant, the farm fields have automatically planted and harvested vegetables. At this moment, the farm level has soared to level 152. Hundreds of spiritual plants have been unlocked. The VB wallet is a little deflated, but the gold wallet is bulging. The idle assistant can't buy land, so Tang Ranran bought it manually and reclaimed the wasteland. The gold coins kept dropping. And finally, a total of 158 fields filled the entire screen on the computer screen. And you had to move to view all the fields. And looking out the window, the 158 acres of fields bordered the sky. Boundless. Her kingdom. Tang Ranran was deeply relieved. After operating the farm, Tang Ranran checked the news while cleaning up the big garden that she had ruined. Tang Ranran was doing 2 things at the same time. As she used her mental power, she immediately noticed something unusual, and she felt her mental power become stronger again. Very clearly. So, SSS? There was a ready-made mental power detection instrument in the house. So Tang Ranran simply went to test it. Result, mental power level SSS. It really has been upgraded. When she is promoted to the nascent soul stage, will her mental power be 4S level? Come on! Try hard. Standing at the peak of strength is not a dream. After determining her mental power level, Tang Ranran checked the news. For nearly 3 months, a lot of news had accumulated on Tang Ranran's brain. But in her opinion, they were basically irrelevant. Either applying for plant patents again, or another franchisee came today. Tang Ranran didn't care about the Shuntang company industry at all. Tang Ranran quickly skipped the 10 lines at a glance. But it was a bit time-consuming to listen to the voice package. And among the many nonsense, Tang Ranran noticed a piece of gossip provided by Tang Chui. Tang Chui, Star Lord, was assassinated. But it was just a rumor. Tang Chui didn't know whether it was true or not. She specifically asked Kong Chen, and then got a completely false negative reply. Assassination? Tang Ranran was shocked and hurried to check Kong Chen's message. Because text has low confidentiality, Kong Chen reports to her are almost all voice. Tang Ranran automatically plays a lot of voice, which is quite strenuous to listen to. Kong Chen would send her several voice messages every day, basically work reports, and would ask her when she would show up every now and then. As for assassination, Kong Chen didn't mention it at all. Since he didn't say it, it should be a small matter. And the most recent voice message was this morning. He sounded full of energy. So it was nothing. Tang Ranran finished reading the smart brain and switched to another one. Tang Xian. As soon as Tang Xian's smart brain was turned on, a lot of messages poured in. Most of them were nonsense. Such as, are you here? Are you in stock? Are you going to live stream? And so on. Among them, Lu Chuanping had the most news, mainly about the last 2 transactions. 14 units of sugar crystal powder. According to testing and research, every 30 grams of sugar crystal powder can be configured with a pure aqueous solution of up to about 85. Regarding this high-value sugar powder, Lu Chuanping could not make a decision. and a meeting was held for this. The result of the discussion was that every 30 grams, the price was 1 trillion. Because of the shortage of military funds, no money could be given, and only discount coupons could be used to exchange for military equipment. Because Tang Ranran could not be contacted, Lu Chuanping did not dare to make a decision on his own, and sent her a total purchase price list and asked her again about her willingness. The sugar crystal powder was still with Yan Qian. If he agreed, he would purchase it, and if he disagreed, he would return it to her. About 14 units of sugar crystal powder. The total price is about 47 trillion. Then, there is the 110,000 tons of grapefruit. The grapefruit peel is inedible, and is not included. In the end, the total price is nearly 40 trillion. This batch of grapefruit has been inspected and counted, and put into storage. And the discount coupons worth 40 trillion have entered Tang Xian exclusive account. Finally, there are the 5,000 tons of watermelons. Lu Chuanping is very grateful for this. Because it is a donation, there is definitely no money. But there are still some benefits. Tang Ranran honorary military rank suddenly jumped to the level of colonel. Although she has no real power, she is also a senior official. At her current level, ordinary departments have no authority to do anything to her. For example, she was invited to drink tea on the planet Su Fengmao last time. This kind of thing will never happen again. Because of the increase in rank, Tang Xian, the supplier, has his confidentiality authority directly raised to the SSS level. There are very few people who are qualified to check Tang Xian information. Of course, for a big deal like 100,000 tons of grapefruit, the action is too big. If someone with a keen interest conducts an in-depth investigation, there are still traces to follow. In addition, there is also an honorary medal, which can only be obtained if the donation exceeds a certain amount. Many large groups have this honorary medal. But it is absolutely rare to win the medal in the name of an individual. The medal is just a symbol of honor, and is not worth much. It is the pure glass crystal embedded on it that is of some use to Tang Ranran. After reading all the messages from LV Chuanping, Tang Ranran sent a message, saying that she had no objection to the price of the sugar crystal powder, and was willing to sell it. It was probably late at night. Or maybe he was busy. After the message was sent, LV Chuanping, who always responded in a timely manner, did not respond. Tang Ranran continued to check the messages. There were also a few messages from Yan Qian, but there was no substantial content. Basically nonsense. But, moments? In the corner of the chat dialog box, it was shown that Yan Qian updated his moments. Yan Qian was a person with no updates. His moments were so clean that there was no update for several months. Why did he suddenly update it? I will take a look later. After going through the accumulated information of Tang Xian account, Tang Ranran switched to the small account Tang Xi and continued to check. Tang Xi's account has the simplest interpersonal relationships, so there are only a few messages. Among them, Tang Chui has the most accumulated messages. Tang Chui was bombarded with all kinds of messages, including many bad things about Kong Chen. She was afraid that Tang Xi, this big baby, would be fooled by Kong Chen. In response, Tang Ranran smiled and passed it by. In the eyes of others, 3 accounts can really play a drama. Look, Tang Chui is worried that Tang Xi has cheated on her. Tang Ranran. Then the old lady Yenny Juan also contacted her. They were in Su Xinrong during the Chinese New Year, so Yenny Juan did not come. I think she asked Yan Qian and knew that she was back. So Yenny Juan ran to Su Pingrui Star to find her. But naturally she didn't find her. Later, I don't know whether she asked Kong Chen or Yan Qian. Knowing that she was in seclusion, Yenny Juan went back after playing on the planet for a few days. Having long forgotten the old lady, Tang Ranran replied with an apology and a polite word, saying that if there is a chance next time, she, as the host, will definitely treat her well. The rest of the messages, in Tang Ranran's opinion, were almost nonsense, and she just glanced at them. After reading all the messages, Tang Ranran looked through Yan Qian's circle of friends through Tang Xi's account. The latest developments were related to mechas. It was obviously a mecha combat training. In the melee, Yan Qian's exclusive black mecha was sharp and sharp, revealing an invincible attitude that looked down on the battlefield. In the last of the 8 mecha pictures, Yan Qian was wearing a black combat uniform, standing on the shoulder of the mecha, looking into the distance. The aura of a strong man, who was independent of the world, was as scorching as the sun. blurring the mechas behind him into the background. It seemed that he was the only one left in the world. An invincible king, who was independent of the world. Tang Ranran could only say, "So handsome." Download and save the image. After appreciating it. Continue. Tang Ranran was extremely surprised after taking a closer look. She was shocked. Yin Qian had posted a lot of moments in the past 3 months. Almost all of them were in the standard 9-square grid format. 7 or 8 of the 9 photos were backgrounds. And only 1 or 2 were in the photo. But every photo in the photo was so handsome. There were even photos of abdominal muscles. Tang Ranran suddenly thought of 4 words. Flirting. This is nakedly seducing people. Tang Ranran quickly reacted. With Yin Qian cold attitude in front of others. This moment that was not in line with his personality would not be visible only to her. Right? It has to be said that Tang Ranran was true. Since LV Chuanping was rejected by Tang Ranran that day. After wailing in pain all night. LV Chuanping cheered up. Since he was out, he would help his brother get promoted. As soon as LV Chuanping, the dog-headed military advisor, came online, he began to give advice to Yin Qian. How to flirt when the distance is far. Post on moments. Post more photos. After summarizing and analyzing, Lu Chuanping concluded that Tang Ranran was simply attracted by Yin Qian's face and figure. So show off the photos. Then, there are the moments that Tang Ranran saw. It was a sunny day. And it was noon. Tang Ranran moved a recliner and basked in the sun on the balcony on the 3rd floor. While lazily basking in the sun, she watched the intelligent brain and the small Tang Xian busy feeding pets and planting on the farm. Renovating her big garden was a big project. The light screen interface of the intelligent brain was still on Yin Qian's circle of friends. He was so handsome that Tang Ranran was more and more moved. A man like Yin Qian really tickled her heart. It tickled her heart like a kitten scratching her heart. Or, take it? But lust blinded her mind. Emotion and reason fought fiercely. With swords and sparks and lightning. In the end, reason defeated male lust. Tang Ranran silently recited the heart purification mantra. A wise man does not fall in love. And the king has been a master and doctoral student all the way. Men will only affect the speed of cultivation. Yes. 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 At this stage, she cannot get involved with men. Let alone Yin Qian. It is obvious that if she gets involved with Yin Qian, she will not be able to get rid of him. The scumbag rule. Don't mess with those who can't be messed with. Just like rich scumbags. They usually only mess with beautiful women from ordinary families. For wealthy women who are well matched, once they are messed with, they will basically be forced into the grave of marriage by their elders. Yin Qian belongs to the category of those who can't be messed with. Although he is a good person, you can only look at him, not get involved. Hey. Tang Ranran started from love and stopped at courtesy, and was limited to appreciating the handsome guys in the circle of friends. One after another, messages came in. Tang Ranran replied one by one. Fu Jingyuan was very efficient. Tang Xian identity information had been modified. So Tang Xian ID photo had changed a lot. As soon as Tang Xian came online, those who didn't know asked. Tang Ranran still gave the same reason. Fighting with Black Phantom. Disfigured. And had cosmetic surgery. With Black Phantom as the topic. She talked a few words. And several people from the Lu family of Baki Star sent messages one after another. And after the show of caring and greeting. And then, we want to buy watermelons. We also want to buy large velvet chrysanthemums. Tang Ranran glanced at the VB of the farm. VB, 43528. The VB is insufficient. Thinking of her 10 square kilometers of protective cover. Such a large area. To charge spiritual energy. It would consume a lot of spiritual plants. And it would take a lot of VB to buy fertilizers. 1 mu of spiritual plants needs to be brushed at least 5 times to fill the spiritual energy of 1 mu of area. And 1 square kilometer equals 1,500 mu. 10 square kilometers is 15,000 mu. 75,000 times. 88 VB for each spiritual plant. 6.6 million VB. For this number, Tang Ranran can only say, it's a lot of money. In addition to brushing spiritual energy, she also wants to plant spot goods. And she will brush them later. How can she get enough without 10 million VB? So she must earn a large amount of Star Diamond Oregon. With a few simple words, Tang Ranran finalized it with the Lu family. 100 tons of watermelons. Still the old price. Although the quantity of watermelons is large, the unit price is cheap. So it's only 20 billion. And the main focus is still on the big chrysanthemum. Probably because the tourism industry has developed very successfully. The Lu family has reaped the dividends and has become rich. So this time they are generous. 2 chrysanthemum teas. After the deal was settled, Tang Ranran counted on his fingers, including the flowers and the stems. 2.5 trillion. If converted into VB, it is only 2.5 million VB. 2.5 million VB. It's still far from 10 million. So, I went to find Xieshihe, the rich and powerful sucker. During the retreat, Xieshihe left her a lot of messages. And Tang Ranran only replied, Tang Xian, sorry. I was busy before. Is there anything? In less than 5 seconds, the reply came. Xieshihe, Tang Xian. Xieshihe, are you done? Xieshihe, finally online. After a few polite messages, Xieshihe got to the point. Xieshihe, our planting project is in urgent need of seeds recently. Please help us. Tang Xian, no problem. I'm free tomorrow. If you want to get money from Xieshihe, Tang Ranran naturally doesn't mind helping a little. Xieshihe, great. Thank you. What time tomorrow? I send someone to pick you up. Tang Xian, no need. What time do you start work in the planning area? Give me an address, and I drive the mecha over. Xieshihe, okay. I start work at 10 o'clock planet time here. Attached is an address coordinate. Tang Xian, okay. I be there around 11 o'clock. Xieshihe, okay. I wait for you here. Xieshihe, by the way, do you have any high purification value pure fruits and vegetables for sale? After disappearing for 3 months, Xieshihe thought that Tang Xian must have accumulated a large number of high purification value fruits and vegetables. Tang Xian, yes. With a purification value of more than 50. I have 50 trillion goods. How much do you want? Even at SSS level, Tang Ranran doesn't need oars to row a boat. It all depends on the waves. On the other end of the communication, Xieshihe gasped in shock and focused on Tang Xian. So he knew that 3 months ago Tang Xian provided the military with nearly 40 trillion worth of low purification value pure fruits. And also gave the military a large amount of low purification value fruits. 3 months. He thought 10 trillion was the limit. But 50 trillion? This is fucking awesome. Tang Xian can make 200 trillion in a year? This is terrifying. Xieshihe was so shocked that he called directly. Tang Ranran, The small Tang Xian, who was still busy with farming on the farm, flashed out of the farm, entered a bare model room on the 2nd floor, and then connected. On the communication screen, Xieshihe was shocked. Tang Xian. 50 trillion. You said 50 trillion? The small Tang Xian looked calm. Yes. How much do you want? Confirming that it was really 50 trillion. Xieshihe took a deep breath, and then said with great wealth, I want all. But you have to check the goods first. Xieshihe added. Of course you can check the goods first. The small Tang Xian nodded, and then made a request. But this time I want to barter. With the original star diamond or as the transaction. 980,000 per gram. Broken materials are also okay. Okay. No problem. Is it the white jade fruit from last time? Yes. What about the price? Can it be reduced by a few points? Because it involves tax evasion. If the price is still tax-inclusive, Xieshihe feels that he is a bit at a loss. The tax-inclusive price is 6 billion per unit. And now if we barter, then half and half. 5.5 billion per unit. Okay. Evaded taxes. Each person takes half. Xieshihe has no objection to this. I need some time to adjust the goods. About 3 days. Do you think it's okay? The small Tang Xian, no problem. In a few words, the 50 trillion big deal was negotiated. Tang Ranran, it's so convenient to know a high quality and wealthy buyer. The small Tang Xian just hung up the communication. And the message came in. A series of messages. Led by Lu Chuanping, followed by Fu Jingyuan and Yin Qian. The 3 of them sent her a lot of messages in just 1 minute. Lu Chuanping, Tang Xian. You're finally online. Lu Chuanping, I've been looking forward to seeing you for so long. Yin Qian, are you done? Fu Jingyuan, you finally showed up. It's been 3 months. I was worried that something had happened to you. Lu Chuanping, 3 months. 3 whole months. You don't know how I spent these 3 months. The fighting field was bustling with people. And all they could see were men in camouflage uniforms. On the largest fighting stage, two tall figures were fighting back and forth, and their movements were so swift that they left after images. The two people fighting on the ring were Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan. When escorting Yuzi with the fleet, Fu Jingyuan knew that he had fallen into a tiger's mouth and might not be able to return. Facts proved that he really could not return. Even though the seniors of the Fu family in the military helped him to deal with it, it was useless. The final result was that he was transferred to the border garrison. Although it was a promotion in terms of position, this position was far away from Tang Ranran. Fu Jingyuan was very angry about this, and wanted to fight Yan Qian when he saw him. And coincidentally, as a love rival, Yan Qian also disliked Fu Jingyuan very much. So, whenever they had time, they would spar with each other. The competition between the love rivals was a life-and-death struggle, with fists and feet fighting. And the fight was fierce. A group of onlookers below were shouting, "Come on!" 666. All of them were trying to fan the flames, including Lu Chuanping. Lu Chuanping shouted vigorously, "Old Yan, just do it. Knock him down." After a quarter of an hour of fierce fighting, Fu Jingyuan began to breathe a little due to the difference in physical strength. After dozens of moves, Yan Qian seized a flaw, grabbed him with a trick, and then threw Fu Jingyuan to the ground with a side throw. "Damn it!" Fu Jingyuan cursed in his heart. "Losing again! Well done!" With a cheer, seeing Yan Qian kill Fu Jingyuan, Lu Chuanping retracted his gaze from the ring and looked at the intelligent brain with satisfaction. It seems that important information came in just now. Then he looked. Shit! Tang Xian. That is Tang Ranran. Almost missing the message from the God of Wealth. LV Chuanping didn't care about anything else and looked down at the message. After reading it quickly, he quickly replied to the message. Still standing on the ring, Yan Qian eyes casually swept to the crowd below, and then saw LV Chuanping, who was buried in the message. Subconsciously, Yan Qian also checked the smart brain. Sure enough, there was a message from Tang Xian on the smart brain. Yan Qian, let's fight. The muscular man in the same camouflage uniform climbed the rope and jumped onto the ring. The man was eager to challenge Yan Qian. No time. Without even raising his eyelids, Yan Qian looked down at the smart brain and strode to the edge of the ring. Hey, give me some face and fight, the challenger shouted unwillingly. Without even ignoring him, Yan Qian jumped with the rope and jumped off the ring. His wife is online. Why would he waste time on fighting? Seeing Yan Qian walk away cleanly, the man who challenged him looked at Fu Jingyuan, who had just stood up. Then let's fight? I don't have time either. Seeing Yan Qian abnormality, Fu Jingyuan immediately thought of Tang Ranran. And when he looked at the intelligent brain, there was indeed Tang Xian information. Tang Ranran was online. So of course, he had no time to fight. Fu Jingyuan also got off the ring cleanly. Damn. You too? The man who challenged him shouted angrily. I fight you. Below, a man jumped onto the ring. Soon, the shadows clashed again on the ring. Lu Chuanping, Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan all left the crowd in unison, each occupying a corner at a certain distance, and their fingers flew quickly to send messages. Lu Chuanping and Yan Qian replied at the same time. Tang Ranran was not surprised. After all, the two were good friends. That is, Meng is inseparable from Jiao. Jiao is inseparable from Meng. But Fu Jingyuan was synchronized with them, which was a bit surprising. After asking curiously, Tang Ranran knew it. Fu Jingyuan was in line with the saying, he was fine when he came. But he couldn't go back. He went to the 16-star system to deliver grapefruit. And then he couldn't come back. Fu Jingyuan was transferred to the border. And he was with Yan Qian and Lu Chuanping at the moment. TSK. So miserable. 1 against 3. Tang Ranran used his tentacle-like hand speed to reply to the message quickly. There was nothing much to chat about. The main business was the sale of sugar crystal powder. And then, they chatted for a while like family. And Tang Ranran learned about the situation on the border. There were more or less minor frictions on the border in the past 3 months. But they were all small-scale battles. Generally speaking, the situation was stable. It is said that the mine has been discussed to the end, and the transaction should be officially launched in the second half of the year. Anyway, the current situation is stable, and there will be no major wars. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan have enough blue bottles. But Lu Chuanping, the director of the military supply department, said, The more low purification pure fruits and vegetables, the better. 100,000 tons of grapefruit may seem like a lot, but in reality, they will be gone soon after consumption. The grapefruit provided by Tang Ranran was mostly used in the medical system as raw materials for medicines. Because the medicines were sufficient, the medical treatment authority was relaxed. As a result, many soldiers who originally could not get treatment quotas and could only wait to die received effective treatment, and the mortality rate dropped significantly. But correspondingly, the medicine consumption rate was very fast. LV Chuanping sent the relevant data to Tang Ranran and said that it would be best if there was stock. But if not, there was no need to force it. Tang Ranran did not give a clear reply, but gave an ambiguous answer. I have something to do these days. I will plant a batch in a few days when I am done with my work. After chatting for almost an hour, Tang Ranran, who was basking in the sun, heard the movement of a hovercraft. A hovercraft, approaching from afar. A high-defense military vehicle of the type used by the military in the large tank series. From the noise, it seemed to be coming towards her. Tang Ranran guessed that it was Kong Chen. Sure enough, the standard large steel tank landed in her yard. The first to get off were two guards. After looking around and making sure that the environment was safe, Kong Chen got out of the back seat. Tang Ranran, they have changed to a tortoiseshell vehicle. So the assassination that Tang Chui said is likely to be true. After explaining a few words, the guard stayed in the yard, and Kong Chen came in alone. Tang Xian, if there is something, let's talk next time. After copying and pasting 3 copies, Tang Ranran unilaterally ended the chat. The second-hand Tang Xian stayed in the room, while Tang Ranran, who was basking in the sun, got up lazily, went into the house, and went downstairs. Little Tang Dong. Kong Chen was waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Seeing Tang Ranran coming down the stairs, he happily greeted him. Tang Ranran glanced up and down at him. He was lively and seemed to be fine. Sit down. Tang Ranran nodded at the sofa and walked over. Tang Ranran sat in the main seat, and Kong Chen sat on the single sofa to her right. What's going on? The guards are all equipped. Tang Ranran glanced in the direction of the yard with a little teasing. It's just, you encountered something during the closed door period. Kong Chen touched his nose. His face was a little different, and a little worried. Tell me about it. It's a long story. Kong Chen was worried. It's okay. I have plenty of time. I give you a detailed version. Tang Ranran gossiping heart immediately came up. Well, it's like this. Kong Chen was assassinated. This is not hearsay, but a real thing. When Tang Ranran was in seclusion, Kong Chen listened to her opinions carefully and took a non-interventionist attitude towards the affairs of Liang Chongquan and Mi Le. The female guard took Mi Le into the hospital directly on the prenatal checkup grounds. And then Mi Le could not get out. Kong Chen arranged a high-level VIP ward in the obstetrics and gynecology department for her, and then let her go. No matter how Mi Le made a scene, whenever Mi Le contacted him, Kong Chen would just forward the information to Liang Chongquan, and the communication was also forwarded to Liang Chongquan. Mi Le made a fuss for half a month. And finally, as Tang Ranran expected, the couple reconciled. Although the couple reconciled, Liang Chongquan found Kong Chen again and asked him for a favor, because Mi Le was still brooding over Yi Shi. Liang Chongquan, who reflected deeply on himself, felt that he was indeed a little inappropriate in dealing with Yi Shi. Although Yi Shi had secured work and accommodation on the planet, and she also had a large amount of compensation in her hand, so she didn't have any difficulties in material life. But as a woman, life was always inconvenient. Thinking of Yichuan's death, Liang Chongquan always felt guilty. But after all, his wife and children were more important. So Liang Chongquan asked Kong Chen to take care of Yi Shi. Yichuan was once Kong Chen's comrade in arms, and they had a good relationship when they were in the army. So Kong Chen agreed. Taking care of Yi Shi, in fact, is nothing. Kong Chen mentioned her job and arranged a good position on the planet, with less work, more money and high benefits. Compared with Mi Le, Yi Shi was obviously much more sensible. After thanking Kong Chen for the work he arranged, Yi Shi was very conscious and would not disturb him too much except for sending him a blessing on holidays. At the end of April, there was a festival similar to the Mid-Autumn Festival. On the eve of the festival, Yi Shi sent a message to Kong Chen, asking him tactfully if he wanted to get together during the festival. Of course, it was not just two people getting together. but a large group of people without family members, all of whom came with Liang Chongquan. Some were Kong Chen former comrades in arms, and some were members of the mercenary team that originally followed Liang Chongquan. Kong Chen, who had always wanted to get together, naturally did not refuse, but took the initiative to take on the matter and became the organizer of the party. On the night of the festival, a group of people gathered in the hotel to celebrate, recalling the glorious years of the past and looking forward to the bright future. They were naturally happy and toasted each other. Many people drank too much. Kong Chen was the kind who drank a little too much and was a little drunk but retained his rationality. Kong Chen had already booked a room in the hotel. After the dinner, everyone rested in the hotel. Kong Chen also returned to his room, leaning on a stool to drink water to sober up. Just as he was about to take a shower and go to bed, someone rang the doorbell. Through the door mirror, Kong Chen found that it was Yishi. They were alone in the middle of the night. Kong Chen tried to avoid suspicion, but Yishi kept ringing the doorbell. Kong Chen had no choice but to open the door. He kept the door open and asked her what she wanted. Yishi stood at the door and confessed loudly with the help of alcohol. "Brother Kong, I like you and I want to be with you." Kong Chen, I have a girlfriend and I love her very much. I will pretend that I didn't hear you today." Kong Chen refused without any hesitation. He was about to send her back. And then, something he never expected came. Yishi, who was rejected, turned around and reached out. He stabbed a laser sword with his backhand, because he was a little slow to react due to drunkenness, and because he didn't expect Yishi to attack him at all. Kong Chen was caught off guard and didn't completely dodge. Although he avoided the vitals, he was still stabbed. In the severe pain, Kong Chen instinctively defended himself and kicked the man away. Yishi, who was kicked away, hit the wall and fainted under the strong impact. He extinguished the laser sword and quickly took out the red bottle. After taking a red ginseng pill, Kong Chen's injuries were almost healed. But he had to go to the hospital after all. The scene was handed over to the guards. Kong Chen went to the hospital under the escort of the guards and had a small operation. The next day, he took another red ginseng pill and was alive and well. The first thing, after being discharged from the hospital, was to investigate the truth. With the development of Su Pingrui's star, the star leader Kong Chen value has risen sharply. Even with Tang Ranran, his rumored girlfriend, he is still surrounded by peach blossoms. Kong Chen thought it was normal for Yishi to confess to him, but it was abnormal for him to stab him in the back. After the incident, Yishi was controlled immediately. Under preliminary examination, Yishi only remembered that his confession failed, and did not remember stabbing Kong Chen at all. It was not that Yishi denied it, but she really did not remember it. The investigation result is that he is suspected to be controlled by a high-level psychic. But the one who can control Yishi, who is at level B, must be at least level A. The only people who were A-level or above on the planet were the group that came with Liang Chongquan, and most of them swore allegiance. The rest did not swear allegiance and were investigated. In addition, because of Tang Xian live broadcast, the tourism industry has improved. During this period, there were also many people who came to Suping Ruishing for tourism, including more than a dozen A-level and above. All of these people are within the scope of key investigation. On the second day after Kong Chen was discharged from the hospital, the investigation team made a major discovery. The medical staff found some abnormal reticular shadows in Yishi's brain, which were suspected to be unknown parasites. With this discovery, all the people who participated in the party on the festival went to the hospital for a checkup. Not to mention, in addition to Yishi, 3 more people were found. 2 B-level and 1 C-level, of which the 2 B-level were Kong Chen former comrades in arms. And they also had abnormal reticular shadows in their brains. For this situation, the 3 were very confused and had no idea what was going on. Fearing that parasitic insects or aliens had sneaked onto the planet, Kong Chen immediately conducted a large-scale physical examination. But no other abnormal people were found except the 4 of them. Focused on tracking and investigating the 4 people, and conducted detailed screening of incoming personnel. But until now, no substantial findings have been made. As time went on, the 4 people under control, including Yishi, showed abnormalities. Among them, the C-level with the weakest mental power level hit the wall and committed suicide when the guards were not paying attention. Fortunately, he was rescued. Half a month later, Yishi and the other 3 B-levels showed suicidal behavior one after another. But because of precautions, They all failed. After each suicide attempt, the four people's reaction was, "I don't remember. It's impossible. I didn't commit suicide." Obviously, it was the parasites in their minds that wanted them to die, being manipulated to commit suicide by an unknown existence. In order to survive, one of the four people, a Class B, volunteered to stand up and was willing to undergo surgery. Authoritative experts were in place. Kong Chen personally watched the scene, and layers of armed forces guarded. After the craniotomy, the doctors found some abnormal thread-like objects in the shadow part of his brain, similar to human nerves. After being removed, there was no sign of life. It didn't look like a living thing, and it couldn't be said what it was. Countless threads, extending into the blood vessels and entangled on the nerves, could not be removed by surgery at all, so only a little sample could be taken for research. Many experts in biology, materials science, etc. have been studying the samples, but have not yet figured out the reason, although the investigation has made no progress. It is fortunate that the mastermind behind the scenes hid after a missed attack, and may even have fled the planet. After several large-scale physical examinations, no more people with reticular shadows in the brain were found. Kong Chen is still sorting out the information. He originally planned to ask Yin Qian and others in 2 days, and Tang Ranran came out of confinement, so naturally he would report to her first. This is how the assassination happened. After the narration, Kong Chen sent all the information he had so far to Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran took a look and found that the unknown net-like object, how should I put it, was not like a living thing, but more like a ball of transparent fishing line. This ball of fishing line was like the roots of a tree, piercing from the head and extending step by step. If you just look at it, you can't tell what it is. After Tang Ranran read the information, Kong Chen analyzed it again. Although nothing was found, Kong Chen suspected that the culprit behind this wave of assassinations came from the neighboring planet Su Shunchang. Su Pingrui is a satellite, which belongs to the planet Su Shunchang. According to the relevant laws of the Empire, a lonely person like Kong Chen now has no legal heirs and no legally effective will. That is, no will to designate heirs. In this case, if Kong Chen, the Star Master, dies, then Su Pingrui's star will directly return to the administrative star, and its management rights will be taken over by the superior unit. That is, the government of Su Shunchang Star, according to the principle that the beneficiary has the motive to commit the crime. Kong Chen first suspected the government of Su Shunchang planet. The government is a system, but this system is made up of people, because there are comrades working on Su Shunchang planet. Kong Chen still has some understanding of the power structure of Su Shunchang planet. The Zheng family of Sutter. The old man Zheng can become the deputy star leader. That is definitely relying on the blessing of his ancestors. The Zheng family is a poor family among the families, and there is not even an S-level supernatural person who can support the facade. It is different on Su Shunchang planet. In addition to the garrison directly under the Empire, there are 4 major forces on the planet. That is, the 4 major families, namely Bai, Huang, Jia, and Lu. Each family has an SS-level supernatural person in charge, among which the Lu family is the strongest. It is said that the current head of the local army is an SSS-level supernatural person of the Lu family, and the planetary chief executive is also from the Lu family. Kong Chen secretly suspected that the mastermind behind the scenes was from the Lu family. Unfortunately, he had no direct evidence. He could only find out that during that period, there were indeed several tourists whose registered residence was Su Shunchang Star who left the country early on the day of the assassination. Of course, in the entry information, these people were ordinary people with spiritual power of E level, D level and C level. After checking their relevant whereabouts, no abnormalities were found. After listening to Kong Chen's speculation, Tang Ranran was a little distressed. Wealth is a double-edged sword. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. When strength and wealth do not match, people who covet wealth will pounce on you like hungry wolves and tear you to pieces. Now there are only some patents for low purification pure plants on the planet, and Kong Chen, the Star Master, has been targeted. Once the aura is released, once the aura area under the protective cover is established, Kong Chen will definitely become a living target. I am afraid that his S-level strength of lighting a small fireball will not be able to hold it. What to do? Of course, let Tang Xian take over. So, make a will. Make a will. have it notarized, and post it on the planet's official website. Once you die, the planet will be inherited by Tang Xian. Ah? Surprised, Kong Chen immediately understood and nodded. I know. But Kong Chen was a little worried. If Tang Xian is more exposed and attracts more attention, will there be trouble? And if others follow the clues, will they implicate you? Don't worry. I don't care if I'm exposed with my current strength. Tang Ranran didn't care much. Although Tang Ranran's current strength is no longer worried about being exposed. She hates trouble, so she still hides as much as possible. Didn't you say before that private planets can apply for imperial protection and the Empire will send garrisons? Yes. If there is protection, such as this assassination incident, it is within the scope of investigation of the garrison. Right? Kong Chen said in detail. Yes. After applying for imperial protection, if there are more than 100 deaths of ordinary imperial citizens, deaths of special and important imperial citizens, invasions by evil forces such as pirates, attacks by alien beasts, etc. on a private planet, it is considered a dereliction of duty by the planetary garrison. How should I put it? Only with the planetary garrison can the overall safety of the planet be guaranteed. Moreover, the official website maintenance department reported to me that many netizens left messages asking us to apply for protection levels. Many rich people are not willing to go to private planets without protection. Is planetary protection graded? How much does it cost? The imperial protection that private planets can apply for is basically divided into 4 levels. Level 3 protection is the weakest, followed by Level 2, Level 1, and Special Protection. The basic Level 3 protection is 100,000 troops. The leading general is generally an S-level psychic. The garrison has its own equipment, including the Star Fleet, Star Mecha Team, Planetary Air Force, Army, Navy, and various arms. The military expenditure is about 1 trillion per year. Level 2 protection. Protection is 500,000 troops. The leading general is generally an SS-level psychic. 5 trillion per year. First level protection. 2 million troops. Leading general SSS-level psychic. 20 trillion per year. As for special protection, 10 million troops. 3 SSS-level psychics. 100 trillion per year. But private stars generally cannot apply for special protection. Only when the planet is found to be heavily protected can it be applied for. This special protection needs to be reviewed. Not just money can be approved. In addition to the basic protection level, you can also add more. You can add more by adding money. For example, I think the Star Fleet is small. You can add a Star Fleet separately. But the fleet is definitely the largest military expenditure. After all, the maintenance and energy consumption of the starship are scary. Oh, I forgot to say. Once something happens, the garrison has a battle. The consumption of arms, mechanical damage, casualties, etc. All related expenses are borne by the planetary government, not included in the basic military expenditure. Tang Ranran, Sure enough, raising soldiers costs money, and war costs more. Applying for protection is a bit expensive, but it is safer. The 20 trillion for the first level protection is not very expensive. But if a powerful SSS level comes, and she can't beat it, it won't be wonderful. So, let's go to the second level. 5 trillion. It's just a small matter. And an SS level superpower general is definitely not her opponent. Maybe he can be developed into her own younger brother. Yes, she needs to develop more powerful younger brothers. It's better to have a man who looks pleasing to the eye. So, Tang Ranran asked sincerely, if we apply for a second-level planet protection, can we choose the general to lead the army? Kong Chen's heart stagnated. His expression was speechless. Buying things? And choosing goods? Isn't this similar to buying things? You can choose when hiring a bodyguard. Tang Ranran said confidently. We spent money. Can it be the same? Of course. We obey the arrangements of the Imperial Military Department. Kong Chen's eyes were like saying that you were daydreaming. Okay. Tang Ranran was extremely disappointed. They could only distribute them randomly. We need to apply for level 2 protection? Kong Chen asked uncertainly. Basic level 2 protection for a planet costs about 5 trillion. Only 5 trillion. Go ask the relevant person in charge if pure fruits and vegetables can be used to offset military expenses. Low or high purification values are fine. Anyway, once the will is made public, everyone knows that Tang Xian is behind Su Pingruixing. There are many pure fruits and vegetables on the planet. Isn't that normal? Yes. Let me ask. Then it's confirmed. Level 2? Yes. Level 2 protection will do. Tang Ranran nodded. And then ordered. I used Tang Xian account to create a group. You upload a copy of the relevant information about the strange unknown parasitic web. And I asked them. It's a pity that Fu Jingyuan is at the border. Otherwise, if he were to check, he would know for sure. Tang Ranran said with some regret. Okay. I got it. I create a group and add you. In the room, Tang Xian, who was nicknamed Tang Xian, created a group. The group members included himself, Kong Chen, Yan Qian, Lu Chuanping, and Fu Jingyuan. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran added Yan Yijuan. Yan Yijuan is from the older generation. She is knowledgeable and experienced. Maybe she knows. The group chat was pulled. Yan Yijuan, surprise! Yan Yijuan finally popped up. Yan Yijuan, I went to Su Pingrui in April and couldn't find you. Tang Xian, sorry. Senior, I was busy before. Yan Yijuan, are you done now? Yan Yijuan asked Yan Qian. So she knew that Tang Ranran was not hiding from her, but was missing for some unknown reason. Although she was very curious about why she was missing, Tang Ranran didn't say it. Naturally, she didn't want to tell them. And Yan Yijuan wouldn't be stupid enough to make herself unhappy. Tang Xian, well, I will be growing vegetables on the planet for a long time in the near future. Yan Yijuan, can I come to visit you? Tang Xian, of course. You are welcome. Yan Yijuan, okay. Okay. It's settled. I will come tomorrow. Yan Qian, great aunt. Tomorrow? Yan Yijuan, what? You don't think you are the only one who is a space system? Yan Qian, no. Still in the fighting field. After finishing chatting with Tang Xian, Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan are tired of each other. So they go up to fight again. It's halftime now. Yan Qian and Lu Chuanping are sitting on a bench, while Fu Jingyuan is sitting on the bench next to them. And then Tang Xian group chat comes. Old Yan. Great aunt is going to the planet. Who do you think she will find to send her? LV Chuanping, who was also in the group and saw the news, couldn't help but mutter. Who do you think it will be? Yan Qian asked back. He was in a bad mood now. He was full of sorrow and worry. There were many space-related people in the Empire. There were more than 2 space-related people in the Yan family, many of whom were young men. And this great aunt had a single male space-related person of the right age. Lu Chuanping guessed. Your cousin Yan Ming? Or, you go to pick him up? Fu Jingyuan came over and expressed his opinion, paying attention to the conversation between the two. He already had Yan Qian, and he didn't want to have another rival in love. Although he didn't like Fu Jingyuan, Lu Chuanping supported this suggestion. Yes. 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 Old Yan. You go to pick him up, so that the great aunt won't make trouble. After all, you are just a nephew, and Yan Ming is her own grandson. If the great aunt is immoral, let Yan Ming go. Lu Chuanping didn't say the rest, but the 3 of them understood. Single Yan Mingren has gone to Su Pingruishing. Why not develop some new ideas? Yan Qian gritted his teeth. I go. The love rival must be killed in the cradle. The trio was discussing here. And in the group, Kong Chen was beeping and sending a lot of information. Tang Xian, there was a small incident recently. Please help analyze it. Does anyone know this or know anything? Lu Chuanping, huh? Is this someone with ulterior motives targeting Su Pingruishing? Tang Xian, it should be. After a few minutes of reading the information, Lu Chuanping, it looks a bit like a parasite. Yan Qian, I think it should be a means of control. It could be a supernatural power or a special mental skill. Tang Xian, supernatural power? Mental skill? Could it be a special parasitic alien? Yan Qian, not sure. Yan Yijuan, it's okay. Don't worry. I help you check it when I get there. No alien can hide it under my nose. Tang Xian, thank you in advance. Fu Jingyuan, I come over too. I help you check it. Tang Xian, can you get away? Fu Jingyuan, no problem. I take a ride with Yan Qian. Fu Jingyuan didn't even ask Yan Qian for his opinion, and directly took the initiative to force Yan Qian to agree. Old Fu, you are a bit shameless. When did old Yan say he would take you? Lu Chuanping immediately accused. It's about her safety. Fu Jingyuan said calmly. I'm going to check for hidden dangers. Yan Qian glanced at him and remained silent. obviously acquiescing to his ride. Indeed, Tang Ranran's safety is the most important. Tang Xian, Yin Qian. Are you and Fu Jingyuan coming over? Yin Qian, yes. I'm going to pick up my great aunt. Yin Yijuan, no. When did I say I would let you pick me up? Yin Qian, as a junior. It's my duty. Yin Qian, great aunt. Please set a time. And I pick you up on time. Although it was a text message. The exclamation mark at the end was enough to express Yin Qian's tough attitude. Yin Yijuan looked distressed and helpless when she saw the news. She originally wanted to find an opportunity to let her grandson show his presence in front of Tang Ranran. After all, it has been more than half a year, and Yin Qian has not been able to catch her, which is enough to prove that he is not good enough. It is normal for her to secretly create an opportunity for her grandson. But look, he is so angry. If she really does this, Yin Qian will probably explode. Alas, I can only give up for the time being. Today is May 24th in the Imperial Time. Because of the time difference, and because there are still some things on hand, Yin Yijuan said it was tomorrow. But she finally decided to take Yin Qian ride to Su Ping Ruishing in 3 days. That is, around 1800 hours on May 27th in the Imperial Time. That is, Yin Qian, Fu Jingyuan and Yin Yijuan will come together at that time. Since everyone is coming, they naturally cannot leave empty-handed. And Yin Qian must bring something back. So, let's grow vegetables. Using the account of the small account Tang Xian, Tang Ranran discussed with Lu Chuanping alone for a few words, and finally decided to still have 6.1 grapefruit. As for the specific number, it depends on how many space deductions can be gathered during this period. After the negotiation, because time is tight, the small account Tang Xian turned on invisibility, stepped on the flying sword and flew away, flying towards the grapefruit forest before, putting other things aside. Grow vegetables first. Kong Chen hurried to arrange manpower. Arriving at the signal-free area in the wilderness, the small Tang Xian switched from flying a sword to driving a mecha. The mecha roared and soon reached the number 1 protective shield area. After a few minutes, the neatly arranged pomelo forest came into Tang Ranran's sight. This pomelo forest is definitely one of Kong Chen treasures. There are 2,000 people in this forest, 1,000 guards, and 1,000 planting and maintenance researchers. It is no exaggeration to say that there are 4 nanis for each tree. At this time, more than 2,000 people in charge of the pomelo forest are ready to go and can start picking at any time. After landing and putting away the mecha at a distance of several hundred meters, Tang Ranran quickly walked to the outermost pomelo forest. Are you Lord Tang Xian? The officer in charge of the safety of the pomelo forest hurried to meet him. It's me. Tang Xian nodded in response. Then asked, have you received Kong Chen order? Yes. We can start picking at any time. That's good. After 2 simple sentences, Tang Ranran began to plant vegetables. Time was a bit tight, but not urgent. So Tang Ranran saved some spiritual power and used the wood-based ability to plant. For her current SSS level strength, it was very easy to catalyze a 6.1 fruit tree. However, it was absolutely incomparable with the spiritual power of Xingqiju. Using the wood-attributed Xingqiju technique to plant vegetables, as long as the spiritual power is sufficient, a pomelo forest will be created with a wave of the hand. But the wood-based ability is obviously a little slow. It took almost 2 minutes for a pomelo tree to be full of fruits. Conservatively estimated, there are 3 digits. A bit slow, and a bit little. Forget it. Let's start with a big wave. Tang Ranran's spiritual power is used, and the technique is opened. It was still 2 minutes. But this time, the entire pomelo forest, the remaining 999 pomelo trees, all blossomed and bore fruit, and were full of yellow and orange pomelo, although the purification value was only 6.1. Overnight, the entire area was filled with tempting fruit fragrance, making people salivate. The crowd of 2,000 people was stunned. After being stunned for several seconds, the officer in charge came to his senses and began to arrange the picking. Dozens of people were responsible for 1 tree, and the efficiency was very fast. It didn't take long for a tree to be picked. After the first wave of group planting, Tang Ranran began to coordinate mental power with spiritual power. Saving a little bit, the small Tang Xian stayed in the pomelo forest to plant vegetables. After sending Kong Chen away, Tang Ranran went back to the room. When the dark night mode was turned on, he entered the farm. Brush white jade fruit. With a seed and a fertilizer, a white jade fruit tree with abundant fruits was produced. Tang Ranran commanded the labor robot to dig directly and move the whole tree back. It just so happened that her big garden was abandoned. So this ready-made spiritual fruit tree could be kept for planting. 50 trillion white jade mysterious fruits. 5.5 billion per unit. That is 9,000 units. Equivalent to 900,000 grams. 900 kilograms. The fruit yield of a white jade mysterious fruit tree is 300 gene. That is 150 kilograms. After calculation, only 6 trees are needed. Because the orchard was empty, Tang Ranran simply brushed 10 white jade mysterious fruit trees. And in addition to the white jade mysterious fruit trees, Tang Ranran brushed a few of all spiritual fruit trees, including the trees and fruits, and moved them back to plant in her own garden. One planted trees in the farm, and the other planted grapefruit in the grapefruit forest. Tang Ranran was very busy with 2 things at the same time. Busy and busy. Time passed in a flash. And it was the next morning of the planted time. Tang Ranran farm garden was once again devoid of bird song but full of flower fragrance. With spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, flowers, vegetables and fruits. Everything you could imagine. At the pomelo forest, the harvest was in full swing. And the number of workers on site had already increased to 10,000. So the harvesting was very fast. From planting vegetables to now, it has taken a total of 13 hours. And the total amount of pomelo picked so far is just over 10,000 tons. 10 cubic space buckles. Assuming that one can hold 7 tons. Plus the unpicked grapefruits. Can hold about 1,500 space buckles. Almost done. Tang Ranran stopped. However, isn't the space between the grapefruits a bit big? It can hold some small fruits. Red dates are pretty good. But the purification value of 1.6 is a bit low. Tang Ranran looked in his farm seed bank and finally locked on cherries that mature in 72 hours and lychees that mature in 77 hours. Cherries are too fragile and not conducive to storage and transportation. Tang Ranran finally chose lychees, which are relatively better. Of course, lychees are not easy to keep fresh. After explaining a few words to Kong Chen, who was also busy all night, and asking him to plant another piece of fruit tree land, Tang Ranran left the grapefruit forest. After walking a distance, he released the mecha and drove the mecha to Hengxing planting base. During the 6 months that Tang Ranran was missing, Hengxing investment dug an S-level wood type mutant from somewhere else. However, the planting ability of this wood system can only be said to be average. So Hengxing planting work is developing at a very slow pace. After Xie Shihe and Tang Xian reached an agreement yesterday, they were ready to speed up. Tao Shen arranged various tasks, and Tao Shen immediately arranged overtime. At this moment, nearly 100 acres of land have completed the sowing work, waiting for Tang Xian to plant vegetables. Although Tang Ranran mecha technology is a rookie, it is a non-technical thing to drive a mecha, especially in Supingruixing. There are few hovercrafts in the city, and there is no shadow of hovercrafts in the wild. The flight area is empty. Tang Ranran pulls the horsepower to the maximum, and the mecha roars. In just about half an hour, Tang Ranran arrived at the address Xie Shihe gave her. Hengxing has 2 protective cover planting areas. One is the Gobi environment, and the other is below. The original plain wasteland has now been completely renewed. Look! There are flower sea area, orchard picking area, leisure area, food area. A total of 10 square kilometers have gathered several scenic spots with their own characteristics. And a comprehensive tourist area has taken shape. Of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. After all, the maximum coverage of Hengxing Protective Shield is 700 square kilometers. The progress bar has only reached 1/70th. Before entering the completed area, Tang Ranran put away the mecha and switched to a small hovercraft. Tang Xian account was already equipped with a full set of belongings including a hovercraft. Well, Kong Chen prepared it. Following the address, Tang Ranran came to a European-style building complex and checked the address Xie Shihe sent her. Yes, it was here. The hovercraft landed on the big square. As soon as Tang Ranran landed and got off, a group of people led by Xie Shihe came out of the main building in front of the square. Tang Xian. After waiting here early in the morning, he finally waited for someone. Xie Shihe walked quickly towards Tang Ranran, smiling brightly from the bottom of his heart. Xie Shihe's warm smile, coupled with his good-looking face, was like a breeze blowing from the peach blossom forest. blowing on his face. Although Tang Ranran didn't like this type, she couldn't help but be dazzled. Not to mention, Xie Shihe was really good-looking. A completely different type from Yan Qian. The kind of exquisite good-looking and beautiful type. She is a beauty. And a beauty who pays generously. Under the pleasing sight, Tang Ranran was also in a good mood and smiled lightly. Sorry. I kept Mr. Xie waiting for a long time. As if the snow lotus was in full bloom. Xie Shihe was dazzled by this smile. And couldn't help but mutter again in his heart. Which hospital is so awesome? The complaint flashed by. And Xie Shihe smiled politely. I just arrived too. After a few polite words, he entered the topic of today. The topic is growing vegetables. To speed up the planting progress, seeds are indispensable. Xie Shihe personally accompanied Tang Ranran to the vegetable planting area where the sowing work had been completed. After arriving at the destination, Tang Ranran began to grow vegetables. When Tang Ranran used her mental power to plant vegetables, Xie Shihe, who was standing beside her, instantly widened her beautiful peach blossom eyes. This feeling of mental power suppression brought by the high level. Xie Shihe opened her mental power detection. Then it was confirmed, SSS level. Tang Xian, your mental power has been promoted. SSS level? Xie Shihe could not hide the shock on his face. Yes. Tang Ranran replied calmly. His. Xie Shihe gasped and was shocked. SSS level with system. Super with system. As for Tang Xian Year, Xie Shihe quickly glanced at the information on the intelligent brain. Oh! He is 30 this year. This is catching the tail of the upgrade and successfully advancing. Thinking that he was only at SS level, Xie Shihe felt sour in his heart. And then immediately made it clear that he must have a good relationship with Tang Xian. Congratulations. Thank you. While chatting, Tang Ranran planted 1 acre of land after another. And the crops on each acre were catalyzed to the fruiting state. In addition to white radish and sea buckthorn, Hengxing planting plan also includes dozens of other low purification value pure plants. Most of these pure plants are herbaceous plants, with beautiful flowering periods. They grow together in patches, which are really beautiful during the flowering period. During the planting process, Tang Ranran felt the spiritual energy, but it was very light and thin, and was emitted by gas-soluble pure plants. In about 5 hours, 100 acres of land were planted. This speed was when Tang Ranran used the wood-based ability to plant. If he used the practice method, it would definitely be a matter of waving his hand. After the planting was completed, Xie Shihe paid the labor fee on the spot. According to the old price, 1 mu of land was 10 million. 1 billion. A small amount of money, but it was also money. And Tang Ranran happily accepted it. Thank you very much this time. After a few words of thanks, Xie Shihe invited, do you want to have a meal together? No. Tang Ranran waved her hand. There are still some things to deal with. Let's make an appointment next time, when you are free. Okay. Let's make an appointment when you are free. Xie Shihe felt a little regretful. As for the white jade fruit, contact me after you prepare the star diamond ore, and I will send you the address. Okay. Tang Ranran, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. I see you off. Stay. After driving the hover car out of the construction area, Tang Ranran found an open space and switched to the mecha mode, and then roared at full speed again. At around 6 p.m. on the planetary time, Tang Ranran arrived at the address sent to her by Kong Chen. Under the number 1 protective shield of 100 square kilometers, there is an area that has completed the deep cleaning of radioactive materials. Because of Kong Chen's advanced arrangement, there is no one in sight. No surveillance. Quiet and desolate. For the sake of caution, Tang Ranran has a mental power protection barrier. An opaque barrier that prevents prying eyes. The white mental power barrier is like an oversized greenhouse, covering the area below for several hundred square meters. After the concealment is completed, Tang Ranran starts to plant trees. Lychee trees can be planted with supernatural powers. But using wood-based supernatural powers to plant a tree as big as the one produced by the farm requires a lot of mental energy. Arbors consume more energy than herbaceous plants. Ancient trees over 100 years old consume even more energy. Tang Ranran chose to be lazy and use the farm-to-farm VB 4213288 VB super fertilizer in the farm. 500 copies are not enough. Then 400 trees. After determining the number, Tang Ranran began to plant. Tang Ranran himself operated in the farm. planted a lychee seed, and then sprinkled a bag of super fertilizer. Okay. The towering lychee tree that several people hugged was full of lychees on the treetops. Ah! Eating 300 lychees a day. I am willing to be a LinkedIn person forever. Lychee is really delicious. But the shelf life is a bit short. And eating too much can easily cause internal heat. Although the space buckle is not very fresh. It is delivered by Yanqian Brand Express. And the speed is guaranteed. Lu Chuanping should be able to carry out the quality preservation and freshness treatment in time. After brushing a tree on the farm, it was dug out by the labor robot. And Tang Ranran carried it and threw it to the outside world. Fortunately, she is a cultivator with strong power. Otherwise such a big tree would really not be able to be moved. After throwing it outside, Tang Ranran returned to the farm and continued to brush the lychee tree. The small Tang Xian was outside to respond and was responsible for the rooting of the lychee tree, hiding under the cover of the mental barrier. Tang Ranran used both accounts to plant and work for several hours. A total of 400 lychee trees, 25 in a row, 16 in a column, are still neatly arranged. After the completion, Tang Ranran immediately contacted Kongchen. Because of the grapefruit, Kongchen, who had just closed his eyes for less than 2 hours due to overtime work, was called up by Tang Ranran. What can I do? I can only work. Immediately, the picking task was arranged, and Kongchen rushed to the front line of the lychee forest to personally command. During the waiting period, there was nothing to do, so Tang Ranran simply threw a handful of watermelon seeds. Relatively speaking, she still prefers to plant watermelons. Plant melons, plant melons, plant melons. The wood-type melon planting consumes mental power, and the speed is not slow. Soon, at a glance, the whole ground was covered with green melon vines, and each round melon vine was faintly visible among the flourishing melon vines. Kongchen led a team of mecha warriors and arrived at the scene first. The neat lychee forest and the watermelons on the ground were spread all over the ground, and there was no end in sight. Even though he had seen Tang Ranran grow vegetables on a large scale many times, Kongchen was still stunned for several seconds. Really, he had never dared to dream of such a beautiful scenery of a bumper harvest of pure fruits and vegetables before. After the mecha group approached, except for Kongchen, the other mechas consciously dispersed around, standing guard at intervals to help each other, and guarded the entire area heavily. The main mecha landed. Kongchen got out of the mecha and flew to Tang Ranran's side with his mental power. The eyes of the bearded man were dark, and looking at Kongchen's vicissitudes of staying up late, Tang Ranran felt a little guilty. She, a capitalist, seemed to have some employees. So, Tang Ranran used his spiritual power to take things from a distance. He directly broke off a branch of the nearest towering lychee tree. The branch was full of lychees, at least more than 30 in number. Tang Ranran handed the branch full of lychees to Kongchen. Try it. It tastes great. The purification value is about 7.7. A pure fruit tree. It's still 7.7. The lychee tree instantly became Kongchen treasure. Kongchen felt a little distressed for Tang Ranran casual break. The beloved tree was injured, but this was for him. And it was the concern of Mr. Tang. Forget it. It's such a big tree, and it's only a small branch that was broken. It must be fine. New variety? Kongchen took it and looked at it carefully. It was a little small and had a shell. Well, you have to peel it. Tang Ranran picked one and followed the line in the middle of the lychee. With a little effort, the lychee shell was split in two and spread to both sides, revealing the white flesh inside. It's easier to peel it this way. Here you go. Because it would be useless for the puppet to eat it, and it would waste spiritual energy to digest it. Tang Ranran simply handed the lychee that she had peeled to Kongchen. It's very sweet. There's a core in the middle. You can save the core to plant fruit trees. I never expected that I could enjoy the treatment of Tang Ranran peeling the shell by hand. I took it excitedly and carefully, with a silly smile. Then I try it. A lychee went into my mouth, and it was sweet after chewing it. It was really sweet. The fatigue from staying up late was swept away, and Kongchen was full of energy. Eat more and replenish yourself. There are a lot of them anyway. By the way, this is called lychee. You can apply for the patent, and it will be registered under the name of the planet. Okay, I got it. Then you arrange the picking and storage, and I will continue to plant. This melon will be sold to Bakey Star for about 10 tons. You can arrange it. Okay. I got it. Tang Ranran continued to plant watermelons. Watermelons with a purification value of only 2.8 are definitely a piece of cake for Tang Ranran. Even if he uses the wood-type ability to plant melons, it will take less than a few minutes to plant a melon field. Kong Chen was chewing lychees, while making various arrangements remotely with his smart brain. About half an hour later, the first batch of 2,000 picking troops from nearby arrived at the scene. The picking work officially began. The picked lychees were immediately loaded into a special refrigerated container for freshness preservation, and then pulled to the nearest pure plant warehouse. Picking and planting at the same time, the red and prosperous scene was in a trance. 2 hours later, when the picking force increased to nearly 20,000 people, Tang Ranran planting speed was a bit behind. The number was definitely enough. So Tang Ranran was not in a hurry, and continued to plant vegetables slowly with his supernatural power. After all the picking was completed, Kong Chen and Tang Ranran discussed for a few words. And then only 500 laborers were left at the planting site to continue picking. 500 armed forces were responsible for security work, and other temporary recruits went back and forth from where they came from. 500 people were responsible for logistics, and the picking speed was basically the same as Tang Ranran planting speed. In line with the principle of saving, Tang Ranran still used the wood-type ability to grow melons. His head was buzzing and his mental power was a little disordered, so he gave himself a treatment. In the Gene End stage, the control power has made a qualitative leap. So Tang Ranran started the assembly line to refine pills in the farm. After connecting with Tang Shi, the basic Qingling pill, Hongshan pill and Shisui pill were refined. Refined? In his spare time while growing vegetables, the small account Tang Xian still had the energy to chat with Kong Chen. I have verified with Lu Chuanping to confirm the sale of sugar crystal powder. Lu Chuanping is very efficient. The discount coupons have been issued. In Tang Xian military exclusive account, there are 87 trillion discount coupons lying quietly. There are a lot of things that Kong Chen wants to buy on his shopping list. After a few simple discussions, Tang Ranran started to buy things. The first is the planned capital transformation plan. There are almost no natural zero radiation areas in the entire Suping Ruishing. Even Ruili City, which serves as the planet's administrative center and capital, is a low radiation area. Although the environment radiation below 20 is defined as survivable, the majority of deaths every year due to mental disorders and radiation diseases in such a radiation environment. Therefore, it is urgent to create a zero radiation living environment. Compared with demolition and reconstruction, reconstruction at a new address is easier, more convenient and more convenient. Kong Chen plan is to rebuild 2 large cities with zero radiation in the next 2 years. One as the capital of the administrative center, and the other as the economic center. As for zero radiation cities, either protective shields are installed or underground cities are developed. Underground cities are expensive to build, and they are not ventilated, humid, and without light. The environment is very bad, unless there is no other choice. Underground cities are generally not considered. Therefore, 2 large protective shields must be purchased. As a city protective shield, a single radiation isolation function is not enough. At least it must have a safety defense function to deal with unexpected situations, and temperature control to make urban residents comfortable. Look for it in the military's material warehouse. 500 square kilometers of protective shield, with radiation isolation, safety defense, and temperature control. 68.8 trillion. The same function of 1,000 square kilometers. The price is 128.3 trillion. Tang Ranran, who felt that her wallet was bulging a second ago, could only say after seeing this price, haha, she is a person who can spend money, but she thinks it is expensive. 1,000 square kilometers can't afford it, so she can only make do with 500 square kilometers. As for which one to build first, the administrative center and the economic center, this is what Kong Chen needs to consider. After purchasing this large public protective shield, Tang Ranran military account only has about 18 trillion. Sighing that money is not spent, Tang Ranran continued to buy. A 1 square kilometer protective shield is not radiation isolation, but a safety performance. A protective shield that integrates defense and anti-intrusion functions. Because the coverage area is small, it only costs 600 billion. Then, 3 square kilometer protective shields with the same function were purchased, each costing 1.2 trillion yuan, with a total price of 3.6 trillion yuan. There is still 14 trillion yuan left. So I can buy a few star domain monitoring satellites with integrated detection and attack functions. Well, my wallet is empty. When Tang Ranran was in seclusion, Kong Chen was definitely not playing, but busy. To recruit talents to improve the planet's military strength. To improve the development of the planet's economy and planting. To improve various infrastructure for living. Even with a lot of secretaries to share the work, Kong Chen was still very busy. The infrastructure project was in full swing. During the nearly 3 months of Tang Ranran seclusion, the focus was on the construction of the D2 protective shield area. Not counting the Hengxing investment, there are only 3 ready-made protective shields of more than 1 mu belonging to Tang Ranran and the planet. Among them, the small protective shield of 60 mu is the X1 protective shield. The first one purchased for the development of planting is the 100 square kilometers number 1 protective shield, the D1 protective shield. Then, there is the 100 square kilometers of protective shields purchased before the seclusion, the D2 protective shield. The central area under the D2 protective shield is equipped with a 10 square kilometer pure plant protection protective shield, which is temporarily designated as the T1 core protection area. With the development of science and technology, infrastructure work has no technical content at all. With sufficient manpower, material resources, and financial resources, it only takes a few months to build a city. Under the D2 protective cover, 10 comprehensive tourist areas have been built. In the T1 core area, the planned building complex has basically been completed, and only the finishing work is left. The central area of the T1 core protection area is Tang Ranran Chinese-style mansion covering an area of 100 acres. Of course, the building area is at most tens of acres, and most of it is the planned planting garden area. The planting work of greening needs to be done by Tang Ranran himself. In addition to Tang Ranran Mansion, the functional building complex has basically been built. To the east of Tang Ranran Mansion is a school covering an area of 2 square kilometers. To the west is a residential area covering a total area of 2 square kilometers, including high-rise areas, small high-rise areas, 7-story garden villa areas, 5-story garden villa areas, townhouse areas, and the most high-end single-family villa areas. To the south is a sanatorium resort for the rich, covering an area of 3 square kilometers, all of which are villas, ranging from a few hundred square meters to several thousand square meters. And there are also super large manor-style villas. To the north is a hotel leisure area, covering an area of about 2 square kilometers. Currently, more than 10 large comprehensive hotels have been built, with a total number of about 3,000 rooms. The remaining area is planned to be various small pure plant viewing gardens, picking gardens, etc. The 3 protective shields that Tang Ranran bought earlier. The 1 square kilometer one naturally covers his mansion, the F1 protective shield. The remaining 3 square kilometers, F2, F3, F4, and F5, cover the schools, residential buildings, resorts, and hotels in the southeast, northwest, respectively. The D2 protective shield has no safety protection function. And although the T1 protective shield has a protection function, its defense strength is just slag, equivalent to glass, or ordinary glass that is not bulletproof. So only a small defensive protective shield can be purchased. Once the defensive shield is covered, safety is guaranteed, which can attract rich people. The protective shields purchased by Tang Ranran definitely have their own uses. The satellite inspection, on the one hand, strengthens the monitoring within the star domain, and on the other hand, achieves a more comprehensive coverage of the planetary signal. There are too many blind spots without signals, which is not conducive to safety. After buying things, Tang Ranran and Kong Chen briefly discussed and decided to build an economic city with tourism and entertainment industries in the 500 square kilometers of D3 protective shield. The location of the city was arranged in an area close to the D1 protective shield. The specific related work was handled by Kong Chen, and had nothing to do with Tang Ranran. She was only responsible for growing vegetables, and growing vegetables. In addition to watermelons, Tang Ranran also ripened several batches of lychees. Tang Ranran, who was energetic and did not need to sleep, had been growing vegetables. Time flew by, and it was the agreed 27th. At nearly 1700 hours Empire time, Yanxian sent a message to Tang Xuanhao, saying that he and Fu Jingyuan would set off in an hour, and if Yenny Juan was not delayed, They would be able to arrive here on time at 1800 hours. People were coming. So Tang Ranran stopped planting vegetables. Because of a lot of official business. Kong Chen left the scene early. Now his chief secretary Wen Yang was in charge. Tang Ranran talked to Wen Yang for a few words. Mainly asking about her vegetable planting results. Wen Yang reported seriously. According to preliminary statistics, there were 10,652 tons of grapefruit, 5,376 tons of lychees, and 2,765 tons of watermelons. There were still some watermelons and lychees that had not been picked yet, and it was estimated that there were about 4 or 5 tons each. After hearing the data, Tang Ranran felt that it was almost enough. If it was not enough, he would use the method to plant vegetables to make up for it. After handing the scene over to Wen Yang, Tang Ranran sent a message to inform Kong Chen, and then left in a cool and neat manner. First, he drove the mecha, roaring at full speed for most of the distance, and then changed to driving a hovercraft before entering the city. Within an hour, Tang Ranran returned to the new area of Ruili City and arrived at the special experimental base where Yi Shi and the other 4 were. Kong Chen had been waiting there for a long time. The two met up and discussed the planning of the economic new city and the related pure plant planting work in the D2 protective shield area in the office. After only chatting for dozens of minutes, Tang Ranran received a message from Yan Qian. Tang Ranran shared a real-time location. Less than a minute after the address was sent, a space crack appeared in the office. As the space crack expanded, 3 figures appeared. Yan Qian grabbed one on each side, and as soon as he arrived at the scene, he let go. When the 3 arrived, their eyes were very consistent, and all 6 eyes fell on the trumpet Tang Xian. Tang Xian? Yan Yijuan's expression was surprised and bright. This puppet is really beautiful. And she, an old woman, feels very pleasing to the eye. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan looked at each other with a hint of complexity. Although I have seen photos, I was still shocked by this Qinshao sword master when I saw it with my own eyes. This puppet is not only lifelike, but also full of momentum. Who would have thought it was not a real person? And Tang Ranran used this look as Tang Xian. Does it mean that she is not opposed to looking like this? Senior, welcome to Su Pingrui Star. Tang Ranran smiled appropriately. First expressed welcome, then nodded in the direction of Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan to express gratitude. Thank you for your hard work and trouble you to make this trip. Fu Jingyuan waved his hand. It's just a small matter, Yan Qian said directly. No trouble. Your business is my business. As soon as he said this, Fu Jingyuan glared at him immediately. Damn. What a shameless thing to say. Yan Qian and Fu Jingyuan took time out to come here. The situation on the border could change at any time. So time was tight. Tang Ranran didn't waste time getting to the point. Then, take a break. And then go check the situation? What's the point of taking a break? I'm not tired. Yan Yijuan rolled up her sleeves, looking very anxious. Let's go check now. Who is behind this conspiracy? Let's find him out. Ran, Yan Yijuan, who almost let the cat out of the bag, reacted quickly. Then Tang Xian. Take me around. I heard that you have planted a lot of pure fruits and vegetables on your planet. I'd be happy to do that. Tang Ranran nodded, and then said to Yan Qian, how many space buckles did you bring? Give them to Kong Chen. Kong Chen, find someone to load the goods. Okay. Yan Qian brought a total of 1,010 cubic space buckles. A little less than Tang Ranran expected. Kong Chen, who got the space deduction, called a secretary and assigned the task of loading the goods. Yan Yijuan has been retired for many years, and few people know her. Although Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian are wearing casual clothes, their faces are still very recognizable, especially Yan Qian's national face. The two wore masks directly. Yan Qian suddenly became a mercenary hunter. Fu Jingyuan is an unknown passerby. Anyway, others can't recognize them. They will only think that their identities are extraordinary and their strength is good. Led by Kong Chen, the group went to the place where Yi Shi and the other 4 were imprisoned. Yi Shi and the other 4 were imprisoned in 4 different special rooms. Because the suicidal behavior became more and more serious, the 4 were injected with drugs and locked in special sleeping cabins. Showing a sleeping posture, Kong Chen chose his former comrade in arms, the one who took the initiative to stand up for craniotomy. Pan Feng, male, 62 years old, mental strength level B. The medical staff operated it. And as the sleeping cabin was opened, Pan Feng gradually regained consciousness. After about 5 minutes, he slowly opened his eyes. Pan Feng, how do you feel? After sleeping for too long and being injected with drugs to prevent suicide, Pan Feng had no strength at all. He smiled bitterly at Kong Chen with great effort and said slowly, not very well. Although I am asleep, I have been dreaming. Very desperate dreams. I don't know how to say it. Many times I felt that it would be better to die early and be reborn early. I am afraid I can't hold on for much longer. Pan Feng's eyes were empty and full of dejection. Although the suicide action was stopped, the nightmare obviously affected his mood. Kong Chen's face was solemn, and his tone was firm and encouraging. It is that thing that weakens your desire to survive. Don't let it affect you. There is hope only when you are alive. Believe in yourself. You will definitely get through it. I have asked for external help, and I should be able to find something. Hearing this, Pan Feng's eyes lit up, and a spark of hope ignited in his eyes. He raised his head slightly with great effort and looked at the people behind Kong Chen. While the two were talking, Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Yijuan all completed a round of mental scans, while Tang Ranran scanned with her spiritual sense and saw the threads that gathered in Pan Feng's brain like a spider web. Not sure what the threads were, Tang Ranran asked. Did you find anything? Looking down at Pan Feng, who was still lying in the sleeping cabin, Yan Qian's eyes were full of scrutiny, and his words were rigorous. I can't be completely sure, but I found a very weak abnormal mental fluctuation. The things in his brain are most likely special control abilities. Fu Jingyuan and Yan Yijuan nodded in agreement with Yan Qian's words. Tang Ranran frowned. Special control abilities? Is it a superpower? Come on. Come on. All of you step aside. I check. Yan Yijuan volunteered. And as soon as the superpower came out, a mirror appeared right above Pan Feng. After looking at it, Pan Feng's brain was a very light blue that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Retracting the ability, Yan Yijuan affirmed. It's confirmed. It's not a parasite, but a special control ability. It should be similar to planting a spiritual power seed in others. And the seed slowly takes root and sprouts, and completes the control after it grows fully. According to the lead time of control, it can be determined that the opponent's strength is not very high. At most SS level, Kong Chen asked. In other words, the mastermind can't control it completely now, and can only control it for a while? And the control time is short? Almost. It should be that the plan failed. So the murderer left a suicide order for the 4 people, and gave up these 4 chess pieces. Do you have a way to remove this kind of control? Kong Chen asked anxiously and worriedly. I can't do it. Yan Yijuan spread his hands, and then gave him a clear way. But the healing system should be able to do it. I remember that there seems to be a spiritual power potion that removes the negative state caused by the spiritual power control ability. What potion is it? Where can I buy it? Kong Chen asked. I forgot. You can ask the Healers Union or the Pharmacists Union. Thank you for your advice, Senior. Kong Chen thanked him and looked at Tang Ranran. The Healers Union and the Pharmacists Union are both high-ranking organizations. His connections are not enough to reach those organizations, so he could only hope in Tang Ranran. Tang Ranran gave him a look that said please be patient and asked Yan Yijuan. Senior, can you track down the person behind the scenes? This culprit must be found out. I try. Yan Yijuan stretched out her hand and placed her right hand above Pan Feng's head in the air, then shook a few times, and a small flame slowly condensed in her palm. I check and see which villain it is. With the soul-guiding flame, Yan Yijuan shook her left hand a few times, and the vast stars appeared. Seeing this scene for the first time, Tang Ranran exclaimed in her heart, magic. Go! Yan Yijuan shook her right hand, and the little flame flew to the star map. Just like enlarging the scale of a map, the star map gradually expanded, and the planets enlarged one by one. As the planets were enlarged, different planets showed different appearances, and one of them, with its ugly earthy yellow appearance, was very familiar. It was Su Pingrui's star. The little flame, whoosh, jumped to the huge and beautiful water blue planet next to Su Pingrui's star. Su Shachang's star. Tang Ranran couldn't hide her surprise. Kong Chen really guessed it right. It was Su Shachang's star. But I don't know who it is. They are not on the same planet. Under the current conditions, we can only track which planet the culprit is on. Yin Qian immediately expressed his opinion and tried his best to show his performance. Grandma, I will go with you to investigate. Without giving Yin Yijuan a chance to speak, Yin Qian raised his hand, and a space channel appeared, grabbing Yin Yijuan and rushing to Su Shanchang's star. Before leaving, he did not forget to leave a message to Tang Ranran. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Thank you for your hard work. Be careful, Tang Ranran hurriedly said. Yin Qian took Yin Yijuan to track down the real murderer, and Kong Chen couldn't help asking Tang Ranran, "Can you save her?" "I try." Tang Ranran was not completely sure, but she could still try. Her farm had unlocked dozens of varieties of spiritual plants, and she could make up more than a dozen elixir materials, including elixir that can clear the heart and remove negative states. As for whether it is universal and effective, Tang Ranran didn't know. "This is my boss Tang Xian. He is a big with system. Don't worry. He will definitely have a way." Kong Chen comforted Pan Feng. The will has been notarized, and the relevant information of Tang Xian, the heir of this planet, has been posted on the official website, so there is nothing to hide. Kong Chen comforted his comrades, while Tang Ranran chatted with Fu Jingyuan. "Space system. Come and go without a trace. Go wherever you want. Almost zero time round trip. Very convenient. Of course, the premise is that the blue bottle must be fully prepared." Before meeting Tang Ranran, Yin Qian would never dare to jump around in the starry sky so wantonly. Yin Qian walked fast and came back fast. An hour later, Yin Qian came back with Yin Yijuan. "Let's talk in the office." There was no hurry to ask. Kong Chen spoke first. During this hour, Pan Feng once again showed suicidal behavior. After being stopped, he was put into sleep again and lay back in the sleeping cabin, although there was no one else. This was not a place to talk. "Yeah," Tang Ranran responded, knowing that it was not convenient to talk about confidential information here. "Let's go." The group returned to the original office again. As soon as the office door was closed, Tang Ranran asked, "How is it? Have you found the culprit behind the scenes?" "Yes. It is indeed on the planet Su Shanchang." "Do you know the local Huang family on the planet?" Yin Yijuan answered first and asked Kong Chen and Tang Ranran. "I know a little." Kong Chen understood, and his eyes were filled with anger. He actually guessed it right. Wealth and fame are dazzling. It is the people of the Huang family who are jealous. "I know a little." Tang Ranran also nodded and asked, "Is it the Huang family?" "Yes, it is them. My tracking finally found a person in the Huang family. Huang Youqi. S level. The information disclosed to the public is an ordinary S level without awakening superpowers. The person behind the scenes is him." After that, Yin Yijuan looked at Yin Qian and motioned him to continue. Taking over the conversation, Yin Qian continued to explain. "We tracked down Huang Youqi. It happened to be dark there. While he was sleeping soundly, I directly controlled him with my mental power. After a period of interrogation, the truth came out. The Huang family group is involved in the pure plant planting industry. So the head of the Huang family has set his sights on your pure plant patents, and then sent Huang Youqi here. Huang Youqi forged his identity and entered the planet as an ordinary sea-level citizen named Lu Xiang, and then lurked. And his first target is actually you." Yin Qian looked at Tang Ranran. "Me?" Tang Ranran was stunned. It must not be Tang Xian, but her Tang Ranran. He wants her company. "Yes, he wants Sheng Tang." Yin Qian explained in detail. Huang Youqi's ability is special mental control. As long as he plants parasitic seeds, after a certain period of time, he will completely become his puppet and be controlled by him. The control person does not show any abnormality on the surface. Only specific medical examinations or higher-level mentalists can find a trace of abnormality. He came for you at first, but he couldn't find you, so he had to change his target. Yin Qian looked at Kong Chen again. "You are S-level. Huang Youqi is not sure, so he decided to assassinate you. As long as you, the Star Master, die, Su Pingrui's star will be an ownerless planet. The Huang family, who got the news first, will divide up the benefits of the planet as quickly as possible. That's the basic situation." Yin Qian finished his narration. That Huang Youqi should not have committed a crime for the first time, so he should have killed someone. "Can we deal with him from this aspect?" Tang Ranran asked. "I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. But if they do, I must kill them." Tang Ranran will of course fight back. "No need to deal with him. He's already dead," Yin Qian said calmly. Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned, and confirmed with a little disbelief. He was killed by you? Yes. No. Just killed him like that. Is it okay? Tang Ranran was shocked. Isn't Yan Qian the Grand Marshal? Is it really okay to kill someone privately like this? It's okay. No one knows it was me. Even if they know it was me. Do you have evidence? Yan Qian was calm and composed, and his tone was extremely calm. For such a small matter as killing a person. His attitude was so nonchalant. Tang Ranran didn't know what to say for a while. After realizing it late, Yan Qian was afraid that he would give Tang Ranran a bad impression of being a murderer and cold-blooded. He hurriedly explained. Huang Youqi has many criminal records and has killed dozens of people. There is no need to talk about the law when dealing with such a person. He would only abide by the law when facing the imperial citizens, who also abide by the law. When facing a lawless person like Huang Youqi, it is natural to fight back. At the end, Yan Qian solemnly added, I don't kill people casually. I kill those who deserve to be killed. Tang Ranran nodded to show his understanding. Well, it's okay as long as it doesn't cause you any trouble. Tang Ranran didn't care whether Yan Qian killed anyone or not. After all, who doesn't have a life on his hands? As long as there is no subsequent trouble. It's fine, Yan Qian added. The instigator of the Huang family, the head of the Huang family, cannot be moved for the time being. But don't worry. I can operate secretly and investigate the Huang family strictly according to a reason. And I will find something. By then, they will be too busy with troubles to think about Su Pingrui's star. I think I am very suitable to investigate the Huang family. Fu Jingyuan actively recommended himself. Yan Qian gave a cold look. Do you think you, a general in the military, are suitable to be the supervisory committee? I can go to Su Shanchang planet as a garrison general, secretly assist the supervisory committee in related work, and get rid of the Huang family. With me on the neighboring Su Shanchang planet, it is convenient to take care of anything. Fu Jingyuan said it clearly. Yan Qian sneered silently, and was too lazy to reply. What is Fu Jingyuan plan? How could he not know? Want to get the moon first by being close to the water? Dream. Can such a job transfer be so casual? Tang Ranran asked puzzledly. Fu Jingyuan, yes. Yan Qian, no. Both spoke at the same time, with completely different answers. Tang Ranran frowned, then suddenly reacted, looking at Yan Qian suspiciously. Fu Jingyuan was transferred to the border. Couldn't it be Yan Qian who made it happen? As for why, Tang Ranran is not stupid. Of course she can guess that she is worried that she will be fooled away by Fu Jingyuan. Yan Yijuan, who was watching the show, was happy in her heart, and then helped Yan Qian to speak. Of course not. The military's arrangements. How can we take it lightly? Besides, the border is suitable for making achievements. And there are many opportunities to brush military merits. Young people should exercise well in the border. Yan Yijuan and Yan Qian are from the same country. Fu Jingyuan was too lazy to refute her. She said it so high-soundingly. But it was because of Yan Qian's selfishness that he was transferred to the border. A higher-ranking official can crush people, knowing that it is impossible to be transferred back to the third galaxy. Fu Jingyuan can only be depressed secretly. Yan Yijuan's words dispelled some of Tang Ranran's doubts. And then said, don't bother so much. It doesn't matter if the Huang family doesn't care. With my strength, I can handle it. We have already done justice. And Tang Xian will be the heir of the planet. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Tang Xian is the real owner of the planet. The head of the Huang family is an SS-level superpower. He really needs to weigh his weight against Tang Xian's status. But the Lu family is the largest family on Su Shanchang Star. And the head of the Lu family is an SSS-level superpower. At present, he may not care about the petty gains on the planet. But as the planet develops, Yan Qian hesitated to speak, his eyes showing worry. Money can move people's hearts. If the Lu family is also tempted, Tang Xian's strength cannot be suppressed, and he may be coveted instead. When planning the top school, Tang Ranran had considered that it was impossible to stop her plan because of others' covetousness. If she wanted to become stronger and bigger, she would definitely not be able to hide. But it doesn't matter. It's Tang Xian who is at the forefront of the storm. What does it have to do with her? Tang Ranran? It's okay. I'm also SSS level. If you want to do it, you have to think about it. SSS level is definitely a minority. Even the top families in the empire will not easily make an SSS level enemy. What's more, she is a big wood type. Who would be stupid enough to make enemies with the wood type instead of choosing to make friends? Lu Feng has such a large industry. And nothing has happened to him. Isn't he still alive and kicking? Of course. It is not ruled out that there is a big tree behind the Lu Feng group. But she also has a big backer behind her. Let alone Yan Qian. Her honorary military rank is definitely not just for show. You are SSS level. Including Kong Chen, who was unaware. The 4 people said in unison. Kong Chen was at a low level and didn't notice it. After Yan Qian and the other 2 came here, Tang Ranran hadn't used her mental power yet. So the 3 of them didn't notice it either. When she said that, they were all shocked. Yes, I'm SSS level. Tang Ranran admitted again. And released her mental power while speaking, letting the 4 people on the scene feel it. For Kong Chen, who was only S level, it was full of oppression. The level suppression caused by the high level to the low level. Yan Qian, Fu Jingyuan and Yan Yijuan clearly felt that it was indeed SSS level mental power. Really? Young and promising. Yan Yijuan exclaimed in surprise and joy. Although she didn't have any friends, she had also checked Tang Ranran information. She was only 24 years old. Now she is SSS level. She won't reach 4S in the future. Right? It's really scary. Congratulations. Fu Jingyuan and Yan Qian congratulated her in unison. As early as when Tang Ranran announced that she would close the door and lose contact. The 2 of them had been guessing whether her mental power would be improved. Facts proved that it was true. As a 4S level Yan Qian, he was very happy for Tang Ranran improvement in strength. While Fu Jingyuan, who was only SSS level, felt that he was under a lot of pressure while being happy for her. He didn't have high hopes to begin with. And now he had no advantage. Tang Ranran smiled. Thank you. After hesitating for a few seconds, Yan Qian took a long step and walked to Tang Ranran's side in 2 steps, saying, Can I talk to you for a while? Sure. You kid. What can I not listen to? Yan Yijuan muttered unhappily. Yan Qian ignored her and directly cast a mental shield to cover himself and Tang Ranran, isolating them from the outside world sound and sight. I'd like to ask, is your spiritual power level promotion related to that stone? If you don't want to say it, just pretend I didn't ask. The energy stone that Tang Ranran gave him was just an ordinary stone after repeated research in the laboratory. However, it is amazing that the silver lotus in Taijingsing Lake is an ordinary plant. But after it takes root in the energy stone, it becomes a special gas-soluble pure plant. And its gas-soluble purification value can reach up to 50. But everything has 2 sides. Ordinary silver lotus is so easy to raise. With the catalysis of the wood system, it will be a pile of seeds. But the silver lotus with a gas-soluble value of 50, as its status is improved, immediately becomes delicate and difficult to raise. Let's put aside the difficulty of raising pure lotus for the time being. Experiments have proved that the pure breath comes from the energy stone, and the silver lotus only acts as a carrier to release the pure breath. Although no other means of utilization have been found except for the silver lotus. If the pure energy in the energy stone can be utilized and used to improve mental power, this is definitely an epic progress in the history of the empire. Yes, indeed, the energy in the stone can help me improve my mental power. Tang Ranran did not hide it and admitted it very readily, giving hope, and then broke it. But using this energy is my ability, and others should not be able to do it. Ability, cultivation. No problem. I know. I didn't have much hope. So Yan Qian couldn't say he was disappointed. Pure glass crystal can also be said to be a special energy stone. The research on pure glass crystal has been going on for thousands of years. But until now, there is only a general conclusion that long-term clothes-fitting wearing before the age of 30 can improve mental talent. This energy stone discovered by Tang Ranran is exactly the same as pure glass crystal. The research on energy stones is probably a long-term process. By the way, how is your mental power? Didn't you say last time that it felt a little stronger? Tang Ranran asked casually. Yan Qian, this guy, took her thunder. I have tested it. The mental power has become SSS+. Yan Qian told the truth without hiding anything. No promotion? Tang Ranran was a little regretful. At my age, there is almost no possibility of promotion. It is a miracle to be able to increase to SSSS. While speaking, Yan Qian suddenly thought of Kong Chen. At Kong Chen's age, his mental power was raised from A level to S level. which was definitely achieved by drinking 3 bottles of JS Essence a day like water. When Yan Qian thought of how good Tang Ranran was to Kong Chen, he immediately became unhappy, noticing that he was a little depressed. Tang Ranran thought he was just regretful for not getting promoted, and comforted him. Don't lose heart. There is still a chance. Look at Kong Chen. He is also over the age, but his mental strength has been upgraded. Right? Well, let's do this. After I'm done with my work, I prepare some JS Essence potion. And then you can go again. Drink it 3 times a day. It should have some effect. Tang Ranran thought to herself. It's a long way to go for Jean Dan to be promoted to Yuanying. If she relies on Thunder Tribulation, she doesn't know if Yan Qian can wait for her Yuanying Thunder. Should she take out the marrow cleansing pill? She still needs to think about it. So, let Yan Qian drink her knockoff version of JS Essence for a while to try. His eyes were unusually clear, and a smile as bright as stars appeared in Yan Qian's eyes. And he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Ran, you are so good to me. Sure enough, in Tang Ran's heart, he was more important than Kong Chen. I can't pay it back. I can't pay it back in several lifetimes. I can only sell my body to pay off the debt. When the serious Yan Qian smiled, it was a huge contrast, which was particularly amazing. Dizzy because of his appearance. After coming back to his senses, Tang Ranran immediately said righteously, it should be. If you can be promoted to 5S level, it will definitely be a good thing for our empire. Although Yan Qian is good looking, she is more concerned about national interests. Having a 5S strength deterrent there can avoid war to a large extent. Tang Ranran is definitely a peace activist. Not to mention that preventing war is to avoid the destruction of lives, which is a great merit.